In the realm of Mingxi, Thiao Thulan valiant Tiangyi, harboring grand ambition Sandfervor, steadfastly ventured into the martial world. Yet, he repeatedly found himself ensnared in the intricately laid soft both righteous and thuicid, suffering relentless persecution. The world was in turmoil, and the martial landscape was fraught with treachery and deceit. The lofty hall soft power and the profound depth soft martial art, selike were cloak hidden darna Sanchez. The prevailing gordir was skewed, on antiquated customs shackled the hearts of the populace, while it he on separathos soft the martial world dad faded. Alone, wielding his long sword, Yang is high walkader salute through the martial realm, swearing to eradicate the injustice soft world. With Asla Shafis word, Hesupto cleaveth the heavens Sandas and Toth pinnacle of martial prowess. Cladin resplendent garband reading gas-spirited steed, Hega live in Tethrutrium sand rivalries. Forging Ganopit handra shaping the convention soft team martial community through his indomitable will and deeds. As the moonlight cascaded upon him, Ialth with a long sword galloped through the dense forest, his expression rife with terror and panic. He had been sprintin' for over an hour, his internal energy gradual depleting, while it has seen a before him stretched into eternity, boundless and unyielding. Abruptly, the boy came to a halt, standing for mina clearing is gaze a sharpina dasha began a tassoff laugh, wick sooner upteen to thunderous, frenzied gava. With amora thought, the spiritual energy of the heaven sander, thrapid lyco within him. A tumultuous erasurging upward as his cultivation level ascended sharply. With a sweep of his word, 8 puri white sword energius burst forth from within him, shooten gutward denal directions. At that juncture, 8 figure resonantly emerged from the surrounding darkness clad in long black skirts, cloaks, and hoods obscuring their faces. With lanterns in hand encircling theoth. The fire word energy hewn leashed ways, fortless like contained betheat. Dissipating in tow wisps of whitemus the twere swallowed bethirlan turns, causing the flames to blaze ever brighter. Terror gripped the boy shiarta, sheprepared to strike and smurry, butin intangible force descended from above, violent lipening him to the ground. Hekaged profusely, blood spilling from his mouth. Ashroared, Punertheriu? Where'th the world? Where'th the martial realm? Weembod thegria tertium. Where vengeance? Where everything? Bah, what world, what martial realm? Yormrel Yakabaloff treacherous old fools, shameless sont self-important. Yornathing buiella soft te brilliancio for younger generation, seeking tis nufuzu tiner infancy. I tismic knowledge thought, the zensoft gifted outh shaperishid and justly in the martial world diety certain lie you're doing. TSK, young one, trulia studiu ave guessed correctly. Indeed, all extraordinary, unanchored talents must perish. This world, this martial realm, must remain and move to tor foundation, the voice from the Northwaskill and Gondominus. Foundations? What manner of foundation permits such ruthless master sage auto-kill with impunity? Oh, haha, now in Ohoy where. Simultaneously, Theach raised their hand sand struck downward. A tyrannica force arining down upon Thean jor die outh, swift liar deucing him to a puddly, flesh pressed against the ground, blood spurting violently. How many is this no? Thesavini and Thothashant. Alco Simbi Thescaler? Indeed, the Shalar CF talent surpasses Aliachoni among the Misanon parallel genius. With each passenger, it becomes increasing lie tiresome. The voice from the southwest on dark. White iresome? Witnessing the demi-Safich gifted out thighs exhilarating, a most gratifying spectacle. As the saying goes, one's word falls, myriad sword Serburn. Their deaths min that the fortune of martial arts belongs entirelitis, fortifying gur dominion further. Ask the world, Hokenthin shake core foundations. Idari say 5 years between hunts for talented Douthel. It should benual. The voice from the southwest brimmed with blood-thirsty enthusiasm. This boy has surely interred hate thrill of sanctification to achieve a thigh satmer la 15 hours in iers wittlisti to crush him. Wesholdra thir consumum, what apathy? What pity? Erethesa talented Douths not born for us? The martial world is vast, and genius abound. Today, West Leon, and tomorrow, another shall inevitably arise. My friends, a century has come they intend, to Sinsimianato collect the Thumor. What is your plan? Given their scant numbers, the lie sinden per sundown each time wakanon edo against us? Clearly, their claim so facrumbling world reamer firmongering. After hundreds of years, dice of everything not remain well? There is no need for concern. Indeed, Let them come est hey will shall respondus we have it before. What must becca led will beckilled, what must be discarded will be discarded, those things can never be returned to them. Deintricateshim sladenming she town, have a now comado fruitution with so many gifted alfs, can you not feel envy? Willie permit that mad man to monopolize them? Isheno thidengiming she town precise liforthes and seein life forcioftos geniuses? I fio arenvius, you may now und engage hymen a liffy or death battle. We can thence it back and drip thee benefits. Wilt the scholar firming she town intervene? Intervene? Dare she? The Fidos, could very well reenact the horrors from 5 years ago. With a peerless genius migging from his sect, if he intervenes, vu will go furt hand con some henally awakened prodigilit see how much grief he can bear. Ha ha ha. Wait, Young, you seem to have not spoken a word today. Suddenly, the lantern in the southeast extinguished, and the black-clad figure melted into the darkness, followed by the extinguishing goft of lanterns. At that moment, a sword energy descended from Theskius like a celestial blade, slicing through Hanai tat the same time. Dozen soft sword energies erupted from the ground beneath the clearing, enveloping Thespace sign a shroud of lethal force, leaving Novena for escape. In an instant, corpse cessful wand blood mist enveloped the scene, creating gas spectacular. After a length of pause, the lantern in the southeast flickered back to life. A called voice logged lightly, my esteemed Gis, it appears the boundless river sand lake scan scarcely accommodate armultich de favoritious sold, full sonizement insufficient. I shall take catrip to the little Mingshi town on your path. The lantern in the southeast extinguished Donsmarie, and thu and howled, leaving no further sound. After a considerable interval, the lantern in the north sudden lilitup, followed by Theathers illuminating in beyond. The black-clad figure from the north sneered, non-he veperished? Toscapeth one's word falls, myriad swords seri born ofta supremes word formation is a small fiat. And do have a not perishid either? Surrounded by such cruel hypocrites Asia, if it did not few. Would have along suffered countless deaths Mijolf, not leaving Javinabone fragment behind. Cough, cough, cough the voice from Thus twastnably weak, clearly wounded. This person isn't healed Minyong, so he she aware for hunting time sand locations? Thuff not the old Minyong, heiser lia discipliophes. Clearly, the old man has revealed the position off to door where has there been no word from him? Therial Inleague, intending to annihilate is seen in Effelswup, naturally reluctant to sharing information. He has Gnidoming she town shall will pursue him? Pursue him for what? Itis opportuna for him to engage a thought madman in a liffy or death struggle. As fortho settle into the ouths, let them linger for a hilo longer the rise no need to pasty. What shall wed know? What can wait-o? Where'll be dead that ceased should nodiously show themselves, from this day forth. All the tragically fallen gifted ouths hall beat tribute to him alone. Ha 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 ha, the Savina erupted in simultaneous slaughter, and sent the northern lantern extinguished first, followed by Theatherton beyond. A quarter of an year later, the forest clearing fell in tussulance. A solitary, flickering firefly, Thelestrim de Fautum, slow lie interred the clearing in day, beautiful form. Feast degree dilly upon Thespultescence. Suddenly, a bloodied hand burst forth from Thirth, clearing Themisophlish. A completely naked, blooded boy emerged from the depths, revealing a hidden, profound hunting pit beneath their remains. The boy glanced down in Tothpit, his eyes burning crimson, ammoniacal expression taking hold of softly. Aga Galif self-important told fools, blindly confident, never evanglancing back. One's word falls, myriad sword Serburn, truly you hypocritical villains. Very well. From this day forth, you are dead, and it shall by ho collects your lives, 1b1. One's word falls, myriad sword Serburn, your curtain call has arrived. Chapter 2. The eternal mandate of destiny on this day of frost descent, the fiery red maples adorn the landscape, in Mingshi town, at the muddy alley. The young Iji stood beneath the persimmon tree at the corner of his family's yard. A wicker basket slung over his back with a graceful leap, he ascended the tree, meticulously selecting a half-basket of large, crimson persimmons. In the end, he plucked one more, executing a gentle jump to land in the alley beyond the high wall. Yang Iji's parents were renowned hunters in the town, having once slain 2 formidable tigers. With their earnings, they constructed a grand courtyard, akin to the illustrious Rui Street, featuring green tiles and white walls. With eaves that soared elegantly, making their homes stand out in the muddy alley, much to the playful mockery of their neighbors, who dubbed it the Tiger's Rest Villa, as Yang Yiji steadied himself. He noticed a small head peeking over the low wall of the opposite yard, adorned with two swaying braids and a pair of round, wide eyes, which were fixed on the persimmons in his hand. Unfazed, Yang Yiji smiled knowingly and approached the wall, extending his hands. "Little Aki, would you like some persimmons?" The small head quickly popped up, transforming into a little girl clad in a vibrant green dress, who unabashedly snatched the two persimmons from Yang Yiji's hands, stowing them into her small satchel at her waist. She licked her lips and exclaimed, "Brother Yiji, are you not using the front door again today?" Gazing at the innocent countenance of the girl, Yang Yiji sighed softly, retrieving two more persimmons from his basket to offer her. The little girl beamed like a blossoming flower, hastily clutching the fruit and fervently declaring, "Rest assured, little Aki will never tell Uncle and Auntie that Brother Yiji climbed over the wall again." The emphasis she placed on the word again was pronounced. Yang Yiji, smiling helplessly, turned to leave the alley. The little girl, propping herself on the low wall with her hands, called out loudly, wishing Brother Yiji prosperous business and abundant wealth. Yang Yiji made his way to the town's entrance, where a stone archway with 5 floors and 6 columns loomed over the main street, inscribed with the characters Mingxi Fengyin, serving as the town's grand entrance. Beside the archway was a tea stall, featuring several thatched awnings and outdoor tables and chairs, with a yellow background and red characters proclaiming tea hanging high. A middle-aged man was busy rinsing teapots and utensils with boiling water, while an 8 or 9-year-old boy dozed on the counter, and a pair of patrons, a man and a woman, relaxed at a table, enjoying tea amidst the bubbling water and fragrant aroma. Yang Yiji found a stone to serve as a seat, then laid a coarse cloth on the ground and stacked a dozen or so vivid red persimmons into 2 small towers. Patiently awaiting customers, the middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yiji but continued his work. The boy, stirring from his slumber, rubbed his forehead against the table and, upon spotting Yang Yiji, his eyes lit up as he teased, "Well, if it isn't the young master of the Tiger's Rest Villa. Not only can you hunt tigers now, but you also sell lions?" Yang Yiji gazed ahead, pretending not to hear. "Young master, are you no longer managing the quick letters for Qin Shangtian?" "I thought so. Our Mingxi town is so small. Where could all those letters come from for you to deliver? Or how many legs could you have running around, setting up a stall today? Playing the merchant, isn't that bringing glory to your family's Tiger's Rest Villa?" Yang Yiji closed his eyes to rest. Noticing Yang Yiji's indifference, the boy felt bored and, eyeing the shiny red persimmons, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Young master, how much for one of your persimmons? I want to try 1.101. "What?" The boy thought he had misheard. Incredulous. 0.101? Indeed. "Bah! You are heartless, just setting up a stall and already acting like a shrewd merchant. 10 for 1 persimmon? I can get a pot of tea for just 3 1. What do you say a cake costs? How much for a dough of rice? Xiao Jean, that is because you do not pay attention in class, isn't it? Yesterday, the teacher taught us that persimmons are also called ling shuang ho. The old saying goes, 1 persimmon is worth 10 medicines. It is said, when frost descends, eat persimmons. The teacher also mentioned, its flavor surpasses that of the fragrant flowers of Hualin, better than the sweet dew of the world. Eating persimmons is the sweetest pleasure of this season. Today, with frost's descent and the fiery maples, my persimmons are indeed precious, suited for the time and the season. And truly not everyone can indulge in them." Yang Yiji replied unhurriedly. 1 persimmon, and there are so many sayings about it? The boy named Eljan was skeptical. Seeing the middle-aged man glance over, feeling pressured, he quickly added, "Certainly, the teacher's words hold truth, but 1 persimmon cannot be worth 10 1. Yang Yiji chuckled softly. Whether it is worth it or not is determined by those who can afford to buy and eat it. The boy rolled his eyes, thinking that at such an outrageous price, anyone who bought it would be foolish. As the frost descended and they discussed persimmons, the man and woman sipping tea exchanged curious glances at the 2 boys. The girl, about 15 or 16, and the young man, of a similar age, had expressions that belied their youthful appearances, revealing a depth of experience. The girl glanced at the young man, who nodded in affirmation. With a smile, she approached Yang Yiji's stall, counting out 20 copper coins from her small pouch and placing them gently on the cloth where the persimmons lay, silently selecting 2 before turning to leave. The boy behind the counter was utterly astonished, rubbing his face as he thought to himself that there truly were people in the world who were so foolish with their money. willing to spend 10 won on a single persimmon, and she bought two. Yang Yiji was similarly taken aback. He had merely been jesting with the boy, never expecting to attract business. He quickly added, 2 persimmons for 4 won, if you please. The girl's expression shifted slightly, yet she did not respond, returning straight to her seat. Yang Yiji, feeling awkward, managed a sheepish smile. Noticing the girl's demeanor, he realized she must have misunderstood, thinking him to be a frivolous and unrefined person, unaware that his intention was to price the persimmons at 2 won each. In the early morning, the small town was enveloped in mist. With its abundance of maple trees, the landscape was ablaze with vibrant reds, a tapestry interwoven with pastoral villages and shimmering streams. Suddenly, a flock of birds took flight, and the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. A group of riders burst through the veil of fog, swiftly appearing before the eye, their powerful steeds kicking up a flurry of red leaves in their wake. Leading the charge was a young nobleman clad in fine garments. His visage gaunt and his expression sullen, a smirk of undisguised arrogance curling at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of superiority. Following closely behind him were 5 riders, with a middle-aged man in a deep blue robe, a long sword at his waist, flanked by 2 young men and women, one in green and the other in white, both armed with swords. 2 older men in black, one stout and the other lean, scrutinized their surroundings with narrowed eyes, their cold gazes revealing an unspoken intensity. Behind these 5, a contingent of over 30 riders clad in gray armor followed closely, wielding long knives and shields, short crossbows and flying arrows. Moving in 3 disciplined columns, their formation exuding an aura of lethal precision. This cavalcade moved swiftly through the main street, heading toward the center of town, where the Guyuan lay, and then turned north toward Rui Street. Though they soon vanished from sight, the sound of their hooves reverberated in the distance, gradually fading into silence. What an imposing presence, young master. Who do you think these distinguished guests of Rui Street might be? The Tian family? The Qin family? The L family? TSK. When I lead troops in the future, I must be even more formidable and audacious. The boy El Jean's face lit up with envy as he began to fantasize about the glory of becoming a great general. Lead troops? What troops? Just as he spoke, El Jean felt a sharp pain in his head from a hard slap delivered by the middle-aged man. Old man, you've run a tea stall for half your life. What kind of people haven't you seen? Did you not sleep well today? Or what? Have you inherited my extraordinary vision? The man scoffed. That last group of riders is clearly a well-trained elite from a military camp. Can you even recognize that? The middle-aged man chuckled coldly at El Jean's naivete. Don't always assume I'm just a useless scholar. I have studied diligently and read quite a few military texts. I have at least some discernment. El Jean beamed with pride, nearly revealing his secret. He spent most of his time sneaking peeks at novels and tales of strategy during class. The young shopkeeper is indeed well-versed. Possessing sharp insight, they are undoubtedly the elite cold guards of the Wei nation. The man sipping tea praised. But what are the cold guards doing in Mingxi town? This place does not belong to the Wei nation. They must be crossing borders. El Jean felt a twinge of unease, sensing something amiss. The middle-aged man gently patted El Jean's head, a mixture of joy and melancholy in his eyes as he gazed toward the dense woods in the west of the town. Smiling softly, there are quite a few coming from the thicket. Another group of riders emerged, about 5 or 6 in number. As they approached the stone archway, the leading figure suddenly pulled his horse to a halt. A lean, yellow-faced man squinted at the pair of leisurely tea drinkers, his expression one of confusion. He glanced around, observing the surroundings, before scrutinizing the man and woman enjoying their tea. Surely, this is the couple I have been hunting for days. Fleeing for their lives, previously, they hid like frightened dogs, but now they sit here so leisurely, seemingly unbothered by their safety, as if they do not recognize me. Have they forgotten the enmity of their family's destruction? Or do they now have powerful backing, believing themselves above me? Dismounting, the yellow-faced man joined his companions at a nearby table, ordering a pot of tea while keeping a distant eye on the couple. His mind racing as he tried to comprehend the situation. After pondering for a while, he took a hearty swig of tea, his doubts mounting. Could I have mistaken them for someone else? His 5 companions glared at the couple nearby, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent, like hungry wolves eyeing their prey, each one itching to pounce. The man, seemingly indifferent, leisurely enjoyed the persimmon in his hand. Suddenly, He rose and approached Yang Yiji's stall, exclaiming, "Indeed, young brother, your persimmons are truly exquisite, deserving the praise of surpassing the sweet dew of the mortal realm. I find myself yearning for more, yet my funds are rather limited. I overheard your discussions and, being a scholar myself, I propose a trade. I shall exchange a book I possess for 2 of your delightful persimmons. Is this agreeable?" Yang Yiji was taken aback, pondering that this transaction was not his intention. Instinctively, he replied, "Just choose 2 more." The man then produced a beautifully crafted book, speaking to himself, "Though this book may hold little monetary value, it is dear to my heart. It is titled The Book of Eternal Destiny. Despite its name, it is merely a fragmented collection of tales recounting the dreams of a scholar, filled with twists and turns, making it quite intriguing and worthy of leisurely perusal." Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yiji responded, "If it is indeed a cherished possession, how can you so casually part with it? The trade was never my intention. You may select 2 more persimmons." The man chuckled lightly, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "A transaction, once forged, is a matter of mutual consent. If you choose not to exchange, so be it. Young brother, do you not find this world rather absurd? Some covet items to the point of committing heinous acts, while others dismiss them when offered. Is this not peculiar?" The yellow-faced man cackled. "If this impoverished lad does not want it, then you may gift it to me." The man responded with a cold smile. Extending his hand, "Very well." Handed over it in an instant, a figure darted from beside the yellow-faced man, aiming directly for the book in the man's hand. A resounding thud echoed as the figure seemed to suffer a tremendous blow. Soaring backward and crashing onto the road several yards away, landing heavily and remaining motionless, the outcome uncertain. Truly, there are formidable beings here. The yellow-faced man's expression darkened as he gripped his long knife, preparing to rise, yet, before him, a shadow flickered, and an overwhelming force descended upon him, enveloping his entire being. A hand lightly rested on his shoulder, appearing feeble, yet his body felt as if compressed by an immense weight, rendering him utterly immobile. The yellow-faced man gazed incredulously at the formid. Zheng Zhuanqian followed Tang Tianqi's gaze, a look of sudden understanding dawning upon his face, as he approached with a broad smile and a formal bow. Esteemed guest, what a stroke of fortune it is today, with auspicious events unfolding one after another. My Guyuan has a room available, the Tianzi No. 2, conveniently located opposite Tianzi No. 1.it, would surely provide you with the utmost convenience. Might I inquire if you would consider staying with us?" Tang Tianqi remained impassive, replying curtly, "No need. Those of the Jianghu do not adhere to such formalities." Zheng Zhuanqian lamented, such a pity. My Guyu Inn, nestled between mountains and waters, boasts exceptional feng shui. After conducting your affairs, one can simply cast their burdens into the mountains or waters, leaving everything pristine. Every guest who has stayed with us has spoken highly of it, claiming that 1 night brings continuous good fortune, 2 nights attract romantic encounters, and 3 nights lead to scholarly success. Joyous events often come in succession, as if one cannot possibly fend them off. Are you truly unwilling to reconsider? Tang Tianqi smiled without a word. Since he could not profit from the guest, he took his leave. Zheng Zhuanqian's expression shifted, and he turned away with a flourish. Upon reaching Han Xiaoshan and his sister, he resumed his ingratiating demeanor, eagerly extolling the virtues of his inn. How men found love and women discovered fortune. Ah, what a stroke of luck! He continued to lead the siblings, whose expressions fluctuated like the weather, towards the town's inn. Han Xiaoshan stole a glance at Tang Tianqi, observing how the once ruthless figure now wore a mask of indifference, seemingly oblivious to their impending departure. Zheng Zhuanqian halted, turning to Yang Yiji, who was setting up his stall. Brother Yi, how much for your persimmons? Yang Yiji looked up, feeling the weight of 6 pairs of eyes upon him. Zheng Zhuanqian, Han Xiaoshan, and his sister. He felt a chill run down his spine and gritted his teeth, stating, 10 won each? Bah! I am Zheng Zhuanqian, not one to let you profit off me. It seems your family is truly destitute. What treasures have your parents managed to procure from the mountains? Surely there must be something, even if it's just a rat or a rabbit. Yet, my shop is running low on stock, and if this continues, I shall have to come collect my debts. Oh, not say I do not care for you. If those persimmons do not sell, bring them to the inn. 1 won each, take it or leave it. With that, Zheng Zhuanqian turned on his heel, continuing to chat and laugh with Han Xiaoshan and his sister as he recounted the top 10 attractions of Guyu Inn, gradually moving away. Tang Xiaoxiao watched the departing group, puzzled by the sudden transformation of her typically domineering master into a figure of calm and tranquility, seemingly indifferent to the prey that was so close at hand. She voiced her discontent. "Master, why? We pursued them all this way, only to let them go." Tang Tianqi gazed upwards at the drifting red leaves, responding coldly, "Why? The frost leaves are as fiery as flames, the maple forest as vast as the sea." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao followed her master's gaze to the inscribed words on the archway. A flurry of maple leaves danced by, and her pupils dilated as a tremor coursed through her. Cold sweat breaking out on her back. Tang Chongchuan hesitated, but Tang Tianqi gestured for silence, casting a wary glance at the patrons in the tea shop. His voice turned dark and low, "We must leave." The group swiftly mounted their horses, taking the two companions of uncertain fate with them, and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3. The wind stirs not. A tempest arrived without reason and departed even more absurdly. As if nothing had transpired, yet everything had already changed. In the tea shop, the middle-aged man, El Booty, poured himself a cup of liquor and downed it in one go. Initially fiery and harsh, it quickly transformed into a cool and delicate sensation. In the world of Jianghu, El Booty had witnessed countless incidents. Disagreements often led to drawn blades and spilled blood, but to him, these were merely the affairs of others, devoid of personal concern. The only source of his worry was the pool of blood on the ground. "Alas, I must clean this myself. I can't let that brat El Jean handle it. He ought to be spared the stench of blood." Sighing, El Booty took a broom and some water, washing away the blood into the roadside ditch. He then noticed the young man in plain clothes, still as steady as a mountain, continuing his stall with an air of indifference. A thought crossed his mind. Was this lad foolish? The previous danger had been so palpable. Yet he remained unaware of the need to hide. Yang Yizhi, meanwhile, was quietly reflecting. Today was the first time he sensed himself in a perilous situation, with death merely a thought away, and any attempt to evade it was futile. When that man named Han Xiaoshan approached him, seeking to trade books for persimmons, Yang Yizhi felt as if he were a fish on a cutting board, waiting to be butchered. With a single misstep, he could lose his life, either from Han Xiaoshan's palm or by Tang Xiaoxiao's blade, or perhaps by someone lurking in the shadows. To these Jianghu experts, the lives of ordinary folk were as inconsequential as weeds, easily severed, forgotten in an instant, as if one had merely crushed an ant underfoot. Yang Yizhi exhaled deeply, his clothes drenched in sweat. Yet, since the danger had receded, he had no intention of leaving, continuing to sell persimmons. Thinking to himself that he was merely selling fruit in his own town. What more could happen? From behind the tea shop counter, El Jean poked his head out, surveying the surroundings, marveling, truly, one must not judge by appearances. They all seem like fine young ladies and gentlemen, yet they kill without a second thought. The world is perilous indeed. Hey, young master, are you not afraid that after selling those persimmons at a high price, he might twist your neck? Yang Yizhi chuckled, his heart racing, feeling a genuine sense of fear. The sun was high in the sky. The thoroughfare cutting through the small town was busier than usual, with people and carriages flowing like a river, particularly filled with spirited youths, often seen in groups of 3 or 5, full of vigor and enthusiasm. One could also spot dashing Jianghu figures galloping past in splendid attire. Moreover, noble families, heavily guarded, rode in their luxurious carriages, flaunting their finery as they paraded through the streets. The passers-by were varied, yet their direction was the same, mostly coming from the west, traversing the town, heading eastward. And after exiting the valley, turning north towards Mount Wuling. Yang Yizhi's business thrived, and he dared not continue pricing his persimmons at 10 each. Instead, he lowered it to 2 selling them quite well. It seemed that those from outside the town never regarded 1 or 2 copper coins as worth much. Now, he had accumulated over 51, enough to buy 2 dough of rice and still have some left. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him as someone from behind wrapped an arm around his neck, deliberately lowering their voice and sneering, "Young master, conducting such a large business without informing me? No wonder your messenger business is suffering today. It turns out a traitor like you has switched sides and taken away the fortune. Quickly, share half with me, or you'll learn the severity of Qin Shangtian's wrath." Yang Yiji struggled but could not break free. So he resigned himself to the situation, retorting, "No money, no strength." The grip loosened, and a youth squatted beside Yang Yiji, clad in a blue robe, tall and handsome, with a green scarf holding back his hair. A blade of grass dangling from his mouth, truly a striking young man. "Is your family in such dire straits again?" "Yes. Should you encounter difficulties, do let me know. Do not be shy. Can pride fill your stomach?" Qin Shangtian pulled out a pancake from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Yiji, gazing lazily at the bustling thoroughfare and the busy tea shop. "How much have you made today?" he asked casually. 54 "What?" Qin Shangtian exclaimed, his eyes widening upon seeing Yang Yiji's earnest expression. He quickly shouted, "Pancakes are 1 each, remember to pay." "I'll be keeping track." Yang Yiji took a bite of the pancake. Chuckling, "I'll remember." Qin Shangtian, a year older than Yang Yiji, was quite well known in the small town for his intelligence. The teachers praised his remarkable cleverness. He grasped concepts with ease, his memory impeccable, and could recite texts effortlessly, finishing books as if they were mere games. Such talents inspired envy among his peers. He was also known for his eagerness to learn, showing great interest in everything, having helped in various shops and inns around town, mastering skills quickly and finding joy in hard work. Consequently, many workshops eagerly awaited his return when finances ran low, as he was diligent and inexpensive. Yet, he was also notorious for his mischievousness, fearless and daring. Unafraid of any place or person, he delighted in eavesdropping. If he overheard any secrets or scandals, the entire town would learn of them in no time, like the dramatic feud between the esteemed Tian family, which caused chaos for over a month, leaving adults to steer clear of the area. Qin Shangtian's reputation for brawling was equally notorious. He would always target the face, refusing to relent until his opponent bore visible bruises. He had fought his way from the 12 villages in the east to the town streets, never backing down, proclaiming, "At worst, I'll pay. After all, I have no money." Eventually, no one dared to fight him anymore. While other children could return home claiming they had merely tripped, the truth of a fight with Qin Shangtian was evident on their faces, causing adults to storm in, demanding to know what had transpired, leaving other children feeling embarrassed and unwilling to engage with him. Yang Yiji's acquaintance with Qin Shangtian was straightforward. Fame attracts fame. Mud sticks to mud. One summer evening when Yang Yiji was 7, he sat on the tall doorstep of his home, gazing vacantly at the sky. A well-dressed child of similar age approached, casting a long shadow in the setting sun, glancing at Yang Yiji's home and exclaiming, "Is this the Fuhu Mountain Villa?" Yang Yiji, too fatigued to engage, ignored him, preoccupied with his hunger. The child, grinning cheekily, retorted, "If you won't speak, then so be it. Fuhu Mountain Villa truly lives up to its name. Grand yet destitute, with such a large estate. Are your parents dead?" Yang Yiji, ablaze with fury, leapt to his feet and shouted, "Your parents have just died." The child, with a mournful tone, replied, "My parents are truly dead." Yang Yiji was taken aback, his face flushed, and he sat back down. The child continued, "My name is Qin Shangtian. Have you heard of me?" Yang Yiji shook his head, prompting the child to express his discontent. "Ignorant and uncultured. A frog at the bottom of a well. Are you truly from Mingxi? You haven't heard of the renowned genius Qin Shangtian?" Yang Yiji remained silent, his stomach audibly protesting, and to his surprise, Qin Shangtian's stomach grumbled in unison. Qin Shangtian burst into laughter and said, "You, living in a grand mansion, go hungry. I, with my 10 acres of fertile land, also go hungry. We are both proud but impoverished. From now on, follow me, and we shall find ways to stave off hunger and make a living." It was the first time Yang Yiji encountered the absurd notion of staving off hunger by going hungry, and so he was led by Qin Shangtian to wander about Mingxi town. In truth, Qin Shangtian was rarely hungry, as his family possessed over 30 acres of land, with tenants paying half their harvest each year, providing a comfortable living. However, being a child at heart, he had no constraints. Spending money frivolously, and throughout the year, there would be lean times when he would take Yang Yiji to help earn a few coins, just enough to avoid starvation. Yet, Qin Shangtian soon grew dissatisfied with merely helping others, and he sought innovative ways to make money, causing considerable headaches for Zhen Zhenqian. Upon hearing of Zhen Zhenqian's famous wine, Fenglin Zue, produced once every 3 years and worth a fortune, he bought some clear brew from the village and set up a stall by the tea house. boldly proclaiming it exclusively for the guest house. Whether people believed it or not was irrelevant. Those who did would drink a bowl regardless, selling it fervently for 20 coins a bowl. When Zhang Zhanqian came to confront him, he was unperturbed and simply asked, "Did I ever say it was from Gu Yuan?" Zhang Zhanqian pondered for a moment and then walked away. He then ran errands for Zhang Zhanqian, earning a coin, and had a sudden inspiration to create a courier service, gathering a group of impoverished children from the town streets and alleys to deliver messages and goods, charging 1 or 2 coins per delivery, thereby relieving various lazy individuals of their burdens and allowing the impoverished children to support themselves, quickly gaining popularity. Yang Yizhi became one of Qin Shangtian's couriers, numbered 13. Qin Shangtian sighed gloomily. Why does this school have to take breaks every few days? What is the point of rest? Studying is far more meaningful. Do you wish to study? Yang Yizhi asked, puzzled. Who would want to study? I long for my Qin girl. Every time there's a break, I miss her for a whole day. Yang 13, do you think she knows how much I yearn for her? Does she perhaps think of me even a little? Yang Yizhi shook his head. I don't know. Qin Shangtian slapped Yang Yizhi on the shoulder, indignantly exclaiming, Can you not converse? Can you not utter sweet words? How could she not think of me? Say it again. Yang Yizhi, feeling helpless, replied. She should think of you. Qin Shangtian nodded in satisfaction. She bears the surname Qin? And so do I. Together we are a perfect match, a golden bond, destined to be together. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Yizhi was at a loss for words, and seeing Qin Shangtian's expectant gaze, he replied, You must say this in front of her. I already said it. Yang Yizhi remained silent, awaiting further developments, while Qin Shangtian wore a troubled expression. In the end, she gave me a sound thrashing, saying I should come back when I can defeat her. Tell me, is this not deliberately making things difficult for me? Even if I could win, how could I bear to? Yang Yizhi rested his forehead in his hand, unwilling to engage further. The frost-kissed leaves were as red as fire, and he longed to know what Qin girl was doing. Qin brother misses her dearly. Suddenly, Qin Shangtian's eyes lit up, realizing that Qin brother and his beloved were akin, and he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Qin Shangtian glared at Lu Zhan, who was peeking into the tea shop. Lu Zhan immediately approached with a bowl of tea, grinning obsequiously. Brother Qin, tea. Lu Zhan, how's business today? How much ill-gotten gain have you made? Qin Shangtian took the tea bowl, spitting out the grass he had been chewing far away. Not bad, not bad. The landlord's heart is definitely not lacking. 0.1 persimmon sells for 10 coins. How much? Qin Shangtian spat out his tea in shock, coughing for quite a while before recovering. Liu Zhan embellished the earlier events, causing Qin Shangtian to sweat profusely, and he patted Yang Yizhi on the shoulder, saying, You have truly learned from me. Just then, a white horse-drawn carriage came to a slow stop by the roadside, flanked by dozens of well-built men and women, vigilantly guarding the surroundings. The curtain of the carriage lifted, and a finely carved young boy jumped down, closely followed by an exceptionally beautiful woman in white, her expression cool and aloof. The boy, appearing around 6 or 7 years old, donned a white robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns and a golden crown. Swaggering over to Yang Yizhi's stall, eyeing the persimmons and swallowing his saliva, asking in a childish voice, Sister Qiu, what is this fruit called? The woman addressed as Sister Qiu replied with a frosty tone, Persimmons. The compendium of Materia Medica mentions that persimmons are both edible and medicinal, beneficial for the heart and lungs, strengthening the spleen and invigorating qi. Fresh persimmons are sweet and refreshing. The boy's eyes sparkled with desire as he proudly inquired, How much do you sell these persimmons for? Just as Yang Yizhi was about to speak, Lu Zhan interjected, 10 coins each. 10 coins? The boy frowned, clearly troubled. Qin Shangtian shot a glare at Lu Zhan, who feigned ignorance and grinned mischievously. Yang Yizhi attempted to explain, but the boy, looking forlorn, said, Sister Qiu, if persimmons are only sold for 10 coins, how can I eat them? It would be beneath my dignity, the woman replied. The young master may negotiate the price. The boy, as if struck by divine inspiration, clapped his hands and laughed. Sister Qiu is truly clever. I will take them all for 10 taels of silver. Liu Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind grappling with the absurdity of the boy's offer. Yang Yizhi sensed an impending danger, feeling uncertain and overwhelmed, realizing that a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Qin Shangtian, unfazed, beamed with delight, squinting his eyes into slits. swiftly collecting the persimmons into his basket, giving the boy a thumbs up. Young master, you are truly exceptional, a dragon among men, exuding nobility and grandeur. The fresh persimmons of Mingxi are best after the frost. A total of 27 pieces valued at 270 taels, truly worth every coin, and I'll even throw in the basket for free. The boy waved excitedly, and an attendant approached the carriage, handing him a bag of silver coins, ready to exchange money for goods. Yang Yiji hastily grabbed the basket, saying, I want to sell. The boy, puzzled, asked, Why want you sell? Isn't it good to earn money? Yang Yiji firmly stated, If you wish to buy, then the price is 10 coins each. Qin Shangtian insisted with righteous fervor. Yang 13, a gentleman should facilitate others' desires. We VE set a price. And the young master has countered. This is an open, fair, and honest transaction, free from deceit, where both parties can rejoice. Why not proceed? Yang Yiji steadfastly asserted. I will only sell for 10 coins each. Qin Shangtian, frustrated, stamped his foot, sighed deeply, and fell silent, though his eyes were still darting about, thinking that Yang 13 was quite clever. The young boy, disgruntled, rolled his eyes, then cheerfully exclaimed, I want tea by your persimmons for 10 coins each. That would be beneath my dignity. However, if I take them without paying, that would be quite impressive. With that, he scooped up the basket and turned to flee, leaving Qin Shangtian and Lu Zhan dumbfounded. While Yang Yiji reacted quickly, leaping to block the boy's path, angrily declaring, To resort to theft when a deal fails. How can you act so brazenly and without reason? Hey! The woman in white was taken aback, scrutinizing Yang Yiji with icy eyes. The boy tossed a bag of silver coins, which Yang Yiji instinctively caught, and the boy grinned. I'll buy it. A fair exchange, 270 taels. Yang Yiji immediately returned the coins, insisting, I don't want it. The price is 10 coins each. The boy caught the coins, chuckling, and in an instant, he vanished, saying, Then I shall simply steal it. Yang Yiji turned to pursue, while Qin Shangtian, pulling the bewildered Lu Zhan, rushed forward as a gust of wind swept in, sending the three tumbling to the ground, unsure of what had transpired. The boy gleefully placed the basket onto the carriage, and seeing the three sprawled on the ground, he felt a surge of triumph, exclaiming to the white-clad woman, Sister Chiao, I see this far more impressive than buying them. The onlookers at the tea-house were all drawn to the spectacle, each expressing disbelief, until a wandering swordsman could no longer contain himself, laughing heartily and declaring that the two children must surely be fools. The boy, hearing this, froze momentarily, then beamed with delight, saying, I just heard several people call me foolish. He then glanced around, inciting another round of laughter. Unperturbed, the boy produced a green bamboo fan, leisurely opening it and gently waving it. The 4 bold characters on the fan reading the 8 winds remained motionless. The tea-house fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The boy, with an innocent demeanor, asked the white-clad woman, Sister Chiao, how many people are there? The woman replied coldly, 7. No sooner had she spoken than 7 figures shot out in all directions, panicked and disoriented. The white-clad woman beside the boy flickered and vanished, only to reappear in an instant, her expression as cold as ever. Devoid of emotion, the young boy, shaking his folding fan, appeared quite sorrowful as he remarked, Sister Chiao, could it be that we are too low-key? Perhaps we ought to raise the banners of the 8 winds hall high, lest we encounter those myopic individuals who fail to recognize the grandeur of Mount Tai, ultimately leading to their untimely demise. A most unjust fate indeed. The woman in white did not respond. Instead, she parted the curtain and took her seat in the carriage. A gust of autumn wind swept by, causing the maple trees along the roadside to sway and shedding countless red leaves that danced in the breeze. The bustling thoroughfare seemed to abruptly come to a halt, with pedestrians and horse-drawn carriages pausing in the distance to observe. The patrons in the tea shop dared not utter a sound, their breaths deliberately stifled, especially the companions of the 7 deceased, who remained utterly silent. The young boy, with a grin, glanced over the fallen Yang Yiji and his companions, his lips curling into a smug smile. He leaped onto the carriage, nonchalantly seated himself on the yoke, and produced a persimmon, peeling it with gusto before taking a hearty bite, exclaiming, How sweet! The white carriage moved slowly onward, directly traversing the town, gradually disappearing from sight. Only when it was entirely out of view did the various travelers resting in the tea shop disperse like startled birds, leaving not a soul behind. Meanwhile, the distant travelers, who had originally intended to hasten their journey to Wuling Mountain, collectively decided to linger in the small town for a day or two, wary of inadvertently crossing paths with the white carriage's occupants. Yang Yizhi, Qin Xiangtian, and El Zhan unanimously concluded that the ground was the safest place to be, choosing to remain seated and gazing vacantly at the now busy thoroughfare and the deserted tea shop. Yang Shisan, did you consult the almanac before venturing out? Qin Xiangtian wiped the sweat from his brow. What almanac? Yang Yizhi asked, puzzled. If you didn't check the almanac, why are you selling persimmons? Who would cause such a stir over a simple fruit? So many have perished. How terribly unfortunate for you, Qin Xiangtian lamented. Yang Yizhi rolled his eyes, thinking it absurd to blame him for merely selling a persimmon. El Zhan licked his lips and quietly inquired, what exactly is the Eight Winds Hall? Is it very formidable? Did those people truly perish? Did you see how they met their end? Qin Xiangtian retorted, if you wish to know, ask someone else. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and those sitting on the ground felt the sensation acutely, their hearts racing with the thought of further calamity. A troop of swift riders emerged from the mountain pass, thundering past. Over a dozen riders, each distinct in appearance, representing various sects, alongside soldiers in armor, all rushing in a grand procession. More than 10 such groups passed, some entering Rui Street, while others galloped through the town. In the distance, the Gu Yuan at the town's center unfurled a new banner, a long yellow one, embroidered with a fiery red maple leaf, outlined in golden thread, striking and eye-catching. The tea shop owner, El Budi, sighed, many dreamers abound, yet merely hanging a flag cannot quell the tumult. The autumn wind rustled through the red leaves, heralding an impending storm. Chapter 4. The union of the two Qins. It was not yet noon, and the town's contentious atmosphere made it untenable to linger. After a brief discussion, Yang Yizhi and Qin Xiangtian decided to head to the Seven-Hole Bridge on Rui Street to try their luck, hoping to find someone in need of a courier to deliver messages or goods, thus continuing their role as little messengers. As they passed the Gu Yuan, the newly hung banner caught their eyes. The fiery maple leaf pattern outlined in gold compelling them to glance more than once. Yang Yizhi suddenly exclaimed, Boss Shen offered a penny for each of my persimmons. I shall return home and pick some more to sell to him. Qin Xiangtian playfully ruffled Yang Yizhi's hair, delivering a few playful punches, still thinking about selling persimmons. You are truly obstinate. Today's almanac clearly warns against persimmons. Even if someone offered you over 200 taels of silver, it would not be worth it. Forget about earning those few copper coins. Yang Yizhi was intrigued and asked, are you truly planning to sell those 10 taels persimmons to that child? Qin Xiangtian smiled mysteriously and replied, I fear there is a risk of earning a life without the chance to spend it. That child clearly came to provoke. If we refused to sell or dared to sell at 10 taels each, that would have been our fate. Thankfully, you were clever enough not to yield as usual, and our banter likely disrupted his scheme, leaving him no choice but to resort to robbery, hoping to provoke us. In the end, those merely watching were the first to suffer misfortune, inadvertently sparing us. Yang Yizhi questioned, provoking me? How could selling a persimmon bother anyone? Qin Xiangtian mused, naturally not. It was merely a performance for others. As for whom it was intended, I cannot fathom. Could it be the prominent families of Rui Street? Yang Yizhi exclaimed indignantly, are these martial artists so cavalier with lives? If they had attacked us outright, would we not have perished without understanding why? The Eight Winds Hall seems to be a band of tyrants. Qin Xiangtian nodded in agreement. Indeed, their infamous reputation precedes them. Did you not see how the child displayed the token, causing everyone to tremble in fear, rendered utterly mute? As they walked, Qin Xiangtian practiced his boxing, moving with vigor, exuding an air of confidence. The martial world is perilous. One must learn to defend oneself. How do you find this boxing style? It cost me 4 or 5 jars of good wine to learn from old Shur at the Jotsuan Mill, just a few days ago. It's called the Capture the Tortoise style. Such a ridiculous name. IVE renamed it Capture the Dragon style. Is it not impressive and grand? Will it not win the admiration of Miss Qin? Yang Yizhi replied earnestly, it is said that the Qin family ancestry boasts a general of a nation, with a lineage of martial arts passed down since childhood. You could not possibly win against her with just 2 days of practice. Qin Xiangtian chuckled, it's best not to win. If I did, I would be torn between whether to rejoice or lament, but I must ensure she remains triumphant and joyful. Yang Yiji fell silent, unwilling to engage further. Young man, I observe that your boxing technique is quite refined. Your intent commendably high, and you possess great potential as a martial artist. If you were to take me as your master, within 5 years, you would surely become a leader among the youth of this world. Would you accept? An elderly man in splendid attire sat alone on the first floor of the Guyu Inn, peering through the window with a cheerful smile as he observed Qin Xiangtian. Who are you, old man? Lin Wei, that I've never heard of you. The old man chuckled. I genuinely advise you not to take advantage of this small town, assuming they have not seen the world. You will gain nothing by attempting to deceive them. Qin Xiangtian turned away with a disdainful expression. The elderly gentleman smiled as he turned to Yang Yiji, young friend. Instantly, Yang Yiji bolted away. The old man sighed, took a sip of his drink and muttered to himself, the youth today are not easily deceived. As they continued on their way, the clinking coins in Yang Yiji's pouch betrayed his ignorance of the principle of not flaunting wealth. They jingled merrily as he pondered purchasing 2 measures of rice to take home, sharing his thoughts with Qin Xiangtian. Growing increasingly annoyed, Qin Xiangtian never anticipated that there would come a day when he would feel less affluent than Yang Yiji. Forcefully waving his hand to urge Yang Yiji to hurry along, leading them to part ways at the 7-hole bridge. Upon reaching the bridge, Qin Xiangtian found it teeming with people. The bridge spanned the Mingxi River, connecting Rui Street to the main thoroughfare. Typically a popular spot for leisurely conversations, today it was bustling with no less than 40 or 50 individuals. Upon inquiring, he learned that many had come to witness the commotion on Rui Street, with numerous groups passing through, each eager to uncover the reason behind the excitement. Qin Xiangtian squeezed into the shade of a century-old ginkgo tree at the bridge's entrance, where golden leaves fluttered above. Carpeting the ground in shimmering yellow, a gathering of young and old encircled a disheveled, elderly man in plain clothes, who animatedly recounted tales of 15 years past when the martial world had selected the 10 greatest prodigies, including the sword immortal of Qingxi, the supreme of the Devil Path, the seeker of justice, and the solitary goose of Maple Forest, each capable of changing the very fabric of the martial realm. Old Chun, spare us the tales of your so-called martial world. What relevance does it hold for us? Please, tell us about today's events in Mingxi Town and their origins, a voice interrupted the elder. Undeterred, the old man shook his head, stroking his sparse beard with pride. You've asked a pertinent question. Today's happenings in Mingxi Town are extraordinary, evident to all. Why have so many young talents arrived? Why the influx of people? Why has the Guyu displayed a maple leaf banner? I can sense your curiosity. Allow me to elucidate. He began. This year, on the day of the winter solstice, the 9 sects will convene at Wuling Mountain Yuyang City, hosting the 9 sect examination open to all talented young individuals. Those who pass will be accepted as disciples by one of the 9 sections. This unprecedented event is monumental for both the imperial court and the martial world, drawing countless youths from across the land, eager to participate. Mingxi Town lies directly along the route to Wuling Mountain, thus offering you a glimpse of the spectacle. Do not glare at me, for I sense you wish to inquire what the 9 sects are. This tale traces back to the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty. Over 200 years ago, when the emperor unified the realm with the aid of 9 martial experts, granting them territories to establish their own sects, those that are now renowned and revered throughout the land. Yanyun, Maple Forest, Green Valley, Shangyang, Golden Moon, Muxing, Tianmin, Xuanhao, and Juntian. The 9 sects of the Jianghu are held in equal regard to the various lords of the realm, and the world reveres them as the 9 sects of the world, universally acknowledged as unparalleled sects, transcending the mundane hierarchy of society, drawing countless individuals eager to join their ranks. Nonsense, who truly wishes to join? Not I, for I have no desire, nor have I even heard of them. I am too indifferent to listen. A derisive laugh echoed through the crowd. Qin lad, you are a youth of both talent and beauty. Do you truly wish to linger your entire life in this insignificant place of Mingxi? Do you not aspire to partake in the 9 sects examination, to become a disciple of those illustrious sects, to emerge as a master revered by all? Can becoming a peerless master and achieving fame feed one? Is the cuisine of the Jianghu superior to that of Mingxi? Qin Xiangtian scoffed. The elder was momentarily speechless, choosing to ignore him, and continued, moreover, Today's South events on Rui Street are indeed a fortuitous occurrence for our Mingxi town. Today, the scion of the esteemed Fan family, Fan Liqiu, personally comes to the Qin residence to propose marriage. The state of Wei boasts the strongest lords of the land, and the Fan family is among its 5 prominent clans. Its head, Fan Cheng, serves as the prime minister, wielding immense power. Should a union between the Fan and Qin families succeed, the Qin family would ascend to prominence, potentially becoming the foremost family in Mingxi town. Which daughter of the Qin family has caught the eye of this scion? Naturally, it is the exquisite and talented ninth lady, Qin Ruolin. Upon hearing this, Qin Shangtian felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Momentarily frozen in shock, would the ninth lady of the Qin family truly acquiesce? Marriage has always been dictated by parental authority and matchmaking. Furthermore, a union with the Fan family, with its talented heir and the Qin family's virtuous daughter, represents a golden opportunity, a match made in heaven, deserving of acceptance. The elder shot him a disdainful glare. Golden opportunities, indeed. With a heart full of anguish, Qin Shangtian stamped his foot and cursed vehemently, then swiftly turned and hurried towards Rui Street, heading for the direction of Ziki Alley. From the crowd, a darkly clad young nobleman scrutinized the irate Qin Shangtian as he departed, signaling to 2 guards beside him, who promptly followed suit. Upon entering Ziki Alley, Qin Shangtian noticed that the guards and doormen at the Qin residence had completely changed. A row of armored guards stood at attention, their gazes sharp and vigilant. As a youth in a blue robe approached the Qin residence, the guards instinctively placed their hands on their weapons, directing their attention towards him. One guard shouted, "Halt! The Qin residence is closed to visitors today. Please exit the alley." Qin Shangtian was taken aback, disconcerted by the guard's formidable presence and authoritative tone, and with a muttered curse, he begrudgingly retreated back to Rui Street. After a moment's thought, he hurriedly made his way to the Mingxi Academy deep within Rui Street. Upon arriving at the academy, located at the foot of the mountain, he greeted the dozing old man at the entrance, regardless of whether he heard, and strode directly inside. The 2 guards who had been watching from a distance waited for quite some time without seeing Qin Shangtian emerge and eventually returned to report. Concealed behind the door, Qin Shangtian chuckled to himself, though he was also puzzled. He closed his eyes and quickly replayed the earlier events in his mind, wondering what he had said or done that attracted the attention of someone with ulterior motives, prompting them to send followers after him. What did they intend? The image of the unfamiliar, darkly clad young nobleman amidst the crowd beneath the ginkgo tree surfaced in his mind. It seemed that the guards trailing him were indeed his. Opening his eyes, Qin Shangtian formulated a plan. Surely, it was when the old man spoke of the so-called golden opportunity between the Fan and Qin families that he had uttered a curse, which caught the attention of the young nobleman, leading him to dispatch someone to follow him. Could it be that this young nobleman was none other than Fan Liqiu of the Wei state? Qin Shangtian couldn't help but admire his own deduction, believing it to be nearly certain. However, the pressing matter at hand was not these trivialities. He needed to ascertain from Qin Ruolin whether she truly wished to marry some Wei nobleman. She must not agree. Peering over the gate, ensuring no one was following him, he exited the academy and stealthily made his way to the back mountain of the academy, planning to traverse the dense woods to reach the Qin residence's backyard wall. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Qin Shangtian finally reached the rear of the Qin estate, nimbly climbing a tall maple tree, concealing himself among the vibrant red leaves, and observing the layout of the Qin residence from afar. The estate sprawled widely, with deep courtyards, intricately carved beams, pavilions, and winding corridors, making it impossible to determine which courtyard housed Qin Ruolin. Were he to rashly scale the wall, he would only be met with rejection. As he hesitated, contemplating the best point of entry, footsteps suddenly echoed from below the tree. Qin Shangtian held his breath and peered down. A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue brocade robe walked leisurely through the woods, followed closely by a young man in white, carrying a long sword. "Master, the information is absolutely reliable," the white-clad youth stated. The middle-aged man remained silent, continuing his stroll, his mind occupied with a different matter. The optimal opportunity to seize minor benefits without revealing one's intentions amidst the prevailing circumstances. No one would suspect that it would ultimately fall into his hands. Only in this manner could he secure future tranquility. The white-clad youth, following closely behind, spoke with urgency. "Master, if you fear missing the crucial moment, allow me to go alone." We cannot let the insignificant Tang family seize this opportunity. The middle-aged man replied calmly, "Stay composed. A mere Tang family cannot snatch it away, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to retain it." The white-clad youth ceased speaking, and the two appeared as if they were merely taking a leisurely stroll, gradually moving out of earshot. Once certain they had disappeared from view, Qin Shangtian descended from the tree, filled with joy. He mused that the nobleman was indeed a pretentious figure, leveraging his status to coerce marriage proposals. What of the noble scion from the state of Wei? Was he not merely a toad yearning for a swan? Qin Shangtian eyed a higher vantage point, stealthily creeping to the corner of the wall. With a single leap, he attempted to grasp the top of the wall for leverage. After several attempts, he finally managed to grip it. Just as he was about to pull himself up, a voice called from below. "Qin Shangtian, what are you doing?" Startled, Qin Shangtian released his grip and jumped back to the ground, turning with a beaming smile to find a girl adorned in azure hair and crimson sleeves standing before him. With a complexion like snow and features that captivated the heart, she was none other than the ninth lady of the Qin family. Qin Ruolin, the very one he had longed for. What a coincidence, Lady Qin. It seems the heavens have finally opened their eyes, hearing my prayers and showing compassion for my infatuation, arranging for our encounter even in this desolate corner. Qin Ruolin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, angered by his nonsensical words, and she delivered a swift punch to his face. Qin Shangtian, quick-witted, executed a technique to evade her blow, skillfully ensnaring her arm and inadvertently locking her shoulder, leaving him momentarily stunned. The girl, flustered and unable to break free, shouted, "Let go!" Immediately, Qin Shangtian released his grip, but before he could utter a word, her fist struck his chest, sending him sprawling. "Lady Qin, your martial prowess is truly formidable. With a single strike, you have rendered me powerless." Qin Ruolin's cheeks burned crimson, her demeanor shy and enchanting, outshining the autumn leaves. Qin Shangtian was entranced, thinking to himself, "Frosty leaves like flowers, enter my heart," with a huff. Qin Ruolin snapped, "Qin Shangtian, if you continue with your nonsense, do not blame me for disregarding our friendship." Qin Shangtian quickly stood up, grinning, and she inquired, "From whom did you learn such skills? Is it because you could not defeat me? Harboring resentment and secretly trained to catch me off guard?" Qin Shangtian feigned injury. "Lady Qin, you truly wrong me. I delight in your strikes. How could I bear any resentment? Each beating is a cherished memory of my life. I spent several jugs of wine to learn a few tricks from the miller, solely to ensure you would strike me more. I aim to fulfill your desires and find you a worthy suitor. Victory is impossible. I shall never surpass you." Qin Ruolin, her face blooming like a peach blossom, blushed yet again. Despite being accustomed to his flattery, she could not resist gnashing her teeth, wishing to deliver another punch to him for satisfaction. With a fierce glare, she shifted the topic. "What were you doing scaling my family's walls?" Qin Shangtian, feigning distress, replied, "I heard that some good-for-nothing noble from the state of Wei is pressuring you into marriage. I was genuinely worried for you, and thought to come up with a plan to rescue you from this predicament." Qin Ruolin let out a cold huff. "If I do not wish to marry, who can force me?" Qin Shangtian readily agreed, and she continued, "What plan can you devise? I am all ears." Without hesitation, Qin Shangtian declared, "If you are truly unwilling to marry that Wei nobleman, I shall whisk you away." Qin Ruolin let out a sharp cry, kicking Qin Shangtian to the ground with a single swift motion. Her face flushed crimson with anger as she turned on her heel to leave. Qin Shangtian hurriedly scrambled to his feet and called after her, "There is truly no other way." "Isn't this also a solution?" Qin Ruolin retorted bitterly, "Qin Shangtian, if you keep babbling nonsense, don't expect me to acknowledge you again. I have my own solutions." Qin Shangtian chuckled lightly, "If you indeed have a solution, why then are you climbing over your own courtyard wall to escape?" With her cheeks still flushed, Qin Ruolin replied, "I intend to go to the school and ask the teacher why women cannot choose their own marriages. They say marriage is a significant matter in life. If it is indeed so important, why must a woman's engagement be dictated by her parents and matchmakers? Am I to marry someone I have never even met and do not like, simply because my family says so?" Qin Shangtian spoke with righteous fervor, "The world is unjust. We must resist it. If the rules are intolerable, we must break them. Love between men and women should be pursued freely, driven by the heart." Qin Ruolin was deeply moved by his words, yet a frown creased her brow as she sensed an underlying meaning in his speech. The two walked side by side, the young man in his flowing blue robes and the young woman in her enchanting dress. Their steps brisk and graceful as they made their way through the woods towards the school. As they ventured further away, a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe quietly emerged from the courtyard, followed by a young gentleman in fine clothing and a man dressed in white. Observing the departing couple, the young gentleman's gaze turned fierce, a murderous intent igniting within him as he exclaimed, "Master, do you think that lad heard anything?" The middle-aged man replied slowly, "A country bumpkin. What could he possibly hear? Even if he did, what would it matter?" The man in white cautioned, "Master, it is better to err on the side of caution." With a grunt of acknowledgement, the middle-aged man said, "Then find an opportunity to eliminate him." Chapter 5. Delivery at hand. Yang Yizhi had purchased 2 dough of rice and, as he passed by the Guyuan once more, saw Qin Shangtian still beneath the ginkgo tree, animatedly conversing with others. Jin Zhuanqian stood at the inn's entrance, smiling as he looked at him. "Yizi, have the persimmons sold out?" Yang Yizhi replied eagerly, "Yes, I can deliver them to you right away." Jin Zhuanqian proposed, "Do not bring them here. Instead, go home and pick 22 persimmons and deliver them along with these 2 jars of wine to Shimi, the recluse at the watermill to the east. The persimmons will be worth 1 won each, plus 10 won for the messenger fee. How does that sound?" Yang Yizhi was overjoyed. "How soon must I deliver them?" "Bring me back 22 won for the persimmons first. Within 2 hours, return to the inn with the recluse's signature, and we will settle the 10 won messenger fee then," Yang Yizhi affirmed, taking the wine and money, and hurried home. Upon reaching the high wall of his house, he noticed no one around. With a firm stamp of his foot, he leaped halfway up the wall and, using the momentum, flipped over the top. Looking down, he saw that the usual spot he relied on had become a chaotic mess of black stains, likely impossible to conceal from his parents. From a young age, Yang Yizhi had learned many hunter-esque skills from his parents, particularly in archery and climbing, practicing diligently, far more than he did with his studies. Now, he had become quite nimble in his movements. He poured the newly purchased rice into the rice jar, then found a basket to collect the 22 persimmons. Considering that the watermill was not far from Jiguanshan, he picked an extra 10 or so. With a half basket of persimmons and 2 jars of wine, he felt lighthearted as he set off, a sense of joy swelling within him. Yet, recalling the day's unsettling events, a flicker of worry crossed his mind. He entered his room and retrieved a set of bows and arrows specially crafted by his parents, slinging a maple bough, a quiver of deer hide, and 24 bamboo arrows over his shoulder. After a moment's thought, he also tucked a small knife, usually used for skinning beasts, into his waistband. With a weapon on him, he felt a bit more at ease. Yang Yizhi did not climb back over the wall but exited the courtyard normally. Locking the door behind him, he chose not to take the convenient path, harboring a lingering anxiety about encountering those reckless wanderers on the bustling thoroughfare, especially after the 2 recent incidents at the town entrance, which seemed to be linked to him in some way. He wondered if there might be someone resentful of this outsider who lacked sufficient skill. He walked directly to the end of the muddy alley, taking a detour along the winding path at the foot of the mountain. The muddy alley lay about 10 miles from the watermill, but with his swift pace, he could easily make the round trip in half an hour. The path at the foot of the mountain was overgrown with reeds and wild grass, making it difficult to traverse, yet the scenery was beautiful, with vibrant red maple forests on one side and golden wheat fields on the other. As the autumn breeze rustled the leaves and the wheat swayed, Yang Yizhi moved swiftly, his eyes filled with hope, his heart light and carefree. After approximately 15 minutes, with no obstacles in his way, he passed through 3 villages at the southern foot of the mountain. Crossing the clear stream at the edge of Kan'ai in the distance, he could see the water mill nestled among the golden wheat fields. A spacious wooden workshop, blackened by smoke, with 2 enormous water wheels turning slowly. Yang Yizhi navigated through the wheat fields and soon arrived at the bustling water mill by the stream, where the sounds of water wheels and grinding stones filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Inside the mill, there was no one present except for an old man with silver hair, thin and frail, sitting leisurely on the stone steps, puffing on a pipe. Yang Yizhi approached respectfully, bowing slightly and greeted, "Good day, Grandpa Sure." The old man squinted, smiling as he replied, "Yizi, here to deliver goods again." Yang Yizhi answered honestly, Master Zhun from the Guyu Inn asked me to deliver 22 persimmons and 2 jars of wine to Master Shimi. The old man's expression shifted slightly as he took a puff from his pipe, still smiling as he said, "Just leave the items with me. I will pass them on to the master." Yang Yiji hesitated. Master Zhun instructed that I need a signature from Master Shimi to settle the payment. "Oh," the old man replied, his eyes suddenly gleaming with sharpness. He pointed towards the interior of the mill and said, "Then it would be best for you to deliver them yourself." Yang Yiji set down his basket, selecting 2 persimmons to hand to the old man, who gratefully accepted them, saying, "Thank you, Yitzi. I shall not stand on ceremony." Yang Yiji nodded, shouldering his basket and walking straight through the water mill. The old man, still holding the 2 persimmons, took a moment to prepare his pipe, carefully filling it with tobacco. Once finished, he flicked his fingers, a light-hearted chuckle escaping him as he remarked, "My water mill is only for grinding flour and rice. We do not engage in any underhanded dealings." Just as he finished speaking, 2 figures sprang forth from the wheat field. As if engulfed in flames, jumping frantically, scratching and tugging at their clothes, their faces contorted in extreme agony, yet they dared not utter a sound. The old man waved his hand, and the unbearable heat that had suddenly enveloped them dissipated in an instant, leaving them frozen in place, paralyzed with fear. The old man squinted and coldly asked, "Are you the items to be delivered by Jinzhuanqian?" The 2 figures, a man and a woman, were none other than the Han siblings, Han Xiaoshan and Han Xiaotian. They had received Zhang Zhuanqian's instructions at the Guyu Inn and had stealthily trailed Yang Yiji to the southern street of the town, intending to seek assistance from Master Shimi at the watermill. Han Xiaoshan, his eyes wide with panic, awkwardly explained, "Respected elder, Master Zhun instructed us to come here today as the situation at Mingxi is quite perilous, and the inn is not safe. We have come to seek Master Shimi's help. This is truly a matter of life and death, and we cannot impose on you much longer. Brother and sister?" The old man gazed intently at them, a bemused smile playing on his lips. He continued, "Why must you always rely on the master for every trivial matter? Jinzhuanqian truly excels only in making money." The 17 or 18-year-old Han Xiaoshan froze, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. The old man lit his pipe with flint and casually asked, "What kind of book have you come by?" Cold sweat trickled down Han Xiaoshan's back as he replied honestly, "By chance, I obtained a fragment of the Book of Immortal Destiny." "Where did you acquire it?" "In a humble bookshop in Nanyang, called Zhaoguang Bookstore." The old man let out a light snort, nodding slightly. "The source seems acceptable, but it is a pity your innate talent is lacking. Otherwise, even a fragment would not leave you defenseless. With such treasure in your possession, one grasps the concept of rejuvenation while the other learns self-harm in combat. The book promises immortality, yet has led you to a perilous predicament. What a waste of precious knowledge." Han Xiaoshan dared not respond, while Han Xiaotian trembled with fear. The old man took a puff from his pipe and slowly stated, "Master Shimi will not concern himself with such trifles. But since you are here, you may stay for a while. How long you can hide depends on your own fortune." The old man pointed to a room within the mill and said, "You can wait there. Jinzhuanqian truly excels in business, shoving even the most troublesome tasks my way and delivering goods right to my door. What a clever schemer he is." After speaking, he took another puff, exhaling a thick cloud of white smoke that swirled around, obscuring him from view. After a while, a group of several individuals quietly landed on the ground before the water mill. Leading them was a man in a purple robe, with a long sword at his waist and sinister, triangular eyes that glinted with menace. It was Tang Tianqi, the lord of Tang Family Fortress. Following him were 3 of his direct disciples, Tang Chongquan, Tang Kuei, and Tang Xiao, along with several inner disciples. Tang Tianqi was intent on acquiring Han Xiaoshan and Han Xiaotian, as well as the Book of Immortal Destiny. He had schemed tirelessly, yet the unexpected interference from Fenglin sect made him wary. However, opportunities are rare and must be seized. Acquiring this book could secure the Tang family fortresses standing in the martial world for the next century. If he succeeded, he would elevate the Tang family fortress to a first-rate sect within 10 years, becoming a powerful force in the martial world. Such immense benefits warranted any risk, and no one could afford to abandon such a chance. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. While Tang Tianqi feigned departure at the town entrance, he secretly dispatched his disciple Tang Kuei to keep a close eye on the Guyu Inn, waiting for the right moment especially for any challenge to the Fenglin sect that might arise behind him. As Tang Kui shadowed his target, he chanced upon Zhang Zhaoqian and Yang Yizhi engaged in conversation. On a whim, he resolved to follow the young boy selling persimmons, unaware that he would soon discover Han Xiaoshan and his sister stealthily trailing the lad. Elated, Tang Kui yearned to seize them, only to notice that the siblings were shadowed by hidden guardians. Thus, he quietly followed at a distance, exercising caution. When he dared not pursue any further, he hastily informed his master, Tang Tianqi, and together they set off to investigate. Tang Tianqi surveyed the watermill, his gaze ultimately resting on a withered old man seated on the steps. The two vibrant red persimmons beside him stood out conspicuously, leading him to believe he was on the right track. The old man, engrossed in his smoking, seemed oblivious to their presence. Tang Kui twirled the dagger in his hand and coldly called out, "Hey, old man, look over here." Old man sure squinted at them, and after a moment, chuckled, "My old eyes are failing. I didn't see you all. Are you here to grind flour or mill rice?" Tang Kui inquired. "Old man, have you seen a boy and a girl? The boy appears to be around 17 or 18, while the girl is about 15 or 16. I must inform you, those two are up to no good." Stealthily following a small child. By the way, that child is the one selling persimmons in your town. Do not let those two harm him." Old man sure, surprised, nodded. "I just saw them." Tang Kui rejoiced. "Which direction did they go?" "Inside the mill." Old man sure pointed towards the building. Tang Tianqi scrutinized the old man, releasing a surge of true energy, which flowed over him like a gentle breeze, revealing no sign of internal energy from the old man. It was clear that he was simply a feeble villager. However, within the mill, he sensed two familiar auras. It was indeed Han Xiaoshan and his sister. Nodding, Tang Tianqi signaled, and in an instant, the two figures darted forward. One shattered the window with a palm strike while the other leaped through the door. Simultaneously invading the mill's interior in a flash, they emerged, each dragging one person with them, one landing beside Tang Tianqi. The two captured individuals gazed in disbelief at the smoking old man. Han Xiaoshan's mind was a turmoil of questions. Rendered speechless, his eyes filled with venomous hatred, as if he wished to extract the old man's heart and bones. Old man sure feigned ignorance, exhaling a puff of white smoke, and leisurely remarked, "You'll need to compensate for the damage." 22 taels of silver. Tang Tianqi coldly chuckled, disregarding the old man entirely. For now that they had their quarry, they wasted no time and swiftly departed. Old man sure sighed deeply. To bully an old man will surely bring retribution. Chapter 6. 10 Dreams at the Watermill. There lay a suspension bridge leading to the wheat fields across the stream. Within the fields was a clearing surrounded by a cluster of over a dozen maple trees. Encircled by 4 wooden houses arranged in a concave shape, with a square bamboo fence enclosing them. As Yang Yizhi crossed the bridge, he spotted a refined middle-aged scholar standing with one hand behind his back at the gate. Beaming at him, Yang Yizhi hurriedly quickened his pace, rushing to the scholar, and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Mr. Shimei." The middle-aged scholar nodded and inquired with a smile, "On this day of rest, have you read any books?" Yang Yizhi awkwardly scratched his head and replied honestly, "There's no grain at home, so I went to pick persimmons early to sell. I haven't had the chance to read." The scholar remarked, "A day without reading leads to neglect of all affairs." Yang Yizhi responded, "I shall remember that." The scholar led Yang Yizhi into the courtyard. Upon explaining his purpose, the scholar chuckled, "Put down the persimmons and the wine. I will write you a note." With that, he entered the house. Yang Yizhi set down his basket, carefully retrieving the persimmons, placing 22 of them on the square table in the courtyard, then taking out 2 jars of wine beside the persimmons. Before shouldering his basket once more and standing straight, waiting quietly. After a while, the middle-aged scholar returned with a piece of Xian paper, inscribed with the characters Shiwei, the ink still damp. Yang Yizhi received it with both hands, his face lighting up with joy. "Thank you, sir." The scholar smiled slightly and suddenly asked, "Didn't Zhangwei agree on how much messenger fee he would pay you for delivering my handwritten note?" Yang Yizhi, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and said, 10-1. The scholar chuckled in surprise, "Just show Zhangwei my note. There's no need to hand it over to him." Yang Yizhi was overjoyed and quickly noted this down, realizing that Mr. Shimei had gifted him the note. Mr. Shimei had previously visited the school several times to lecture, and Yang Yiji had witnessed the clan leader of the Tian family bringing a box of gold to the school. Waiting in vain for Mr. Shimei to grant him even a single character, only to return home disappointed. Once the ink dried, Yang Yiji carefully folded the signed document and tucked it into his bosom. Bowing in gratitude, in the wheat field, a little girl dressed in a vibrant green dress, her small head barely peeking above the crops, bounced along, her two horned braids bobbing playfully as she murmured, old grandpa, hurry up, look, we're almost there." Following closely behind her was a poised and spirited young man, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his face like polished jade, dressed in a flowing white robe, his white hair billowing as he gazed intently at the distant mountains and waters. The white-haired man chuckled, "Little Aki, don't call me old grandpa. Call me big brother instead." The little girl turned back, puzzled, scrutinizing the man's striking white hair, and after a moment of comprehension, nodded and said, "All right, old grandpa." The man sighed, glancing at the nearby bamboo-fenced courtyard, where a young boy was bowing farewell to a scholar. The little girl leaped up high, finally catching sight of the scene within the fence, and dashed into the courtyard, joyfully calling out, "Iji, you're here too. Wait for me a moment. Let us go back together." The white-haired man followed closely, exuberantly shouting, "Shimei, my old brother, I finally found you." Upon seeing the white-haired man, Shimei hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully, "I pay my respects to you, Mr. Dongli." The white-haired man chuckled, lifting Shimei, "No need for such formality. I am Dongli Shusheng. Just call me Dongli brothered. I am but a humble scholar, undeserving of the title, sir. I have penned 2 more stories and traveled 1,000 miles, specifically to invite you to appreciate them." Yang Yiji gently ruffled the little girl's hair. "Little Aki, what brings you here?" Little Aki proudly replied, "Father and mother are helping with the wheat harvest in Jutsuan. I came to bring some food. I was just heading back when this old grandpa got lost and insisted on following me, promising to reward me for bringing him to Mr. Shimei's courtyard. So here I am. Iji, don't you think I'm impressive?" Yang Yiji gave her a thumbs up, "Quite impressive indeed." The little girl beamed, her grin wide at Iji's praise, her eyes sparkling as she looked toward the white-haired man. Realizing that Mr. Shimei was bowing to him and referring to himself as younger generation. Thus, calling him old grandpa certainly wasn't wrong, and she was relieved that she hadn't been tricked into calling him little brother. Feeling even more pleased with herself, the white-haired man caught a glimpse of the girl's expression and inwardly cursed, realizing he had been thoroughly exposed. He looked around awkwardly, spotting the 2 jars of wine on the courtyard table. His eyes lighting up with longing as he laughed heartily, "Shimei, your foresight grows ever more remarkable. How did you know I would come today?" and prepared 2 jars of fine wine. With that, he casually seized a wine jar, uncorking it effortlessly, releasing a delightful aroma. The little girl immediately dashed to his side, extending her palm, "Old grandpa, I brought you here. You owe me a reward, 5 you promised." The white-haired man, still reluctant, grumbled, "Little Aki, am I that old? Call me little brother or big brother. If you don't, I might just refuse to pay." The little girl promptly shouted, "Big brother, hurry and give me the money." The white-haired man laughed heartily, setting down the wine jar and rummaging through his clothes, growing increasingly uneasy. After a long search, he finally stammered, "Little Aki, I seem to have no money." The little girl frowned. "What do you mean seem to have no money? Having money means having money. Not having money means not having money." The white-haired man, realizing his predicament, stated plainly, "I have no money." The girl paused, her hand frozen in midair, and after a long moment, pouted, turning to young Iji with reddened eyes, "Iji, old grandpa is a fraud." The white-haired man, feeling embarrassed, retorted angrily, "Little Aki, you must not speak carelessly. Just because I have no money doesn't mean I want to pay." The little girl immediately broke into a bright smile, extending her hand, "Then give me the money." The white-haired man, brimming with confidence, turned to Shimei, "Shimei, my old brother, lend me 5 just 5 "What? You don't have any?" Shimei smiled silently, his intentions inscrutable, leaving young Iji to remain quiet. Upon observing the indifference of the young lad, the white-haired man, visibly disheartened, lamented with heartfelt sincerity, "Young sir, behold your remarkable countenance, akin to a jade tree standing tall in the wind. You possess the demeanor of a charming gentleman, and your actions mirror the gallant hero soaring through the skies. Such a graceful youth should be bursting with ambition, aspiring to seize the clouds and embrace the heavens, championing justice and aiding the weak, with unwavering resolve to rescue those in distress. Today, I implore you for a mere 5 coins, neither more nor less. As a humble scholar from Dongli, I have a modest reputation, and even Shimei, my dear brother, must address me as sir. Surely, you need not fear that I would default on a mere 5 coins, I assure you. Lending me this sum entails no risk. Besides, with Shimei as your guarantor, what is there to worry about? You may rest assured 1,000 times over. Yang Yiji felt a flush of embarrassment, his expression oscillating between crimson and pallor. Faced with Shimei's cheerful gaze, he remained unable to discern the intent behind it, and thus mustered the courage to declare, I shall cover this 5 coins for the esteemed Dongli gentleman. The white-haired man erupted with joy, exclaiming, Ah, the youth is truly exceptional, far surpassing the likes of little Shimei, and has certainly won my favor. Little Aki, see, I now have the funds to repay you. The young girl pouted, her happiness fleeting as she pondered, Today, you borrowed from my brother Yiji, yet what if there are no means to repay him? If I gain 5 coins, but my brother incurs a loss of 5 coins, what does that amount to? Such worries weigh heavily upon my heart. Yang Yiji withdrew 5 coins from his sleeve and extended them to the white-haired man. I shall not act as a guarantor, Shimei interjected with a sudden chuckle. Yang Yiji retracted his hand abruptly, resolutely stating, I shall not lend it after all that. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The white-haired man's beaming smile froze, leaving him bewildered as he gazed at the teary-eyed girl. He spread his hands, signifying his complete lack of funds for remuneration. The girl burst into tears, prompting the white-haired man to flail about helplessly, exclaiming, Do not cry, do not cry. I truly have no money. Look, none of these people are willing to lend to me. It is utterly confounding. What shall I do? What shall I do? In a frenzy, the white-haired man rummaged through his belongings, ultimately producing a book from his bosom. His eyes lit up with delight as he proclaimed, Little Aki, behold what I have. This is my pride and joy, a masterpiece crafted over decades of toil and heartache. Its prose is sharp, its brilliance unparalleled, the ink fresh. There exists but this single copy in the world. Today, I shall reluctantly pledge it as collateral for your 5 coins. It is indeed worth the price. The young girl ceased her tears, her eyes widening at the sight of the pristine book, the fragrant ink enticing her senses. However, she soon frowned and replied, But I cannot read. What use is your book to me? The white-haired man, vexed, inquired, Why cannot you read? The young girl replied matter-of-factly, I lack the money to attend school. The white-haired man, with a spark of inspiration, proposed, Do you wish to learn to read and write? Without hesitation, the girl exclaimed, Of course. Brother Yiji says that reading thousands of volumes and traveling thousands of miles are 2 essential joys in life. The white-haired man, grinning, suggested, Little Aki, let us make a deal. I shall have Shimei teach you to read and write, and consider it as settling your debt of 5 coins. What do you say? The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously, thinking, Is there such a wonderful opportunity in the world? To learn for just 5 coins. What a grand bargain! She gazed expectantly at Shimei, whose amiable smile confirmed, Certainly, little Aki. You may come to my humble abode each day, and I shall teach you. The girl beamed with joy and eagerly asked, Does this mean I must now call you sir henceforth? Shimei replied with a chuckle, You may also call me master. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl dropped to her knees and hurriedly bowed 3 times to Shimei, fearful he might retract his offer, exclaiming, All right, sir, 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 master, master, master. Having completed her bows, the girl stood up without a care, joyfully grasping Yang Yiji's hand, exclaiming, Brother Yiji, I can now learn to read and write. Yang Yiji smiled and looked towards Shimei, uncertain of their intentions, yet he could not deny that it was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity for little Aki to be taught by Shimei himself. The white-haired man, seeing the matter resolved, jubilantly seized a wine jug and raised it to the heavens, exclaiming, What a fine wine! He then eagerly sat down with Shimei, animatedly flipping through the new book in his hands, pointing with fervor and exclaiming, Shimei, my dear brother, I have devoted 10 years to this work, diligently absorbing the insightful advice you provided. I have meticulously revised it, resulting in a comprehensive overhaul of the entire book. The stories are fresh, the plots intricate, and the characters vivid. Certainly a feast for the senses. Come, observe this section. Was it not originally called The Divine Arts of Sweeping the Six Directions and Eight Wastelands? Now it is renamed Heavenly Harmony Arts. Does it not sound more harmonious and fitting for the character? And here, it was once dubbed the Great Art of Wind, Fire, Thunder, and the Five Elements. Here, it was the art of infinite transformations at my heart's desire. And here, it was the divine art of slaying one across 1,000 miles. What think you? Has there been a significant transformation? You cannot fathom the pain of revising this work. Each deletion felt akin to carving flesh from my own body. Yet I persevered, leading to this ultimate edition. Shimei, you must help me discern if it is now ready for printing. The thought of everyone in the world being able to read the works of Dongli Scholar fills my heart with longing. Robbing me of sleep, Shimei, resting his forehead in exasperation, mused to himself, you have dedicated 10 years to revising the book, only to alter some trivial names of techniques? Yang Iji, having listened for a while, grew curious about the tome in the white-haired man's hands, for the titles of techniques sounded like an intriguing tale. Yet feeling it inappropriate to intrude, he decided to bid farewell to Shimei once more. Little Aki imitated him, saying, Sir, Master, little Aki shall take her leave with Brother Iji today and return tomorrow to learn to read. The white-haired man, in a flurry, called out, Young sir, do not depart. What was your name again? Oh, yes, little Iji. You are also a scholar. Come, assist me in appreciating my work, and see if it is as splendid and captivating as I claim. Young Iji hesitated, yet Shimei smiled and advised, Young Iji, the pursuit of knowledge requires perseverance. Do not neglect your studies. Since you have not read today, it is a perfect opportunity to catch up. The works of Dongli Scholar are meticulous and exquisite, deserving to be regarded as literary treasures. Sit down and savor a passage or two. Young Iji acquiesced and took a seat on the long bench opposite Shimei, while the young girl eagerly hopped onto the bench beside him, her face radiant with joy. Then I shall read too. Let today mark my first day of learning. The white-haired man jested, but you cannot read. What use is it to you to peruse a book? The girl, flaring with indignation, retorted, Old man, do not mock me. If I cannot read today, I shall surely read tomorrow. Moreover, I can have Brother Iji read aloud for me, and if I understand, is that not equivalent to comprehending it myself? The white-haired man's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Little Aki, you are exceptionally clever and articulate. Little Iji, read aloud, and allow everyone to witness the grandeur of my writing. Young Iji accepted the book from the white-haired man's hands. It was bound in a traditional style, with a deep blue cover and a title label reading 10 Essays on Dreams, authored by Dongli Scholar. The weight of the tome evoked doubt in his mind. Could it be a treatise on dream interpretation? He opened the cover to find a poem inscribed on the front page, one he had read before, yet only the first stanza remained. The rock rises with the wind in a single day. Soaring to 90,000 miles, should the wind cease, it can still stir the waters of the vast ocean. Chapter 7. The great dream returns to one as young Iji attempted to flip through the pages. The young girl interjected, Brother Iji, you must start reading from the very beginning. There are still a few words left at the front. The white-haired man responded with an approving hum, praising, You are correct. Little Aki, you are wise once more. Thus, Yang Iji began to read from the book's title page, without omitting a single word, 10 Essays on Dreams, authored by Dongli Scholar. The white-haired man immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Truly a prodigy. As Yang Iji turned the pages, a faint scent of ink mingled with the autumn breeze. 10 Essays on Dreams recounts Dongli Scholar's 10 dreams, each dream encapsulated in its own essay. The first dream is titled Returning to One, the second Sword Riding, the third Formless, the fourth In the Blink of an Eye, the fifth Questioning Heaven, the sixth Eternal Life, the seventh Puppetry, the eighth All Things, the ninth Devouring the Sun, and the 10th Reincarnation. Today, Yang Iji read the first essay. Returning to One, the narrative described how Dongli Scholar entered the realm of dreams, transforming into a downtrodden scholar who, after years of diligent study, found himself repeatedly thwarted in his aspirations. Living in poverty, he struggled to make ends meet, and even his betrothed came to annul their engagement, deeming him a failure. One day, While walking along the road, the scholar was struck by a galloping horse. And in that moment, extraordinary phenomena unfolded. The scholar found himself enveloped in a chaotic space, his body liberated from constraints, and as the myriad manifestations of the universe rushed into his embrace, he unexpectedly comprehended the heavenly harmony arts. Unlocking a boundless potential, becoming a sword immortal with a blade, a knife immortal with a dagger, a spear immortal with a lance, each manifestation reaching the pinnacle of its form. Since then, the scholar's life has unfolded as if under divine assistance. Soaring forward with fervor, he participated in the Medicine King Conference, battling physicians from across the realm, and authored the comprehensive medical treatise, capturing the heart of the enchanting physician from Butterfly Valley in a quest for the righteous path. He bravely ventured into the sacred domain of demonic arts, winning the admiration of both the celestial maiden and the demonic sorceress in a whirlwind of romance. When faced with foreign invasions, he struck back with fury, shattering countless armors with a single sword strike, decimating royal courts with two, and leading 5,000 elite soldiers to vanquish 100,000 foreign troops, entangled in a tumultuous love affair with a foreign princess. Discontent with the turmoil among the feudal lords, he employed the Ghost Valley military strategy to sweep across the 6 directions, swallowing the 8 wastelands, entangled in complex relationships with various noble ladies and princesses. In all these endeavors, he engaged in a battle of wits and courage, navigating treacherous situations and emerging from dire straits, ultimately accomplishing unparalleled feats. Later, the scholar took 8 wives, relegating his former betrothed, who he had once spurned, to the role of a maid. Retreating into the mountains to live a life of leisure. One day, struck by inspiration, he devoted himself to the study of a colossal sky vessel that could ride the winds and soar through the skies. Composing the miraculous treatise on sky vessels, though he had no intention of engaging in the conflicts of the martial world, he repeatedly fell victim to the envy and schemes of noble families and figures from the Jianghu, who incited public opinion against him, gathering forces to accuse him of being a demon and the root of chaos in the world, suggesting that he should be collectively punished. The emperor, swayed by these claims, dispatched troops to assassinate him, and dark currents swirled in the Jianghu, aimed at the scholar. Upon hearing this, he laughed towards the heavens and declared, "If you say I am a demon, then indeed I shall be one." With a sword in hand, he stormed the palace, pacifying the Jianghu and eradicating all malevolent beings. The scholar seized the emperor, bringing him to the highest point of the palace, where thousands of sky vessels crafted by him soared through the air. Casting shadows that obscured the sun, transforming the world, he pointed towards the vast cosmos beyond the clouds, exclaiming with unmatched ambition, "My goal is the stars and the sea, uniting all eternity." Yang Yizhi found the narrative exhilarating and refreshing. The story of unity is remarkable, filled with unexpected twists and captivating developments. What is particularly intriguing is the extensive detail given to the dreamlike treatises mentioned within the text, such as sky harmonization technique, comprehensive medical treatise, Ghost Valley military strategy, and miraculous treatise on sky vessels. These methods are elaborately described, including the intricate practices of the sky harmonization technique, the miraculous remedies and healing techniques recorded in the comprehensive medical treatise, and the manufacturing processes detailed in the treatise on sky vessels. All these elements do not merely exist as figments of imagination. They are portrayed with such vividness that they evoke a sense of reality, enhancing the immersive experience for the readers. The scholar from Dongli, with an eager expression, inquired, "Was it not exhilarating? Was it not delightful? Was it not astonishing?" Yang Yizhi nodded. "It is indeed captivating and thoroughly enjoyable." The young girl, who had been dozing off, suddenly clapped her hands in agreement, exclaiming, "A wonderful book. Reading it is particularly invigorating." Dongli's scholar rolled his eyes but felt increasingly pleased, saying, "See, my book, if published, would surely become a sensation, selling like hotcakes in Luoyang." Yang Yizhi asked, "Is the story you pen truly a product of your dreams?" The scholar from Dongli replied, "Naturally, entering a dream feels akin to living an entire lifetime. One life, one dream. One dream. One life. My dreams are so grand that it would be a shame not to record them. I have poured my heart into narrating my dreams, detailing the geography, products, towns, rural landscapes, mountains, rivers, secret realms, loves, and enmities, along with secret techniques and scriptures, all to allow countless readers to experience the splendor of my dreamlike life. Yang Yizhi marveled. Your dreams are truly extraordinary, defying the norm. The fantastical narratives and tales of the Jianghu have always captivated the hearts of youth. And Yang Yizhi, having finished the first piece, could not put it down, wishing to devour it in one sitting. Observing Yang Yizhi's enthusiasm, the scholar from Dongli beamed with joy. Come, little Yizhi, let us continue to the next piece. Yang Yizhi closed the book, respectfully returning it to the scholar, saying, I promised Manager Zhang that I would return within 2 hours. I must keep my word. It is getting late, and I truly need to head back. The scholar felt a bit disappointed. A good book deserves to be read in one go. How can you resist the itch of anticipation? Yang Yizhi stood to take his leave, but his gaze lingered on the book. Hesitating for a moment, he ventured, Sir, may I borrow this book for an evening? I will read by candlelight and return it tomorrow. The scholar from Dongli was immensely pleased, filled with joy at having found a kindred spirit, and promptly handed the book to Yang Yizhi. Certainly, consider it a gift to you. Read by the lamp at night, in the stillness, and you will feel even more immersed. Yang Yizhi quickly accepted with both hands, expressing his gratitude, but then paused, doubting his ears. Was the scholar indeed offering it to him? Previously, he had mentioned that this book was a newly revised edition, not yet printed, and there was only this one copy. Making it quite precious, Yang Yizhi intended to decline, but he saw the scholar from Dongli pull another book from his robes and say to the gentleman Shimi, Shimi, let us continue. You must take a look. The young girl widened her eyes and murmured, Grandfather, did you not say there was only this one copy in the world? Why is there another? The scholar from Dongli, unperturbed, replied, If I had pledged the first copy to you, would it not be unique to you? Now that I have gifted it to little Yizhi, is it not still unique to him? The young girl was astounded. Yang Yizhi, caught between laughter and tears, reiterated that it was alone, and he would indeed return it tomorrow. After placing the book in his bosom, he respectfully took his leave, departing with the little girl Achi from the small courtyard. Shimi rose to return the courtesy, escorting them to the gate, while the young girl skipped back, waving her hand. Watching the two figures recede into the distance, one large and one small, Shimi smiled radiantly. The spring breeze gracing his face, the scholar from Dongli, with a sense of triumph, remarked, Shimi, how will you thank me today? Are you satisfied with the disciple I have brought you? Are you pleased in your heart? Shimi nodded with a smile, saying, The talents you perceive are indeed extraordinary. Little Achi has encountered a rare opportunity through you, and her future achievements are boundless. The scholar from Dongli relished the moment, feeling quite elated, but then his expression shifted, thinking, The young girl is your disciple. Why should her future accomplishments concern me? You seem to be praising me while subtly extolling yourself. Shimi, as if reading his thoughts, said, I have merely promised to teach her to read and write. Her other achievements will depend on her own opportunities. The scholar from Dongli, sipping wine, exclaimed in wonder, The young girl has already bowed to you 3 times, calling you master, yet you have not even returned a greeting. How stingy of you! I can hardly bear to watch. Here, let this book be my gift to her as a token of our meeting. Shimi replied, I am already well acquainted with all the works you have authored. The scholar from Dongli, with a hint of mystery, said, Shimi, may I mention that I have penned 2 new stories? This very volume is my latest work, fresh off the press, and undoubtedly the only copy in existence, with a story that is singular in its essence. Come, read it quickly and provide me with your honest feedback. Shimi immediately adopted a serious demeanor, adjusting his attire, sitting upright with utmost respect as he took up the scholar's new book, the cover inscribed with 2 pieces beyond dream. Upon finishing the first piece, Shimi suddenly lifted his head and said, Sir, you have a visitor. The scholar from Dongli, bewildered, replied, I have just arrived. Who could possibly be visiting me? Shimi smiled, flipping through the book as he walked toward the courtyard gate. At the entrance, a man stood quietly in the shadows, enveloped in a long black robe embroidered with gold, silent and ethereal. The shadows of the gate were frail and small, yet the figure within was vast. As if he had merged entirely with the darkness, save for a pair of eagle-like eyes that gleamed with sharp brilliance, resembling the most radiant stars in the night sky, while he embodied the darkness itself. Had one not known of his presence and sought him out, it would be akin to searching for darkness in the night. Even if one passed by, they would remain oblivious. Shimi cast a glance at the man in black, who nodded slightly, saying, "Greetings, esteemed elder." Shimi, with a refined and gentle demeanor, raised the book as he stepped into the wheat field, walking, reading, and speaking. "Be swift in your coming and going in the blink of an eye." His figure had diminished to the size of a mustard seed. The man in black emerged from the shadows, as if the endless darkness had shed its veil, striding confidently toward the scholar from Dongli. The man in black respectfully saluted. "Greetings, sir." The scholar from Dongli smiled broadly. "Ah, it's you, little black. So, you've been following me all along? No wonder my heart felt uneasy. I must have lost my 3 souls and 6 spirits." The man in black took a seat opposite the scholar, casually tossing a flask of wine onto the table, which landed steadily before the scholar, apologizing. "Please forgive me, sir, I followed you here out of necessity." The scholar from Dongli, unabashed, seized the wine flask. The seal popped open, and he took a hearty swig, exclaiming, "Excellent wine. Among wines, it is the 8 winds of Changyang Lake that reigns supreme, with one wine offering 8 distinct flavors." The man in black replied, "Sir, I have a dream I wish to seek your guidance on." The scholar's eyes sparkled with interest as he tossed his flowing white hair back with pride, saying, "Little black, you have indeed come to the right person. My greatest talent in this life is writing and narrating dreams. The dreams I have lived are like a vast galaxy, brilliant and boundless. I have spent my life narrating dreams, and I have yet to hear or write about another's dreams. Now that you mention it, my thoughts on writing can expand as infinitely as the universe. Quickly, tell me, and let us see if it can find a place in my writings." The man in black responded, "I have had the fortune of reading your great dream of unity alongside my father, and I have gained significant insights into the martial arts that sweep the 6 directions and 8 wastelands. My progress has been swift and unstoppable. My cultivation has reached a remarkable level, and my sect has flourished into a formidable force. I also share your aspirations from the dreams, hoping one day to possess the ability to traverse the starry seas and alter the heavens and the earth. Yet for reasons unknown, over the past 5 years, my cultivation has stagnated like a still pond, with no advancement in realm or progress in skills. Regardless of how diligently I consume elixirs to solidify my true chi or how fervently I practice to enrich it, I cannot evoke even the slightest ripple. Furthermore, each time I engage in cultivation, I find myself ensnared within a dream. In this dream, all my life's aspirations are tantalizingly close, separated only by a shallow brook. Logically, with my capabilities, I should be able to soar through the skies, commanding the winds and bending the clouds to my will. However, within the confines of this dream, I am utterly unable to cross even the most ordinary of streams. Despite exhausting all my efforts, I find it in vain. Upon awakening from this profound slumber, I discover that the true chi painstakingly cultivated has dissipated entirely, leaving me in utter despair. "Oh, have you reached a bottleneck, Mr. Dongli?" inquires curiously, observing the man in the black robe. "At a bottleneck? Is it possible that, according to your cultivation methods, one cannot ascend to the heavens?" Mr. Dongli replied with vigor, "Of course one can. One merely needs to grasp the methods to ascend in a single leap. Please, enlighten me. Are you aware that you are in a dream?" "I am aware." "Since you recognize it as a dream, understanding that all is but an illusion, why exhaust yourself to cross that shallow brook?" The man in the black robe's complexion flushed, his gaze sharp, and the air of arrogance was palpable, revealing his lofty ambitions. Mr. Dongli nodded in appreciation, stating, "Having embarked on such a grand dream, one should indeed possess the ambition to reach for the heavens." He continued, "A century ago, the Misty Pavilion invested great effort in categorizing the martial arts into 15 levels and realms, namely, the first realm of the outworld, the second realm of the extraordinary, the third realm of chi refinement, the fourth realm of spirit transformation, the fifth realm of master, the sixth realm of grandmaster, the seventh realm of transcendence, the eighth realm of entry into holiness, the ninth realm of divine concealment, the 10th realm of heavenly inquiry, the 11th realm of unmatched, the 12th realm of the 9 heavens, the 13th realm of eternality, the 14th realm of unity, the 15th realm of chaos. Little black, to what level have you ascended now?" The man in the black robe raised his hand and inscribed a numeral in the air. Mr. Dongli raised his thumb, exclaiming in admiration, "Little black, You truly are a rare genius of this world, deserving of high praise. After taking a sip of wine, Mr. Dongli remarked, in fact, the classification by the Misty Pavilion is overly complex. It can be simplified into 4 realms: the realm of inner strength, the realm of true qi, the realm of original qi, and the realm of chaos. The realm of inner strength corresponds to the 1st through 4th levels, focusing on cultivating inner strength, which resides in the Dantian, opening the 8 extraordinary meridians through inner cultivation methods, and strengthening the body's foundation. This often relies on diligent practice and hard work, though some, like you, may possess innate martial talent. Between the realm of inner strength and the realm of true qi lies an insurmountable chasm. Specifically between the 5th and 6th levels, a period where inner strength transforms into true qi. If one lacks supreme methods during this time, a martial artist's inner strength will never undergo a qualitative change, leaving them trapped in these 2 realms for life. The realm of true qi corresponds to the 7th through 10th levels, focusing on true qi, which arises from the heavens and the earth. All beings exist in the world because of the circulation of true qi. True qi is the source of all things, with each breath summoning the winds and inviting the refreshing breeze, all of which are manifestations of true qi. When one arrives at this realm, as you said, they can command the winds and clouds with ease. The realm of original qi corresponds to the 11th through 14th levels, focusing on original qi, which resides within one's thoughts. Whatever the heart desires, whatever the mind envisions, all elements of the universe, from wind and fire to thunder and lightning, from the sun and moon to the stars, can be harnessed. To reach this realm is to earn the title of immortal. As for the realm of chaos, the clarity of heaven and earth originates from chaos. All things are birthed from it. Chaos is as expansive as the void and embodies the purest form of power. This realm can only be approached by Pangu, who opened the heavens, beyond the reach of our mortal flesh. The man in the black robe's pupils constricted as he asked, "Does your meaning imply that I am indeed trapped in the realm of true qi?" Mr. Dongli took a sip of wine and replied, "Little Black, perhaps it is time to cease your fixation on the cultivation of the heavenly harmony technique and devote yourself to studying the heavenly vessel's odd book instead." "The heavenly harmony technique?" the man in the black robe questioned. Puzzled, "Indeed, your technique of sweeping the 6 directions and 8 wastelands has been revised to heavenly harmony technique. What do you think? Is the name not more restrained and grand? Why the name change?" The man in the black robe felt a stirring in his heart, sensing a deeper meaning, his brows relaxing and an aura of confidence surging forth. Mr. Dongli laughed heartily. "Ah, the very fact that you inquire indicates you are on the right path." He poured a bit of wine onto the table and traced a horizontal line with his finger, saying, "Unity of heaven and man, an undivided state of mind. Where the heart directs, there the intention follows. What realm or cultivation is but a thought away?" The man in the black robe felt a jolt of realization. Before him, the line traced in wine suddenly expanded, transforming into a shallow brook, and his body was instantaneously drawn into a space of pure white, precisely the dream that had troubled him for years. On the opposite bank of the brook stood the man in the black robe's lofty ambitions, poised atop a summit, the heavenly vessel soaring amidst the firmament, reaching for the stars, shifting the sun and moon at will. While beneath him, myriad sects bowed in reverence, and the world lay prostrate. Darkness enveloped the land, fierce winds roared, and flames scorched the skies. The man in the black robe's eyes burned with fervor, his ambition boundless. Mr. Dongli stood beside him, sipping wine as he asked, "Do you wish to cross over?" The man in the black robe nodded. "Return to the grand dream. Dare to imagine." A gust of wind swept through, causing the wheat fields to ripple like golden waves. The reclusive Dawn set down his book with a soft sigh, saying, "You truly are extraordinary, unrestrained by right or wrong, showing not an ounce of concern for adding further trials to this world. Now, there is one more formidable rival." Chapter 8. No regrets in making moves. The west wind blew gently, fragrant and inviting. Qin Xiangtian and Qin Rulan walked together, the girl exhaling softly like orchids, her faint fragrance teasing the boy's senses, causing his heart to race and his cheeks to flush with joy, his eyes sparkling with vitality and ambition. Within moments, they arrived at the academy, and Qin Xiangtian inwardly lamented how swiftly time had passed and how short the journey seemed. The old man at the entrance was still basking in the sun, dozing off. After greeting him, They entered the academy, searching around but finding no sign of the teacher. Presumably, today was a day off, and the teacher had gone to visit friends or enjoy the mountains. However, in a side pavilion of the academy's front courtyard sat an unfamiliar elderly gentleman in a splendid robe, deeply engrossed in a chess game on the stone table. Oblivious to the world around him, upon seeing this, the two refrained from intruding on his tranquility. Qin Shangtian took a brief glance and felt the elderly gentleman bore a slight resemblance to someone he knew but could not recall where he had seen him. So he dismissed it. Qin Ruolin sighed softly, settling herself on a bench by the railing in another corridor of the front courtyard, and, with a hint of reluctance, asked, Qin Shangtian, do you think the rules imposed on women in this world are too numerous and overly harsh? Qin Shangtian replied, perhaps it is that women are too formidable, necessitating these rules to restrain them. Qin Ruolin shot him a glare, aware that his words held deeper meaning. Qin Shangtian chuckled to himself, thinking indeed, Miss Qin, you are quite remarkable. Without these rules to restrain me, I would have long since lost half my life. Qin Ruolin continued, in truth, I have already contemplated my course of action, yet I fear that if I were to leave, the Qin family would undoubtedly face difficulties at the hands of the Fan family of Wei, burdening my kin. Qin Shangtian's eyes lit up. Then leave, of course you should leave. The Qin family is a prestigious lineage, and Mingxi Town is certainly not the Fan family's territory. What is there to fear? Qin Ruolin's expression darkened. It is precisely because we are a prominent family that we bear even more burdens. Thus, we are bound by societal rules. For the prosperity of the family, sacrifices must inevitably be made. Qin Shangtian, I genuinely wish to leave, but can I truly do so? Qin Shangtian replied, what societal rules? Those that oppose my heart should be discarded and broken. All matters should be queried through the heart, returning to one's true self. Qin Ruolin's expression shifted, her gaze filled with approval as she looked at Qin Shangtian. Suddenly, she asked, do you know of the 9 sects of the world? Are you aware of the 9 sects examination? Qin Shangtian was taken aback, pondering for a moment before responding. I believe I have heard something about it today. Disappointment flickered across the girl's face, but then she suddenly smiled, asking, Qin Shangtian, do you want to participate in the 9 sects examination? Qin Shangtian's mind raced. Was she encouraging him to go, or was she urging him to go? Their eyes met, and he immediately understood. Of course I want to go. A youth should have aspirations that soar high, competing in the vast skies. Everyone says the 9 sects examination is a rare opportunity that comes once in 100 years. How could we, as spirited youths, not aspire to scale new heights? Qin Ruolin nodded, her spirit vibrant as she declared, I will participate in the 9 sects examination, then join the Fenglin sect, becoming a direct disciple of the 9 sects. And I shall also be that peerless woman standing atop the mountains. Be why then? What Wei state? What Fan family? What rules? What paths? They shall all seek my approval with my 3-foot sword. Qin Shangtian heartily cheered, his spirit soaring. When tomorrow comes, let us ascend Kunlun together, for our own legacy, for our own path, for our own rules. Who dares to speak against us? Qin Ruolin, unaware of the deeper meaning behind his words, tilted her head, dreaming of the future, her smile radiant as a flowered eye in that moment. Qin Shangtian found himself entranced once again. What a notion of questioning the heart, creating one's own rules. The two children harbored lofty aspirations, determined to break free from the mundane and societal norms to pursue their own path, evoking admiration. Even the old man could not help but feel a surge of passion upon hearing such youthful ambition. Such spirit is truly deserving of being the finest in the world. The two turned to see the elderly gentleman in the pavilion smiling warmly in their direction. Qin Ruolin, with a bashful demeanor, pondered that perhaps their boisterous conversation had attracted the attention of the elderly man, revealing their somewhat naive boasts. Qin Shangtian promptly gave a thumbs up to the old man, showering him with praise. Old fellow, your discerning eye and ability to recognize talent are truly unparalleled in this realm. Despite our efforts to conceal our prowess in this rustic setting, you have effortlessly discerned that we are indeed extraordinary prodigies. I am in awe. The elderly man in resplendent garments burst into hearty laughter, repeatedly agreeing. You are a prodigy of youth, and I possess an exceptional eye for talent. It is rare for two such remarkable individuals to meet. Come, young man and young lady, join me for a game of chess. This shall surely become a celebrated tale of prodigies competing against each other. Qin Ruolin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, while Qin Shangtian took it as a matter of course, finding the old man's words quite agreeable. He swaggered into the chess pavilion, unceremoniously taking a seat opposite the elderly man. Following suit, Qin Ruolin called out, "Sir." Qin Shangtian slid the box of black pieces towards the elder, opting for the white pieces himself. The elderly man squinted his eyes, chuckling inwardly at the audacity of the youth, who seemed utterly full of himself, and thought, "This lad is quite to my liking." As he began to arrange the pieces on the board, he remarked, "Our match of prodigies must be accompanied by a worthy wager, something that would astonish the heavens and move the spirits. Wouldn't you agree?" Qin Shangtian queried, "What wager do you propose? Pray, enlighten me." The elderly man chuckled, "Should I win, you shall become my disciple." Qin Shangtian's eyes widened in realization. He suddenly recalled that this was the same old man from the Guyu Inn, who had boasted of possessing a remarkable martial style, claiming that should one become his student, they could rise to prominence in 5 years. The old man was indeed a persistent trickster. Qin Ruolin interjected seriously, "Sir, you jest. Becoming a disciple is no trifling matter and cannot be made a wager." The elderly man replied with a grin, "I assure you, it is no jest. My words carry weight." Qin Shangtian scrutinized the old man, questioning what benefit he would gain from being his disciple. Would he be expected to serve him like a father, or would he be treated as a mere servant? Yet, he pondered, could he not simply renege on the agreement? Even if he became a disciple, he could always withdraw, for he was no pushover. If he found the old man displeasing, he could sever ties and even turn the tables, compelling the old man to become his disciple instead. Ah, what a splendid idea! Moreover, the outcome of the match remained uncertain. Who was to fear whom? Qin Shangtian inquired, "Old man, who exactly are you?" The elderly man replied, "Ling Wei." Qin Shangtian turned to Qin Ruolin, who shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the man's background. "Ling Wei? Just a name. What sect or school do you belong to? What is your identity or standing? In the world of the Jianghu, a single name suffices." The old man certainly had an air of arrogance about him. "Are you quite renowned? Why have we not heard of you before? It seems your fame is still lacking. Perhaps you should reflect on that." The elderly man's eyes sparkled with pride, and he smiled. "Once you enter the Jianghu, you shall know." Qin Ruolin scrutinized the elderly man for a long while, unable to discern his intentions, and firmly stated, "Qin Shangtian, becoming a disciple is a serious matter. A game of chess is one thing, but gambling on it is another." Qin Shangtian immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Old man, did you hear that? Let us play chess without any of your convoluted schemes." "Look how you have riled up Miss Qin," the elderly man remarked. "Oh, the lad is quite obedient. Has the sight of a beautiful girl sent him into a frenzy?" Qin Shangtian declared with great righteousness. "Old man, do not speak nonsense. It is only when I see Miss Qin that I lose my composure. Other women do not merit a second glance. Furthermore, it is only right for a man to heed a woman's words." The young girl shot him a fierce glare, both embarrassed and annoyed, and delivered a sharp kick to him. Qin Shangtian remained unfazed, determined to prove the truth of his words with his steadfast demeanor. The elderly man chuckled. "Do you not wish to hear what you might gain should you win?" Qin Shangtian was taken aback, instinctively asking, "What gain?" The elderly man glanced at Qin Ruolin and replied, "I can intervene in the troubles that plague this young lady. Rest assured, the Wei family of the state will not dare to make a sound." Qin Shangtian, seizing the opportunity, swiftly grabbed the box of black pieces from the elderly man and pushed the box of white pieces towards him, resolutely taking his seat once more, declaring, "It is settled." The elderly man's eyes sparkled with delight, finding the lad increasingly amusing and endearing. Qin Ruolin exclaimed in alarm, "Qin Shangtian, do not be rash. How can you be certain that he will keep his word? How do you know he possesses the ability to assist us?" Qin Shangtian looked at the elderly man, his eyes wide with curiosity, mirroring her skepticism. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait a moment, Miss Qin mentioned us. Did that imply that her troubles were their shared burden? Qin Shangtian's eyes gleamed with excitement as his heart raced. The elderly man contemplated for a moment and nodded. "You make a valid point. Thus, I shall add to our wager. Should I win, I will also assist this young lady, and once the matter is resolved, you shall become my disciple." Qin Shangtian picked up a black piece, placing it down with swift precision, and cheerfully declared, a move made without regret. Qin Ruolin, feeling a sense of helplessness, understood that Qin Shangtian wished to help her, and thus refrained from saying more, standing by to quietly observe the game. Harboring a flicker of hope that if the old man could indeed help the Qin family overcome their tribulations and compel the Wei family to retreat, she would be free to pursue her heart's desires and boldly participate in the 9 sects examination. Perhaps those grand aspirations might not be entirely out of reach after all. The elderly man beamed with satisfaction, his demeanor exuding triumph, believing he had successfully lured the young man into his scheme. With his unparalleled chess skills, defeating a mere lad would be a trivial matter. This disciple was surely his. Qin Shangtian's gaze burned with intensity as he made his moves with fervor. After a stick of incense had burned, the elderly man's expression grew grave, his smile long vanished. Each move was met with prolonged contemplation. After another stick of incense, beads of sweat formed on the elderly man's forehead. His eyes betraying a flicker of panic, his moves hesitating. Yet another stick of incense passed, and the elderly man, clutching a piece, found his gaze wandering across the board, suddenly releasing a long sigh, lamenting inwardly that he had miscalculated. How could a mere 14 or 15-year-old boy possess greater chess prowess than himself? This should not be. Truly, the individual he had chosen was a remarkable talent. His discerning eye was indeed unparalleled. Worthy of the title of prodigy. Qin Shangtian grinned. Ling, old man, what do you say? The elderly man, still reluctant to concede, meticulously scanned the board several times before finally, with great reluctance, placing his piece down in surrender. You have won. Qin Shangtian turned to Qin Ruolin, basking in triumph, as she smiled radiantly in return. Their eyes met, one filled with a sense of achievement and the other with approval, both unable to conceal their joy. Their expressions brimming with excitement. Qin Shangtian, filled with anticipation, turned to the elderly man. Ling, old man, do tell how you shall resolve this. When will it be settled? The elderly man, still focused on the board, replied dejectedly, simply return. The difficulty will resolve itself. Qin Shangtian, bewildered, asked, Ling, old man, are you jesting? You simply sit here and do nothing? Is that truly all it takes to make the Wei family retreat? The elderly man did not lift his head. Responding, do you doubt my abilities? Qin Shangtian bluntly stated, indeed, I do. The elderly man raised his gaze to meet Qin Shangtian's, who stared back in disbelief, his expression verging on outright accusation of the old man's deceit. The elderly man produced an object, placing it on the board. A small chessboard made of milky white jade, glistening and adorned with gemstones resembling black and white pieces. Consider this a collateral. Once the matter is resolved, you may return it to me. Qin Shangtian grasped it, feeling its icy chill send a shiver through him, indicating its considerable value. Without hesitation, he tucked it into his robe, feeling the cold penetrate his heart, causing his entire body to shudder, and hastily retrieved it from his sleeve, chuckling, Old man, you certainly have a flair for the dramatic. I am not coveting your possessions. Once the matter is resolved, I shall return it in full. Seeing the old man remain unresponsive, Qin Shangtian felt a twinge of disappointment. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He was certain that this inexplicable old man was nothing more than an unreliable trickster. And he had foolishly entertained hopes. Nonetheless, he thought, he had merely accompanied a lonely old man for a game of chess, incurring no loss, and perhaps even gaining a beautiful jade piece. Casting a glance at Qin Ruolin, he noted her expression of slight disappointment, yet she shook her head, signaling him not to take it too seriously, her gratitude evident in her gaze. Qin Shangtian felt a surge of joy, thinking that his performance today would surely leave a lasting impression on Qin Ruolin. Enhancing her view of him, in light of this, he felt he had gained immensely. He resolved to express his gratitude to the elderly Ling for his divine assistance in helping him stand out for the woman he cherished. Noticing the elderly man still engrossed in replaying the game, he could not resist teasing him. Old man, your chess skills are lacking. I suspect your other talents are equally mediocre. Instead of me becoming your disciple, why not become mine? Follow my lead, and who knows, you might soar to new heights. The elderly man's eyes lit up, murmuring, I think that is a splendid idea. Startled, Qin Shangtian promptly fled the chess pavilion, calling out as he ran, a true man stands by his word. Ling old man, we shall return. Should the matter remain unresolved, I will certainly come back to trouble you, not even think of escaping. The entirety of Mingxi town is under my watch. The young man and woman arrived together and departed as a pair. The elderly man with a graceful demeanor waited until the two figures vanished behind the wall painting before lifting his head. His gaze was deep and melancholy, and with a sigh of resignation, he lamented, "Alas! It is indeed difficult to deceive such good disciples." No sooner had his words fallen than his figure abruptly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 9. Messenger number 7. The western wind blew gently, and a white horse-drawn carriage stood by the roadside 5 miles from the town, flanked by dozens of robustly clad men and women guards. A young boy in white sat listlessly on the front of the carriage, resting his chin on a bamboo basket while picking at the red persimmons inside, his face clouded with worry. "Sister Chiu, why is there not a hint of movement? If they do not arrive soon, we shall leave Mingxi town, and would that not render our efforts in vain, with Fenglin's sect disregarding us altogether? Alas! Those 7 individuals have truly suffered an injustice." A cool voice emanated from within the carriage. "Having revealed our identities, Fenglin's sect cannot turn a blind eye, unless they are embroiled in more pressing matters." The young boy, still anxious, replied, "Could it be that our 8-Wind Hall does not hold enough prominence, and Fenglin's sect finds us beneath their notice?" The girl in white paused for a moment before responding. "That is indeed a possibility. 8-Wind Hall, a nascent sect of the demonic path, had risen to prominence in less than a century. Its techniques were intricate and its methods ruthless, with a reputation for killing and arson dictated solely by whim. It had achieved the feat of annihilating 17 prestigious sects in a single night, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess and a heart of stone, making it a formidable presence that instilled fear in many. 12 years prior, Yanba Pavilion had released the latest martial arts directory, ranking the 7 fiends of the demonic path, with 8-Wind Hall securing the 2nd place. The young boy's spirits lifted instantly as he glanced around and pointed towards a nearby village by the roadside. "Why don't we show them our might by slaughtering and burning that village ahead? Surely they would then recognize our power and come seeking trouble with us." The girl in white coldly replied. "You may go, young master." The boy in white leaped 3 feet into the air, joyfully exclaiming, "Understood. Brothers of the Chiefing Hall, did you hear that? Let us hurry and charge forth," as he excitedly dashed ahead. A sudden sense of unease washed over him. Turning back, he found no one had followed, and he deflated like a punctured balloon. His momentum dissipating entirely, he returned to the side of the carriage. Calling out, "Sister Chiu? Yes? Are we going or not?" "The young master may go." With a resigned "oh," the young boy slumped back into the carriage, utterly dispirited. The meaning was clear. He could go, but Sister Chiu and the guards would not accompany him. How could he wreak havoc alone? It seemed more like a futile venture, offering himself up to those he intended to wrong. His eyes dimmed, and he lamented, "That wretched kid Jinkai, he has no idea where my brothers from the Chiefing Hall have gone, leaving me without a single soldier by my side. I can't even commit a wrong. How pitiful!" A messenger pigeon flew into the carriage, and the young boy lazily asked, "Any refreshing bad news?" Inside the carriage, the girl in white examined the secret letter, her expression shifting slightly. The master of Hanjiazwang in Nanyang, Han Shaoshan, inadvertently came into possession of a book titled The Book of Eternal Life. For some unknown reason, this information leaked, prompting the Tang family fortress to wipe out his clan, forcing him to flee to Mingxi town. The young boy's spirits sagged further. "What kind of book is the Book of Eternal Life?" The girl replied, "It is a wondrous tome capable of inciting mutual devouring among people." The boy's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Should we not seize it for ourselves?" "Seize? I excel at taking things. Where is this Han Shaoshan hiding? Let us go and take it now." The young boy slapped the bamboo basket beside him, invigorated at Gu Yuan. The news was indeed refreshing in its villainy, finally allowing for a confrontation with Fenglin's sect. The young boy felt a surge of dominance and ferocity welling within him, barely able to contain it from a distance. A figure floated toward them, initially appearing as small as a mustard seed. Yet in the blink of an eye, it stood before the carriage with a swiftness that startled the young boy. The newcomer, clad in a black robe and wearing half a black sandalwood gilded mask, bore a long sword in a black sheath slung diagonally across his back. He halted a distance of 10 feet from the carriage and called out loudly, Is this the carriage of Chiu Liang from Eight Wind Hall? The young boy felt a surge of admiration for the audacity of the newcomer and remarked, Sister Chiu, this person is quite arrogant. The girl inside the carriage did not reveal herself, her tone icy. What guidance do you seek? Senior Xinjian? The black-clad figure, unfazed, spoke in a voice as resonant as a bell, succinctly conveying his purpose. After finishing, he disregarded the girl's response and strode directly toward the town, disappearing in an instant. The young boy stood there, dumbfounded for a moment, before voicing his confusion. Sister Chiu, what does this little white fellow mean? The girl named Chiu Liang did not respond immediately, pondering for a moment before saying, The sect master has his intentions. An alliance with the sword-forging hall brings only benefits and no harm. The young boy, still troubled, voiced his concern. Sister Chiu, if we turn our backs on our allies at such a critical moment, would that not undermine my credibility after I boasted before others? It would greatly tarnish the reputation of Eight Wind Hall. Chiu Liang's voice remained cool. Have you forgotten, young master, that we are of the demonic path? Being capricious and untrustworthy is indeed our true nature. The young boy suddenly grasped the rationale. That makes sense. It seems I have been too kind-hearted, since I lack the self-awareness befitting someone of the demonic path. Sister Chiu, you must teach me well. You are inherently a villain. No need for instruction. Receiving such praise from Chiu Liang, the young boy's face lit up with glee, his pride swelling as he grinned broadly. At that moment, a boy of around 12 or 13 hurried toward them from the direction of the town. The boy appeared gaunt and worn, clad in thin, tattered clothing, yet remarkably tidy and clean. Spotting the white carriage from a distance, he quickened his pace, approaching with boldness even in the presence of the heavily armed guards. Upon seeing the bamboo basket beside the young boy, his face brightened with joy. The young boy's eyes widened in surprise as he curiously assessed the newcomer. The boy called out, Are you the one who took the persimmons at the town entrance without paying? The young boy in white was taken aback. Genuinely impressed by the boy's audacity, and proudly retorted, You're mistaken. I did not buy them, I took them. The newcomer extended a hand, insisting, Pay up. Pay for what? Of course, for the persimmons. The young boy in white couldn't help but chuckle. Amused by the boy's audacity, Did you not hear? The persimmons were taken by me. If they were taken, why would I owe you anything? Besides, why should I pay you? The boy responded matter-of-factly, You admitted that the persimmons were taken, meaning you did not pay for them, which means you owe payment, and you are mistaken. The money is not for me. We, the Swift Messengers, are merely here to collect on behalf of someone else. Ultimately, the money is to be given to the client. The young boy in white looked at him as if he were a fool, pondering what kind of ridiculous Swift Messenger would dare to demand payment from Eight Wind Hall. The boy's boldness only intrigued him further, and he excitedly remarked, Do you know who we are? The boy shook his head. No, the young boy in white puffed up with pride. The formidable Eight Wind Hall. Have you heard of it? I am Messenger number 7, known throughout Mingxi. Have you heard of me? The young boy in white was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend, and shook his head. What nonsense is this messenger know? 7? I have never heard of it, the boy replied. Indeed, I have not heard of your so-called Eight Wind Hall either. The young boy in white glared at the audacious youth before him, realizing his audacity was as vast as the heavens. How dare he speak so brazenly about Eight Wind Hall? If I do not lose my temper, can the brothers of the Chiefing Hall remain tolerant? Casting a glance at the surrounding guards, who stood like wooden statues, unflinching and expressionless, the young boy felt a surge of frustration. You insolent brat! You have never heard of Eight Wind Hall? What about the 7 fiends of the demonic path? Have you heard of that? What? You have not heard of it either. Then what have you heard of? I heard you took persimmons without paying. Fuming, the young boy in white exclaimed, The persimmons were taken. I took them. The boy nodded. You took them, so you do not owe any money I am here to collect. After all, suddenly, the young boy felt the logic of the boy's words was irrefutable, rendering him speechless. He could only retort fiercely, I am the leader of the Chiefing Hall of Eight Wind Hall, known for my wicked deeds. The boy countered, I am Messenger number 7 from Mingxi Town, here to collect payment. The young boy in white's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words, his expression turning sour. The boy grinned widely, See? All this talking is pointless. It is either right or wrong that I am here on behalf of someone to collect payment. So just pay up. After all this back and forth, what is the point? Just give the money. The young boy in white was utterly left speechless by the boy's boldness and ignorance, feeling as though he were conversing with a duck. Unable to restrain himself, he sighed deeply, thinking it might be more satisfying to simply resort to violence. With that thought, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strike. The boy, observing his movements, suddenly interjected. The client stated that if you harbor any ill intentions and wish to commit murder, you must report his name. The young boy in white, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, "Oh, whose name carries such weight that it could deter 8 Wind Hall? I am quite eager to hear." "His name is Xiao He." "Bah!" The young boy in white leaped up in fury. "What nonsense is this Xiao He? Is he deliberately attempting to humiliate 8 Wind Hall? Today, if I do not slay you, I shall feel unworthy of the fearsome reputation of the 8 Winds Hall." The youth possesses remarkable courage. Suddenly, Qiu Liang, who had been sitting in the carriage, detached from the fray, spoke up. "Sister Qiu?" Upon hearing Qiu Liang's voice, the young boy in white immediately halted his actions. "Young man, you ought to be aware of the 8 Winds Hall." Qiu Liang's tone remained as cold as ever. The youth, undeterred, replied, "And if I do know, what of it? Whether I know or not is inconsequential. If you are aware, then you should recognize the methods of the 8 Winds Hall, where taking lives is done at whim and without reason. Given that the person who commissioned you specifically instructed you to mention his name should we commit murder, you must realize the grave danger of this venture. Yet, you dare to come alone seeking payment. Indeed, you possess considerable boldness." The youth chuckled. "I am merely running an errand for someone, collecting a payment. I trust it will not cost me my life." The boy in white lamented. "On what grounds do you believe you will not lose your life? Have you gone deaf? Sister Qiu has stated that the 8 Winds Hall kills without reason. Moreover, the easiest way to lose one's life is to demand payment. What's wrong with Mingxi Town?" The youth's voice rang clear, his gaze piercing. "What of Mingxi Town? The 8 Winds Hall has come expressly to trouble the Maple Forest sect. In broad daylight, I killed 7 men at the town's entrance. What can Mingxi Town do about it? I am presently seeking a reason to engage in further violence, and you have conveniently provided me with one." The boy in white, filled with fervor, retorted, "Try it, if you dare. Goodness! How brazen! This is intolerable." The boy in white found the youth increasingly to his liking. Arrogant, disdainful of everything, and utterly devoid of reason, he mirrored his own spirit, igniting within him a fierce urge to kill. The boy in white rolled up his sleeves, excitement bubbling over as he asked, "Sister Qiu, shall we kill or not?" The youth remained unflinching, unmoved by the provocation. The boy in white asked incredulously, "Aren't you afraid of death?" "Not afraid. I have never died," the youth replied. "What kind of reasoning is that? People ought to fear death precisely because they have never experienced it. Without having died, how can one know what death truly is? Since I do not know, why should I fear it? Indeed, the ignorant are fearless." The boy in white, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable." Qiu Yang inquired, "How much did he send you to collect? Weren't you already informed of the agreed price at the town entrance?" 270 taels. The boy in white chuckled, his intentions not entirely innocent. 270 taels? I dare to offer it. Do you dare to accept? Was it that lad at the town entrance who sent you to your doom? The youth countered, "You have yet to offer it." "How can you claim I would not dare to accept?" The boy in white, eyes gleaming with mischief, swiftly produced a silk pouch filled with silver from his backpack and tossed it to the youth, declaring 270 taels of silver. Without a moment's hesitation, the youth caught the pouch, opened it to glance inside, weighed it in his hand, and grinned. "Indeed, it is 270 taels. Farewell." With that, he turned and dashed towards the town. By heavens, he truly accepted it. He values money over his life. The boy in white rejoiced, realizing he now had ample justification to unleash his fury. But wait, why should one need a reason to kill? Sister Qiu had said that in the demonic path, killing requires no justification. Whether it is 1 life or 10, it is all the same. So why not take 100 or 1,000? Sister Qiu's reasoning was indeed profound. It seemed there was still some distance between him and her understanding. The boy in white leaped forward, aiming to pursue the youth. He felt confident in his ability to handle a mere country bumpkin. As the boy in white soared through the air, a sudden gust of autumn wind encircled him, chilling him to the bone, and he was abruptly yanked back to the carriage. Sister Chio, do not kill. Why not? This rural fool seems to have been sent by the Maple Forest sect to humiliate us at the Eight Winds Hall. Killing him would be an excellent pretext to engage them in battle. Ask the sect leader yourself. Ask Xiao Bai. What does he have to do with this? Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, lifting the white veil of the carriage. Qiu Liang's figure flashed as she stood beside the boy in white atop the carriage's yoke, her gaze narrowing as she surveyed the distant wheat fields. Her voice was icy. The eight winds remain unmoved, free from worries and stains. Is Xiao Bai coming? Finally, we can engage in battle, the boy in white exclaimed with delight. Turning, he saw the youth growing ever more distant, and in a fit of frustration, he stamped his foot, shouting vehemently, "What messenger number 7? The Eight Winds Hall will forever remember you. Do take care. I am messenger number 7. Young master, do remember me well. Please help us spread the word. Next time, if you have business, you can entrust me to run errands and deliver messages. We are the swift messengers, high quality and low price." With timely delivery, the youth called back from afar, "By heavens, he completely disregards me." The boy in white lamented to the heavens, "I, the young master of the day, truly feel unworthy of the fearsome reputation of the Eight Winds Hall." Chapter 10. The wheat field ambushed. The west wind howled, and waves of wheat billowed. Yang Yizhi led Xiao Aki back, following her suggestion to trace the Mingxi River upstream. Yang Yizhi had initially planned to visit Jiguanshan's Red Maple Lake, but due to distractions from his reading, he decided to postpone until he returned the books tomorrow. Xiao Aki was filled with joy yet also troubled, chattering incessantly. At one moment, she asked whether studying with Mr. Shiwei was more impressive than attending school. At another, she worried that since she could not recognize a single character, would the teacher think her too foolish and refuse to teach her? Then, she pondered whether the 5 coins she had spent on this venture were worthwhile. She also inquired what books she should read once she learned to read. She even asked if there was a secret to learning everything in a single day. Yang Yizhi, unfazed, responded to her every question. As they conversed, the distance seemed to shorten, and before they knew it, they had covered 5 to 6 li, halfway through their journey. Yang Yizhi glanced at the young girl and suggested they take a break. The girl, her cheeks flushed, insisted she was not tired but added that resting would help them move faster. She eagerly dove into the dense reeds by the stream, beckoning him to follow, claiming it was delightful to hide there, as they would be invisible from the wheat fields above. Yang Yizhi handed her a persimmon, and her eyes sparkled as she happily accepted it. She munched on the fruit. She recounted a rumor she had heard in Jutsuan. A few days ago, a drunkard, in the dead of night, claimed to have shared a drink with the moon while lying in the wheat fields. Suddenly, a great white tiger leapt over him, standing tall like a mountain. When it ran, the wind howled, and its ferocity terrified all for miles around. The drunkard's cries woke the entire village, and no one believed him. All they knew was that he had screamed so loudly he wet his pants. Yesterday, a few men were chopping wood on the back mountain, and they returned to the village in a panic, insisting they had seen a white beast swift as the wind. Though they could not discern what it was, they described a flash of white light and felt a foul wind surround them, their hair standing on end. This morning, a shepherd went out to find his sheep and, just outside the village, saw a white beast racing through the misty wheat fields. Initially, he thought he was seeing things, rubbing his eyes, only to find a woman in a white dress gliding through the air, which frightened him so much that he hurried home to burn incense and pray. Now Jutsuan is abuzz with excitement, everyone speculating wildly, and every household is on edge. The village elders are convening to discuss whether to visit Tiger's subduing villa and ask your parents to investigate. The young girl asked, "When will uncle and aunt return? This is truly a lucrative venture. The tiger's body is full of treasure. We must not let anyone else seize it. I saw the teacher from the school inquiring about the news today. The saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers." Yang Yizhi's eyes lit up at the thought of a great tiger. Although his parents were absent, he had a bow and arrow and had hunted before. If he carefully investigated the tiger's habits and set traps in its usual haunts, he could take a chance. How curious. Why was the teacher inquiring about this? Did he wish to capture the tiger as well? Seeing Yang Yizhi's eager demeanor, the young girl quickly waved her hands. "Yizhi, You must not go. Tigers eat people whole, leaving no bones behind. With your small frame, you would be no more than a snack for the tiger. Yang Yiji, already formulating a plan, thought he needed to strategize carefully upon returning. Otherwise, he would be truly sending sheep into a tiger's mouth. Yet he replied, I won't go, I won't go. The girl, with a hint of mischief, said, Yiji, if you truly go and catch the great tiger, you must share the bounty with me, for I provided you with this information. I want nothing but a tiger's tooth. Upon finishing her sentence, she flashed a grin, displaying her two adorable little tiger teeth. Yang Yiji chuckled and nodded. I will give you two. The young girl eagerly nodded, her face brimming with delight, her mouth agape in joy. Suddenly, Yang Yiji's expression turned serious as he swiftly nocked an arrow, positioning himself protectively behind the girl. They leaped into the reeds, startled, their eyes locking in surprise. It was Han Xiaoshan and his sister. The Han siblings had not anticipated encountering anyone in the reeds, especially the youth they had seen at the town entrance that morning. They hurriedly bowed and gestured for silence, pressing themselves against the cliff wall. Not daring to breathe, it turned out that after being captured by Tang Tianqi and his group, the Han siblings had not traveled more than a mile before being surrounded by a band of rogues, who wasted no time in launching an attack and robbing them. The inhabitants of Tangjiabao, unperturbed, met the encroaching foes with formidable might, leaving behind a few lifeless bodies that compelled the attackers to withdraw. However, scarcely had they taken 2 steps, still breathless from the exertion, when a hail of arrows, crossbow bolts, and hidden projectiles rained upon them from all directions, plunging them into yet another ambush. After a hard-fought retreat from the enemy, only Tang Tianqi and 3 of his disciples remained, each bearing injuries to varying degrees. Tang Tianqi, acutely aware that their secrets had been betrayed, made a swift decision and altered their course towards the town. Yet, after covering just a mile, they were once again confronted, and chaos ensued as both sides became embroiled in a fierce melee. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xiaotian, having newly comprehended the ruthless technique of slaughter, promptly shattered both his own and his elder brother's restraints, enveloping Tang Tianqi and his 3 companions in a sudden and fierce aura of slaughtering energy, nearly leading them to their doom. Regrettably, consumed by a fervent desire for vengeance, Han Xiaotian disregarded all caution and targeted all 4 simultaneously, his weakened internal energy proving insufficient to sustain such an effort. In an instant, his power dissipated. And had he focused on any one of them, aided by the formidable tactics of the assailants, that individual would surely have perished. Nevertheless, the unexpected assault left Tang Tianqi and his companions in a state of alarm. A fleeting moment that could seal their fates. In that split second, the tide turned against them, and peril loomed large. Relying on his exceptional skills, Tang Tianqi managed to defuse the onslaught, while Tang Chongquan, Tang Kuei, and Tang Xiao found themselves in dire straits, forced to withstand the enemy's advances, sustaining significant injuries in the process. Taking advantage of the tumult, the siblings Zhao Xiaoshan, caught in the fray, found themselves with no time to spare and fled in haste. They had initially believed that the 2 factions would engage in a life-or-death struggle, allowing them to escape unscathed. However, within a mere 15 minutes, Tang Tianqi and his companions had evaded the oncoming tide of martial artists and pursued their trail. Realizing they had nowhere to flee, they took a gamble and plunged into the reeds, silently praying that Tang Tianqi would pursue far enough. Hiding within the dense reeds, Han Xiaoshan and his sister remained absolutely still. Holding their breaths, their faces pale and ghastly, Han Xiaotian, in particular, appeared bloodless, gritting her teeth as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her entire body trembling as if she were enduring immense pain. Han Xiaoshan kept a vigilant watch on Yang Yiji, who mirrored his caution, acutely aware of the reckless brutality that often characterized the behavior of those from the martial world. With bow drawn and arrow nocked, he dared not relax even for a moment, cautiously retreating with little Aki in tow. Little Aki, peeking out from behind Yang Yiji as they made their escape, suddenly exclaimed in a hushed tone, "Brother Yiji, that beautiful sister seems to be injured." Han Xiaoshan shot a fierce glare at the girl, filled with disdain for her inadvertent utterance. Should Tang Tianqi and his group happen upon their location, their concealment would be compromised, placing them in grave danger. His expression was malevolent, as if he wished to devour the girl whole, which frightened her into retracting her head and hastily fleeing from the reeds. As Yang Yiji and little Aki emerged from the reeds, they spotted several figures hastening towards them, none other than Tang Tianqi and his 3 disciples, their garments tattered and their bodies stained with blood, their faces marred and sinister in appearance. Standing amidst the wheat fields, upon seeing Yang Yiji, the yellow-faced man Tang Xiao swiftly interposed himself, blocking their path, and barked, "Hey, boy, have you seen the 2 who were buying persimmons from you at the town entrance?" Yang Yiji, maintaining his stance with bow drawn, replied calmly, "I have encountered many buyers of persimmons. I do not know whom you are referring to." Tang Xiao cast a glance at the reeds, recognizing it as an ideal hiding spot, and inquired, "What are you doing with a bow and arrow in the reeds?" "Catching rabbits," Yang Yiji replied, his expression unchanged. Tang Xiao's countenance darkened as he turned to little Aki, asking, "Little girl, have you seen 2 individuals? A girl around 14 or 15 and a boy around 17 or 18. Yang Yiji shifted his position, shielding little Aki behind him. The girl tilted her head in contemplation, her eyes clouded with confusion as she gradually shook her head. "You must have seen them. You should speak truthfully," Tang Tianqi insisted, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the girl. "I have not seen the 2 you describe," she retorted defiantly. Tang Tianqi's expression turned frigid, his patience waning, and with a gesture, Tang Chongchuan sprang into action, ready to strike. Yang Yiji raised his hand and loosed an arrow, shouting, "Little Aki, run!" Following this, he swiftly drew 3 arrows in quick succession. His technique astonished even Tang Tianqi. Tang Xiao sneered, "Run? Do you really think you can escape? Do you believe you can flee, Tang Tianqi?" A raspy voice echoed from afar, as if it were right beside them. At these words, Tang Tianqi's countenance shifted, and he leaped into action. Tang Chongchuan and his fellow disciples, their faces paling, abandoned any pretense of concern for Yang Yiji and little Aki, retreating to Tang Tianqi's side, all striving desperately to escape. They had scarcely distanced themselves a few paces when over 20 martial artists surged in from all sides, effectively cornering the members of Tangjiabao within the wheat field. Leading the charge was a burly man with a scarred face, his presence imposing. "Tang Fortress Master, isn't it exhausting to bear the weight of destiny? Take a break. Allow me to take over. Do not presume to act on my behalf. Sun Dazhong, do the 7 fiends of Dushan intend to declare war on Tangjiabao?" Tang Tianqi's face darkened, his eyes cold and unfathomable. "Not at all. What nonsense you speak, Tang Fortress Master. We, the people of the martial world, merely strive for a chance at fortune. What is this talk of enmity? The 7 fiends of Dushan have always treated everyone equally. Today, I declare that anyone alive here is an enemy of the 7 fiends." Sun Dazhong replied with a grin. "Oh dear, brother Sun, your words wound the heart. You haven't even obtained the goods, and yet you reveal your true intentions. Shall we not even form a temporary alliance?" A woman's voice chimed seductively. "An alliance? What nonsense, with our enemies before us. Tang Tianqi is merely putting up a last-ditch struggle. The opportunity lies before us. Let each rely on their own abilities. Since you've called me brother Sun, I assure you, I shall not kill you. I will only make your demise a swift one." The scarred man leered from a distance, witnessing the turmoil in the wheat field. Yang Yiji furrowed his brows, urgently pulling little Aki along in hopes of escaping amidst the chaos. Suddenly, the reeds rustled violently, and a figure darted out, seizing little Aki, swiftly retreating back into the reeds. Yang Yiji's heart raced as he drew his bow and pursued. Inside the reeds, Han Xiaoshan had gripped little Aki's neck with a claw-like hand. Lifting her off the ground, her face flushed and breathless, panic evident in her eyes as she struggled in vain. Yang Yiji aimed his bow at Han Xiaoshan, furious. "What do you intend to do?" Han Xiaoshan's eyes burned with resentment as he replied, "What do you think? This is called striking first. You have appeared multiple times, and it is clear you harbor ill intentions." Yang Yiji retorted angrily, "We are mere strangers. When they inquired about your whereabouts, we did not disclose a single word. How can you repay kindness with malice?" Han Xiaoshan scoffed, "Not revealing our whereabouts is good-heartedness. How could one know you do not harbor ulterior motives? Perhaps you are merely feigning ignorance, waiting for them to leave so you can scheme against us." Yang Yiji trembled with rage, suddenly redirecting his bow to target the unconscious Han Xiaotian, declaring, "Release little Aki at once." or I swear I will take your life." Han Xiaoshan feigned indifference, adopting a prophetic demeanor as he sneered, "In the end, you merely seek our lives, a mere country bumpkin, like those vile men, covets the precious tome I possess." As he spoke, he tightened his grip, causing little Aki's face to turn purple, her breath growing shallow, her life hanging by a thread. Yang Yiji's arm drew back, the bow taut as a crescent moon. Suddenly, Han Xiaoshan's expression shifted, his body collapsing like a pile of mush. A young man clad in red had appeared silently behind him. Little Aki fell to the ground, scrambling to Yang Yiji's side. Gasping for breath, Yang Yiji maintained his stance, bow still drawn, but quickly shifted his aim to the unexpected red-clad youth. The boy, appearing around 16 or 17, wore a fitted red outfit adorned with golden maple leaf patterns. A golden belt at his waist, a red scarf binding his hair, and carried a deep red longbow and quiver on his back. The young man regarded the wary Yang Yiji with a slight smile. "Sir Shimi entrusted me to look after his new disciple." Upon hearing this, Yang Yiji's taut nerves relaxed, and he gradually lowered his bow, knowing that few were aware of Sir Shimi's promise to teach little Aki to read and write. The very fact that this individual knew so much confirmed his connection to Sir Xang. Yang Yiji felt a chill envelop him, sweat breaking out all over. A furious roar erupted from above in the wheat field. Why waste time with so many words? Each rely on your own abilities. Let the grabbing begin. Immediately, the sounds of weapons slicing through the air followed. A leader sprang forth like a spark igniting dry grass, setting off a conflagration, a throng of martial artists. Each with their own motives, surged forward, fearing they would be left with nothing, throwing caution to the wind as they engaged in a chaotic free dash for dash alt-I. In that moment, blades danced wildly, fists flew, chaotic energy collided, and arrows and hidden weapons rained down. Some assailed the members of Tangjiabao, while others seized the opportunity to turn against one another in betrayal. Amidst the chaos, life and death entwined as all involved harbored ulterior motives. Truly engaged in a battle to the death, the members of Tangjiabao, outnumbered and overwhelmed, found themselves in dire straits. Without hesitation, Tang Chongchuan produced a book from within his robes, casting it far away as he shouted, "Take this!" Tang Kuei, understanding his intent, did the same. Retrieving a book from his own robes and tossing it into the fray, a group of wandering souls, akin to rabid dogs, found themselves too preoccupied to distinguish between truth and falsehood. They hastily abandoned their previous targets, converging instead upon two books suspended in midair. Just as one individual's hand grazed the tomes, a blade cleaved him in twain. Another seized one of the books and made a desperate retreat. Suddenly, an apparition materialized before him, and a sword pierced his heart. After a prolonged clash, the onlookers finally grasped the ruse. Gritting their teeth in fury, they united their efforts to besiege the three from the Tang family fortress. Amidst the chaos, Sun Dazhong and the enchanting maiden, Miss Bai, remained oblivious, their sole focus fixated on Tang Tianqi. While Sun Dazhong unleashed lethal strikes, he conversed nonchalantly. "Tang Fortress Master, I assure you, my intentions are genuinely for your benefit. That tome, the Book of Fated Immortality, is quite the hot commodity. If you relinquish it to me, I shall shoulder your calamities, diverting the fatal pursuits onto myself. Otherwise, should you lose your life, what worth is there in possessing a book of immortality? Its name would be a mere jest, rendering it utterly valueless." Miss Bai, with her alluring visage, wielded a 9-foot chain blade, dancing with an impenetrable grace, ensnaring Tang Tianqi momentarily. Despite his injuries, Tang Tianqi remained composed. Coldly retorting, "Sun Dazhong, your gang of 7 fiends from Dushan, parading with a horde of inconsequential vagabonds as your vanguard, can hardly pose a threat to me. They merely add to the body count." The scarred-faced man interjected, "Master Tang, you must recognize the gravity of the situation. Even with your lackeys, the Tang family fortress has suffered severe losses. Have you not noticed how your 4 companions have been reduced to mere strays, each bearing wounds? And now, can the tide truly be turned? Observe Miss Bai from the Huansha sect. Do you believe you can glean any advantage against her prowess?" Tang Tianqi snorted disdainfully, brandishing a short blade. His form swift as lightning, the blade glimmering like pure snow, each gleam akin to a tangible edge aimed at vital points. rendering Sun Dazhong and Miss Bai unable to approach him for the time being. A cry for help pierced the air, sending a shudder through Tang Tianqi's heart. His gaze swept the scene, spotting his disciple, Tang Xiao, grievously wounded, a diagonal cut severing half his body, a sight foretelling his demise. Tang Chongquan and Tang Kuei were in no better predicament, their bodies marred with injuries, hair disheveled, teetering on the brink of despair. Resolute, Tang Tianqi focused, unwilling to linger in this skirmish longer. He hurled his short blade with great force. Targeting Sun Dazhong's head, Sun Dazhong laughed heartily, deflecting the blade with a powerful punch. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of 16 formidable strikes, while Miss Bai relentlessly pressed forward, her 9-foot chain blade creating a tempest of wind, compelling Tang Tianqi to retreat repeatedly, perilously close to defeat. A ghostly green light sliced through the air, instantly disrupting Sun Dazhong's assault. Sensing danger, Sun Dazhong lowered his body, evading the attack with a roll. However, the enchanting Miss Bai was not as fortunate. Her chain blade shattered into countless fragments, her graceful form cleaved in two, her expression frozen in shock and terror, eyes wide open in death. Sun Dazhong, taken aback, bellowed, "What are you waiting for? All of you, attack together!" In the midst of the fray, 4 or 5 individuals surged forth, their aura transformed, joining Sun Dazhong in the hunt for Tang Tianqi. The ghostly green light descended like a torrential storm, and after a moment of shattering silence, the battlefield fell eerily still. Chapter 11. A storm approaches in the distance of the wheat fields. A decrepit old man, puffing on a pipe, ambled forth, arriving before them in an instant. He glanced disinterestedly at the carnage in the wheat field, mangled limbs and lifeless bodies strewn about, and sighed, to bully the elderly. Indeed, one reaps what one sows. Tang Tianqi sat cross-legged in the wheat field, meditating, his eyes firmly shut, ashen-faced, drenched in blood. His purple robe deepened in hue, and his right hand clutched a 3-foot-long green blade. Surrounding him lay a circle of corpses, one scarred head rolling just a short distance from his feet. Among the fallen were 10 or so bodies, caught mid-attack or defense, as if they had been engaged in a fierce battle before being suddenly decapitated. Including Tang Tianqi's disciples, Tang Chongquan and Tang Kuei, their eyes devoid of light, filled only with terror and disbelief. Suddenly, Tang Tianqi opened his eyes, gripping the green blade tightly, attempting to rise, but was met with a violent cough of blood, his vital energy dissipating, leaving him weak and powerless. His gaze fixed on the old man, he spat, "Who are you?" The old man, puffing a cloud of smoke, replied, "Just a humble villager." With that, he bent down, picked up a scattered jade-patterned scabbard, and with a flick of his hand, Tang Tianqi felt a jolt as the green blade slipped from his grasp, soaring back into the scabbard. The old man tucked it away, saying, "The likes of the Tang family fortress are unworthy of the Ming Hong blade. It's now in my possession." Tang Tianqi's eyes widened with rage, his entire being trembling violently, another spurt of blood escaping his lips. The Ming Hong blade was the true foundation of the Tang family fortress, a cornerstone of its century-long legacy. How could it be lost? In desperation, he attempted to gather his energy for a final stand. The old man feigned ignorance, gesturing again, causing an exquisite book to slip from Tang Tianqi's grasp and into the old man's hands. The old man glanced at it dismissively, shaking his head, before carelessly tossing it to the ground. Witnessing everything slip through his fingers, Tang Tianqi disregarded all caution, forcibly invoking forbidden techniques, drawing the essence of the world like a tempest into himself. His vital energy erupting, propelling him to a higher realm beyond his original capabilities. The old man shook his head. To forcibly transcend the mundane is to court death. Tang Tianqi, suspended in midair, inhaled and exhaled, drawing forth boundless energy as if wielding a colossal sword, descending upon the old man. "Die, old fool. Prepare to meet your end." The old man leisurely exhaled a puff of white smoke, waving his hand as if to disperse it. In an instant, Tang Tianqi felt his energy dissipate like a deflated balloon, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud, his body convulsing and twitching before losing consciousness altogether. The old man settled on a clean ridge of the field, continuing to smoke his pipe, enveloped in swirling clouds. "Bring him forth." As his words fell, a crimson figure leapt from the reeds by the riverbank, effortlessly lifting a person. none other than the siblings Han Xiaoshan. The red-clad youth landed and tossed the two of them beside Tang Tianqi. "Figuer, you and the young lady come here too," the old man continued. Yang Yizhi, feeling the weight of the situation, climbed onto the wheat field, casting a frantic glance around, his insides churning, quickly averting his gaze, respectfully greeting, "Grandpa Sure." Little Aki followed closely behind, covering her eyes upon witnessing the devastation in the wheat field. Unwilling to look further, what could not be seen could not instill fear. On the ground, Han Xiaoshan twitched, springing upright, scanning the scene of carnage without a flicker of emotion. His gaze settled on Tang Tianqi. And then, his heart jolted, locking onto the book of fated immortality carelessly discarded on the ground. Casting a furtive glance around, disregarding all caution, he lunged forward like a ravenous wolf, snatching the book into his embrace. Han Xiaoshan pressed the book tightly, his gaze filled with venomous resentment as it swept over the red-clad youth, Yang Yizhi, the young lady, and finally landed on the old man. The old man, still puffing on his pipe, remarked, "No need to glare at me. Zhen Qian came seeking my assistance, yet I never promised to help you. When one seeks aid, there are inevitably two outcomes, success or failure. Besides, I detest trouble, especially minor inconveniences. Handing you over will naturally invite assistance to resolve these trifles. In the end, it benefits you." Exhaling a ring of smoke, the old man coldly stated, "Your malice is equal to or perhaps surpasses that of Tang Tianqi. I have no desire to kill you. Since you hail from Gu Yuan, I shall simply return you there. The cycle of heaven operates with its own justice. Han Xiaozi, you shall bear the burden of escorting them." The red-clad youth nodded slightly. Han Xiaoshan's gaze flickered with disbelief, yet he could not fathom the old man's intentions. The book of fated immortality lay tantalizingly close, yet they remained oblivious, discarding it as if it were worthless. The old man paid no further attention to Han Xiaoshan, turning to Yang Yizhi and the young lady, handing the Ming Hong blade to Yang Yizhi. "You previously endured 2 trials. Now you risk your life to protect the master's disciples. I am at a loss for how to repay you, so accept this blade." Yang Yizhi, fearing to voice any dissent, hurriedly accepted it, bowing respectfully, "Thank you, Grandpa Sure." The old man chuckled, "No need to thank me. It's merely a fortuitous favor." Little Aki, still unable to open her eyes, waved a hand. "No need for thanks, just remember to repay me later." "I will hold you to it," the old man laughed heartily. Waving his hand, "Han Xiaozi, off you go." The red-clad youth roused Han Xiaotian, leading Yang Yizhi, the young lady, and the Han siblings through the undulating wheat fields towards the town. As the red-clad youth walked alongside Yang Yizhi, little Aki bounced with joy. The dangers they had faced were now behind them. The young lady kept pace, nearly breaking into a run, striving to distance herself from the pair of ominous figures behind. The Han siblings trailed cautiously, not daring to get too close nor too far, caught in a dilemma of escape without a clear direction. The red-clad youth scrutinized Yang Yizhi, noting his humble attire and the bow on his back. Recalling how he had skillfully loosed 3 arrows in quick succession, feeling a sense of kinship, "I am Han Ning." "What is your name?" Yang Yizhi pondered. "Yang Yizhi." The red-clad youth, Han Ning, remarked, "Brother Yang, have you heard of our Fenglin sect? Have you ever considered participating in the 9 sects examination?" Yang Yizhi, with a look of confusion, inquired, "What is the 9 sects examination?" The red-clad youth, slightly disappointed, realized that the young man in tattered clothes was indeed an ordinary country boy. He immediately brightened and elaborated enthusiastically. Yang Yizhi listened, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The 9 sects of the world, legendary sects, the pinnacle of the martial world, reminiscent of the plots found in heroic novels. How could one not feel a rush of adrenaline at the thought of attending the 9 sects examination? If he could join any of these sects, it would undoubtedly alter the course of his life forever. How could he not be overcome with exhilaration? Yang Yizhi asked, "Is Brother Han a member of the Fenglin sect?" The red-clad youth, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Indeed. Our Fenglin sect is one of the 9 sects of the world, absolutely among the top-ranking, unparalleled great sects. We have 3,000 disciples within the sect and 100,000 students in the academy. The highest cultivation for scholars and the most profound knowledge for practitioners, transcending the mundane, with mastery reaching the heavens. I believe Brother Yang possesses exceptional talent. Why not join my Fenglin sect and become a direct disciple?" A young girl tilted her head and queried, "Is it as simple as just joining?" The red-clad youth momentarily fell silent, scratching his head and chuckling. "It seems not. Disciples of Fenglin's sect must pass the examination. However, there is a compromise. You could become my apprentice, and thus, you would also be a disciple of Fenglin's sect." The young girl blinked and remarked, "What a lovely thought. You're only a couple of years older than Iji, brother. How can you aspire to be someone else's master at such a young age? Iji, brother, it would be wiser for you to participate in the 9 sects examination. If you become a direct disciple of Fenglin's sect, who knows who would hold the higher status?" The red-clad youth let out a hearty laugh, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he realized the truth in her words. He then recalled another matter. The young girl was a disciple of Master Shiwei. Did that not mean his status would be lower than hers? He would have to address her as Shirshu, and this was a matter that must not be disclosed. Young Iji fell into contemplation, recalling the first story he had read in the book 10 Essays on Dreams. The story of a down-and-out scholar who, through the understanding of heavenly harmony technique, defied fate and ultimately achieved unparalleled success. Who among the passionate youth could resist such a captivating tale? If given the opportunity, young Iji would undoubtedly seize it without hesitation. Thus, participating in the 9 sects examination and becoming a disciple of one of the 9 sects presented an extraordinary chance to ascend to greatness. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he declared, "I shall return and prepare." The red-clad youth nodded in agreement, emphasizing that significant matters should be approached with careful deliberation. He urged young Iji to seek him out at the Fenglin Academy's martial arts department when he decided to partake in the examination, assuring him that he could serve as a guide in Yuyang City. The red-clad youth led young Iji and the others into the small town, unabashedly strolling down the main street, entirely indifferent to the searing gazes of those hidden in the shadows. Confidently entering the Guyu Inn, upon seeing the red-clad youth, Zheng Zhuanjin's eyes sparkled with delight, exclaiming that it was a sure win. However, upon noticing the 2 timid figures of Han Xiaoshan and his sister entering the inn, his expression dimmed slightly, lamenting the difficulties of business. Young Iji retrieved the nameplate written by Master Shiwei from his bosom, and as Zheng Zhuanjin reached out to take it, young Iji promptly stated, "Master Shiwei said it merely needs to be shown to you, Zhen shopkeeper." Zheng Zhuanjin withdrew his hand, sighing, "Business is tough." Young Iji unfolded the large piece of rice paper, and Zheng Zhuanjin glanced at it, his expression shifting slightly before regaining composure. He then produced 10 coins and handed them to young Iji. Young Iji, beaming with joy, accepted the coins, thanked him, and bid farewell to the red-clad youth, leading the little girl. "Aki, home." Zheng Zhuanjin instructed his assistant to accommodate Han Xiaoshan and his sister while he took the red-clad youth to the top floor of the inn. The top floor was a refined room. Resembling a study, by the window stood a middle-aged man, peering through the intricately carved window at the passers-by below. He soon caught sight of young Iji and the little girl, chatting and laughing as they walked toward the southern street of the town. The red-clad youth approached the middle-aged man, clasped his fists in respect, and greeted him, "General L." The middle-aged man frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with the title, and nodded, asking, "What was the master's response?" Zheng Zhuanjin shook his head. Frowning, "The master is unwilling to intervene." The red-clad youth added, "The master said not to trouble him with such trivial matters. You all should resolve it on your own." The middle-aged man remarked, "Trivial matters?" "The master remains remarkably calm under pressure." The red-clad youth smirked dismissively, stating, "The master also mentioned that regarding the affairs of Han Xiaoshan and his sister, your decisions are justified. Fenglin's sect has never shied away from trouble. While we may not covet that book, we cannot allow it to fall into the hands of malevolent individuals." Zheng Zhuanjin and El Budi exchanged glances, both exhaling deeply. When Han Xiaoshan unveiled the Book of the Undying Fate at the town's entrance, El Budi had informed Zheng Zhuanjin through a sound transmission of the unfolding conflict, and both had felt apprehensive about drawing trouble to the Fenglin sect. Now, the master's words eased their minds. When the time comes to act in the martial world, one must act decisively. Moreover, a sect as unparalleled as Fenglin's sect must possess the courage to face any adversity, El Budi stated. "I just received news that Han Xiaoshan's golden maple pendant was stolen from someone else." While El Budi spoke lightly, the implication was clear. A token of goodwill that could bind Fenglin's sect was obtained through nefarious means, indicating the perpetrator's unscrupulousness. Zheng Zhuanjin smiled, formulating a plan in his mind. Fenglin's sect's approach to debts of gratitude involved both people and objects, but primarily it was about the individuals involved. If someone dared to rob from those who had benefited from Fenglin's sect, seeking its protection in return, they were clearly attempting to manipulate the sect and create enmity. Jin Zhuangjian inquired of the red-clad youth, "Does the master have any further instructions?" The red-clad youth replied, "The master warned not to be blinded by the present circumstances. Keep your eyes wide open, discerning between major and minor matters." Zhang Zhuangjian frowned. The current situation is already exceedingly troublesome. The master is unwilling to intervene. I wonder if the sect can arrive in time. It cannot. El Budi shook his head, asking, "Any news from Master Zhuang? What progress has been made?" Jin Zhuangjian replied, "There is no news. It should be fine and unlikely to stir up significant trouble. There are strange occurrences in Jutsuan, but they are merely minor matters." Suddenly, El Budi remarked, "Today, the storyteller in town, Old Chun, has begun recounting the tales of the 9 sects. The children are wide-eyed with excitement." Zhang Zhuangjian frowned slightly. The 8 Winds Hall, the Sword-Casting Hall, the Misty Pavilion. All of them are restless, coming to Mingxi Town to stir up trouble at this time. He then exclaimed, "Ningguer, let us engage in a grand wager today. Just think about it. A bet of 1 to 10 is rare. Losing 1 T hurt, but winning will bring great profit. This is a deal worth making. Speaking of which, you've stumbled upon a fantastic opportunity. Coincidentally catching such a change. When you return, you'll surely be the center of attention among your peers." The red-clad youth grinned. "Winning against the odds is not a difficult task." The master said, "When the mountain rain is about to come, let it come." Chapter 12. Facing danger in the sky, the west wind howled fiercely, and the red leaves danced in the air. Young Iji hurried home with little Aki. Upon entering the muddy alley, he spotted a young man in a blue robe leaning against the wall, his body slanted, a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth, gazing contentedly at the sky. Hearing their footsteps, the young man turned his head, his eyes sparkling, and sprang up with agility, his features blooming with youthful vigor as he approached. "Young 13, would you like to participate in the 9 sects examination?" Young Iji inquired in surprise. "Did you not say you would never leave Mingxi Town? What need is there to attend the 9 sects examination?" Qin Shangtian wrapped an arm around young Iji's shoulders, grinning broadly. "Times have changed. Today, Miss Qin invited me to accompany her to Fenglin Academy for the 9 sects examination. So I thought I must bring you along. Let us venture into the martial world together and witness the pinnacle of excellence." Young Iji was indeed moved but felt conflicted. "My parents have not returned from hunting yet. If I leave without a word, they will surely worry." Qin Shangtian replied, "Those with parents are burdensome. Unlike me, I roam freely, unbound by worldly ties." The little girl interjected, "What freedom? Don't think you can just stay at Iji brother's house during every holiday." Qin Shangtian shot her a fierce glare, and she returned the look, their eyes locked in a silent standoff. As they spoke, they arrived at young Iji's home. He took out his key to unlock the door. Qin Shangtian glanced at the little girl's house across the street, his eyes lighting up. "Young 13, your parents often go hunting for 10 days to half a month at a time. Who knows when they will return? Let us wait a few more days, and if they haven't come back, you can leave a letter for Aki to deliver." Young Iji considered this and nodded. Having read 10 essays on dreams, he found himself longing for the martial world. Qin Shangtian was elated, pulling out a hand-drawn map from his sleeve, confidently stating, "I've calculated. Mingxi Town is over 200 li from Yuyang City. We may not have the means to hire a carriage, so it will take us at least 6 to 7 days to walk there. Behold these places, where along the path lie inns for overnight stays and dilapidated temples amidst desolate villages. We have meticulously planned our daily journey, hastening through the starry nights to arrive 2 days before the onset of winter." Yang Shi-san, a youthful aspirant from Mingxi, brimming with vigor and ambition, wields his sword with fervor. What rivers and lakes, what martial realms await? At last, it is our turn, the talented youths of Mingxi Town, to showcase our prowess and challenge the heavens. Young Iji expressed his concerns. "I possess but a few copper coins. We must prepare our provisions and supplies thoroughly before we set forth." Qin Shangtian, with a mysterious smile, replied, "Do not concern yourself with the supplies. I shall take care of that. I have an appointment with Miss Qin at the entrance of Ziki Alley at the hour of you, where we shall discuss the details. Yang Shi-san, I shall rest at your home for a while, and at the hour of you, we will go together and deliberate properly." Young Iji nodded, setting down his backpack and bow. "Ready to cook some rice, which would be perfect for dinner at the hour of you." Little Aki bid farewell and hopped home, stating she needed to prepare for her studies the next day. Yang Yiji kindled a fire to cook, carried a bamboo chair to the courtyard, and took out 10 Dreams from his bosom, immersing himself in its pages. Qin Shangtian, making himself comfortable on the only lounge chair in the yard, swayed gently, his mind wandering far away, envisioning a delightful encounter with Qin Ruolin beneath the ginkgo tree. By the way, I wonder if the troubles of the Qin family have been resolved, for it has been quite some time. Yet the popular gossip in the streets still revolves around the proposal from the Fan family of Wei country to the Qin family. Why is that old man Ling so unreliable? Could he not simply resolve matters with a wave of his hand? Qin Shangtian, filled with mixed emotions, churned with thoughts, feeling quite vexed. Glancing over, he noticed Yang Yiji engrossed in his book, and after calling out thrice without a response, Yang Yiji finally looked up in confusion, curiosity piqued. Yang Shi-san, what book is so captivating? Pray, share it with me. Yang Yiji continued to bury himself in the book, replying, it is 10 Dreams by Mr. Dongli, considered a remarkable novel of the martial world. Qin Shangtian, intrigued, inquired, Mr. Dongli? I have not heard of him. It wouldn't he happen to be an erotic tale, would it? Quickly, show me, Yang Yiji explained. The book chronicles the 10 Dreams of Mr. Dongli, wherein a scholar transforms into 10 individuals of the martial world, each dream encapsulating a lifetime, characters vividly brought to life, with stories both novel and engaging, plots twisting and turning endlessly. Qin Shangtian, upon hearing this, lost interest, remarking, is it merely a scholar's fanciful dreams that merit such attention? I shall take a nap. Awaken me at the appointed time. Yang Yiji acquiesced, refusing to part with his book, and within an hour swiftly read through 3 stories. The second dream, sword mastery. The third dream, the formless, and the fourth dream, the fleeting moment. Upon finishing, he found himself deeply reflective, his heart swelling with aspirations, longing to become a hero akin to those in the tales, wielding countless swords, conjuring myriad forms, traversing vast distances in an instant, ascending to the lofty skies, admired by all, and gazing down upon the world with pride. The ethereal events of the book ignited Yang Yiji's yearning to partake in the 9 sects examination, further intensifying his desire for the martial world, eagerly anticipating entry into an unparalleled sect, aspiring to become an extraordinary figure as depicted in the stories, crafting his own grand narratives, as the hour of you approached. Yang Yiji roused the drooling Qin Shangtian from his slumber, and the two hastily filled their bellies with pickled vegetables and rice. Just as they prepared to depart, Yang Yiji hesitated, retrieving his bow and strapping it to his back, then pulling out the Minghong knife from the bamboo basket and offering it to Qin Shangtian. Upon seeing the jade-patterned scabbard, Qin Shangtian's eyes lit up, instantly recognizing it as a valuable treasure. Exclaiming in awe, Yang Shi-san, this knife is indeed a gem. If sold, you could live without worries for a lifetime. Where did you acquire it? Yang Yiji did not respond directly, merely stating, today is not a peaceful day. Take it for your protection. Qin Shangtian drew the exquisite knife, its eerie green glow emanating chilling energy, and, captivated, returned it to its sheath, fastening it to his belt, instantly assuming the demeanor of a young hero. As they stepped outside, Yang Yiji noticed a little girl perched on the threshold, gazing eagerly at the mouth of the alley, prompting him to let Qin Shangtian proceed first. Returning to the kitchen, Yang Yiji filled a bowl with rice, added a generous portion of pickled vegetables, sliced some fatty meat from the hanging cured pork, roasted it over the fire, placed it atop the rice, and presented it to the little girl across the way. The girl's eyes squinted in delight as she accepted the bowl and immediately began to eat, exclaiming between bites, Brother Yiji, I remember the meal I owe you. When I grow up, I will repay you double. Yang Yiji affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, advising, today, the town is not safe. Return inside to eat and refrain from wandering about. The little girl nodded vigorously, her mouth full of food, unable to articulate a response. At the hour of you and the frost-laden dusk, the sky had darkened, lanterns illuminated the streets of the small town, twinkling like stars, radiating tranquility. Qin Shangtian strode confidently, soon arriving beneath the ginkgo tree by the Seven-Arch Bridge, where several neighbors engaged in light conversation, though noticeably sparser compared to daylight. Upon reaching the entrance of Ziki Alley, he noticed that the guards who had previously stood watch at the Qin residence had withdrawn. replaced by the usual caretakers and doormen, a thought struck him. Could it be that matters have been resolved? If so, winning against the old man Ling in chess would indeed be a significant achievement. Elevating his standing in Miss Qin's eyes. Hey, are you waiting for Qin Ruolin? Just as Qin Shangtian was lost in thought, a cold voice interrupted his reverie. Looking up, he recognized a familiar figure, a young gentleman clad in fine garments, who disdainfully tilted his head and remarked impatiently, "What business is it of yours?" The young gentleman, with a derisive laugh, vanished from sight. Qin Shangtian sensed something amiss as his collar was suddenly tightened, and he found himself hoisted into the air, crashing violently against the wall of the alley with a jarring impact that sent searing pain coursing through his body. The young gentleman pressed down on his chest, rendering him immobile. With an icy glare, he sneered. "I asked, and it does concern me." Qin Shangtian swallowed a mouthful of blood, suddenly recalling the identity of this assailant, and with a wry smile responded, "Are you not the legitimate grandson of the Fan family from Wei country? Fan Liqiu, who came to propose to the Qin family?" Fan Liqiu's face darkened, his eyes glinting with malice as he tightened his grip, coldly retorting, "You're rather clever for a fool." Qin Shangtian chuckled. "It's not my cleverness. It's your lack of appeal, so much so that even Miss Qin does not fancy you." Enraged, Fan Liqiu spat back. "So what if she doesn't fancy me? I, Fan Liqiu, am destined to marry Qin Ruolin. She has no choice but to be mine. Do not think that by exerting pressure, you can force us to withdraw the proposal and attain peace. Outsiders can protect the Qin family for a time, but not for eternity. Withdraw the proposal?" Old man Ling resolved the issue. Qin Shangtian's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to suppress a laugh, which only exacerbated his pain. Inwardly cursing, how brazen of this young dandy to threaten his life while claiming others are using coercion, when it is clearly they who are bullying others. Did not the old man Ling assure that the Fan family wouldn't dare to make a sound? This young man, clearly arrogant, was merely throwing a tantrum because the proposal had failed. That old man is utterly unreliable. Fan Liqiu, seeing Qin Shangtian's seemingly joyful expression, felt as though he had swallowed a fly, his mood soured. Not long ago, their master had summoned them, his face ashen, uttering a single decree. No one shall speak of the proposal to the Qin family. Without explanation or inquiry permitted, he subsequently ordered the complete withdrawal of all guards from the Qin estate and instructed someone to proactively cancel the proposal. Fan Liqiu understood that his master would never easily relent, and that they must have been pressured by someone formidable, someone even the Wei country and the Fan family could not afford to offend, thus compelled to bow and retreat. Clenching his fist tighter, Fan Liqiu seethed. "What are you laughing at? Be cautious, or I will end you with a single strike." Qin Shangtian, steeling himself, muttered, "In a nutshell, a toad desires to eat swan meat with that." He inhaled sharply and forcefully spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva at Fan Liqiu's face. Startled, Fan Liqiu's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively loosening his grip and leaping back to evade. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shangtian landed on his feet and hurled a bundle of items at Fan Liqiu. Fan Liqiu raised his hand to deflect it, dispersing a cloud of white powder, which promptly dusted him from head to toe, leaving him looking quite disheveled. Qin Shangtian seized the chance to dash towards the Seven-Arch Bridge, shouting as he ran, "Murder! Murder! The Fan family, enraged by the failed proposal, is committing murder." His frantic cries instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the bridge and beneath the trees, some sensing danger promptly fleeing, while most appeared bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. Fan Liqiu's face shifted between shades of green and white, a murderous intent sparking within him. Regardless of having possibly overheard his master's conversation, the master had long instructed him to find an opportunity to eliminate this youth, so without a second thought, he sprang forward, landing before Qin Shangtian, his right hand clawing towards his throat. Realizing that Fan Liqiu was truly intent on murder, Qin Shangtian dared not delay, executing a swift maneuver from the Dragon Capture 8 styles aimed at Fan Liqiu's throat. Fan Liqiu, surprised, transformed his claw into a palm, attempting to slice across Qin Shangtian's neck. Qin Shangtian entwined his right hand around Fan Liqiu's arm, leaping into the air, attempting to mount Fan Liqiu's shoulders. However, Fan Liqiu shook him off with a violent jerk, and as Qin Shangtian stumbled, he launched a direct strike towards Fan Liqiu's face in the blink of an eye. Qin Shangtian engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, deftly dodging 7 or 8 strikes, yet he could not evade Fan Liqiu's positioning. The places where he had been struck throbbed with excruciating pain, and he realized that fleeing for his life was paramount. With a sudden roar, he lunged directly at Fan Liqiu. The latter nimbly sidestepped, only to see Qin Shangtian lower his body and slip away far into the distance, then leap forward and sprint away. Enraged and humiliated, Fan Liqiu found it unacceptable that he could not dispatch this country bumpkin with a single blow. His face a mask of fury die in an instant, he unleashed a powerful aura, appearing suddenly behind Qin Shangtian, and thrust down with a palm. Sensing the anomaly behind him, Qin Shangtian darted forward, attempting to evade. Yet it was too late. Like a kite severed from its string, he was sent hurtling 4 or 5 zhang away, landing on the ground and rolling several times before finally halting, blood streaming from his mouth. Tracing a long line upon the earth, a pitiful sight indeed. Qin Shangtian felt as though his insides had shattered. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans streamed down him, yet he dared not linger for a moment. Gritting his teeth against the pain and leaping to escape, albeit unsteadily, Fan Liqiu was once again taken aback. It was astonishing that his full-force palm strike had failed to claim the life of this rustic youth. His expression grew increasingly sinister as he flicked his long sleeves, causing a golden dagger to hover in midair. With a push of his right hand, the dagger began to glide slowly towards Qin Shangtian, leisurely closing the distance between itself and the staggering boy. Pale as a ghost, Qin Shangtian glanced back. Knowing escape was futile, he abruptly halted, exhaling deeply, his mind a blank slate, and he involuntarily smiled, his laughter radiant as the sun. Suddenly, 3 swift sounds pierced the air. Arrows shot forth like lightning from the corridor above, aimed directly at 3 vital points on Fan Liqiu's body. Raising his hand, the dagger instantly returned to his grasp. And with a swift, circular motion, he deflected the 3 arrows. Just as he was about to retaliate, for more arrows whistled in succession, sealing off his path forward. Fan Liqiu's focus sharpened. The rapid succession of arrows was undeniably a display of remarkable skill, compelling him to exercise caution in evasion and defense. Meanwhile, a figure sprang forth like a startled rabbit, hoisting the injured Qin Shangtian and bounding away, swiftly crossing the 7-hole bridge and disappearing around the corner of the Guyu Inn. Almost simultaneously, 2 shadowy figures leaped from the courtyard of the Qin family on Rui Street, moving like the wind and arriving at the entrance of the Guyu Inn, closely trailing the fleeing figure. They were the 2 elderly men, one stout and one thin, who had accompanied Fan Liqiu. The diminutive elder cast a disdainful glance at the red maple banner hanging at the inn, snorting derisively. The Maple Forest sect certainly has a grand reputation. Fan Liqiu landed before the 2 elders, casting a disdainful glance at the vivid red maple leaf design on the banner, which irked him intensely. With a brazen smile, he remarked, "Frost leaves wither. The autumn wind sweeps all away." Chapter 13. The setting sun arrow a ray in an instant. The Guyu Inn fell silent as the stout and thin figures burst inside, only to retreat back onto the street as 2 arrows whistled past them. With a flick of their sleeves, they swatted the arrows a side point. One stepped out onto the street, clad in a red outfit with a golden belt, a red scarf binding his hair, holding a deep crimson longbow and a quiver on his back. A striking youth of 16 or 17, none other than Han Ning of the Maple Forest sect. Han Ning turned back to glance at the inn, exclaiming in admiration, "Brother Yang, your archery is extraordinary. It truly opens one's eyes." Inside the inn, Yang Yizhi supported Qin Shangtian, glaring angrily at Fan Liqiu and the others. Nodding at Han Ning, just as Yang Yizhi reached the inn's entrance, he faintly heard Qin Shangtian's cries of murder from Rui Street and rushed out in haste in a moment of desperation. His latent potential surged forth. He ran while shooting arrows, releasing 7 in quick succession, which forced Fan Liqiu to exercise caution, thus providing Qin Shangtian a narrow escape. Qin Shangtian freed himself from Yang Yizhi's grasp, enduring the searing pain coursing through him and sitting down at the nearest table by the door, his eyes wide with focus on the commotion outside. Yang Yizhi knocked an arrow, stepping forward a few paces to guard Qin Shangtian. Zhen Xuanjin approached Qin Shangtian, producing a vial of medicine. "Brother Shangtian, your life is truly resilient. Had it been me, I would have long since met my end. This is a qi condensing pill, effective for pain relief and blood coagulation. Priced at 5 taels of silver, no bargaining. Do you want it? If so, I'll put it on your tab. Qin Shangtian took the vial, poured out a pill, and swallowed it, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "You take down that pale-faced fan, and I'll give you another 5 taels." Zhen Zhuangjian waved his hands repeatedly. No, that won't do. I, Zhen Zhuangjian, earn my keep with integrity. You only ask for him to be taken down? 5 taels is far too much. He isn't worth it. I can't possibly profit off you, my brother. It's a flat price of 10 won. Deal. Qin Shangtian's face contorted, unsure whether it was from pain or laughter. Zhen Zhuangjian burst into laughter, shouting towards the inn's exterior, "Ningguer, did you hear? A lucrative deal is on the table." The youth in red beamed with enthusiasm. I heard. Within the inn, the exchange between Zhen Zhuangjian and Qin Shangtian was crystal clear to Fan Liqiu, whose complexion fluctuated between red and green, his face twisted with rage as he growled, "This person must die today. No one can protect him, not even the Maple Forest sect." The red-clad youth frowned. "What wrong has he committed that necessitates his death?" The diminutive elder chuckled coldly. "My young master wants him dead, therefore he must die." The red-clad youth, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Such a murderous intent. Such an imposing presence today. I shall ensure his survival. What will you do about it? Then let us die together." The stout elder's eyes gleamed with malice. "Oh, what grandiose claims! I thought a great sex leader had graced my humble Guyu Inn, causing my heart to race. But upon closer inspection, it turns out to be the infamous Big and Small Tortoise duo, barking like dogs. Truly living up to the Big and Small Tortoise reputation." Zhen Zhuangjian leaned casually against the inn's doorframe, a welcoming smile on his face. The stout elder's gaze turned icy, sharp as a sword, fixating on Zhen Zhuangjian, his eyes betraying a clear intent to kill. The brothers, one thin and one stout, Wang De and Wang Xiao, were notorious figures in the martial world, having once lived as solitary old bachelors aimlessly awaiting death. Yet, by some stroke of fortune, they gained extraordinary abilities in their later years, subsequently indulging in debauchery and villainy, committing heinous acts without restraint, often annihilating entire families or villages for amusement. Ultimately, they found themselves besieged by righteous individuals, forcing them to seek refuge in the domain of the Fan family, where they acted as retainers, narrowly escaping death. Zhen Zhuangjian remained unfazed, maintaining eye contact with the stout elder. Dismissing them entirely, Fan Liqiu sneered, "Why engage in pointless banter? Just kill him." With a furious roar, Wang Xiao surged forward, launching a punch from a distance, while Wang De simultaneously leaped, striking out with a fist and a palm. 3 waves of energy, fierce yet invisible, instantly reduced the swirling red leaves to dust, aimed directly at the red-clad youth. The youth swiftly drew an arrow, releasing 3 rapid shots that shattered the oncoming energy waves, transforming into streaks of fire that tore through the air towards the 2 elder figures. Both shadows sank as they dodged the arrows, appearing on either side of the red-clad youth, preparing to launch a coordinated attack. Yet, the youth leaned back, seemingly about to fall, then swiftly slid to the right, drawing arrows and unleashing 2 shots that cut through the air like meteors. The proximity rendered the 2 elders unable to evade. Their true energy surged violently, their black robes billowing as they formed a barrier of energy before them. The 2 arrows pierced through 3 layers of their energy shields before finally halting mid-air. Spinning rapidly, the red-clad youth remained poised, using his toes as a pivot, elegantly tracing a perfect circle in mid-air, and miraculously returned between Wang De and Wang Xiao, suddenly standing upright, chuckling. Suddenly, the corners of Wang De and Wang Xiao's eyes caught 3 flashes of red light. They glimpsed the 3 arrows shot earlier by the red-clad youth, seemingly guided by an unseen hand, curving through the air and hurtling back towards them, trailing glowing streaks like flowing clouds, with an unstoppable momentum. Panic surged through them. They exchanged alarmed glances and leaped into the air, forcing back the 2 arrows with their overwhelming energy while simultaneously retreating and drawing 2 chilling crescent blades from behind, launching them as 4 rapidly spinning discs of silver light aimed at the youth's vital points. Disregarding the incoming crescent blades, the red-clad youth seized the 2 deflected arrows from the air, knocking them with precision and unleashing 2 rapid shots that reached the 2 black-clad elders in an instant. The youth began to dart and leap, effortlessly evading the 4 spinning blades, his movements graceful and swift as a shadow. appearing and disappearing in rapid succession, each time snatching a returning arrow mid-flight, repeating the cycle of drawing and shooting. In that moment, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. The 5 arrows in the red-clad youth's hands seemed to possess intelligence of their own, striking like lethal lightning and returning like gentle sparrows, engaging in a relentless exchange, weaving an endless web of arrows around Wang De and Wang Shao, who perceived it as a torrential rain of arrows from all directions, constantly bombarding them, forcing them to wield their crescent blades with all their might to fend off the onslaught in their encounter. The two combatants exchanged merely 3 moves, and the once formidable old Wang was ruthlessly subdued by a mere youth, left without the power to retaliate. The situation was fraught with peril. Had it not been for the red-clad youth's lack of murderous intent, old Wang might have already met his untimely demise on the streets. Zhen Zhuanqian exclaimed in astonishment, "Elder Ai, Brother Xiang Tian, do you know what this spectacle before us is called? It is akin to a turtle willingly walking into a trap, yearning for an early demise." Qin Xiang Tian chuckled heartily, though the laughter sent waves of pain through his body. Yang Yizhi, on the other hand, was awestruck, bewildered by the skillful use of the bow and arrow. The 5 arrows in the hands of the red-clad youth danced through the air, returning with the grace of the wind, a truly celestial display of mastery. His spirit soared, and the desire to enter a sect and learn the craft intensified. Old Wang exchanged a glance with his counterpart, both realizing they could no longer hold back. With their crescent blades whirling in chaotic, yet seemingly instinctive patterns, they managed to fend off the deluge of arrows raining down from all directions. Their gathered chi formed 2 spherical shields, encasing them as they advanced towards the red-clad youth, Han Ning. Zhen Zhuanqian gasped in surprise, laughingly remarking, "I questioned how these 2 old fools could still have fortunes when they are half buried in the ground. It seems they have received the benevolence of Kwangshan. Which fool would lay eyes on these 2 old turtles, who are barely entering the realm of masters? Brother Ning, muster some genuine strength. While we may look down upon these 2 old fools, we must still respect the chaotic techniques of Kwangshan and allow them to create some real chaos." The red-clad youth's spirit stirred, and with a light-hearted chuckle, he responded, "Understood." He reached out to grasp a returning arrow, drawing his longbow with a concentrated gaze before releasing it. The arrow shot forth like a meteor, flames trailing behind it, instantly consuming the 2 spheres of protective chi that had approached. The pure chi surrounding old Wang was incinerated entirely, leaving no trace, an occurrence both illogical and unfathomable in an instant. The garments, beards, and hair of the 2 old Wangs ignited in flames. The red-clad youth, intentionally slowing his movements, teased, "A turtle on fire is not a pretty sight. Let us not turn into roasted turtles." In their panic, the 2 old Wangs flailed about, desperately trying to fend off the flames. They soon cast aside all restraint, employing every ounce of strength in a futile attempt to counterattack and escape, but found themselves utterly powerless against the relentless barrage of arrows. The red-clad youth remained nonchalant, clearly not exerting his full strength, treating them as mere trifles. Despite their prolonged engagement, the 2 could not discern the true realm of the red-clad youth's cultivation. Fear crept into their expressions as they attempted to disperse, one drawing the arrows while the other sought to break through and retaliate. Yet, no matter how they altered their distance, the arrows would follow closely, forming a tight net that relentlessly forced them back together. Fan Liqiu's expression fluctuated. He had once believed that his own prowess would allow him to traverse Mingxi town without fear, easily dealing with a country bumpkin. To his astonishment, even with the assistance of the 2 old Wangs, he found himself at a disadvantage against a mere disciple of Fenglin's sect, facing grave danger, truly a testament to the saying, "In the world of martial arts, there are always masters beyond masters." Clutching a golden dagger, he cast a furtive glance at Qin Xiang Tian seated in the tavern, and a sinister thought took root in his heart. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards Qin Xiang Tian. Yang Yizhi, with his bow drawn taut, released an arrow in an attempt to intercept the golden projectile, but it missed entirely. He swiftly leaped in front of Qin Xiang Tian, knocking another arrow to counter the golden light. The 2 projectiles collided midair, producing a sharp sound as the golden dagger was deflected far away. Clattering to the ground in a flash, another arrow, glowing red, zipped through the air, striking the golden light and dispersing it. the dagger was sent tumbling far off. The red-clad youth seized the moment, catching the returning arrow and shooting it once more. Now aimed directly at Fan Liqiu. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Fan Liqiu with no means to evade, his expression a portrait of terror and regret. At this moment, a green shadow descended from the sky, repelling the arrow with a sword, while another sword cleaved through the arrow net that ensnared the two old Wangs. The formidable sword chi caused the arrow formation to falter, creating an opening. Seizing the opportunity, the two old Wangs broke through the encirclement, distancing themselves from Fan Liqiu and the green shadow. Both were in tatters, their black robes riddled with wounds, their faces marred like charred coal. Their bodies bearing numerous arrow wounds, mere moments away from a fate akin to being pierced by 1,000 arrows. The two old Wangs appeared utterly disheveled, their faces pale, their once fierce and arrogant demeanor replaced by a dawning realization of their insignificance in the vast world of martial arts. They understood, at last, that they were no different from ants in the presence of the profound foundations held by the formidable sections. The red-clad youth, undeterred and composed, landed gracefully, 5 arrows trailing behind him as if guided by an invisible hand. With a casual flick of his right hand, he swept through the air, capturing the 5 arrows and returning them to his quiver. Fan Liqiu, having narrowly escaped, was devoid of color, his heart still racing. Trembling as he called out, "Senior sister." The woman clad in blue snorted coldly, refusing to respond, her gaze fixed on the red-clad youth, contemplating as she remarked icily, "The setting sun arrow formation of Yinyun's sect, with 1 person and 1 bow. It can indeed form a formidable array, truly living up to its reputation." The red-clad youth raised his chin, feigning regret. "It is a pity that my aptitude is lacking, for I possess not even a fraction of the essence of archery." The blue-clad woman's expression was conflicted, yet she was profoundly shaken, scrutinizing the red-clad youth before inquiring with skepticism, "As a disciple of Fenglin's sect, how is it that you wield the setting sun arrow formation of Yinyun's sect?" The red-clad youth blinked and grinned. "What do you think?" The blue-clad woman retorted with a cold laugh. "In this world of 9 sects, collusion is commonplace. Otherwise, how could they dare to bully our small sect? What has my junior brother done that warrants a death sentence?" The red-clad youth was momentarily speechless. Her ability to twist the truth was remarkable. "What has the youth in the tavern done? Your junior brother has not only acted with lethal intent, but has pursued him here with the intent to annihilate." The blue-clad woman glanced at the 2 youths in the tavern. Their attire indicative of ordinary country folk. She coldly asserted, "If my junior brother seeks to kill this person, there must be a reason. Regardless of what he has done, he deserves death 1,000 times over." The blue-clad woman's twisted logic was utterly unreasonable, her arguments self-serving. The red-clad youth furrowed his brow, then suddenly chuckled. "So, by your logic, the one with higher cultivation has the right to dictate reason. If I were to kill your junior brother, would that not be entirely justified?" The blue-clad woman replied frostily, "Had this been yesterday, we would indeed have to regard your Fenglin sect with a measure of caution. Today, why not test it?" The red-clad youth scoffed. "What difference does today make? What emboldens you to be so audacious? A minor scheme, and you presume you can act with impunity? 1 arrow from me is worth 1,000. With that declaration, he flexed his longbow, exuding an imposing aura. Chapter 14. The inversion of truth. The night had fully descended, and the twinkling lights flickered, casting an ethereal glow over the small town. The once bustling thoroughfare lay still, devoid of travelers. The lively streets and corridors stood empty, shrouded in silence. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and from the direction of Rui Street, a cacophony arose as over 100 well-equipped, formidable soldiers galloped in, swiftly taking positions and drawing crossbows in a formidable formation. Numerous figures from the martial world emerged, brandishing weapons and encircling Guyu Tavern. Sealing it off completely, a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue brocade robe, with a long sword at his waist, was followed closely by a man in white, both approaching with purposeful strides. Fan Liqiu and the blue-clad woman respectfully greeted them, calling out "Master," to which the middle-aged man nodded, casting a disdainful glance at the 2 old Wangs as he coldly remarked, "You 2 old fools are more likely to cause trouble than to achieve anything." Old Wang and young Wang's faces turned ashen, their anger suppressed. Upon seeing the blue and white figures, a sudden realization struck Qin Xiangtian, who had just sat up. He gestured to Jin Zhuangqian, who approached with a smile. Qin Xiangtian said, I have a faint recollection of overhearing these two discussing that their visit to Mingxi town under the pretense of a marriage proposal was merely a ruse, ultimately aimed at uprooting our Fenglin sect's foundations here. Could this be why they are so intent on killing me? Jin Zhuangqian's smile faltered, and he glanced at the approaching brocade-clad man, narrowing his eyes as he praised. Brother Xiangtian, your insight is remarkable. You have discerned our Fenglin sect's situation. I am truly impressed. Qin Xiangtian smirked, muttering that he was merely pretending to be oblivious, unlike Yang Yizhi, who was genuinely simple-minded. As he caught Yang Yizhi's gaze, Qin Xiangtian immediately grimaced, exclaiming in pain and expressing gratitude for Yang Yizhi's life-saving intervention. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Yang Yizhi blinked, his eyes shimmering with mirth. The middle-aged man strode directly to the tavern, glancing at the red-clad youth and then at Jin Zhuangqian standing beside Qin Xiangtian. He then looked up at the red maple banner hanging from the tavern, his expression unchanging as he stated, Lu Yunsong from Zhilu Mountain has accompanied his disciple to Mingxi town for a marriage proposal, yet I am perplexed as to how we have offended Fenglin sect, inciting such a grand conflict with the juniors, even to the point of seeking their lives. Jin Zhuangqian's fortune was nothing short of astonishing. He mused to himself that indeed, the lineage of the sect was worthy of its esteemed reputation, inheriting the tradition with a legacy of cold words, icy faces, and unyielding hearts. Not only did they exhibit a remarkable ability to twist right and wrong with ease, but they also did so without a hint of shame or remorse. The Zhuliu Mountain Villa, under the auspices of the Fan family of the state of Wei, stood as the most formidable martial sect in the realm. The villa's master, Lu Yunsong, had reached the pinnacle of the Zhuliu sword technique, unrivaled in the region. Fan Liqiu, the third son of the Fan family, had taken him as his teacher from a young age, driven by both the intention of the Fan family to cultivate alliances and the necessity of forging a bond with the Zhuliu Mountain Villa. The two families relied upon each other in both the court and the martial world, supporting one another in shared honor and disgrace. The azure-clad maiden, Lu Qianqian, was the sole daughter of Lu Yunsong, and all members of the villa, regardless of age, respectfully referred to her as senior sister. The youth in white was Lu Yunsong's true first disciple, Luo Qingxiao. The young man in crimson, also taken aback, could only stammer in astonishment. Jin Zhuangqian clapped his hands, a broad smile lighting up his face as he approached the young man in red. With a playful bow, he exclaimed, Master Lu, your skill in uttering nonsense with your eyes wide open is indeed unparalleled. I must commend you. Please, do consider the dignity of the Zhuliu Mountain Villa and spare us younger generations from your trials. Otherwise, when it comes to the art of speaking nonsense, we simply cannot match Master Lu. Can we? The young man in red could barely contain his amusement, repeatedly affirming, Indeed, indeed. The ability to speak nonsense with one's eyes open is a gift. I could never hope to learn it. I am no match for you. Lu Yunsong's expression darkened, a storm brewing within him. His self-introduction was meant to remind the other party of the martial world's decorum, for the Fenglin sect was one of the 9 great sects of the realm, and it was imperative to uphold the traditions and ethics of the martial community. One should always maintain a sense of respect and courtesy towards the various sects within the martial world, as the intricacies of human relationships often required one to leave room for reconciliation, to foster goodwill, and to minimize enmities, thus ensuring a long-lasting presence within the martial arena. Yet, he found his overtures utterly disregarded. Met with extreme disdain in their words, Luo Qingxiao's countenance was as stern as iron as he coldly remarked, Jin Zhuangqian, you would do well to speak more courteously. Jin Zhuangqian's eyes sparkled with delight. A sense of triumph washing over him, he replied, who would have thought that even the illustrious Luo Qingxiao, renowned throughout the martial world, knows the name of this humble innkeeper from Guyuan? It seems that I, Jin Zhuangqian, must possess a unique talent akin to Master Lu's skill in speaking nonsense. Perhaps my ability to earn a living has garnered some renown in the martial world. It appears the folks of Mingxi town have underestimated me. I must invite the storyteller, Old Chun, to regale them for 7 days and nights, so they may recognize the might of Zhan, the great innkeeper. Luo Qingxiao snorted softly, contemplating that Jin Zhuangqian was quite aware of the intricacies at play within their circle. He suspected that Fan Liqiu had invited that old man to deliberately sow discord regarding the Fan Qin marriage. blurring the lines between truth and deception and stirring public opinion, an endeavor that likely had not escaped Zhan's keen perception. Lu Yunsong interjected, "Words are of little value. Our Zhuliu mountain villa has no intention of becoming enemies with the Fenglin sect. But since a rift has emerged over trivial matters today, why not devise a strategy to mend the gap? What do you think, innkeeper Zhen?" Zhen Zhuangqian responded with a playful "oh," and inquired with a grin, "What does Master Lu propose to do to bridge the divide?" Lu Yunsong glanced at Qin Shangtian within the inn, maintaining an impassive demeanor, and said, "Hand over the Han siblings to us. We shall take care of them." Qin Shangtian's eyes widened in disbelief, cursing inwardly, "What have I done to deserve this? Am I to bear the brunt of your chaos? When did my status rise to such a level? Are you planning to kill me for your own benefit?" Yang Yizhi and the young man in red both immediately protested in unison, "No way." Qin Shangtian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Had he not been in so much pain that he could barely stand? He would have rushed to the young man in red and acknowledged him as his elder brother, calling out in heartfelt camaraderie. For Yang Yizhi, it was a matter of loyalty. A true brother ought to stand by one another in times of need. Zhen Zhuangqian remained silent, observing Lu Yunsong with a smile, his intentions clear. Whatever the young man in red decided would also be his decision. Lu Yunsong, maintaining his composure, stated, "Let us rephrase. Surrender the Han siblings, and we shall take them away." Zhen Zhuangqian spread his hands, replying, "That one do." Luo Qingxiao's anger flared, "Zhen Zhuangqian, are you deliberately avoiding negotiation?" Zhen Zhuangqian suddenly smiled coldly, "Negotiate? Does your humble Zhuliu mountain villa even merit such a discussion?" An old man who claims to have no intention of opposing the Fenglin sect ought to take a moment to reflect. Do you truly consider yourselves worthy of being called adversaries? Mere weeds in the field. Lu Yunsong's face turned icy, his aura brimming with murderous intent as he had never before been publicly humiliated in such a manner. If he did not eliminate this man, how could he hope to maintain his standing in the martial world? Lu Qianqian, Luo Qingxiao, and the others from the Zhuliu mountain villa were equally incensed, their eyes ablaze with fury, ready to draw their swords at any moment. Zhen Zhuangqian remained unfazed, continuing, "Your petty schemes are simplistic and uninspired. You, Lu Yunsong, are driven by greed. You wish to scheme for the greater good while simultaneously seeking minor gains, truly a heart of a snake. At this moment, those hiding in the shadows ought to reveal themselves. Let us lay our cards on the table and engage in a discourse, be it a debate or a duel, relying solely on our own abilities. Allowing a few mad dogs to bark aimlessly at the forefront is neither dignified nor timely. It is nothing short of laughable." The young man in red stood tall and straight, a radiant smile upon his face. His longbow poised, Zhang Zhuangqian squinted, appearing calm and unruffled. Lu Yunsong's gaze sharpened, his heart filled with killing intent far surpassing the palpable aura surrounding him. He rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, "Will you surrender or not?" The young man in red turned to Zhen Zhuangqian and asked, "Innkeeper Zhen, what delicacies have you prepared for tonight as supper?" Zhen Zhuangqian replied, "Willow leaf stewed old turtle." The young man in red chuckled, exclaiming, "How novel! I must try it." Ignoring Lu Yunsong entirely, Lu Yunsong's expression turned frigid. He unleashed his sword, sending forth a torrent of sword energy that swirled like 1,000 willows dancing in the wind, ensnaring Zhen Zhuangqian and the young man in red. The young man in red swiftly drew an arrow, shooting it forth with his right hand forming a sword gesture, piercing the air. The arrow, imbued with power, flared with crimson light as it met Lu Yunsong's sword energy midway. In an instant, the myriad willows were cleaved apart, and the sword and arrow converged, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds. Lu Yunsong felt a flicker of surprise. The young man's prowess was not far behind his own, and in a one-on-one confrontation, he may not have the upper hand, causing him to reconsider any sense of certainty in victory. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Yunsong sheathed his sword, causing the vast sword energy to dissipate completely. The young man in red raised his fingers, the crimson light flickering back, and caught the arrow in his hand. He looked at Lu Yunsong and asked, "Shall we continue? Today is not a martial contest. Who would engage you in a duel?" Lu Yunsong secretly scoffed, unwilling to become too entangled with the two before him. He sought to resolve matters swiftly, to seize the Han siblings and the Book of Destiny, lest the night prolong and unforeseen complications arise. With a clear advantage, over 100 elite soldiers and masters were poised against Emir In. Overpowering them should be a simple task. He was about to issue orders to forcefully storm Guyuin and seize the people and the book. Chapter 15. The army approaches. The west wind swept away countless red leaves, and the streets of the small town fell silent. A resounding boom echoed as a brilliant light shot into the sky, blossoming into a silver chrysanthemum. Lu Yunsong's expression shifted slightly, filled with indignation. Today, he had taken advantage of the dispute between Family Qiu and Qin Shangtian to encircle Gu Yuin in advance, aiming to snatch the people and the book before the Fan family's grand plot was set into motion. Yet, before he could act, the signal from the Fan family had already been sent out, hastening their timeline significantly, rendering all his schemes futile. To the west of the town, flames soared into the sky, resembling a dragon twisting and coiling, its thunderous roars shaking the earth. From afar, its tail was nowhere in sight as it advanced toward the town. To the east, a white carriage moved slowly. A coldly elegant woman clad in white stepped out. Hand in hand with a young boy in white. In an instant, dozens of well-dressed men and women descended behind them. From the direction of Rui Street, a young man in a green robe, exuding arrogance, bore a long sword with a golden tassel, followed by 5 similarly adorned men and women, each with a long sword adorned with differently colored tassels. 5 or 6 martial artists broke away from their original formation, positioning themselves beside Lu Yunsong, their aura stronger than his. In the blink of an eye, a formidable troop appeared at the western entrance of the town, clad in iron armor, wearing cold garments, wielding long knives and shields. The elite cold guards of the state of Wei. 2,000 soldiers from the vanguard, relentless as fire, surged through the town, heading straight for the Eastern Valley entrance, while another 2,000 soldiers entered the town, forming a battle line on the main street. Facing Gu Yuin with overwhelming ferocity and bloodthirst, a young scholar dressed in white, accompanied by 2 silver-armored generals, galloped forward and dismounted beside Lu Yunsong. Fan Liqiu exclaimed with excitement, "Elder brother," with the appearance of the young scholar in white. The atmosphere shifted subtly. Lu Yunsong's murderous aura receded slightly as he nodded gently to the scholar, who returned the gesture with a smile. Lu Qianqian gazed adoringly at the young scholar, their eyes meeting, igniting a spark of admiration that she could not look away from. Luo Qingxiao observed Lu Qianqian's expression, his own face a mix of turmoil and conflict. At last, the true faces of those involved were revealed. Zhen Zhuangqian, with hands tucked within his sleeves, squinted as he surveyed the scene. Bafeng Hall, Divine Sword Sect, Yinjia City, the Fan family of the state of Wei. These were the only factions that truly concerned the Fenglin sect. As for the other minor sects and wandering practitioners, they posed no significant threat. The focus should be on their own standing and that of their allied sections. They must devise a strategy in advance to confront the impending retribution from the Fenglin sect. This morning, the Guyu Inn, upon discovering the arrival of the cold warriors from the state of Wei in Mingxi town, paid little heed, truly blinded by the matter of the Fan family's proposal to the Shangqing clan. Furthermore, the emergence of the Han siblings alongside the Book of Immortality led them to misjudge the influx of various martial forces into Mingxi town, believing them merely there to seize opportunities without deeper contemplation. It was not until noon that the inn received word of the large-scale movements of the Wei cold warriors towards Mingxi town, prompting the Guyu Inn to sense the unusual nature of the situation and hurriedly relay the message to their sect. Alas, the mountains were high and the roads long. Distant waters could not quench nearby fires. Nevertheless, the members of the Fenglin sect, including Zhen Zhuangqian, remained relatively unperturbed. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, let generals block. When water comes, let earth cover. Facing a multitude was not necessarily a concern. Just as Mr. Zimaway stated, when the mountain rain is about to come, let it come. The young scholar in white approached Qiu Liang of the 8 Winds Hall, respectfully clasping his fists in greeting. I have met young Master Bai and Hall Master Qiu. Today, the Fan family is fortunate to receive the strong support of the 8 Winds Hall. We, the Fan family, will never forget this kindness and shall surely repay it in the future. The white-clad woman, Qiu Liang, wore a cold expression and nodded slightly. The young boy in white gazed at the young scholar with eyes full of pity. As he was about to become a significant testament to his unpredictable path as a practitioner of demonic ways, he could not help but feel a sense of pride. The white-robed scholar turned to Zhen Zhuangqian and the young man in red. Clasping his fists once more, I am Fan Liqiu from the Fan family of Wei. Zhen Zhuangqian replied with a smile. I am Zhen Zhuangqian, the chief steward of the Guyu Inn in Mingxi town. The young man in red appeared composed. Han Ning from the Fenglin sect. Fan Lichuan smiled lightly, having already discerned the Fenglin sect's foundations in Mingxi town. Merely an inn, a school, a steward, a teacher, and fewer than 20 Fenglin guards hidden in the shadows. The sudden appearance of the red-clad youth was unexpected, though his lack of reputation suggested he was a newly initiated disciple. Fan Lichuan asked, Is Steward Zhen the person in charge of the Fenglin sect in Mingxi town? Can your words be taken seriously? Zhen Zhuangqian smiled. Everyone in the Fenglin sect speaks with authority. Fan Lichuan replied with a faint smile. That is splendid. The Fan family intends to take Mingxi town. I give Steward Zhen 2 hours to have the Fenglin sect withdraw from Mingxi town. Zhen Zhuangqian beamed, repeatedly waving his hands. No need, no need. The Fan family of Wei is truly too courteous. How could such a small place as Mingxi town warrant such a grand display? 2 hours is too long. Just a stick of incense will suffice. Within this incense's burn, I request all the spirits and phantoms present to vacate Mingxi town. Upon finishing, his gaze blazed, sweeping across all present, his demeanor exuding an innate authority that sent chills down the spines of many lesser individuals. The red-clad youth, Han Ning, grinned mischievously. If you do not leave, we shall drive you out. Fan Lichuan chuckled, maintaining his demeanor of a modest gentleman. Today, the disparity in strength is evident. Why should Steward Zhen take on such a futile endeavor, rather than make a senseless sacrifice? It would be wiser to retreat entirely. The Fenglin sect can always prepare thoroughly for a counterattack after withdrawing. I, Fan Lichuan, shall await your esteemed presence at any time. The young man in red questioned in confusion. Is it merely because you have numbers that you claim a disparity in strength? Fan Lichuan responded with a smile. When a great army approaches, could it be? Very well, we can leave immediately, but I must request Steward Zhen to hand over the Han siblings from Nanyang Han family village. A clear voice abruptly interrupted Fan Lichuan, causing his expression to change dramatically as he turned his icy gaze towards the source, a man clad in green with a long sword, its hilt adorned with a golden tassel, stood at a distance, his demeanor haughty and unconcerned by the attention he drew. Logically speaking, the conflict between the Fan family of Wei and the Fenglin sect is not our concern. Steward Zhen only needs to surrender the Han siblings, and we shall depart at once. Several figures rushed in from the direction of Rui Street, landing at one side of the inn, facing Fan Lichuan's group from afar. Leading them was a graceful young man with a jade-like complexion. Standing beside a red-robed elder, the jade-faced young man declared, The Zhao family and the Bixia villa seek only to take these 2 individuals. We will not interfere in the conflict between the Fan family and the Fenglin sect. Fan Lichuan retorted angrily, Zhao Hong, your Zhao family is one of the 6 lords of Wei. Today's conflict concerns the fate of the nation. Are you and Bixia villa deliberately stirring trouble? Zhao Hong, the jade-faced young man, smiled indifferently. The state of Wei has long been under the control of your Fan family. Your territorial expansions and conquests have nothing to do with my Zhao family. Today, I, Zhao Hong, do not concern myself with national affairs. I seek only an opportunity in the martial world. In an instant, voices arose from various martial sects, such as Yinjia City and the Huansha sect, as well as several wandering martial artists, all stating their intent was solely to retrieve the Han siblings. They insisted that Steward Zhen surrender the Han siblings and would not partake in the conflict between the Fan family and the Fenglin sect. Fan Lichuan's gaze turned profound, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. Observing this, Fan Lichuan's brother, Fan Lichuan, leaned in to whisper the reason. Upon hearing about the Book of Immortality, Fan Lichuan's expression shifted, casting a fierce glance at Lu Yunsong nearby. Such crucial news, and Lu Yunsong had not relayed it promptly, clearly indicating an intention to conceal it. Lu Yunsong pretended not to notice, maintaining his usual demeanor. Realizing the situation, he understood he could only seize the opportunity by force. Today, who among the gathered could rival the strength of the Fan family and Zhuliu Villa? With 6,000 elite cold warriors surrounding Mingxi town, and the support of the demonic 8 Winds Hall, how could anyone still be foolish enough to say they would leave immediately upon surrendering the Han siblings? It was laughable, Lu Yunsong scoffed quietly, thinking, if I remain silent, who can escape? After a moment of contemplation, Fan Lichuan devised a strategy and declared loudly, Everyone, today there are but 2 matters in Mingxi town. First, our state of Wei seeks to take Mingxi town. Second, The Han siblings have hidden themselves in the Guyu Inn with the Book of Immortality. The first matter is a certainty for us. Should you wish to lend your strength, the Fan family shall remember your kindness and will not shortchange anyone. As for the second matter, I, Fan Lichuan, hold no interest in it. Such matters belong in the martial realm. With the Book of Immortality being scarce, should we all rush to seize it, only the last one standing will benefit. Who can say for certain that they will survive to the end? Even if one were to survive, who can confidently claim they can escape unscathed from the thousands of elite, cold warriors of the Fan family? A profound silence enveloped the crowd, as no one dared to speak, for what Fan Lichuan said was the truth. They all awaited him to continue. Satisfied, Fan Lichuan surveyed the diverse assembly of martial artists, and with a smile proposed, I, Fan Lichuan, am unworthy and have a suggestion. Why don't we draw a venue here, and those with the heart may step forward to compete in martial prowess? The victor shall claim the Book of Immortality and take the Han siblings away. I, Fan Lichuan, and the elite cold warriors shall not hinder you. What do you all think? The entire gathering fell into silence. And Fan Lichuan felt immensely pleased, secretly triumphant. He thought to himself, if you act ungratefully, do not blame me for being unjust. If you dare to thwart my grand plans and seek to seize what is mine, I shall carve out a space for you to struggle to the death, ultimately benefiting none but myself. Today, I, Fan Lichuan, shall take on the role of the fisherman. Before long, someone boldly declared, the people of the Eight Winds Hall will take them, and the book will belong to the Eight Winds Hall. Who dares to try and seize it? A clear and cold voice shattered the silence. All eyes turned in astonishment to Qiu Liang. The white-clad woman. Fan Lichuan's face turned awkward. In his moment of arrogance, he had forgotten the presence of the formidable Eight Winds Hall, one of the 7 absolutes of the demonic path, which also coveted the Book of Immortality. Had he known, he would have refrained from crafting a redundant speech, simply using force to take Mingxi Town, handing over both the people and the book to the Eight Winds Hall, which would surely remember the Fan family's kindness and provide great assistance in the future. Now, the situation had turned against him. Qiu Liang stepped forward a couple of paces, her voice icy. I am Qiu Liang, the Hall Master of the Eight Winds Hall. Understanding your unwillingness, I offer you a chance. Come at me all at once. No one spoke. No one dared to move. The young boy in white watched with wide eyes, utterly in awe of his sister Qiu, thinking to himself, this is what it means to seize. Seizing with such boldness, seizing without restraint, seizing with no one daring to utter a word. The Eight Winds Hall truly exuded power. As the autumn wind swept through, a chill filled the streets, the lights flickered, shadows danced, and on the frost-laden night, the clouds and mist added a touch of desolation. Chapter 16. The crying swans embroidering the sky. Yang Yizhi and Qin Xiangtian remained vigilant, closely observing the situation outside the inn, increasingly alarmed by the unfolding circumstances. The current standoff was not merely a contest among martial artists, but had evidently escalated into a war between nations, a starkly asymmetric conflict. The invading forces of Wei were robust and numerous, while the Fenglin sect, on the surface, was represented solely by Jin Zhuangqian and the young man in red, an utterly precarious situation indeed. Exchanging glances, the two nodded in silent understanding, instinctively surveying their surroundings to identify possible escape routes, but ultimately their gazes met, and they shook their heads in resignation. Their expressions were one of awkwardness, for the entire inn was surrounded, leaving no room for retreat. Beyond the back wall of the inn lay the Mingxi River, whose waters appeared dark and deserted, yet such emptiness only heightened their trepidation, as hidden enemies lurked in the shadows, more difficult to defend against. Yang Yizhi, it seems we are in grave peril today, Qin Xiangtian exclaimed anxiously, feeling inexplicably troubled. Just as he and Qin Girl had made significant progress in their budding relationship, a promising future beckoning before them, calamity had unexpectedly befallen them, truly a case of fortune and misfortune intertwined. Yang Yizhi tightened his grip on his bow, his gaze resolute. What is there to fear? Until the very end, the outcome remains uncertain. If they seek our lives, they must first reckon with my arrows. We shall fight to the death. Even if we take down a few of them, it won't be a complete loss. Who knows, we might even find a glimmer of hope. Besides, have you not noticed Jin Zhuangqian and Brother Han facing the thousands of troops without a hint of fear? Certainly, He is filled with unwavering confidence. Qin Shangtian glanced at the main street outside the inn, where the world seemed to transform into a confrontational scroll. Opposite him stood a menacing elite army and a host of skilled fighters. Arrayed in a formation reminiscent of migrating geese, their sharp blades directed at the maple forest. Before him stood only Zhang Zhuanqian and the young man in red, both defiantly upright against the thousands before them. Their composure unshaken and their aura formidable. Qin Shangtian nodded and said, "Your words bear truth. Since there is no avenue for escape, we shall fight with all our might." He unsheathed the Minghong knife from his waist with a vigorous pull, its ghostly green glow shimmering with a chilling sharpness. Just as he felt a surge of pride, he suddenly paused, realizing he had forgotten about the treasured blade he possessed during his earlier skirmish with Fan Liqiu. With the treasured blade in hand, he felt compelled to strike at least 2 blows, perhaps that would spare him from such dire straits. Qin Shangtian fixated on the ghostly green blade, where a faint green light seemed to flow, swirling and entwining. Suddenly, the green light danced rapidly, depicting a human figure on the blade. Qin Shangtian blinked, observing that the swiftly moving green light formed a small green image that appeared almost alive. Performing a series of swordplay, exuding vigor and exquisite finesse, as if showcasing a set of techniques, which he found quite amusing. "Hurry, Yang Yizhi, come and see this phenomenon on the blade," Qin Shangtian urged. Yang Yizhi glanced over. Puzzled, what is there to see on the blade? The blade displays a green light that forms a small figure, seemingly dancing with the knife. "Can't you see it?" Qin Shangtian replied. Yang Yizhi squinted, noting the ghostly green blade indeed shimmered with a piercing chill. Yet he saw no green figure, expressing concern. "Could it be that your injuries have led to hallucinations? You should take a few more medicinal pills." Qin Shangtian shook his head, remaining silent as he focused on the ghostly green blade. The green light flowed rapidly, guiding the small green figure through a complete set of techniques before leisurely swirling around the blade again, after which the green figure vanished. Before long, a series of faint green characters began to emerge on the blade. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a martial arts manual titled Xiu Tian. As Qin Shangtian read, his heart stirred, and in an instant, energy surged into his dantian, condensing a wisp of ghostly green aura within him. As he absorbed the text, the green aura flowed through his body's meridians, giving rise to a green figure in his mind's lake, silently performing knife techniques. After about half a tea's worth of time, Qin Shangtian exhaled deeply, feeling refreshed as the pain in his back significantly eased, the torment in his organs dissipated, and his body surged with boundless energy, every sinew and bone feeling remarkably robust. Joy surged within Qin Shangtian as he attempted to rise, only to find that the ghostly green aura had transformed from a faint wisp into a powerful torrent, surging uncontrollably, rendering him as heavy as iron. Immobile, Yang Yizhi, noticing Qin Shangtian's dazed stare at the blade, scanned the inn again. At this moment, both sides outside the inn were locked in a stalemate, with no one paying heed to the two of them. Thus he seized the opportunity to scout for higher vantage points to conceal himself for archery, hoping to shoot a few arrows once the conflict erupted. After informing Qin Shangtian, Yang Yizhi ascended to the second floor of the inn. On the second floor, at the window, 6 or 7 individuals stood in a row, all clad in red soft armor, bearing half-length swords on their backs and wielding deep red longbows, arrows nocked and gazes fixed intently on the street outside. Faced with the cold, glinting armors of the Wei Kingdom's army, they remained composed, betraying no signs of anxiety or fear. Hearing footsteps, they turned momentarily to glance at Yang Yizhi, before swiftly returning their focus to the outside. Their movements synchronized. Yang Yizhi felt a chill run down his spine, deducing they must be from the Fenglin sect. Hesitating slightly, he steeled himself to ascend further. Scanning the area, he discovered that all advantageous positions were occupied by the red-armored guards. So without further thought, he continued to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was empty, save for a square table and chairs in the center, where 2 individuals were leisurely enjoying tea. One was a young woman clad in red, resembling Han Ning, adorned in a fitted red outfit with golden threaded maple leaf patterns, a golden belt at her waist, and a red scarf binding her hair, carrying a golden longsword. The other was a robust middle-aged man, none other than Lu Budi, the owner of the tea shop at the town entrance. The red-clad woman smiled at Yang Yizhi, while Lu Budi waved him over, saying with a grin, Yang Yang, come sit. Yang Yiji approached, sitting up straight with confidence, his left hand resting the bow on his leg. Liu Budi poured him a cup of tea, praising, Yang Yang, your skill with the bow and arrow is truly commendable. Your agility and courage are exceptional, indeed surpassing your parents. Yang Yiji blushed, replying, it's merely due to diligent practice that my hands have grown accustomed. Liu Budi commented, you are too modest. In this world, everything hinges on hard work and perseverance. Mastery comes from relentless practice, and for one so young to have achieved such proficiency is remarkable. Tomorrow, you should be able to ascend the mountain to hunt tigers. Yang Yiji chuckled and asked, Uncle Liu, given the current situation, will we see tomorrow? Do we have any strategies in place? The red-clad woman appraised Yang Yiji, smiling gently, her voice melodious as a nightingale. What do you think? Yang Yiji replied. I see that both Manager Zhan and Brother Han face the overwhelming army without fear, their presence even surpassing that of the enemy. The guards on the second floor also appear composed. And you two seem utterly at ease, sipping tea. All these signs suggest that you must possess a well-thought-out plan. The red-clad woman laughed. If I were to tell you that we are merely performing a ruse to deceive the enemy, would you believe me? Moreover, even if we have a strategy in the current situation, with them vastly outnumbering us, should they launch a reckless assault, we would also suffer grievous losses, and our chances of survival would be slim. Yang Yiji pondered for a moment and replied, what you say is reasonable. I naturally believe it. If we were indeed laying a trap to instill caution in the enemy, we could opt for a proactive approach. They are bound to have a thorough understanding of Mingxi Town before launching their attack. If we appear weak yet choose to strike first, it would certainly lead them to question whether our defenses have changed, causing them to hesitate. The red-clad woman nodded, her gaze sparkling with admiration, smiling, how fortuitous that our thoughts align. Brother Liu, what do you think? Liu Budi merely smiled, taking his time to sip his tea. Chapter 17. Heart set on the Jianghu. Yang Yiji suddenly furrowed his brow, stating, the current situation shows that the Wei Kingdom's Fan Clan clearly intends to seize Mingxi Town. They possess thousands of elite soldiers, while Mingxi Town has not a single soldier to spare. They too must be filled with confidence. It appears that they have gone to great lengths to mobilize their troops, likely knowing full well it is a trap, yet they would still force an attack. Our ruse of an empty city may not even cause them to hesitate. Liu Budi nodded in agreement. Yang Yang, it seems you have been diligent in your studies and possess a keen insight. You see through things clearly. You should take the time to teach that young Liu Zhan a thing or two. The red-clad girl chuckled. If that's the case, why did Fan Lichuan give Manager Zhan a 2-hour window to allow us to withdraw from Mingxi Town? Why not simply march in? After all, once the facade is shattered, it becomes a matter of life and death. The current situation is already one of national grievances. Liu Budi replied. They are waiting. The red-clad girl asked. Waiting? What could they possibly be waiting for? And what are we waiting for? Liu Budi smiled as he posed the question, then answered himself. We are all waiting for a sense of assurance. The red-clad woman smiled slightly. To send 6,000 cold guards to attack a defenseless Mingxi Town, coupled with the support of the Eight Winds Hall, Divine Sword Sect, and various Jianghu factions, do they still seek assurance? Liu Budi remarked. Miss Yin, are we to consider the Fenglan sect as just another Jianghu faction? The Fan Clan's heavy troops are poised to seize Mingxi Town. If they can attain their goals without bloodshed, avoiding the loss of even a single member of our sect, it leaves room for future negotiations. Should true bloodshed occur, as you mentioned, it would then become a matter of life and death. Hence, even if the Wei Kingdom's Fan Clan intends to engage with the Fenglan sect, if there is no substantial benefit or sufficient backing, they likely wouldn't dare to completely sever ties and engage in widespread slaughter. Caution is indeed the wisest course. Benefits? Support. What benefits would compel them to wage war against the Fenglan sect? What support would embolden them to contend with the Fenglan sect? Liu Budi's words were rather alarming. Liu Budi did not respond directly but turned to Yang Yiji, asking, Yang Yang, has the teacher ever spoken of the great trends in the world? Yang Yiji nodded. Has he mentioned the current situation in the Southern Wei Kingdom? Yang Yiji thought for a moment and said, the teacher once mentioned that the Wei Kingdom occupies the Central Plains and is the foremost among the lords of the realm. The Wei Kingdom employs a 6-minister system, with the 6 ministers commanding military and political power. For a century, the 6 ministers have alternated in governance. Presently, the common folk know only the 6 ministers, oblivious to the Wei King. Thus, The Wei Kingdom is but a hollow shell, existing in name only, with the Wei King confined within the palace while his territories are nearly all divided among the ministers. The teacher also mentioned that there are secret rumors in the court that the 6 ministers of the Wei Kingdom once united to petition the emperor for titles. And the Wei King not only dared not oppose but even echoed their requests. Liu Budi nodded, addressing the red-clad woman. The emperor's feudal grants lead to the lords claiming kingship. What sort of benefits or backing does that entail? The red-clad woman frowned. What does Fan's desire for a feudal title have to do with us in the Fenglin sect? What does it have to do with Mingxi town? Liu Budi chuckled. To seek a feudal title from the emperor, wouldn't the Fan clan need to present some offerings in sincerity? The red-clad woman laughed, saying, do they intend to use Mingxi town as a gift? Is this the Fan clan's intention or the emperor's directive? It seems that the capital is about to stir, involving more than just the lords of the realm, Liu Budi remarked. Everyone harbors ambition, be it the sects, the lords, or the emperor. However, they have evidently chosen the wrong target. Our Fenglin sect is no ordinary faction in the martial world. Fenglin Academy is the sacred ground for scholars across the land. To covet the Fenglin sect is to invite the ire of 100,000 students from Fenglin Academy, and the spittle of these aspiring scholars would be more than enough to overwhelm any would-be usurper. The woman in red nodded thoughtfully. From this perspective, it seems that the Fan family of Wei is not particularly astute, Liu Budi responded. One could even say they are exceedingly foolish. Yet, pondering further, if the rationale is so clear and straightforward, why do they insist on assaulting our Fenglin sect? He answered his own question. It appears that a monumental upheaval is imminent, one that has not been seen in a century. The halls of power and the far reaches of the martial world will not be spared. You must prepare yourselves. Liu Budi gazed at the woman in red, who wore a serious expression and nodded silently. Soon after, she smiled gently and said, with such a great upheaval at hand, why should our Fenglin sect fear? The world is full of crimson leaves, all birthed from Fenglin. The fire of Fenglin can ignite the very heavens. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled brightly as he suddenly asked, Uncle Liu, may I join the Fenglin sect? The woman in red, with her clear gaze and radiant smile, had already recognized the exceptional potential of the youth before her. His performance today had only further impressed her. He had bravely stepped forward to rescue someone despite overwhelming odds. And now, in the face of impending doom, he remained calm and unflinching, deserving of admiration. Should such a youth wish to join the Fenglin sect, she would wholeheartedly welcome him and was prepared to respond affirmatively without delay. However, Liu Budi interjected, Young Yang, why must you delve into the murky waters of the martial world? Is it not better to pursue knowledge and a tranquil life in Mingxi town? Yang Yi retorted with fervor. The world is rife with strife and complexity. How can one truly live a carefree and simple life? Just this morning, as I sold persimmons at the town entrance, I found myself embroiled in inexplicable events, nearly losing my life at the hands of others. Now, I am trapped in this small inn, my fate entirely in the hands of others. Moreover, as scholars, we aspire to step beyond Mingxi town and explore the vast world beyond. Yet, with the halls of power monopolized by aristocratic clans, even a humble town like Mingxi is stratified, with rules and norms serving only the interests of the elite, leaving common folk like me with little hope for advancement. If indeed a great upheaval is upon us, let the injustices of the world be transformed, and I shall carve my own path into the martial world with a sword in hand. Liu Budi nodded. You possess clarity of thought and a keen understanding. It is true that Mingxi town is too small to contain such youthful ambition. Yang Yi blushed and replied honestly, today, while studying, I grasped certain truths and came to understand various matters. The woman in red gazed at him with increasing admiration and smiled. If you are willing, Young Yang, in a few days, when you attend the 9 sects examination, you will have the opportunity to join our Fenglin sect. Liu Budi interrupted her, saying, it is quite dull to sit here waiting. Let us add a bit of excitement and entertain ourselves while we wait. He then used a sound transmission technique to communicate with Zhen Zhuanxian, the innkeeper, before turning to the woman in red, Miss Yin. Let us proceed as you previously suggested. We shall take the initiative. Take Young Yang with you. His archery skills are commendable. First, position our forces and eliminate their hidden pawns, creating a commotion. The louder, the better. The woman in red nodded with a smile. Yang Yi, filled with excitement, couldn't help but glance toward the staircase. Liu Budi reassured him, rest assured. I will keep an eye on Qin Shangtian. Chapter 18. The madman of the Tang family. The atmosphere outside the inn was both tense and intriguing. Zhang Zhuanqian exchanged glances with the red-clad youth Han Ning, both of them smiling with contempt. The battle had yet to commence, and already the opposing faction seemed to be embroiled in internal discord. A true spectacle. A man in green slowly stepped forward, the golden tassels of his sword swaying in the breeze, his voice resonating with clarity. Li Qingyi of the Divine Sword Sect requests guidance from Hall Master Qiu. A cloaked figure in a blue cape emerged, his hood casting a shadow over his face, obscuring his features, followed by 4 others clad in similar cloaks, moving in perfect synchrony. Gongshu Yunqing of Yinjia City requests guidance from Hall Master Qiu. Lo Nan of Bixia Mountain Villa requests guidance from Hall Master Qiu. An elder in red stepped forward beside the jade-faced young master. Shi Yumei of the Huansha sect requests guidance from Hall Master Qiu. A young woman gracefully emerged, her movements light and enchanting. Soon, dozens more stepped forward, yet none dared to announce their identities, moving silently but purposefully, united by a singular aim: to seize the Han siblings and the Book of Immortality. As the saying goes, great opportunities beckon, and all desire to seize them. While the reputation of the Eight Winds Hall may typically instill fear across the realm, faced with the transcendental opportunities and immense benefits at stake, anyone could become a reckless outlaw, unafraid of death. The woman in white, Qiu Liang, maintained her cool demeanor, and when no one else stepped forward, she coldly declared, "Very well. Let us all engage together." With a swift motion, Li Qingyi raised his right hand, and his sword flew from its sheath, slicing through the air toward Qiu Liang. She traced a circle in the air with her right hand, summoning a chilling breeze that redirected his sharp sword energy back at him. Li Qingyi shook his sword, causing flowers of sword energy to bloom, dissipating the lethal force in an instant. He initiated the attack, prompting Gongshu Yunqing, Lo Nan, Shi Yumei, and a dozen other martial artists to unleash their energies and charge forward. "Stop!" 2 voices rang out simultaneously, one icy and commanding from Fan Lichuan, the other resigned from Zhang Zhuanqian. Fan Lichuan's voice was cold as he said, "Do you not regard my Fan family with any respect?" He raised his hand, and 2 silver-armored generals bellowed, "Advance! Attack!" The formation of cold guards moved forward in unison, their weapons glinting ominously as they took 2 steps forward, the sound of armor ringing in the air. Ready to strike. Expressions shifted dramatically, as Lu Yunsong observed the foolishness of those who could not comprehend the gravity of their situation, particularly the embarrassed and conflicted Lo Nan, who realized this was an opportune moment to eradicate the Zhao family and Bixia Mountain Villa. Fan Lichuan clasped his hands in respect toward Qiu Liang, saying, "Hall Master Qiu, today we are allies. Please grant me a favor for the greater good. Once the matter is settled, you and the book may depart at your leisure." Qiu Liang remained as aloof as ever, tacitly agreeing. Fan Lichuan's gaze swept over the Divine Sword Sect, Yinjia City, and the Huansha Sect, his voice laced with hidden menace. "What do you all think?" Li Qingyi chuckled softly, tossing his sword into the air, which flipped mid-flight and swiftly returned to its sheath with a clang. "We await your assault on Mingxi Town." Gongshu Yunqing, Shi Yumei, and Lo Nan all took a step back. They lacked the courage to challenge the Eight Winds Hall. Their intention was merely to fish in troubled waters. Once the chaos erupted, they would not genuinely attack Qiu Liang but would seize the opportunity to target the Han siblings and claim the book. Fan Lichuan's expression softened slightly as he turned to Zhang Zhuanqian. "What do you wish to say, Master Zhan? Have you thought it through?" Zhang Zhuanqian smiled. "My plea for you to cease hostilities is solely for your benefit. Look at yourselves. What are you fighting for? You haven't even seen a shadow of the people or the book you're after, and you're ready to engage in battle. Should you lose your lives? What would it all mean? It's utterly nonsensical." He continued instead. "Why not invite the Han siblings out? At least we would know where they and the book are. We can always engage in a fierce battle later." With that, he clapped his hands, and the windows of the inn's 3rd floor suddenly swung open. 2 figures were tossed down, landing gracefully between Zhang Zhuanqian and Fan Lichuan. The thrower had used a deft technique, allowing the figures to land softly without injury as they rolled onto the ground and scrambled to their feet in a panic. It became evident that they were Han Xiaoshan and Han Xiaotian. The sight of the siblings reignited the previously quelled turmoil, as many eyes darted around, ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation. Fan Lichuan's expression turned wary as he pondered Zhang Zhuanqian's intentions and plans. Asking, Does Fenglin sect not desire the Book of Immortality? Jin Zhuanqian scoffed dismissively. A mere broken book. Who would covet it? Fan Lichuan's thoughts raced. Even if the Fenglin sect has no desire for the book, these two have sought your protection, and you have taken them in. Why abandon them now? Such contradictory behavior defies the righteous path. Are you attempting to incite further conflict among us? Jin Zhuanqian pointed at Han Xiaoshan. This individual sought our protection with the golden maple pendant, which was acquired through the slaughter of an entire family of 6. The victims were benefactors of our Fenglin sect. Be why this logic? He must bear a de Lu Yunsong chuckled heartily and remarked, in that case, I shall not stand on ceremony with you. Jilu Mountain Villa. With that, he stepped forward and coldly addressed Han Xiaoshan. Hand it over. Han Xiaoshan, his gaze dimmed and aware that escape was no longer an option, surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and retrieved a beautifully bound book from his bosom. Extending it with a smirk, a mere worthless tome. Just come and take it. The atmosphere froze instantaneously, as the majority of the martial world gazed greedily at the book in Han Xiaoshan's hands. Each one poised to pounce, discreetly observing, waiting for someone to make the first move. Lu Yunsong chuckled lightly, taking a step forward, only to feel a multitude of eyes fixate upon him, a surge of invisible killing intent coalescing around him. Causing him to halt in shock, he realized that if he dared to approach and seize the book, he would instantly be met with a flurry of lethal strikes, becoming the target of many. With concerns for the nation or the cold guard being overshadowed by the instinct for self-preservation. Han Xiaoshan laughed derisively. You wish to take it, but dare not approach. Since that is the case, allow me to illuminate your path. I have long memorized this book, and have also comprehended a form of longevity technique, and my sister has grasped a method of massacre. Thus, whoever among you first slays Jin Zhuanqian and this youth, even I in an instant, a flurry of arrows soared through the air, and immediately, 4 or 5 opportunistic wanderers from the underworld were transformed into pincushions, their anguished cries snuffed out before they could escape their fate, falling lifelessly on the spot. Yet this did nothing to deter the relentless tide of individuals from the martial world, who fought desperately for the Han siblings. The situation spiraled further into chaos, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Chapter 20. A moment of understanding. The woman in red led Yang Yizhi to the end of the corridor, pushing open the window overlooking the creek with a graceful leap. She stood poised on the eaves outside, her red garments billowing elegantly as she stood proudly. Yang Yizhi, inspired by her example, climbed out of the window, holding his breath as he gingerly landed on the blue tiles. Before he could steady himself, a series of sharp whistling sounds rushed towards him from the dark creek below. He recognized that unmistakable sound. It was the sound of arrows being shot, a volley from powerful bows. The woman in red smiled faintly, waving her right hand, and the cacophony of arrows ceased abruptly. Moments later, the delicate sound of metal clashing against stone echoed from the creek, as all the flying arrows were struck down and fell to the ground. The woman in red beckoned to Yang Yizhi, saying, "Follow me." With that, she leaped gracefully, gliding like a swift swallow along the rooftops adjacent to the creek, her figure resembling a streak of red light weaving through the night sky. In the blink of an eye, she reached the rooftop of a house at the town's entrance, standing tall on the curved eaves, her majestic silhouette resembling a beacon of light rising in the darkness. Truly awe-inspiring. Yang Yizhi stared in amazement. He had only learned some rudimentary climbing techniques from his parents. How could he possibly emulate her feats of agility? Though eager to try, he dared not take a single step. Torn between the desire to leap and the fear of falling, worried that he might inadvertently collapse the roof beneath him and become a source of ridicule. Suddenly, Yang Yizhi's eyes widened. Several swift whistling sounds pierced the air. Danger approaching in an instant. No longer hesitating, he summoned his courage, employing the light-footed techniques he practiced daily. With a powerful push from his feet, he heard a sharp crack as several tiles shattered beneath him. Propelling his form several zhang forward in midair, panic surged within him. He inhaled deeply, struggling to steady himself as he landed on another rooftop. He quickly pushed off again, the sound of breaking tiles echoing as he leaped higher. Just then, a fragrant breeze brushed against him, and the woman in red appeared at his right side. With a flick of her long sleeves, she deflected the incoming arrows, placing her hands behind her back. Saying, Do not change your breath hastily. Focus on stabilizing your breath. You need only to run to the end in one breath. Yang Yiji nodded, holding his breath as he leapt and descended repeatedly. Throughout their journey, guided by the woman's constant reminders, his movements became increasingly swift. After several leaps, he landed with her on the rooftop of a house at the town's entrance, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Taking a long breath, Yang Yiji expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sister Yin, for your invaluable guidance. It has truly opened my eyes, as if I have been reborn." The woman in red nodded in approval, saying, "Your comprehension is commendable. And your agility is impressive. It would be a shame if someone with such potential were not taught the art of breath regulation and internal energy cultivation." Yang Yiji's expression turned awkward as he replied, "Sister Yin, please do not jest on why agility is merely a result of my parents' hunting techniques, relying on sheer strength and skill. Why diligent practice has only made me a bit more nimble. I possess no internal cultivation methods." "Oh?" The woman's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she fell silent, leading Yang Yiji around to the southern street. They gently landed in the courtyard of a workshop, pushing open the large door and striding inside. Inside stood over 30 young men, each clad in red armor, wielding half-length blades and quivers, with silver spears slung across their backs and deep red longbows in hand. They appeared spirited and full of life. Upon seeing the woman in red, they all bowed respectfully, exclaiming in unison, "We greet General Yin." With a slight smile, the woman in red spoke directly, "One team will patrol the surroundings, clearing out the enemy's hidden encampments. The second team will relay messages to various locations, awaiting the fire in the maple forest. When the enemy launches a full-scale attack, we will strike unexpectedly from within their ranks." "Understood." The 30 men split into 2 teams, swiftly disappearing into the small town, the flickering red light vanishing into the night. Yang Yiji asked, "Sister Yin, what shall we do next?" The woman in red turned to look at Yang Yiji and said, "You have already managed to escape. It would be wise for you to leave now." Yang Yiji replied urgently, "How can I do that? Qin Shangtian is still at the inn, gravely injured, and with the imminent outbreak of war. He is in great danger. I cannot abandon him. Such a jest would be unthinkable, Sister Yin." The woman in red nodded in approval, her smile brightening as she pondered for a moment before devising a plan. "There is no rush. I will teach you a breathing technique. It is merely the most fundamental method of circulating qi in the martial world, which can help you stabilize your breath. This will greatly benefit your future practice of agility and archery." Yang Yiji's eyes lit up, and he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sister Yin, for imparting your wisdom." The woman in red chuckled, saying, "It is not so much imparting wisdom as it is offering guidance. Your predicament today is ultimately tied to my Fenglin sect. By hastily learning a bit of breathing technique, familiarizing yourself with breath control, it will aid you in making your agility and archery more precise. When the battle begins, I hope it will grant you a greater chance of survival." With that, the woman in red wasted no time, spending a quarter of an hour explaining the foundational method of breath regulation. This method involved observing the nose with the eyes, the mouth with the nose, the heart with the mouth, and the dantian with the heart point. One must inhale and exhale in an instant, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gathering it in the dantian, refining it into true qi, and controlling it with the mind, allowing it to flow through the 8 extraordinary meridians, circulating the small and large circulations, cleansing and nourishing the entire body's meridians. In truth, breath regulation is the most basic and fundamental method for practitioners in the martial world to embark on their cultivation journey. Yet it is also the most critical. It serves as the key to opening the door. With this step, one enters, and without it, one remains forever outside. It is also a means for cultivators to perceive the myriad things of heaven and earth, gathering the spiritual energies of the universe for their own use. Without the support of internal cultivation methods, even possessing extraordinary abilities would ultimately yield only superficial results. And no matter how diligently one practices, without the proper method, one can only grasp the technique without understanding the law. Once the method of breath regulation is cultivated, practitioners will gradually become aware of their internal energy, gaining insight into the microcosm of the human body. They can also, through breath regulation, continuously draw in the essence of spiritual energy from the external world, gradually fostering their internal microcosm to flourish and grow, perpetually thriving. The meridians become rivers, the energy points vast seas, the organs the sun, moon, and stars, with the mind reaching into the vast cosmos. In essence, breath regulation is the means by which the essence of all things in heaven and earth accumulates within a person's breath. The method is profound, and if cultivated properly, it can greatly enhance a practitioner's physique, senses, thoughts, and reactions. As the saying goes, the heart and actions are one. Where the heart moves, the mind follows, and where the person reaches, the strength breaks. As Yang Yiji listened, he focused intently. In an instant, he adjusted his breath according to the breath regulation method the woman in red had taught him, inhaling and exhaling. Moments later, he felt a warm sensation in his dantian, as if it were being scorched by fire. Within his dantian, a faint breath coalesced into a delicate thread, slowly flowing through his entire meridian system. Sister Yin, it feels as though there is a fiery energy flowing within me. I wonder if this is true qi? Yang Yiji exclaimed excitedly. Have you truly begun to sense it? The woman in red furrowed her brows slightly, sensing the faint flow of true qi within Yang Yiji's body. Surprise flickered across her features, and she soon smiled, saying, "Your comprehension is indeed commendable. You grasped it effortlessly. What I taught you was also effective." Yang Yiji nodded earnestly, saying, "It is all thanks to Sister Yan's excellent instruction that I could comprehend it. The sequence cannot be mistaken. Without your guidance, no matter how good my comprehension, I would surely be lost." The woman in red chuckled, unable to suppress a laugh, bending slightly as she said, "Such a young age and such eloquence. It is truly delightful to hear. Come, let me take you to Rue Street to have some fun." With that, the woman in red stepped out of the room, her figure a blur of red as she leaped gracefully over the courtyard wall. Yang Yiji hurriedly followed, adjusting his breath using the method she had taught him. With knees slightly bent, he pushed off the ground, soaring high above the courtyard wall and heading straight for the wall of the opposite building. In a moment of panic, Yang Yiji calmed himself, adjusting his posture slightly. With a gentle push from his right foot against the wall, he performed a flip in midair, landing softly back on the courtyard wall beside the woman in red. "Well done, you kept up." The woman in red smiled softly, her movements like a streak of red light dancing through the night, creating a dazzling red line against the dark sky, graceful and buoyant. Yang Yiji followed closely behind, feeling for the first time that the superficial climbing techniques taught by his parents were now as refreshing as sweet rain, as if he had been given wings. His speed and lightness of movement soared to unprecedented heights, filling his heart with joy as he practiced the breath regulation method. Yang Yiji subtly sensed the converging energies of heaven and earth, feeling the delicate thread of qi within him growing stronger, gradually transforming into a mountain stream, small, pure, and ceaselessly flowing through his meridian system. The faster and smoother he moved, the swifter his agility became. By the time they circled the small town and arrived at the seven-arched bridge, Yang Yiji had matched the pace of the woman in in their final leap. A red light and a gray light almost simultaneously touched down beneath the ginkgo tree. As the two turned around, gazing distantly towards the main street of the small town, they beheld the Guyu Inn at the heart of the town engulfed in flames, its fiery glow illuminating the surroundings. While the glint of silver armor and the chill of blades filled the air, several chaotic skirmishes erupted with fervor, posing an extraordinary peril. The woman in red cast a glance at Yang Yiji. Her eyes filled with admiration and disbelief. Upon sensing the surging stream of true energy within Yang Yiji, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Yang Yiji, do you realize you are a genius?" Yang Yiji's face flushed as he replied, "Sister Yin, you jest. The only true genius in Mingxi Town is Qin Shangtian. I am but a failure in comparison, as everyone knows." Indeed, the names of Qin Shangtian and Yang Yiji were well known throughout Mingxi Town. One hailed as a genuine prodigy, the other merely a false scion. The woman in red smiled gently, saying, "Some geniuses rely on talent, others on opportunity, while some depend on diligence, yet all share the essence of genius." Yang Yiji pondered for a moment and replied, "Sister Yan's words hold truth. If I am to be considered a genius today, it must surely be attributed to the fortunate guidance you have bestowed upon me, which has cleared the fog from my mind and ushered me into a new realm." The woman in red beamed with joy, her smile radiant. Suddenly, she raised her hand and, with a flick of her fingers, conjured a golden ginkgo leaf that appeared between her two fingers with a gentle wave. The leaf transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing in an instant. A muffled grunt followed, as a figure clad in black plummeted from the ginkgo tree, crashing violently to the ground and scattering several golden leaves. Shadows emerged silently, some standing on the corridor bridge, others perched atop the ginkgo branches, while some melded into the darkness, encircling the woman in red and Yang Yiji. Yang Yiji swiftly drew an arrow, bending the bow taut, his gaze sharpening as a ripple of true energy emanated from within him, instantly detecting 6 faint, deliberately concealed presences. "Sister Yin, there are 6 of them," he informed. The woman in red nodded, her astonishment growing. Chapter 21. Intimidation. In Mingxi, the 6 dark figures remained silent, simultaneously advancing towards the pair. As Yang Yiji prepared to shoot, the woman in red chuckled, "You have few arrows left. Conserve them for the imminent battle." With that, she conjured a circle of crimson light in the dark, the faint red silhouette forming a ring before swiftly returning to Yang Yiji's side, saying, "Let us depart." No sooner had she spoken than a series of dull thuds echoed from the surrounding darkness. Yang Yiji forced a smile, still gripping his bow and arrow, closely following the woman in red as they made their way towards Ziki Alley. The entirety of Rui Street was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, with the wind whispering silently, creating a suffocating stillness. After only a few steps, several shadows darted from their concealed corners like phantoms, evidently prepared for their arrival, as if they had foreseen their movements. The woman in red frowned, taking a step forward, her crimson aura swirling as several shadows collapsed to the ground, leaving only 2 or 3 to escape. Leaping high and retreating into the largest estate on Rui Street. Shaking her head, the woman murmured to herself, "Such blatant baiting of the enemy, such impatience, will lead to failure." Ignoring the provocations along the way, she led Yang Yiji to the entrance of the Qin family's estate in Ziki Alley, where the grand doors stood wide open. 4 large red lanterns hanging high, an imposing elder clad in black stood alone at the entrance. And upon spotting the woman in red from a distance, he respectfully bowed, "I am Qin Shao, and I pay my respects to General Yin." The woman in red smiled slightly, offering no reply as she strode into the courtyard of the Qin residence, with Yang Yiji following closely behind. The elder glanced at Yang Yiji, momentarily startled, before hastily following suit. Inside the main hall of the Qin residence, the room was brightly lit, filled with a throng of people standing shoulder to shoulder. Yet an oppressive silence reigned as they awaited. The woman in red stepped boldly into the hall, drawing all eyes towards her movement. Yang Yiji, initially trailing closely behind her, hesitated at the entrance, glancing around to see that the front row was occupied entirely by the patriarchs of the prominent families of Rui Street, accompanied by the finest scions and talented youths. Given the small size of Mingxi town, Yang Yiji had encountered many of them before, and thus, he refrained from entering alongside the woman in red, choosing instead to stand near the door. The woman in red approached the central seat, turning to survey the assembly, her gaze finally resting on Qin Shao to her right, and her voice resonated with authority. Mingxi town is a sanctuary decreed by the emperor, safeguarding the remnants of fallen nobles and illustrious families from centuries past. The Fenglin sect has been entrusted with overseeing Mingxi town and has diligently refrained from interfering in the affairs of the noble families, even abstaining from deploying any troops to ensure your safety, thus granting you all due respect. Yet now, in light of a minor upheaval, some have shamefully conspired with the traitorous Fan family of Wei Nation to undermine Mingxi, brazenly targeting the Fenglin sect. Patriarch Qin, how shall we deal with such treachery? Sweat beaded on Qin Zhao's forehead as he quickly replied, "Those who assist tyrants must be regarded as enemies. Those who act maliciously must be expelled from Mingxi town. Those who cease their wrongdoing must be reprimanded." "Oh?" The woman in red smiled, her expression radiant. Very well. You have outlined the distinctions clearly. It seems the Qin family has already devised a system of rewards and punishments on my behalf. In that case, let us proceed according to Patriarch Qin's suggestions, and I kindly ask the Qin family to draft a detailed protocol for implementation. Qin Shao inwardly lamented, fully aware that this course of action would alienate many noble families. Yet he felt a sense of relief. Having chosen to align with the Fenglin sect, the Qin family could only cling tightly to their formidable ally for survival. The woman in red continued, "Rewards must accompany punishments. For those who have steadfastly supported the Fenglin sect today, I also request Patriarch Qin to establish a clear system of recognition." Qin Zhao's spirits lifted as he replied, I shall comply with your orders. The woman in red smiled. I have heard that the Fan family from Wei Nation has come to Mingxi Town to seek a marriage alliance with your Qin family. Yet now they come armed for battle. Could it be that their courtship turned to anger upon rejection? Qin Zhao's expression grew grave as he reported, a younger member of our family, Qin Ruahai, has been serving in Wei Nation and, without informing our household, privately promised marriage to the Fan family. I do not wish to deceive General Yin. If the Fan family were genuinely seeking a marriage alliance, it would be a tremendous opportunity for our declining Qin family to unite with such a powerful clan from Wei Nation. The woman in red snorted coldly, recognizing the truth in his words. Qin Shao continued, however, when the Fan family approached us for marriage, they brought nearly 100 elite soldiers from Wei Nation and employed coercive tactics, suggesting an intent to forcibly seize a bride. Although our Qin family has seen better days, we are not to be trifled with, and thus we did not immediately acquiesce to their demands. Earlier today, for reasons unknown, the Fan family abruptly rescinded their proposal. It now appears that their courtship was merely a ruse to infiltrate Mingxi Town with their forces, aiming to conspire against us from within. The woman in red smiled knowingly, casting a meaningful glance at the Qin family members standing behind Qin Shao, and remarked, "It is commendable that the Qin family has drawn back from the brink, severing ties with the Fan family. Patriarch Qin must further strengthen discipline to ensure unity within the clan." Qin Zhao's hands clenched tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, knowing that the Qin family's original intentions would not escape the scrutiny of the woman before him. His words were a mix of truth and concealment. Yet her lack of further inquiry indicated her acceptance of their timely withdrawal from the Fan family's influence. The woman in red scanned the assembly of patriarchs from the noble families of Mingxi Town. Her gaze sharp and icy. Among the 17 noble families of Mingxi, only 7 have graced us with their presence today. The absence of the other 10 families suggests a firm decision to ally with Wei Nation. No one dared to speak. In truth, among the 7 families present, 3 or 4 were visibly uneasy. Given the current circumstances, with Wei Nation poised to attack and the Fenglin sect caught unprepared, the outcome was painfully evident. Should Wei Nation seize Mingxi Town, those present would be the first to face retribution. However, their greater concern lay with the Fenglin sect's depth of resources. Even if the Fenglin sect withdrew, any family daring to betray them at this critical juncture would swiftly find themselves in the crosshairs of the sect's vengeance. A fate no one could escape. The treachery of the realm was far more perilous than the dangers of the martial world, where principles were often disregarded. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the noble families gathered here recognized that as long as the Fenglin sect existed, they could not afford to overstep their bounds. The woman in red smiled faintly. Fortunes and misfortunes, life and death, hinge upon choices of fate. Such decisions are understandable, but once made, one must bear the consequences. Today, let us witness the ultimate outcomes together. Yang Yiji, have you seen Qin Shangtian? Just as Yang Yiji was lost in thought, a faint, enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. The woman quietly approached the door, standing close to Yang Yiji, softly inquiring. Recognizing the voice as that of Qin Ruolin, Yang Yiji's face turned crimson, his heart racing as he dared not turn his head. Softly replying, "Big brother Qin is at the Guyu Inn. He was injured earlier by Fan Liqiu." Qin Ruolin, naturally beautiful, was indeed a captivating presence in the academy. Yang Yiji lacked the courage even to steal a glance at her. And whenever he caught sight of her, he would hastily avert his gaze, let alone engage in conversation. Qin Ruolin stamped her feet, her expression fraught with worry. How could they have encountered each other? Why did they end up fighting? Is his injury severe? Yang Yiji pondered for a moment before responding. Brother Qin mentioned that he had an appointment with you at the 3rd quarter of the hour. And while hurrying to meet you, he was attacked by Fan Liqiu. It seems Fan Liqiu, frustrated by a failed courtship, has chosen to vent his anger on him, intent on taking his life with a lethal strike. His situation is perilous, hanging by a thread. Qin Ruolin was instantly engulfed in guilt, reflecting that she should have sought out Qin Shangtian immediately upon learning of the Fan family's retraction of the proposal, to inform him that it was all due to his victory over the elderly Ling Wei, thereby swiftly resolving her dilemma. She thought to herself that had she relayed the news sooner, Qin Shangtian would not have encountered Fan Liqiu on his way to meet her, nor would he have been injured by him. Considering the chain of events, could she not be blamed for this? With her brows tightly knitted, lips pressed firmly, her complexion turned as pale as snow, her demeanor radiating anxiety, concern, and profound worry. Yang Yiji stole a glance, quickly averting his gaze, yet he could not help but take in the full measure of Qin Ruolin's expression. Feeling a twinge of comfort for Qin Xiangtian in his heart, and could not resist a grin. "Let us depart." Suddenly, a woman clad in red appeared gracefully, glancing at Qin Ruolin, who stood close to Yang Yiji. And then at Yang Yiji's flushed face, she laughed and said, "Yang Yiji, is this young lady the object of your affections?" Yang Yiji was taken aback, blushing as he stammered, "No, no. Miss Qin was merely inquiring about Brother Qin." "Sister Yin, where are we headed now?" The woman in red smiled charmingly. "The little pests are secured. Now we must remove a few larger threats, or else my heart will be unsettled. I shall accompany you." Qin Ruolin declared suddenly. "Dado?" The woman in red appraised Qin Ruolin once more with a smile. "Very well. What say you, Elder Qin?" Qin Xiaoxian's spirit stirred, and he quickly seized the opportunity to assert, "General Yin, you must see that the intentions of the Ninth Miss reflect the resolve of the entire Qin family. Today, regardless of life or death, the Qin family and the 6 esteemed clans present will stand united with Fenglin sect, dedicating all our might to support them, as the sun and moon can attest. If General Yin does not mind the Ninth Miss's limited martial prowess, she may accompany you, contributing what little she can." The woman in red nodded in approval, acknowledging the lofty rhetoric. Yang Yiji could no longer restrain himself and turned to examine Qin Ruolin closely. Today, she donned a vibrant yellow outfit, a silk scarf binding her hair, with a slender cloth bag slung across her back, evidently concealing weapons. Compared to her usual radiant beauty, she exuded an air of gallant decisiveness. The woman in red led Yang Yiji and Qin Ruolin out of the Qin residence, opting for a measured pace rather than employing light-footed techniques, ultimately stopping proudly in the center of Rui Street, surveying her surroundings before proclaiming loudly, "Fenglin sect's Yin Weining offers a friendly reminder to all present. Today in Mingxi Town, circumstances have changed. Please weigh your choices carefully and do not stray from the right path." The clear voice of the young woman pierced the darkness, resonating throughout every corner of Rui Street, causing the hidden aristocratic families observing from the shadows to feel their hearts flutter, like lanterns swaying in the wind, flickering in and out of light. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air. Yang Yiji, attuned to the sound, seemed to perceive a shadow in the darkness, a longbow drawn taut, aiming at the source of the arrow. Yin Weining reached out, catching the arrow, which disintegrated into dust in her grasp, scattering with the wind. From a distance, a pained grunt echoed as someone fell to the ground, evidently struck by the arrow. Yin Weining smiled lightly. "What excellent archery!" Qin Ruolin looked at Yang Yiji in astonishment. Not having anticipated his swift reflexes and remarkable accuracy, truly a sight to behold. Yin Weining, gazing into the empty depths of Rui Street, smiled nonchalantly. "Since you are so determined to proceed, I shall accompany you for a distance." Chapter 22. A fist and a sword. As her words fell, Yin Weining dashed forth, a blur of red, reaching the entrance of the Tian family's grand estate in an instant. From a distance, she launched a powerful punch, the fierce wind of her attack hurtling toward the tightly shut vermilion door of the Tian residence. Two shadows leaped from within the courtyard, blocking the entrance, and simultaneously threw punches. The 3 forces collided, resulting in a thunderous crash, the shockwave dispersing, yet all 3 remained unmoved. The lanterns hanging above swayed violently, casting flickering shadows. Yang Yiji and Qin Ruolin stood at a distance, vigilant, Yang Yiji with his bow drawn and Qin Ruolin poised with her spear, ever on guard. At that moment, the atmosphere of Rui Street was unclear. The lines between friend and foe blurred, the noble families akin to grass swaying in the wind, liable to topple at any moment. Before the Tian family's gate stood a woman in flowing red, facing 2 figures draped in dark cloaks. Yin Weining cast a disdainful glance at the 2 cloaked figures, scoffing, "You've openly torn the facade, and yet you still hide your heads and tails. How unmanly!" With that, the red figure surged forth, like a swift swallow, her punches raining down upon the 2 shadows. The 2 cloaked figures, not daring to show any sign of negligence, met her head-on with their fists. Yin Weining's eyes sparkled with delight, a slight smile gracing her lips. "You possess some spirit. I shall indulge you in a spar." In an instant, the woman in red engaged in a flurry of blows against the 2 figures, exchanging strikes at a dizzying pace, The sound of fists meeting resounding like thunder, the area before the Tian residence filled with a tempest of martial energy. Marks of battle marred the walls and doors. Debris flying amidst the chaos as from a distance. Only a red shadow and two dark figures could be seen dancing in the fray. After several exchanges, the two shadows found themselves at a disadvantage. Their movements growing sluggish, at that moment, both suddenly concentrated their energy, closing in on the woman in red, unleashing a barrage of nearly 100 punches. "Excellent!" Yin Weiniang exclaimed, her spirits lifted, as she did not evade but instead met their fists head-on. Her strikes flowing like a dragon. Suddenly, the two shadows twisted their wrists, unleashing a flurry of needle-like projectiles that erupted like two dark clouds, enveloping Yin Weiniang. Due to the proximity, the multitude of sharp, tiny needles shattered her fierce punches, leaving her seemingly trapped without an escape. Just as they believed victory was at hand, the two shadows rejoiced. Yin Weiniang's expression shifted slightly, a cold smile forming as she felt the winds of autumn swirl around her. A fiery tornado erupted from beneath her feet, spiraling upward and enveloping her like a protective dragon, consuming the dark cloud of needles in an instant, reducing them to ash with a punch delivered. A brilliant red flash erupted, illuminating the surroundings before vanishing just as quickly. The two shadows, akin to kites severed from their strings, were sent crashing through the heavy vermilion gate, which splintered into pieces. Showering the courtyard with debris, their fates uncertain amidst the chaos, Red figure landed gracefully in the courtyard, scoffing, "Despicable tactics are still despicable. Yet you pretend to be honorable, attempting to lure me into complacency with your fists." I was curious to see which sect's martial arts had reached such heights, only to find it was but the despicable methods of vile forces. As Yin Weiniang entered the Tian estate, Yang Yizhi and Qin Ruolin followed closely behind, landing about 10 paces from her. However, upon surveying the scene within the courtyard, they felt a chill run down their spines, silently lamenting their predicament, realizing there was no retreat. Inside the Tian estate, the family head stood at the forefront of the hall, flanked by family members, surrounded by a circle of fully armed guards. Numerous experts lay in ambush both inside and outside the courtyard, with rows of bowmen drawing their arrows, all aimed directly at Yin Weiniang. The woman in red cast a sweeping glance, ultimately resting her gaze upon the Tian family head, a middle-aged man, and inquired, "Is the Tian family truly resolved to wager the fate of your entire clan?" The middle-aged man remained unflinching, responding, "The victor shall reign. The vanquished shall be the outlaws. When opportunity arises, one must seize it. For success and failure lie in the hands of fate." Yin Weiniang replied with a smile, "What promises has the Fan family made to you? Is it truly worth risking the lives and fortunes of your entire clan?" The middle-aged man's expression grew animated, revealing no reservations as he declared, "A position among the nobility, governance over a land, to stand as a sovereign nation. Does that not merit a fight to the death?" Yin Weiniang nodded. "Indeed, the rewards are substantial. I too would be tempted." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his expression one of smug satisfaction, gradually darkening as he coldly stated, "The Fan family anticipated your arrival to Rui Street to intimidate the noble clans. Yet they did not foresee a direct disciple of Fenglin's sect, especially one of its cavalry generals. Miss Yin, today you have simply drawn the short straw, unwittingly delivering me a great boon." The woman in red scoffed. "You think your lot is sufficient? Since I set foot in Rui Street, you have repeatedly lured me here. Now I am eager to see what formidable tactics you have prepared." The middle-aged man merely smirked, his demeanor sinister. Yang Yizhi, on high alert, suddenly caught sight of dark energy flickering at the corner of his eye. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a multitude of shadowy energies swirling across the courtyard floor, forming a gigantic rune pattern, with the three of them standing squarely within it. Although Yang Yizhi could not decipher the meaning of the rune, a chill crept over him, leading him to suspect that immense danger was brewing. He hastily called out, "Sister Yin, watch your step." The woman clad in red felt a subtle stirring within her heart, and an extraordinary phenomenon abruptly manifested. In an instant, the previously formless aura upon the ground became visible, transforming into tangible black lines, culminating in the swift completion of a colossal black rune pattern. The area where the pattern resided suddenly vanished, plunging into an abyss of darkness. The three individuals sensed a profound dimming before they were ensnared in an endless void. The location of the pattern was quite remarkable, resembling a massive black bubble that had suddenly appeared on the ground, within which only pure darkness existed. Those inside could not see the outside, and those outside could not discern what lay within. It was here that the two previously fallen shadows rose gracefully, swiftly separating, as 5 additional shadows sprang forth from the darkness. All 7 bore a similar appearance. Concealed within voluminous black cloaks, their features obscured, each wielding peculiar weapons akin to the sickles used for harvesting wheat, with the handles reaching the height of a person and the blades measuring approximately 2 feet in width. The 7 figures moved with the speed of lightning, vanishing into the black bubble without causing the slightest ripple, silently disappearing from sight. The middle-aged man was exceedingly pleased, thinking to himself, "The Tian family has indeed spared no expense in inviting the 7 guardians of the demonic realm to assist us. The guardians have meticulously arranged the great black heaven formation. With such celestial prowess, luring and eliminating 2 young disciples of the Maple Forest sect will be but a trivial task. Today shall surely mark a significant achievement." However, just as the middle-aged man reveled in his triumph, his smile abruptly froze on his face. A woman in red stepped forth from the darkness, wielding a golden long sword, her countenance radiant with mirth as she stood before him. Following her were a youth with a bow and a girl with a spear, who emerged slowly from the shadows. Unlike the woman in red, they appeared much less at ease, as the darkness that had enveloped them felt like a viscous paste. Clinging tightly to their bodies, they struggled mightily to extricate themselves, resembling individuals squeezing through a minuscule crevice. The young man and woman appeared pale, their eyes wide with terror, uncertain whether it was due to the extreme purity of the darkness that rendered them blind, or because they had witnessed something truly horrifying within it. The woman in red remarked, "The Tian family has indeed invested heavily, even laying the great black heaven formation in their own courtyard. While you may find it unsettling, I cannot simply overlook it." As she spoke, she gently prodded the dark bubble with her long sword. The darkness erupted with a resounding crack, and in that instant, a torrent of pure crimson sword energy surged forth from the shadows, indiscriminately scattering in all directions. The guards stationed at the Tian residence, who were on high alert, were immediately overwhelmed by the chaotic sword energy, suffering heavy casualties. With the sudden dissolution of the black space, the area where the rune pattern once resided reappeared, revealing countless severed limbs, shattered weapons plummeting from the sky, while the 7 figures that had previously vanished into the darkness had now been reduced to a mere fraction of their former selves. Abiel Yang Yiji, in a desperate attempt to evade Zhao Heng's assault, hastily darted to the left, his footing unsteady, and fell to the ground. Even the treasured 10 dream essays, which he had kept close to his chest, slipped from his grasp. He hurriedly picked up the book, tucked it back into his bosom, and swiftly leapt to his feet, taking his place once more beside Qin Shangtian. Qin Ruolin stepped back a pace, standing shoulder to shoulder with the two, and inquired, "Qin Shangtian, are you unharmed?" Qin Shangtian shook his head, a smile illuminating his face as he replied, "I am fine, thank you, Miss Qin, for your concern and for saving me. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness, but I shall dedicate myself to you." Qin Ruolin's cheeks flushed, and she scoffed in embarrassment. She had intended to inquire about the origins of Qin Shangtian's swordsmanship, but refrained, fearing he might speak without restraint. Instead, she gripped her spear tightly, positioning herself defensively in front of Qin Shangtian. Observing this, Qin Shangtian's eyes crinkled with delight. Zhao Heng pressed against the wall, propelling himself forward like a swift arrow. Rapidly closing the distance to Qin Shangtian, his dual hooks aimed greedily at him. "Indeed, it is the Minghong blade," he sneered. "Such a treasure is not something a mere country bumpkin like you can hold on to." Hearing this, Fan Liqiu's gaze widened in astonishment. After a brief moment of contemplation, he hurled his golden dagger directly at Zhao Heng's head. Zhao Heng, sensing the whistling sound behind him, instinctively dropped low, elegantly evading the projectile. Fan Liqiu waved his hand, and the golden dagger returned to him. Enraged, Zhao Heng retorted, "Fan Liqiu, does the Fan clan wish to sever ties with the Zhao clan completely?" Fan Liqiu chuckled, "Today, it is your Zhao clan that shows no mercy, hindering my Fan clan's grand designs. Do not blame us for being ungrateful. Since this lad wields such a rare treasure, let us simply kill and seize it. Whoever claims it first shall keep it." With that, Fan Liqiu lunged towards Qin Shangtian, reaching him in an instant, poised to strike. Zhao Hong, refusing to be outdone, unleashed a flurry of hooks aimed at Qin Shangtian. The two, driven by their desire for the treasure, focused solely on their shared target, completely disregarding Yang Yizhi and Qin Ruolin. Qin Ruolin thrust her spear, forcing Fan Liqiu to retreat a step, then executed a sweeping motion that momentarily halted Zhao Heng's advance. Yang Yizhi was not idle either. He knocked 2 arrows and shot them forth, compelling both adversaries to evade defensively. Fan Liqiu, humiliated and furious, disregarded caution and thrust his dagger against Qin Ruolin's spear, resulting in a violent clash of weapons. He then unleashed a surge of internal energy, sending Qin Ruolin flying backward, her weapon soaring a distance of 10 feet, crashing heavily to the ground with blood trickling from her mouth. Qin Shangtian's eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed, "You dare to harm my Qin girl? I shall take your life." With a surge of intent, he gripped his blade with both hands, unleashing a strike devoid of form or style. Within the inn, a blinding green light flared and vanished in an instant. The golden dagger shattered mid-air, falling in pieces to the ground. Both Fan Liqiu and Zhao Hong were sent reeling, crashing through the inn's walls and landing several feet away. Bloodied and unconscious, their expressions the voice of Yin Weining rang delicately through the night sky, as if addressing everyone present. There is much wisdom in this. Young Master Fan should promptly abandon his fantasies and not recklessly sacrifice his life in Mingxi Town. Should you choose to withdraw now, the esteemed members of Fenglin sect will certainly overlook past grievances. Activate the Extinguishing Heaven formation and launch a full-scale assault. Fan Liqiu sneered, his voice echoing clearly for all to hear. Within the ranks of the Wei Kingdom, the mournful sound of horns resounded once more. The earth trembled violently, and from the direction of the western town entrance, a squadron of armored cavalry surged forth, their galloping hooves and the clashing of metal reverberating through the air. The Cold Guard swiftly formed a formidable offensive formation with the previous 2 battalions, gradually advancing towards the Guyuan. In the diminutive Mingxi town, 3,000 Cold Guards stood ready. The iron cavalry brandished their blades, while longbows and crossbows were drawn to their full extent, an atmosphere of impending slaughter enveloping the surroundings. As if the very air had solidified, awaiting the final command to obliterate all in sight. "Kill," Fan Liqiu commanded. Chapter 25. A sword flies in the battlefield was a tempest of unpredictability, with conflicts flaring and shifting in an instant. "Save my master, I will follow you." Seeing Tang Tianqi's hair turn almost entirely white in an instant, the purple-robed youth lost all desire to fight and suddenly shouted. A dark figure descended from above, plunging straight into the chaotic melee between Tang Tianqi, Lu Yunsong, Luo Nan, and Shi Yumei. With a swift motion, the figure grasped the frenzied, wildly striking Tang Tianqi as effortlessly as one would lift a chick. Tang Tianqi's body seemed ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. The Book of Eternal Life he clutched fell to the ground, his blood-red eyes wide with rage, his face a mask of terror. Lu Yunsong, Luo Nan, and Shi Yumei continued their assault, each harboring their own schemes to seize the fallen book. The figure, shrouded in a black robe and hood, obscured from view, lightly scoffed as the trio closed in. With fingers poised like a sword, he effortlessly sliced through their combined attack with a mere flick, his aura sharp enough to cleave through the air. The 3, recognizing the dire situation, quickly condensed their vital energy to shield themselves. Yet their defenses proved as fragile as paper, shattering upon contact and sending them reeling back several steps before they could regain their footing. Blood trickled from Lu Yunsong's lips, his expression icy. Luo Nan coughed up blood, his demeanor tense, while Shi Yumei swallowed her own blood, her brow furrowed in anxiety. They understood that the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable and dared not act rashly. The figure, fingers still poised as a sword, lunged towards the purple-robed youth, severing the swords of Luo Qingxiao and Lu Qianqian with ease, sending them crashing to the ground. Both suffered grievous injuries as the invisible sword energy pierced through their armor. Blood gushing forth. The purple-robed youth leaped to the figure's side, casting a fleeting glance at the Book of Eternal Life lying on the ground, then turned his gaze towards Qin Shangtian inside the inn, exclaiming urgently, "The treasure in that young man's hand belongs to my Tang family fortress." Upon hearing this, The figure seized Tang Tianqi and, alongside the purple-robed youth, darted towards the inn. Suddenly, a chilling wind arose around him. Swiftly converging, the figure, fingers poised like a sword, waved his hand to disperse it. In an instant, a white apparition appeared before him, blocking his path, its palm thrusting forward, summoning a tempest. The figure advanced rather than retreating, his sword piercing forth with formidable intensity. As their blows collided, the air rang with the shrill sound of fierce winds. The figure staggered slightly, lifting Tang Tianqi back a considerable distance before landing. The purple-robed youth, quick to react, hurled several flying daggers towards the white apparition before hastily retreating beside the figure. Qiu Liang of the Eight Winds Hall descended gracefully, observing the hooded figure from afar. His voice chillingly calm. "Now that you've arrived, why the haste to depart?" The figure relinquished Tang Tianqi to the purple-robed youth and suddenly vanished, reappearing before Qiu Liang, the two figures standing in stark contrast, one clad in black, the other in white, each radiating a formidable presence. The tension between them crackled like a violent storm, yet neither made a move to strike. The purple-robed youth embraced his master, Tang Tianqi, and upon closer inspection, realized that Tang Tianqi had already lost consciousness, his body marred with deep wounds, his once magnificent purple robe tattered and stained with blood, his face pale and frail, a sight that filled him with profound anguish. A silent figure in black stealthily infiltrated the protective circle formed by over 50 cold guards and several prominent martial artists. The figure wore a half-mask of black sandalwood and gold, bearing a 7-foot-long ebony sword on his back, its hilt peeking over his right shoulder, the blade nearly touching the ground. His enigmatic gaze pierced through the mask, locking onto Han Xiaoshan, as if reading his innermost thoughts. "Come with me," he commanded, "and not only will you ensure your survival today, but I shall also bestow upon you wealth and glory." As his voice echoed, the martial artists surrounding Han Xiaoshan jolted to awareness. Fear etched on their faces as they hastily turned inward to fortify their defenses, weapons drawn, encircling the elusive figure, preparing to converge upon him. Han Xiaoshan, stricken with terror, gazed at the figure, fully aware that the events of the day could determine his fate. He remained vigilant, yet the figure seemed to materialize out of thin air, leaving him baffled as to how he had arrived undetected. Realizing the figure's inquiry, Han Xiaoshan could only numbly nod. His life now hung entirely in another's hands. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would agree to anything, for preserving his life was of utmost importance. The figure disregarded the watchful cold guards and martial artists surrounding him. Erupting in laughter, "Good, let us depart with that." The figure grasped the hilt of his sword. An ethereal flash accompanied by a gale swept through, scattering the martial artists and cold guards surrounding him, sending them tumbling to the ground in disarray, like flowers bursting open. Witnessing the defensive formation encircling the Han siblings suddenly collapse, Fan Lichuan felt a twinge of shock, but upon recognizing the figure's identity, his expression brightened with joy, thinking, "Though belated, I have finally arrived." The figure released his sword hilt, his demeanor composed. In a mere instant, it appeared as though he had drawn his sword to strike. Yet it also seemed as though he had done nothing at all. He lightly clapped his hands, directing his gaze towards Fan Lichuan, and declared loudly, "Young Master Fan, your family's desires have been granted. It now rests on your shoulders to demonstrate your capabilities." Upon hearing this, Fan Lichuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain his exuberant laughter. "Thank you, esteemed Sword of Trust. The Fan family shall surely live up to heaven's grace." The figure known as the Sword of Trust nodded, and in the shadows, 5 cloaked figures descended silently beside him, ready to escort the Han siblings away. A sudden sword aura surged forth, blocking the path of the figures. A young man clad in blue, wielding a sword adorned with a golden tassel, stepped forward, smiling. "Li Qingyi of the Divine Sword Sect greets the Sword of Trust. I implore you, please spare one person for me." After all, the sword-casting hall, a direct servant of the Emperor, should not engage in petty skirmishes with us martial artists over trivial opportunities, as it greatly undermines our dignity. The sword-casting hall, a royal sect directly associated with the Emperor, had once forged 6 swords at the dawn of the great Zhou dynasty. The sword of ceremony, the sword of benevolence, the sword of righteousness, the sword of loyalty, the sword of wisdom, and the sword of trust. Established to oversee the martial world on behalf of the emperor, their command over the realm of martial arts was absolute. The Sword of Trust chuckled lightly. What use is it to take two people? The Book of Eternal Life lies on the ground, unattended. Such an opportune moment, why not seize it? Indeed, as the Sword of Trust remarked, the Book of Eternal Life lay quietly on the ground, drawing the greedy gazes of all present, each fearing that a mere blink would cause it to vanish, yet none dared to approach. As it rested precariously between Qiu Liang of the Eight Winds Hall and the hooded figure, the figure remained an enigma, his depths inscrutable. Having exchanged a blow with Qiu Liang without a clear victor, he now dared to confront him, their overwhelming auras instilling fear in all. Li Qingyi, undeterred, smiled. Once they finish their bout, whether I collect it or seize it, it shall not be too late. The Sword of Trust laughed heartily. Such boldness. It is but a manifestation of fear, seeking to prey upon the weak while avoiding the strong. You intend to target this old man instead. Truly, the Divine Sword Sect is formidable. Li Qingyi, sword in hand, remained unperturbed. At that very moment, a woman clad in red leaped from the inn, her golden sword slicing effortlessly, severing a foe in three. One cloak fell to the ground. It wriggled like an eel, gliding away several paces before rising to stand, while the other three cloaks shattered, revealing hidden automata. A burly man sprang forth, sending several attackers targeting Zhen Zhuanqian sprawling with a single punch, before delivering another blow that sent the already staggered assailants crashing to the ground, blood spilling as they struggled to rise. The red-clad youth, Han Ning, deftly caught the returning arrows, stowing them away, and remarked with a smile, "Sister Yin, your strikes are too fierce. The automata are quite intriguing, and I wish to observe them further." Zhen Zhuanqian, with trembling hands, shook his sleeves, swirling them like a spinning wheel, and chuckled, "Old Lu, there are too many flies. I've been swatting them all day without success. You, with a single punch, resolve the issue effortlessly. Upon my return, I shall earnestly petition the sect leader to bestow upon you the title of expert fly swatter." In Mingxi town, the clang of swords and the roar of battle echoed as fiery flames filled the air with a fierce killing intent. On one side stood the Fan family of the Wei State, with 3,000 elite cold guards behind and hundreds of skilled martial artists in front. The clash of swords and spears resounded. True energy flowing, an atmosphere brimming with ambition and determination, dismissing all opposition. On the opposing side, the Fenglin sect showcased a red-clad youth wielding a deep crimson longbow and a red-clad maiden brandishing a 3-foot-long sword, resembling two fiery phoenixes, proudly standing with an imposing presence. A merchant in flowing sleeves and a middle-aged man, bare-handed, stood like two towering mountains, insurmountable, repelling the enemy from afar. 3 young men and women unexpectedly emerged from the inn, seamlessly joining the Fenglin sect's ranks. Yang Yizhi in simple attire with a longbow, Qin Shangtian in a green robe wielding a dagger, and Qin Ruolin in a yellow shirt with a silver spear. The youth, unafraid of 1,000 foes, radiated vigor like the blazing sun. The 7 from Mingxi town faced the 3,000 of the Fan family, their momentum even more formidable. The Qin family of Mingxi and 10 other esteemed clans rallied to support the Fenglin sect. With a resounding battle cry, 4 to 500 warriors surged forth from all directions of Mingxi town, forming 10 formations that subtly encircled the Wei State's cold guards. Fan Lichuan chuckled coldly, secretly cursing the rabble, dismissing them entirely. With a gentle wave of his hand, a squad of armored cavalry surged forth from the formation, sweeping through like autumn winds scattering leaves, obliterating the 10 formations of Mingxi's noble families in a single onslaught. With the assurance of his trusted sword, Fan Lichuan, invigorated, declared sternly, "Zhen Zhuanqian, I offer you one last chance. Please withdraw the Fenglin sect from Mingxi town." Zhen Zhuanqian, flicking his sleeves, replied, "Fan Lichuan, the incense time I granted your family has long expired. You have lost your opportunity." Fan Lichuan's eyes gleamed with malice as he coldly commanded, "Annihilate the Fenglin sect. Leave not a single one alive." In an instant, longbows were drawn, and a rain of arrows descended from the sky. The armored cavalry charged forth, a torrent of fury. Blades, spears, and shields advanced in unison, the cries of battle echoing. Hundreds of martial artists swiftly darted out, unleashing their myriad skills. Yet, facing the 7 from Gu Yuan, The Fan family did not dare underestimate them, willing to invest heavily, adopting a siege-like strategy. Two red figures flashed, guarding in front of young Iji and his companions. Yen Weiniang swung her long sword, intending to plunge into the enemy's ranks. Han Ning drew an arrow, his longbow drawn to its full moon, laughing heartily, "Brother Yang, today we shall stand together against 1,000 foes. How glorious!" Suddenly, a dazzling red light shot from the eastern sky, like a shooting star with a long tail, arriving in an instant. Qiu Liang of the Eight Winds Hall frowned slightly, the white figure darting back to the side of the young boy in white. While dozens of Eight Winds Hall guards swiftly surrounded the two, a black-clad figure under a hood moved with ghostly speed, pulling the purple-robed youth away to flee. The masked figure from the sword-forging hall sighed quietly. Standing still, Li Qingyi of the Divine Sword Sect leaped into the air, ignoring his distant companions, heading straight for the town's entrance. The fiery meteor blazed with brilliant red light, its sharp edge descending from the sky, embedding itself into the cobblestone street. As the red light touched the ground, a towering wall of flames erupted, scorching waves of heat rolling forth, igniting the heavens, illuminating the town as bright as day. In a heartbeat, chaos ensued. Hundreds of martial artists who had just leaped were knocked back several feet, sprawling on the ground. The rain of arrows that had just been loosed was consumed by flames, turning to ash, only the arrowheads falling to the earth. The charging armored cavalry was abruptly halted, their horses collapsing as if their legs had been severed. The advancing blades and shields were repelled by a fierce sword aura. Unable to progress a single step, the fleeing black-clad figure and Li Qingyi were forcefully pushed back to their original spots by an unseen power. The flames flickered and vanished, revealing a bright red ancient long sword embedded in the ground. Its hilt adorned with a long crimson silk ribbon, fluttering in the wind, undiminished. A stream of fiery red light swirling around the sword, a red figure gracefully descended, the red sword rising from the ground on its own. Trailing the long red ribbon, flying into the deep red sheath held in the figure's hand. The ribbon at the hilt still fluttering gently, a red-clad maiden, indistinguishable in appearance from Han Ning and Yen Weiniang. With skin as pale as snow and a beauty that transcended the ordinary, stood with poise. Her piercing gaze swept over the armed forces of the Wei state, finally settling on Fan Lichuan. Coldly inquiring, "Was it you who just declared to annihilate the Fenglin sect?" Fan Lichuan, parched and speechless, could not utter a word. In the hearts of all present, a single phrase echoed. The flames of the maple ignite the stars. The sword sings a solitary swan's shadow. Chapter 26, Gu Hongying. The crescent moon hung like a hook, autumn winds bearing frost. The red-clad maiden stood tall, enveloped in moonlight and flames, her long hair flowing with the wind. Her red silk scarf and sword tassel dancing in the realms of heaven and earth. One red-clad figure, hair flowing like a cascade, stood alone with her sword against thousands, unyielding as a mountain, a breathtaking tableau of grandeur. Both cold and fervent, with a single strike, the red-clad maiden unleashed a breathtaking sword move, her presence alone instilling fear among the 3,000 elite cold guards and hundreds of martial artists on Fan Lichuan's side. Following her appearance, they fell silent, a bone-chilling dread rising from within them, every one of them feeling their limbs turn cold, their bodies stiffening, cold sweat trickling down. That moment, for them, being in Mingxi town felt akin to being trapped in a hellfire of ice and flames, alternately scorching and freezing, each breath becoming labored and heavy, as if an invisible hand gripped their hearts tightly, making even breathing a daunting task. Upon seeing the red-clad maiden, the youth Han Ning exclaimed excitedly, Master Gu, I am here." The red-clad maiden did not turn her head, her voice soft yet tinged with a hint of resignation. "I see you." Yang Iji gazed at the red-clad maiden with awe, his blood surging, emotions swelling. With a single sword strike, she instantaneously suppressed the enemy's throng, her aerial sword strike comparable to a divine weapon descending from the heavens, astonishing the world and moving spirits. Such a formidable aura, as if a legend from the pages of a book had stepped into reality. How could it not inspire reverence and admiration? Unable to restrain his curiosity, Yang Iji gently inquired of Han Ning. "Who is she?" Han Ning replied proudly, "She is, of course, my Master Gu." Yang Iji responded with a simple "Oh," but thought to himself, "You just shouted for Master Gu. Everyone knows she is your master, but the question remains, who is your master? What is her name? Finally succumbing to curiosity, he pressed further. Who is your master? Han Ning's eyes sparkled with admiration, pride swelling as he proclaimed, Gu Hongying of the Fenglin sect. Though spoken softly, his words struck like thunder on a clear day. The formidable presence of the red-clad maiden had only one peer in the world. Though Fan Lichuan and the others had their suspicions, the confirmation from the youth sent shockwaves through all present. Their hearts trembling. The name Gu Hongying resonated with an echoing power. Flames of the maple ignite the stars. The sword sings a solitary swan's shadow. Gu Hongying of the Fenglin sect, 13 years prior, was one of the top 10 prodigies selected by the Yanba Pavilion, notably the first among them. At the tender age of 5, she walked into the Fenglin sect unaccompanied, where she was immediately recognized and accepted as a disciple by the then sect leader Yanimo. At 15, her first foray into the martial world was at the Emperor's Grand Event in Luojing City, a gathering held once every 20 years. During this event, a martial arts platform was set up for discussions of martial philosophy. Gu Hongying, armed with her sword, took to the stage first, facing a total of 58 challengers from 9 sects and 7 demonic schools, as well as self-proclaimed masters of the martial world. Gu Hongying triumphed in all 58 matches, leaving no one daring to challenge her further. Even before the event concluded, Gu Hongying's name had already echoed throughout the land, her reputation resounding across the seas, earning her the title of Chief Tutor of the Fenglin Academy bestowed by the Emperor of the Great Zhou. Her first appearance in the martial world was as the unrivaled champion. Shortly thereafter, the Yanba Pavilion released a martial arts directory, ranking Gu Hongying as the #1 prodigy, elevating the Fenglin sect among the top 3 sects in the world. Following the release of the top 10 prodigies, none among the other 9 contested her ranking, all acknowledging her superiority, as they had each been defeated by her sword on the martial platform. Truly, it was but a single sword. According to secret records from the Yanba Pavilion, Gu Hongying, at the age of 15 during the Grand Martial Arts Gathering, had already attained the 7th level of the Extraordinary Realm. Her strength unparalleled among her peers, a phenomenon unmatched in the world. Regarding the martial realms within the world, a century ago, the Yanba Pavilion meticulously categorized the martial arts achievements into 15 levels. The first level, the Outworld Realm; the second, the Uncommon Realm; the third, the Qi Refining Realm; the fourth, the Divine Transformation Realm; the fifth, the Master; the sixth, the Grandmaster; the seventh, the Extraordinary Realm; the eighth, the Saintly Realm; the ninth, the Divine Veil Realm; the 10th, the Heaven-Seeking Realm; the 11th, the Unrivaled Realm; the 12th, the Nine Heavens Realm; the 13th, the Eternal Realm; the 14th, the Unity Realm; the 15th, the Chaos Realm. The Yanba Pavilion utilized its extensive network throughout the realm to diligently gather intelligence on the strengths of various sects and martial artists, releasing a martial arts directory every 5 years, ranking the foundations of each sect and clan, and compiling a martial news report every 3 days, ensuring that no secret within the martial world could escape their notice. The Misty Pavilion stands as a unique entity within the realm of martial arts, stirring the tides of worldly affairs with its intelligence and reports. 3 years prior, the pavilion once again released its roster of renowned figures in the martial world, and the 25-year-old Gu Hongying astonishingly secured the 9th position on the list of the 9th tier of the Hidden Realm. The announcement of this ranking sent ripples of excitement throughout the entire martial community. Gu Hongying ascended from the Transcendent Realm to the Hidden Realm in a mere decade. Her rapid progression was nothing short of extraordinary, akin to soaring 9,000 miles into the sky. The public was left in awe, and Gu Hongying became the object of admiration and adulation for countless young men and women, affectionately referred to as the Fairy Jiud, at present, within the martial world. The 9th tier of the Hidden Realm is as rare as stars in the night sky, with fewer than 20 individuals gracing its ranks, mostly aged masters or elders from the 9 great sects of the realm, who have spent decades, if not near a century, overcoming trials and tribulations to achieve their breakthroughs. Thus, Gu Hongying's youthful entry into the Hidden Realm, an unparalleled achievement, naturally sparked immense curiosity and speculation, leading to a flurry of rumors. Some claimed she had ventured into the Kunlun Cliffs to seek extraordinary fortunes. Others whispered of her serendipitous encounter with an immortal who gifted her a miraculous elixir. Yet others suggested she had grasped the century-old secrets of the Fenglin sect in a single night. thus swiftly reaching the pinnacle of power. 3 years ago, even more sensational than the rankings and rumors was Gu Hongying's second expedition into the martial world, that time. The 25-year-old Gu Hongying descended from the mountains once more. Armed with a single sword and challenged 27 sections, her approach was devoid of pleasantries. She boldly declared her intent to disrupt their gatherings, leading to the voluntary dissolution of at least 7 sects, while 10 others announced their retreat into seclusion, among which was the renowned Xuanhao sect of the 9 Great Sects, the fierce Kwangshan of the Demon Path, and the Midnight Pavilion of the Misty Pavilion, all succumbing to her formidable presence. The Misty Pavilion dispatched 10 groups of spies to trail Gu Hongying throughout her journey, disseminating tales of her exploits and uncovering the hidden secrets of the sects she disrupted through storytellers and the publication of the Martial Report. After thorough investigation, the pavilion concluded that those sects Gu Hongying confronted were either deeply enmeshed in malevolence or were sheltering disciples stained with blood. In essence, none of them were without sin. Even when Gu Hongying confronted the Midnight Pavilion, the pavilion acted swiftly to introspect and address the scandal surrounding the wrongful execution of hundreds by its members. That time, the martial community mocked the pavilion for its belated awareness, speculating how Gu Hongying had come to possess knowledge of secrets unknown even to the largest intelligence organization in the realm. The pavilion's poor performance inadvertently added an air of mystery to Gu Hongying. Consequently, her fame surged, her martial prowess and methods evoking both admiration and fear among the populace. In this world of martial arts, who could claim to be entirely blameless? No one knew whether Gu Hongying would ascend the peaks of their own sects the following day. Ultimately, after challenging 27 sects, Gu Hongying returned quietly to the Fenglin sect, and the entire martial world breathed a collective sigh of relief. This day, speculation abounds within the martial realm. Many believe that if the rumored encounters are even partially true, Gu Hongying may have already entered the 10th tier of the Asking Heaven realm, achieving an unprecedented status unmatched by any other. Since then, a mysterious organization known as the Pursuers of Shadows has emerged within the martial community, composed of young men and women who idolize Gu Hongying. Chapter 27. A sword shatters cities. Gu Hongying's bright eyes resembled clear waters, her gaze sharp as a sword as she regarded Fan Lichuan, coolly stating, "Take your people and leave Mingxi town." Fan Lichuan's throat constricted as he swallowed hard, glancing at the nearby Qiuliang of the 8 Winds Hall and Xianjian of the Sword Casting Hall, hoping they would come forth to support the Fan clan. Unfortunately for him, under the overwhelming display of power, none dared to move. Even those among the martial community wore expressions of regret, lamenting their hasty decision to ally with the Fan clan. At that moment, they calculated their odds, discreetly shifting to hide behind others, wishing to escape unnoticed amidst the chaos, for slipping away unscathed would be the most desirable outcome. Gu Hongying's appearance was indeed unforeseen by Fan Lichuan. His assault on Mingxi town relied on a swift surprise attack. Prior to this, the Fan clan had meticulously devised plans and secured the eastern and western passes into Mingxi town, believing it firmly within their grasp. Once they cleared the Fenglin sect's influence from the town, they intended to strengthen their hold with an iron grip, rendering them unafraid of any counterattack from the Fenglin sect. In Fan Lichuan's original scheme, the Fan clan aimed to seize Mingxi town without fully severing ties with the Fenglin sect. His offer to grant Zhang Xian 2 hours to withdraw was intended to win without conflict. If the Fan clan could capture the town without harming a single member of the Fenglin sect, or even escorting them out honorably, the Fenglin sect would find it difficult to retaliate with force afterward. Before mobilizing his forces, Fan Lichuan had already gathered intelligence on the movements of the Fenglin sect's elite guards and the whereabouts of its renowned disciples, with Gu Hongying being the primary focus. As the chief tutor of the Fenglin Academy, she was expected to be preoccupied with organizing the 9 sects examination at that moment, according to his reports. Despite his meticulous planning, he still opted to issue orders to advance 2 hours ahead of schedule, leading his troops into Mingxi to execute the takeover. Thus, ordinarily, it would have been inconceivable for Gu Hongying to appear in Mingxi town, let alone do so with such swiftness. Clearly, today's circumstances were anything but ordinary. Fan Lichuan's thoughts raced as he forced himself to calm down, adjusting his breathing to stabilize his composure, gradually restoring the demeanor of a scholarly gentleman. He clasped his hands in greeting and said, "I am Fan Lichuan of the Wei Kingdom. It is an honor to meet you, Gu Tutor." Gu Hongying's voice was as tranquil as water. "I grant you the time of a single incense stick." Fan Lichuan understood her intent to vacate Mingxi Town within that time frame. His gaze instinctively flicked to the elite guards and the 100 skilled fighters around him. Bolstering his confidence, he smiled. Gu Tutor should be aware that Mingxi Town is a land promised protection by the Emperor. The Emperor has decreed that the Fan clan of Wei Kingdom shall guard this town. It is the Fenglin sect that must depart today. Yu Hongying glanced at him disdainfully. The Emperor's decree? Let me see it. Fan Lichuan replied. It is a direct word from the Emperor, conveyed by the esteemed Xianjian of the sword-casting Hall. Gu Hongying turned her attention to the half-masked Xianjian. Xianjian awkwardly chuckled and declared, Forgive me, Gu Tutor, I am merely a messenger. The Emperor has promised. The strong shall protect Mingxi. Fan Lichuan's expression shifted, inwardly cursing the cunningness of the situation. He finally understood the implications behind Xianjian's words. The so-called imperial favor would only be bestowed once the dust had settled, and the victors would determine to whom the spoils would go. Yu Hongying snorted coldly. The incense stick has burned out. Fan Lichuan was perplexed, thinking they had only exchanged a few words. How could the time have passed? Without moving from her position, Gu Hongying unsheathed her sword, striking with an unassuming grace that belied its lethal intent. The sword swept through the air, a flash of crimson light before she returned it to its sheath. In that instant, the sword's energy surged like a tempest, its blade as fierce as thunder. Slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, a wave of red flames crashing down upon all before her. Xianjian swiftly sidestepped, his movements fluid as he drew his 7-foot sword, which hung suspended in midair. In a blink, he returned to his original position, gripping the sword aloft as he faced the oncoming flames, a torrent of energy erupting like a barrier to shield him. Stumbling slightly, he managed to withstand the blow. Qiu Liang gathered his energy, pushing outward with both palms, forming a protective vortex alongside dozens of guards, a tempestuous wind howling around them. The mournful gusts scattered like shattered stars, and within moments, dozens of guards collapsed. While a frightened young boy hurriedly sought refuge behind Qiu Liang, who paled, yet managed to block the strike, a veiled figure in black suddenly brandished a flexible sword, executing a flurry of strikes with ease, seemingly unperturbed as they countered Gu Hongying's assault. Yet, with a sharp crack, the sword snapped into countless fragments, clattering to the ground. Lai Qingyi wielded his long sword, dancing it through the air like flowing water, enveloping the red flames, merging and neutralizing them, yet blood trickled from his lips as he barely deflected the blow. Fan Lichuan's face paled, and in a flash, he blended into the ranks of the cold guards. The elite ironclad shield-bearers swiftly raised their shields, forming a triple-layered defense, yet within moments, the red sword light cleaved through them, shattering shields asunder. Hundreds of elite guards fell to the ground, blood spilling forth as chaos erupted. The formation collapsing entirely, Lu Yunsong of the Zhelu Villa, Lu Onan of the Bixia Villa, Shi Yumei of the Huanxia sect, and hundreds of martial figures were caught off guard, sent sprawling by the sword's might. All sustaining serious injuries. One sword shattered 1,000 armors. One sword crushed iron cities. Gu Hongying coldly inquired, Will you leave, or will you not? Fan Lichuan stood amidst the cold guards, surveying the chaos that lay strewn about him. Suddenly, he chuckled, dusting off his sleeves, and declared, The Emperor of the Great Zhou is the sovereign of the realm. Fan clan of Wei has always adhered to protocols of propriety. Today, as the Emperor has promised this land, I shall guard it with my life. Yu Hongying has the Fenglin sect, like the lords of the realm, grown blind to the Emperor's authority? Today, my Fan clan leads 6,000 elite cold guards to launch a surprise attack on Mingxi Town. You, with your mere sword and a handful of followers from the Fenglin sect, do you truly believe you can vanquish us all? Gu Hongying retorted. How many lives do you possess? Fan Lichuan laughed heartily. 3. Gu Hongying glanced over at the still figures adorned with masks and cloaks, their heads concealed, precisely 3 in number. In an instant, they positioned themselves before Gu Hongying, forming a semi-encirclement, simultaneously unleashing a formidable surge of true energy that locked Gu Hongying within a constricted space, weaving an impenetrable net of overwhelming force. Their coordination was evidently practiced and deliberate. Fan Lichuan smiled brightly. How does 3 masters of the 9th tier of the Hidden Realm fare against you? Gu Hongying, my Fan clan would not seek to seize Mingxi Town without a contingency plan. Yu Hongying's appearance was unexpected, however, The Fan clan had long prepared for unforeseen circumstances. The greater the surprise, the stronger the contingency. The assistance of these three ninth-tier masters had nearly exhausted the Fan clan's resources, yet they had promised irresistible benefits to secure their cooperation against the formidable adversaries that might arise from the Fenglin sect during the assault on Mingxi town. Ordinarily, the intervention of a single individual would stabilize the situation, but Gu Hongying was an unforeseen variable, prompting the three to strike simultaneously. They had meticulously disguised themselves, for with the existence of the Jianghu Directory and the Martial Report, the fundamental details of individuals above the 7th tier in the martial world were accessible to nearly all. Those who could ascend to the 9th tier of the hidden realm were exceedingly rare, and none wished to be easily recognized, nor did they desire to sever ties with the Fenglin sect. Gu Hongying smiled faintly, and what if so? As her words fell, she drew her sword, the blade flashing red as it swept forth. Swift as lightning, yet silent and serene, as gentle as the warm sun of spring caressing the heart, infusing the world with a tender warmth. The long sword was released, trailing a ribbon of crimson silk through the air, completing a graceful arc before returning silently to its sheath. The confinement created by the three masters collapsed in an instant. All three trembled, murmuring in unison, "We apologize for the intrusion." With that, they abruptly dispersed, their forms like lightning, vanishing into the night of the small town, leaving behind only a chilling autumn breeze that stirred the bright lanterns and the dying flames on the ground, flickering and wavering. Fan Lichuan stood there, stupefied. Chapter 28. The storm subsides. The moon hung like water, dreamlike and ethereal. Within the span of a mere incense stick, the formidable cold guards of the Wei state withdrew entirely, and many of the Jianghu forces allied with the Fan clan slipped away amidst the chaos, departing more swiftly and stealthily than they had arrived, fearful of even the slightest delay. Fan Lichuan had no choice but to retreat. The Wei state had indeed deployed 6,000 troops in Mingxi town, scattered across the valley entrances to the east and west, as well as the main street of the town. To provide reinforcements to the main street would require the time it takes to burn an incense stick. While Gu Hongying appeared as if a deity had descended, could she truly slay every single one of the 6,000 troops? If one were to forcibly seize Mingxi town, it would still be like taking candy from a child. At most, Gu Hongying could ensure the safety of all Fenglin sect members. However, Fan Lichuan was deeply apprehensive about the question Gu Hongying had posed earlier. How many lives do you possess? Fan Lichuan had but one life. Without the covert assistance of the three masters from the hidden realm, should Gu Hongying seek his life, even with 6,000 elite cold guards, she would still come and go as she pleased, taking his head as easily as plucking fruit from a tree. The saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear for firewood. Life is more precious than anything. Thus, Fan Lichuan departed, leading his 6,000 elite cold guards away with remarkable resolve, without a hint of hesitation or folly. "Are you not leaving?" Gu Hongying's voice was as calm as water as her gaze swept across the unmoving figures of Qiu Liang from the Eight-Wind Hall, Xian Jian from the Sword-Casting Hall, Li Qingyi from the Divine Sword Sect, Gongshu Yunxin from the Yinjia City, the cloaked figure in black, and others from the Jianghu Sister. "You haven't allowed us to leave." "We dare not." A young boy in white peeked out from behind Qiu Liang, his head half-dash extended. Gu Hongying cast a glance at the boy, snorting softly. Since when did the Eight-Wind Hall begin to curry favor with the powerful? It seems the Jianghu can no longer accommodate the ambitions of the Eight-Wind Hall. Qiu Liang's complexion paled as he coldly replied, "The Fenglin sect occupies a high position in both the Jianghu and the court. How could you possibly comprehend the pursuits and aspirations of our ordinary sects? Moreover, the Eight-Wind Hall is of the demonic path. How could we stand without ambition in the Jianghu?" Gu Hongying regarded Qiu Liang, her eyes harboring a trace of tenderness. Qiu Liang raised her chin slightly, meeting Gu Hongying's gaze with pride and unwavering defiance, her eyes revealing a tenacity and stubbornness. Gu Hongying shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Your ambition is indeed remarkable. However, no matter how grand your ambitions, please keep your distance from the Fenglin sect. Is it truly the aspiration of the Eight-Wind Hall to recklessly oppose the Fenglin sect?" Qiu Liang scoffed. "The Eight-Wind Hall is the path of evil. The Fenglin sect stands as a righteous sect, inherently enemies. There is no need for deliberate pursuit. Skill meet in battle is merely a natural occurrence." Whether willing or unwilling, we are adversaries. The young boy in white watched Gu Hongying anxiously, his hands clenched tightly, palms slick with sweat. He genuinely admired Sister Chio's valor, yet he also feared that Gu Hongying could easily dispatch both Chio and himself with a mere gesture. The thought of meeting his end before he had even begun to make a name for himself in the Jianghu felt utterly unjust, bringing shame upon the Eight-Wind Hall. Gu Hongying paused slightly, her gaze penetrating as she looked at Qiu Liang. Then after a moment, she said, "Return and inform Bai Xiaobai to know when to stop." Qiu Liang, hesitating to speak, turned to take the young boy's hand, leaping into the night sky as two white shadows, like a gust of wind, darted into the carriage parked on the eastern side of the town. Once inside the carriage, the young boy collapsed within, gasping for breath, his admiration for Sister Qiu soaring even higher. He thought to himself, truly, Sister Qiu is worthy of her title, displaying such valor and fearlessness in the face of the dreaded Fenglin sect, showing no sign of fear and daring to respond openly. This truly elevated the prestige of the Eight-Wind Hall, and he was determined to seek Sister Qiu's guidance upon returning. What is the purpose of the sword-casting hall? Gu Hongying's gaze shifted to Xianjian. Jiu Taifu knows. Xianjian merely delivers messages. Is that so? Gu Hongying glanced at the Han siblings, Han Xiaoshan and Han Xiaotian, and asked, "What about them?" Xianjian chuckled. "They are merely two items accompanying the message." Jiu Hongying's expression remained indifferent as she followed the intense gazes of everyone to the ground where the Book of Eternal Life lay. Her demeanor one of disdain, a mere broken book, and you would go to such lengths to fight and provoke the Fenglin sect? Li Qingyi laughed lightly. Gu Taifu is the unparalleled genius of the world. Standing at the pinnacle, how could you understand the hardships we, the lowly figures of the Jianghu, endure? For us, even the slightest opportunity is still an opportunity. Jiu Hongying did not deign to acknowledge Li Qingyi. Coolly responding, once, the Divine Sword sect was at its zenith, flourishing and commanding the Jianghu. Without Li Bai, how has the Divine Sword sect fallen to such depths? Li Qingyi's expression shifted, unable to retort. Jiu Hongying snorted. Since you all refuse to leave, then leave something behind. With that, her figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear in an instant. Li Qingyi felt a chill in his palm as the weight behind Xianjian's back lightened. Gongshu Yunxin's cloak trembled, and the cloaked figure's waist shook, their weapons swiftly seized. The four were taken aback as they beheld their swords suspended in midair before Gu Hongying, who waved her hand, sending four glimmers of cold light piercing through the eaves of the Guyu Inn on the second floor, leaving only the hilts behind. Xianjian lamented, "Gu Taifu, I merely came to deliver a message. The sword of the messenger is a gift from the emperor. Could you please return it to me?" Gu Hongying shot Xianjian a glance, and he immediately fell silent, while the other three dared not speak a word. Suddenly, the Book of Eternal Life lying on the ground was lifted by a powerful gust, soaring high into the air, flames bursting forth from within the tome. In an instant, the fire raged, consuming it entirely, reducing it to ashes that scattered in the autumn breeze. Li Qingyi and the other Jianghu figures stared wide-eyed, each feeling a profound sense of loss, their hearts aching, and with a collective sigh. They dared not linger any longer, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving not a single soul behind. Jiu Hongying turned, and Zhen Zhuanjun approached first, beaming with warmth, as if basking in a gentle rain. Smiling brightly, Zhen Zhuanjun of Guyu Square pays respects to Gu Taifu. Your esteemed presence graces Mingxi town, illuminating its splendor. With just 3 swords, you can shatter 10,000 armors, repel myriad foes, and awe the divine. Such feats are truly earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Tomorrow's Jianghu will surely recount tales of how Gu Taifu single-handedly triumphed over a nation, and all shall exclaim, "Gu Taifu is indeed a divine being." Gu Hongying, unfazed, offered a mild smile. "You shall handle the matters of Mingxi town yourself." Zhen Zhuanjun's eyes sparkled as he bowed, smiling, "As you command." As the forces defending the nation retreated, the prominent clan leaders of the Tian, Liu, and Shao families, among others, appeared particularly conspicuous, standing frozen in place, trembling with fear. The formidable presence of Gu Hongying struck terror into their hearts, leaving them paralyzed, neither daring to flee nor to remain. The middle-aged leader of the Tian family wore a grim expression, his gaze wandering, having never anticipated that a carefully orchestrated plan would unravel so swiftly. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that the Tian family could no longer linger in Mingxi town. The question now loomed, where should they go from here? The middle-aged leader's eyes reflected a haze of confusion, and beyond the fear was a deep-seated resentment and animosity, not only towards Fan Liqiu for his cowardice in retreating with 6,000 elite soldiers without a fight against Gu Hongying, but also towards Fenglin sect, a mere martial sect that dared to oppose the forces of nobility, thus ruining his meticulously crafted schemes and long-term ambitions. Zhang Zhuangqian had received his orders and, with a flourish of his sleeves, approached them with an air of confidence, his gaze locking onto the fluctuating expressions of the Tian family's leader. Yan Weiniang stepped forward respectfully, greeting, "I have the honor of meeting you." Master Gu. The young man in red, Han Ning, slung his deep crimson bao over his shoulder and joyfully ran up to Gu Hongying, proudly declaring, "Master Gu, today I was truly impressive, and I assure you, I did not bring you shamed." At Gu Hongying inquired, "Why are you not studying diligently at the academy, and what brings you to Mingxi town?" The red-clad youth blushed, scratching his head as he replied, "I came to Mingxi town to await someone who should arrive in a couple of days. Once I have received them, I shall promptly return to the academy to continue my studies, and I promise not to delay my education." Nodding in acknowledgement, Gu Hongying chose not to probe further. Her gaze shifted to a middle-aged man who appeared to be attempting a stealthy escape. Her piercing look struck like a sword, cold and unforgiving. Lu Budi, feeling the weight of her gaze, stiffened and awkwardly smiled, quickly stepping forward to greet Gu Hongying. "I have the honor of meeting you, Master Gu." Despite being nearly a decade older than Gu Hongying, Lu Budi held a lower status due to a past incident 5 years prior that had led him to isolate himself in Mingxi town, far from the heart of Fenglin sect. Now, the person he dreaded most to encounter was this extraordinary young woman. Gu Hongying let out a cold snort, offering no response, her eyes flickering as she observed Yang Yizhi, Qin Shangtian, and Qin Ruolin nearby. Suddenly, a flash of crimson darted through the night like a flame, vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind a faint red silhouette in the twilight sky. Chapter 29. A fortuitous encounter. Yang Yizhi gazed in rapture at the receding red figure against the night sky. His eyes ablaze with admiration, unable to quell the tumult within his heart. Noticing Yang Yizhi's expression, Han Ning beamed with pride, cheerfully saying, "Brother Yang, stop staring. My Master Gu has already gone far away." Embarrassed, Yang Yizhi smiled sheepishly and adjusted the willow wood bow slung over his shoulder, replying, "Han brother, your Master Gu alone, with just a sword, could repel thousands of troops. Such a divine presence truly resembles a celestial being, inspiring immense reverence." Han Ning's eyes sparkled, grinning with satisfaction. "Isn't that so? Who wouldn't admire such a celestial-like master? Brother Yang, why not become my disciple? My Master Gu would then be your grandmaster. You would both be of the same lineage. I could even ask her to personally guide you, and your path in martial cultivation would be smooth sailing. Just think of how wonderful that would be." Yang Yizhi's eyes lit up as he contemplated the proposition seriously. Han Ning, with a clear gaze, sensed the potential in taking on such a promising disciple. Envisioning the praise he would receive from his Master Gu, Yan Weiniang shot Han Ning a stern look and chimed in with a melodious voice, "Yang Yizhi, do not listen to his nonsense. On the day of the winter solstice, Fenglin sect will hold the 9 sects examination at Fenglin Academy. You must remember to attend. As long as you go, you will succeed. I will be there for you." With a face full of aspiration, Yang Yizhi discerned the underlying meaning in Yan Weiniang's words and promptly nodded, saying, "Thank you, Sister Yan. I will certainly arrive on time, living up to your expectations." Han Ning lamented, "When I suggest you go, you hesitate, but when Sister Yan suggests it, you readily agree. Brother Yang, the allure of beauty is indeed a double-edged sword." Just then, a cry of pain echoed as Yan Weiniang delivered a playful smack to Han Ning's head. Yang Yizhi quickly interjected, "I truly pondered for a long time during the day, hesitant and indecisive. However, after witnessing Sister Yan, Han brother, and your Master Gu's remarkable presence, I felt a surge of passion and longing. Moreover, with Sister Yan personally imparting the art of fortune to me today, I cannot let her expectations down. I shall set off in a few days to participate in the 9 sects examination at Fenglin Academy, fulfilling my ambitions, and will visit you and Han brother afterward." Han Ning exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Yang, you certainly know how to flatter. Look, Even Sister Yin can't hide her smile. But just as he spoke, he yelped in pain as another playful smack landed on his head. Hey, Qin Shangtian, what is the matter with you? Yang Yiji turned at the sound to see Qin Shangtian's body go limp, collapsing to the ground, with Qin Ruolin flustered as she rushed to support him. Yang Yiji hurriedly caught Qin Shangtian's back, only to find him utterly weak, as if devoid of bones, still sliding downwards. He crouched down and cradled Qin Shangtian in his arms. Qin Ruolin bent down anxiously, exclaiming, "He was perfectly fine just a moment ago, laughing and chatting with me. I don't know how he suddenly fainted." Yang Yiji examined Qin Shangtian, noting his calm complexion and lack of visible pain. Unable to discern the cause of his condition, feeling quite anxious, he thought. Earlier, he had struck with 2 powerful blows, causing Fan Liqiu and another to suffer severe injuries. Could it be that he had exacerbated his own injuries in doing so? Lu Budi approached, crouching down to check Qin Shangtian's pulse. He found it steady and strong. With balanced breathing, declaring, "He is fine. He has merely fainted." Yang Yiji questioned, "Fainted? How could he suddenly faint when he was just fine? He was struck hard by Fan Liqiu and then ambushed. Could it have aggravated his injuries?" Lu Budi reached to probe the back of Qin Shangtian's neck. The sleeping youth instinctively shrank his neck away, prompting Lu Budi to chuckle, "Injured? Where would he have sustained an injury? It seems he has mysteriously recovered." Yang Yiji remained puzzled, recalling that Fan Liqiu's lethal strike had been so powerful that even Zheng Zhuangqian had claimed that had it been him, he would have perished from a single blow. How could Qin Shangtian, an ordinary youth, have been in such dire straits just moments ago, only to recover inexplicably? Holding Qin Shangtian, Yang Yiji subtly sensed a faint green aura flowing around him, even feeling it attempting to seep into him, only to be repelled by the nascent energy within Qin Shangtian's body, akin to a stream. Lu Budi picked up the dark green long knife and sheath that had fallen to the ground. Examining them closely, he then returned the knife to its sheath and handed it to Yang Yiji, smiling as he said, "Hongming Shoutian, recreating the universe. Rest assured, young Master Qin Shangtian has turned misfortune into fortune. Today he has encountered a tremendous opportunity. He merely overexerted himself with those 2 strikes, drawing upon far too much of the energies of heaven and earth, exceeding the limits of his body. Now that the crisis has passed, he has relaxed, leading to his fainting spell. Once he awakens, he will naturally recover." Yang Yiji remained hesitant, prompting Yin Weining to reassure him, "Yang Yiji, Brother Lu possesses considerable insight and medical knowledge. He would not deceive you. You can rest easy." Lu Budi added, "Think about it. If he had not gained an opportunity, how could he have repelled both Fan Liqiu and the other with a single stroke, leaving them incapacitated? There is no need for excessive concern. Let him sleep it off." Yang Yiji nodded, recalling how Qin Shangtian's blade had sent Fan Liqiu and the other reeling several paces back. Uncertain of their fate, he understood that Lu Budi spoke the truth. Contemplating the fortune that had befallen Qin Shangtian today, he felt a surge of joy for him. Yang Yiji secured the Hongming knife at his waist. Lifting Qin Shangtian onto his back, he addressed the group, "Sister Yin, Han brother, Uncle Lu, the battle in Mingxi town has subsided for now. You must have many matters to attend to, so I shall refrain from causing any further disturbance. I will take Qin Shangtian back to rest." Qin Ruolin, gripping her spear with one hand and supporting Qin Shangtian with the other, declared, "Yang Yiji, I will accompany you back." Yang Yiji felt a flush of warmth and replied, "Miss Qin, do not worry. I will take good care of Qin Shangtian. Since he has recovered, he should be fine. You may come to see him tomorrow." Qin Ruolin, realizing her slip of words, felt her cheeks flush, and with a shy demeanor, nodded repeatedly. Yin Weining glanced at Qin Ruolin, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She called out to Yang Yiji, then turned to the approaching leader of the Qin family, Qin Shao, who was bringing the clan leaders of the 10 families of Mingxi to pay their respects. In a clear voice, she said, "Elder Qin, this young man, Qin Shangtian, has suffered greatly due to your family's troubles. If you are willing, take him to your family residence to recuperate." Qin Shao promptly clasped his hands in gratitude. "We shall follow General Yan's arrangements. The Qin family will do our utmost to aid in his recovery and ensure his safety. Please rest assured, General Yin." With that, he beckoned, and 2 family retainers hurried over, ready to assist Qin Shangtian down from Yang Yiji's back. Seeing Yin Weining nodding at him, Yang Yiji reluctantly set Qin Shangtian down. The two Qin family retainers efficiently took charge, one lifting him up while the other supported him from behind, swiftly making their way towards the Qin residence in Ziki Alley on Rui Street. Qin Rulan paused briefly, exchanged farewells with Yang Yiji, and hurriedly followed after them. Chapter 30. The wall-climbing girl Yang Yiji realized that there was truly nothing left for him at the gathering. He bid farewell to the crowd once more and made his way through the disheveled streets, heading directly towards his home in the muddy alley of South Street. Along the way, the flickering lights danced, and the moonlight flowed gently. The shops and residences on either side of South Street lay in profound silence. Under the sparse stars of the moonlit night, with the autumn breeze blowing softly, Yang Yiji felt as though he could distinctly hear the tense breaths of the residents hiding within their homes, contrasting sharply with his own distant and light-footed steps. Beneath the light, Yang Yiji's shadow shifted, sometimes advancing, sometimes retreating, at times elongated and at others shortened, ever-changing, much like his current state of mind, filled with excitement and endless fantasies. He began to envision the exhilarating life he would lead as he traversed the martial world. Upon arriving at his own doorstep in the muddy alley, he pushed the door open, and the moonlight poured in like a clear spring, illuminating the courtyard where the shadows of trees swayed. Yang Yiji swiftly locked the door behind him, severing the silvery glow that filled the ground. As he stepped into his room, a figure suddenly appeared on the persimmon tree in the courtyard. In the hazy moonlight, a woman dressed in green stood quietly at the tip of a branch, her beautiful eyes darting about as she surveyed the layout of the small courtyard. Eventually, her gaze settled on the room where the lights had already been lit. Perhaps recalling something amusing, she could not help but cover her mouth and laugh, the sound of her laughter ringing like silver bells, swaying with the moonlight before she vanished in an instant. Yang Yiji leaped out of his room and stood in the center of the courtyard, scanning his surroundings thoroughly, even climbing up to the wall for a better view, yet found nothing. He pondered. I distinctly heard a woman's laughter. Could it be that I misheard? Returning to his room, he locked the door behind him and placed the bow and arrows he had been carrying on the wooden table by the window. He set the Minghong knife at the head of his bed and lay back on the bed, suddenly feeling as though a heavy weight pressed upon his chest. Upon checking, he discovered it was the book 10 Dreams by Dong Li Xian. Remembering that he needed to return it by dawn, he instantly lost all drowsiness and hurriedly sat at the wooden table by the window, pulling the candlestick closer and opening the book to read by candlelight. Yang Yiji resumed his reading from where he had left off during the day, savoring the text with great interest. In the fifth dream. Questioning heaven, the protagonist transformed into a young Taoist boy, gifted with the ability to foresee events that would transpire in the blink of an eye. Having practiced the art of divination through the 6 lines and 8 trigrams from a young age, he had seamlessly integrated his innate talent into his studies. By the time he reached his teenage years, as he descended the mountain, he had already begun to perceive the threads of fate. Calculating the mysteries of destiny and mastering various divination techniques, becoming a renowned fortune teller across the martial world. In the sixth dream. Longevity, the protagonist took on the role of a healer, dedicating himself to the art of medicine and helping the world. Although he appeared youthful, he had actually lived for 1,000 years, having attained the longevity technique centuries ago. Each time he faced misfortune and seemed to die, his body would suddenly vanish, only to awaken in another location. To save a cherished companion, he sacrificed his own blood to extend her life, ensuring that both of them would live on forever. In the seventh dream. Puppetry, the protagonist became a skilled craftsman who made puppets and mechanical contraptions. Often ridiculed by others. One day, he unexpectedly gained the ability to control his puppets as if they were living beings, leading him to delve deeply into the art of puppetry. Mastering various techniques, he eventually faced the world for the sake of his beloved, advancing to an ultimate stage where both puppets and living beings could be manipulated, earning the respect and fear of all as a puppet master. Naturally, a tale would not be complete without the protagonist's adventures in the martial world, filled with intrigue, fortuitous encounters, and romantic entanglements, all woven with melodious stories of love and longing. In addition, like the first story, there were ample detailed descriptions of various martial arts, mystical techniques, divination, and medical practices, which captivated the reader's imagination. Yang Yiji continued to devour the 8th dream, all things, 9th dream, swallowing the sun, and 10th dream, reincarnation, each narrative more astonishing than the last, leaving him exhilarated and yearning for more. The characters and events from the tales frequently resurfaced in his mind, offering endless delight. Closing the book, he looked up to find that dawn had already broken outside. Unconsciously, he had spent the entire night engrossed in reading, yet felt no fatigue. Yang Yiji opened his room door and stepped into the courtyard. Just as he intended to stretch, he suddenly spotted a figure vaulting over the high wall. Landing right before him, their eyes met, and the newcomer instantly blushed, feeling shy and awkward. Yang Yiji stared at the girl before him in disbelief, exclaiming, "Miss Qin?" The girl, who was indeed Qin Ruolin, retorted, "Yang Yiji, you were clearly at home. Why did you not answer the door after I knocked for so long?" Dressed in a beautiful pale yellow gown, she appeared enchanting and demure. Yang Yiji momentarily lost his train of thought. Feeling flustered as his face turned red, hurriedly averting his gaze. Completely absorbed in his reading, he had not heard any knocking, and felt a pang of guilt, yet replied, "So, did Miss Qin climb over the wall to come in?" Qin Ruolin's face flushed as she replied, "Who wanted to climb over the wall? The little girl from across the street said you always rise early, but today you are unusually late in coming out. She was worried something might have happened to you, and begged me to come and check." Yang Yiji responded with an "oh." Just as he was about to speak, a voice from outside the wall called out, "Sister Qin, is Brother Yiji doing well?" Yang Yiji called out loudly, "I'm doing just fine." The little girl cheerfully replied, "Great, Brother Yiji. I won't disturb you two any longer." Yang Yiji turned to Qin Ruolin and asked, "Did you come to see me for something? Is Qin Xiangtian awake?" Qin Ruolin nodded. "Yang Yiji, are you going to attend the 9 schools examination?" Yang Yiji nodded. Qin Ruolin continued, "I invited Qin Xiangtian yesterday to go to Fenglin Academy together. I came to find you today to invite you to join us, so that we can look out for each other on the way. What do you think?" Yang Yiji, puzzled, nodded in agreement, thinking that if he were to go, he would surely travel with Qin Xiangtian. Surely, Qin Ruolin knew this connection. Thus, why did she make a special trip to tell him? Qin Ruolin added, "The journey from Mingxi to Fenglin Academy is 200 to 300 miles. It is quite a distance, and the Qin family I am willing to provide support." Yang Yiji observed Qin Ruolin's bashful demeanor as she hesitated. Feeling a slight stir in his heart, he asked, "Is this your own decision, Miss Qin?" After a moment's hesitation, Qin Ruolin replied, "It is my grandfather's wish." Yang Yiji's gaze sharpened slightly, and he began to understand the implications. He quickly said, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Qin. However, I have already discussed with Qin Xiangtian that as long as we prepare sufficient provisions before setting off, we have already made arrangements for resting places along the way. We really do not need much financial assistance." Qin Ruolin's expression fell, disappointment evident in her demeanor as she said, "Yang Yiji, are you afraid of owing us a favor from the Qin family and do not wish to be too deeply entangled with us?" Yang Yiji replied earnestly, "If Miss Qin's support is out of friendship as classmates, I would gladly accept it. However, if it is support from the Qin family, I would feel unworthy to accept." Qin Ruolin questioned, "What is the difference? Am I not a member of the Qin family?" Yang Yiji explained, "It is different." Qin Ruolin, frustrated, retorted, "I only learned that you were going to attend the 9 schools examination. How would I know all these details? Can't you just consider it as support from a fellow classmate?" Yang Yiji smiled gently and shook his head. Qin Ruolin stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "I shouldn't have told you the truth." Yang Yiji chuckled softly. Although Qin Ruolin was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, he had never dared to look at her too closely. However, he appreciated her straightforward and generous nature, her kindness and sincerity towards others. In the academy, she never looked down on those from poorer backgrounds, but rather made an effort to befriend them. Noticing Qin Ruolin's anxious expression, Yang Yiji inquired, "Is it difficult for you to report back? Are you unable to fulfill your promise?" Qin Ruolin huffed, "There's nothing difficult about it. I will just tell the truth." After a slight pause, she confessed, "Actually, last night, my grandfather saw you getting close to Miss Yin from Fenglin sect, and he asked me to come and mention that the Qin family is willing to provide assistance, intending to forge a bond with you so that we may support the Qin family in the future." Yang Yiji understood and chuckled. "Then you can go back and explain to old Master Qin that my encounter with Miss Yin was merely a chance meeting. After rescuing Qin Xiangtian, we had nowhere to escape and hid in Guyuan in a moment of desperation. Fortunately, the Fenglin sect intervened, and we united against a common enemy. Afterwards, Miss Yin graciously took me on a tour of Mingxi town, and you were present at the Tian family mansion. I was of no help at all, gaining no favors and instead owe Miss Yin an immense debt of gratitude." Qin Ruolin laughed. Look at how naturally you call her Sister Yin. If you say you have no connection with her, who would believe that? Yang Yiji replied matter-of-factly. Sister Yin is a few years older than me. Naturally, I should address her as sister. Qin Ruolin countered. I am also several months older than you. Why don't you call me sister? Yang Yiji was taken aback, embarrassedly chuckling, feeling awkward. Qin Ruolin covered her mouth and giggled, saying sweetly, All right, I will say as you suggested when I return. Yang Yiji, remember that we are to go to Fenglin Academy together. Yang Yiji nodded in agreement, just as he was about to open the courtyard gate to see Qin Ruolin off. However, he was taken aback when Qin Ruolin leapt gracefully into the air, effortlessly vaulting over the wall and landing in the alley beyond. Glancing at the gate of the courtyard, Yang Yiji couldn't help but sigh, realizing that this young lady Qin must be a master at climbing walls. Preferring to enter and exit without ever using the front door. Chapter 31. The White Tiger's Path. Yang Yiji hurriedly completed his morning ablutions, prepared a simple meal, and picked a dozen fresh persimmons to place in his backpack. He slung his bow and quiver over his shoulder, locked the door behind him, and made his way to the end of the muddy alley, following the path along the foot of the mountain towards the small courtyard of the watermill. Before setting off, he called out a few times for Xiao Aki in the alley, but received no response from the opposite courtyard, likely because she had already gone to the small courtyard of Su Wei. The scholar, to learn her letters. The narrow path meandered, thick with the essence of autumn. The reeds swayed with the breeze, the wheat fields rippled like waves, and the maple leaves danced in the wind. As Yiji moved gracefully along the way, clouds and mist enveloped the young man. Autumn hues flowed poetically around him. The youth, with a heart full of ambition and eyes sparkling with brilliance, took light, buoyant steps, surrounded by the vibrant colors of white, gold, and red that marked the season. As Yang Yiji reached a spacious area at the foot of the mountain, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of flourishing reeds, where the nearby wheat fields and maple forests were lost from sight. Stepping into this place, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. After taking 10 steps, he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. After another 10 steps, he sensed a pair of hidden eyes watching him intently. Yet another 10 steps, and he detected a faint, sporadic breath nearby. Instinctively on guard, Yang Yiji halted, removed his maple bow, nocked an arrow, and focused intently, embodying the posture of one who is keenly aware of his surroundings. Employing the breathing techniques taught by Yin Weining, he circulated the faint flow of true energy within his dantian. His senses, sight, hearing, touch, became extraordinarily acute. His heart raced, and threads of true energy surged outward, creating ripples of energy that spread around him in an instant. Yang Yiji pinpointed the source of his unease, his body tense and his heart pounding. Suddenly, a fearsome roar shattered the stillness, and a massive white creature burst forth from the depths of the reeds, sweeping through the foliage with a gust of foul wind in a heartbeat. It trampled down a swath of reeds, forging a path towards him. Without a moment to ponder, Yang Yiji leaped back, drawing and loosing 3 arrows in quick succession. The white beast sprang into the air, bellowing defiantly as the arrows were effortlessly swatted away. Falling harmlessly to the ground, the creature landed heavily, a mere 10 paces from Yang Yiji, baring its teeth and glaring menacingly at him. It was none other than a colossal white tiger, its entire body a striking snow white. Faced with this formidable opponent, Yang Yiji felt diminutive and vulnerable. He recalled the tales that Xiao Aki had shared about the legends of Jutsuin, silently lamenting his fate. Against such a behemoth, he was at an insurmountable disadvantage in both speed and size. Yesterday, he had foolishly contemplated hunting a tiger, now realizing it was akin to offering oneself as prey, oblivious to the impending danger. Drawing his bow with trembling hands, Yang Yiji aimed at the white tiger. His forehead slick with perspiration, he dared not turn and flee, nor could he risk another shot. Instead, he remained fixed on the tiger, utterly focused, not allowing himself a moment's distraction. The tiger prowled back and forth, huffing and puffing, its gaze fierce and its striped tail swaying, frequently emitting low growls as it threatened Yang Yiji. The standoff between man and beast persisted, each refusing to yield or attack. Yang Yiji felt the true energy within him flow like a gentle stream. And amidst the tension, he continued to regulate his breathing, sensing the gathering of the essence of heaven and earth within him. Gradually, The tremors within subsided, and he began to regain his composure. With a keen gaze, he scrutinized the white tiger, and as his true energy coursed through him, he suddenly perceived something unusual. It was as if his vision had magnified, allowing him to discern the individual strands of fur on the tiger's body. Along with the palpable aura of power radiating from it, a magnificent presence that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. The tiger, entirely white and gleaming with a brilliant sheen, bore no hint of ferocity. Rather, it exuded a subtle air of gentleness. Its seemingly predatory gaze held an intelligence, and instead of launching an attack, it continued to pace, as if attempting to intimidate Yang Yiji into retreat. Feeling a surge of determination, Yang Yiji maintained his aim on the tiger while cautiously taking 2 steps back. The tiger let out a low growl but did not pursue him. Realizing this, Yang Yiji remained vigilant, keeping his bow drawn, all the while retreating with utmost care. At that moment, a small figure darted from the reeds behind him, colliding with Yang Yiji's back. Startled, he lost his grip on the arrow, which flew from his hand. The little one, oblivious to the danger ahead, looked up at Yang Yiji and exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Yiji, I've finally caught up with you." With a thunderous roar, the white tiger leapt forward, propelled by an intense gust of wind. Charging towards Yang Yiji, he could not afford to retreat. With a powerful push from his right foot, he sprang into the air to meet the tiger's advance, drawing his bow to its full moon shape. Infusing his true energy into the arrows and releasing 2 shots into the air. The arrows flew like lightning but could not touch the tiger. They were deflected by the tiger's formidable aura just inches from its body. Undeterred, Yang Yiji loosed another 2 arrows, intent on drawing the tiger's attention to himself. Xiao Aki, upon sighting the enormous white tiger, stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by fear, forgetting even to scream. The tiger roared ferociously, then suddenly crouched low, springing forward to stand before the little girl. It opened its mouth wide, then turned and dashed back into the depths of the reeds, a flash of white disappearing like a fleeting shadow. Yang Yiji's heart dropped as he realized the girl was gone in an instant. He felt a surge of panic and determination, his body surging with energy as he sprinted after the direction the tiger had taken. With a swift motion, he released an arrow mid-chase. The arrow sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, surrounded by a whirlwind of true energy, swiftly closing in on the tiger. The arrow burst through the tiger's protective aura, scattering sparks in all directions. The tiger leaped into the air, changing direction mid-flight, disappearing into the thick reeds, leaving only a ripple in its wake. Yang Yiji's singular focus was on rescuing Xiao Aki. He raced through the reeds, employing the agility taught by his parents, weaving through the foliage with such speed that he seemed to defy gravity, momentarily stepping on air or gliding over the grass without realizing it. "Snow Shadow!" A soft voice called from within the reeds ahead. Yang Yiji dashed forward, catching a glimpse of a white figure. Without a moment's thought, he loosed an arrow in its direction, but the figure gracefully sidestepped, avoiding the shot. Seeing this, Yang Yiji quickly drew another arrow and released 2 more in rapid succession. The figure elegantly waved its long sleeves, effortlessly deflecting the arrows. "Stop!" came a gentle reprimand, a woman's voice. Yang Yiji halted 2 paces away from the figure, peering intently to find that the white silhouette was a young woman. Dressed in white, her hands delicate as jade, skin as smooth as cream. With elegantly arched brows and a graceful demeanor, she exuded an otherworldly beauty. Ethereal wisps of mist danced around her, the autumn breeze lifting her flowing garments and hair, her eyes sparkling with an otherworldly light, as if she were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Yang Yiji was momentarily entranced, his heart racing in awe. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was this girl the tiger demon spoken of in the legends? The young woman's complexion paled slightly as she began to speak, but then noticed the sudden change in Yang Yiji's expression. Gripped by the tales of the tiger demon, he felt an increasing sense of danger. Without hesitation, driven by the urgency to save Xiao Aki, he knocked his arrow and aimed directly at the white-clad maiden. Chapter 32. The white-clad maiden. The young woman furrowed her brow slightly, raising a hand to effortlessly deflect the arrow with a melodious voice. "Did you not hear me? I said to stop." With a mere flick of her wrist, she sent the arrow flying away, reinforcing Yang Yiji's suspicion that she was indeed the tiger demon of legend. He quickly maneuvered, unleashing 3 sharp arrows in swift succession towards her. The young woman's expression turned to anger as her eyes widened. She made no move to evade, and just as the arrows approached within 3 feet of her, they abruptly disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. Yang Yiji's heart sank in terror. In a moment of panic, he instinctively mimicked Han Ning's technique, quickly drawing 2 arrows and releasing them, but when he reached for his quiver again, it came up empty. Before he could register his misfortune, the white figure moved like lightning, leaving behind only an afterimage, and suddenly stood before him. Leaning slightly forward, she gazed into his eyes with a penetrating intensity, so close he could feel her breath. In a state of alarm, Yang Yiji raised his hands, leaning back in fear, too terrified to move or evade. The young woman's eyes were filled with anger as she spoke, her tone laden with frustration. "Do you not understand human speech?" I said. "Stop. Stop. Her voice grew softer, her face pale, her eyes trembling slightly. In mere moments, speaking became a laborious task, her eyelids fluttering as if they were in a struggle of their own, and slowly they began to close. Her body leaning against Yang Yiji, frozen in place, he dared not move or assist her, watching helplessly as the white-clad maiden slumped against him before sliding gently to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yiji leapt back, keeping a safe distance while observing the young woman lying among the reeds. She appeared to be breathing steadily, seemingly uninjured, but rather as if she had simply fallen into a deep slumber. Yang Yiji scrutinized the situation closely, his brow furrowing in concern. He faintly perceived ethereal wisps of energy escaping from within the body of the girl in white, and now, with her sudden fainting, her condition appeared decidedly precarious. A fierce roar echoed from above, as a snow-white tiger descended nearby. Its eyes narrowed in vigilance as it bared its teeth at Yang Yiji, though its anxious gaze was primarily focused on the unconscious girl. Pacing back and forth with a restless demeanor and occasionally emitting deep growls, yet refraining from launching an attack, Yang Yiji gripped his longbow tightly, but found himself without an arrow, rendered momentarily frantic and uncertain. In the present circumstances, he realized that not only was he unable to save her, but escaping himself was also a formidable challenge. He glanced at the enigmatic white tiger and then at the sleeping girl, his thoughts racing, leading him to a conclusion. It was clear that the girl in white was not the rumored tiger demon, which inexplicably brought him a sense of comfort and joy. Furthermore, it was evident that the white tiger was likely guarding her, perhaps a rare beast nurtured by her, exhibiting a remarkable sensitivity to her plight. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Yang Yiji, and he mused, "If the white tiger possesses such sensitivity, could I not strike a bargain with it?" Clearing his throat, he cautiously inquired, "Brother White Tiger, is this young lady your master?" The tiger responded with a roar, its tone surprisingly gentle. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Yang Yiji promptly proposed, "Brother White Tiger, let us come to an agreement. Return little Aki to me, and we shall depart immediately. What say you?" The tiger's roar turned fierce, and Yang Yiji's expression darkened, thinking, "This does not bode well for our departure." He glanced at the seemingly slumbering girl, noticing her eyelids fluttering, caught in a struggle between wakefulness and sleep, as the energy within her dissipated at an alarming rate. His heart stirred, and he continued, "If you return the young lady to me, I will assist in healing your master." "How does that sound?" The tiger roared again, this time with a gentle note, betraying a hint of joy. With that, the white tiger leaped away, and in a flash, it returned, this time with a young girl nestled atop its back, her eyes closed and her hands gripping the tiger's fur tightly. Yang Yiji rejoiced, calling out, "Little Aki." The girl, trembling, opened her eyes just a sliver and, upon seeing Yang Yiji, exclaimed in a quavering voice, "Brother Yiji." After that, she resumed her position on the tiger, her grip unwavering. Relieved that the girl seemed unscathed, Yang Yiji felt a measure of his anxiety ease, yet he was soon beset by a dilemma. He possessed neither the knowledge nor the means to treat the young lady. However, having promised the white tiger, he could not renege. After a moment's thought, he removed the quiver and bow from his back and set them aside, approaching the tiger with empty hands. "Brother White Tiger, I must first carry your master back to my home before I can devise a way to heal her. During this time, you must remain behind. Otherwise, it would surely incite panic throughout the town, and you would be hunted down, which would not be favorable. Rest assured, I, Yang Yiji, vow to wholeheartedly attend to your master's recovery. Should I fail, let me be devoured by you. How does that sound? The white tiger let out a roar, seemingly comprehending Yang Yiji's words, pacing back and forth as if weighing its options. Suddenly, with a start, the girl on its back was lifted into the air, landing gently amidst the reeds at Yang Yiji's feet, while the white tiger dashed away like the wind, disappearing from sight in an instant. The reeds settled into tranquility, only the autumn breeze caressing the faces of those standing, sitting, or sleeping among them. A red leaf danced on the wind, swirling gracefully before settling on the face of the girl in white, casting a rosy glow upon her fair, exquisite cheek. Yang Yiji stood for a moment, exhaling deeply once he was certain that danger had passed. He hurriedly bent down to examine the girl, asking, "Little Aki, are you unhurt?" The girl, as if awakening from a dream, shook her head vigorously, her face alight with excitement. "Brother Yiji, the little tiger didn't hurt me. It just grabbed my clothes and ran for a while. Then carried me back. It was so much fun." A little tiger? Fun? Yang Yiji felt a flush of embarrassment, reflecting that she had been so frightened moments ago that she couldn't even cry, yet now she spoke of it as an adventure. Her heart truly vast. Nevertheless, this confirmed that the white tiger indeed possessed a remarkable sensitivity. Gently, Yang Yiji approached the girl in white, crouching beside her to pluck the red leaf from her face. Peering at her with curiosity, the girl's complexion was pale, her brows relaxed, and her breathing steady as she lay peacefully asleep, showing no signs of distress. Yet, he could still see wisps of intangible energy escaping from her, indicating that her condition was indeed grave. Otherwise, how could she have fallen into such a deep slumber? The young girl leaned closer, gazing at the girl in white, and could not help but exclaim, "Brother Yiji, is this fairy sister someone who fell from the heavens? How could she be so beautiful?" Then, frowning, she added, "Brother Yiji, the fairy sister is seriously injured." Yang Yiji, perplexed, asked, "Where is she injured?" The girl focused intently, replying, "It seems like she's hurt inside. I can see many things escaping from her." Yang Yiji nodded, realizing that since the young girl perceived the same troubling signs he did, it confirmed that the girl in white was indeed gravely injured. But how to treat such internal wounds? He gazed at the delicate features of the girl in white, her beauty captivating, never failing to enchant him. Suddenly, his cheeks flushed, his heart raced, and he recalled the pressing need to move her to his home. The question was, how to transport her? Carry her in his arms, on his back. The young girl, feeling anxious, urged, "Brother Yiji, why are you dawdling? The ground is cold. Quickly, take the fairy sister home. You promised the little tiger you would heal her." Yang Yiji exclaimed in realization and reached out to lift the girl in white. Just as he brushed against her garment, her eyes flew open, confusion evident in her gaze as she whispered weakly, "What are you doing?" Yang Yiji froze, his cheeks aflame as he stammered, "I am Yang Yiji. I promised Brother White Tiger to take you to my home to recuperate." The girl responded with a soft "oh," her eyes brightening, but then she abruptly broke into a fit of coughing, curling up in pain, before swiftly closing her eyes once more, slipping back into a deep slumber. Soon, the pained expression faded from her face, and she returned to a blissful dream. Yang Yiji's heart stirred as he began to understand. Her deep sleep was likely a protective mechanism for self-repair, a way to recuperate her injuries, while the white tiger was likely guarding her, ensuring she remained undisturbed and unharmed. After pondering for a moment, he concluded that saving her was paramount, and without further hesitation, he boldly grasped the arm of the girl in white, lifting her upper body. "Little Aki, assist me in getting this young lady onto my back." The girl complied eagerly, rushing to support the girl in white's body. Yang Yiji turned his back, allowing the girl to rest against him. And with a heave, he raised her legs while little Aki clumsily steadied the girl's back. Last, he successfully hoisted the girl onto his back, her head resting against his shoulder, still lost in slumber. Having accomplished this, Yang Yiji felt his face flush with nervousness, beads of sweat forming on his brow. For the first time in his life, he was in contact with the soft form of a woman, and aside from his overwhelming anxiety and racing heart, the most striking sensation was that she felt less like a person and more like a furnace, igniting a warmth throughout his body. while the gentle breaths of the girl brushed against his neck, creating an unbearable tickling sensation. Little Aki, carrying Yang Iji's quiver, strode ahead with a determined demeanor, clearing the path. Chapter 33. The initial glimpse of the courtyard in a secluded courtyard. A scholarly figure with flowing white hair held a wine gourd, sipping leisurely as he gazed out at the golden waves of wheat swaying in the fields, while the clouds drifted ethereally in the sky. A sight that truly lifted one's spirits. Suddenly, the scholar remarked, why hasn't little Aki arrived yet? Is she not applying herself to her studies? The hermit, with a knowing smile, replied, she cannot come today. The scholar furrowed his brow, questioning, oh, what has transpired? With a sigh, the hermit explained, a massive snow-white mountain beast has blocked her path. How could she possibly come? Casting a glance at the hermit's divination, which featured the character for wind with a worm hidden within, the scholar sighed again. Dear brother, it's your fault for being too brusque last night. The little girl journeyed a great distance to seek you, and instead of simply deterring her, you ended up injuring her. How could you lay a hand on a mere child? The hermit, resigned, replied, you urged me to act. The scholar responded, I merely suggested you fend her off, not to harm her. She is, after all, my little junior sister. You ought to have shown some restraint. Instead, you severely injured her. I observe her talent. In a few years, she will return, and then you will find yourself at a disadvantage. What will you do then? The hermit chuckled. If she returns, I shall have no choice but to hide by your side for refuge. The scholar exclaimed in alarm, that cannot be. She will surely direct her ire at me. And I too will be caught in the fray. The hermit laughed, but she is precisely here to seek you. Whether she bears a grudge or not, she will still want to confront you. The scholar sighed, alas, I have done nothing to dishonor my master. Have I? It is merely a trivial pastime of writing books. Is it truly necessary for her to seek me out relentlessly? The scholar Shimi shook his head. Reflecting on the nature of her writings, one must consider the content of one's own work. Indiscriminately throwing ideas into the world can disrupt the peace of the realm. Can this be regarded as merely a small hobby? This thought reminded him of the events of the previous night. Under the cascading moonlight, the waves of wheat danced, while from the direction of the town, flames shot into the sky, a brilliant beam piercing the clouds. The clouds above seemed to ignite. The scholar Dongli inquired, will you not intervene? Shimi smiled and replied, such trifles can be left to the younger generation. Just as they spoke, a red light shot towards them from the town. Swiftly approaching Dai was Gu Hongying, arriving like a fiery comet, her red attire shining brilliantly under the moonlight, captivating all who beheld her. She entered the courtyard with respect, bowing to Shimi, who was seated, enjoying the moon and wine. Exclaiming, little uncle! Shimi responded with a smile. An uncle is an uncle. There is no need for distinctions. Jiu Hongying glanced at Dongli across from Shimi and coldly remarked, Mr. Dongli, you seem tireless in your endeavors, still casting your writings far and wide, unbothered by the chaos it may incite. Dongli chuckled, not at all, little Hongying. If we speak honestly, do my works not deserve the title of extraordinary literature? If they are remarkable, without appreciation, they are but pearls lost to dust. I share them with those destined to find them. Is that not a mutually beneficial arrangement? Gu Hongying retorted disdainfully, such extraordinary fates are not meant for the likes of common folk. Dongli countered, all beings are equal. What then distinguishes the ordinary from the extraordinary? Moreover, fate is inherently elusive. What is fortune to those connected is but an illusion to those unlinked, as long as one remains true to their purpose. They shall see it through. Jiu Hongying laughed coldly. I hope you discern wisely in the future. Mr. Dongli, do not allow your vision to be clouded by those of questionable character. Should dark-hearted individuals attain fortune, it would spell disaster for others. Dongli replied, without trials, one cannot achieve greatness. Suddenly, all three turned their gaze to the wheat field beyond the fence, where a small white mountain was slowly moving, and in the blink of an eye, it was at their doorstep. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a magnificent white tiger, towering yet gentle in demeanor. Beside the white tiger stood a girl clad in white, around 14 or 15 years old, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Dongli observed her closely, his expression shifting, and teased, little Hongying, look, this girl's beauty surpasses yours. Gu Hongying remained silent, gazing intently at the girl, her sword subtly humming with energy in her grip, revealing a flicker of disturbance in her heart. The girl's gaze remained fixed on Dongli, her eyes clear and pure, her voice ringing like a bell. Qianmu Mountain Sword Pavilion requests my senior brother to return. Shimi and Gu Hongying exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting as they appraised the girl. Dongli laughed heartily. Ah, my dear junior sister. What is your esteemed surname, and how old are you? The girl replied. What do you think? Senior brother? Dongli firmly stated. I shall not return. The girl, unfazed, smiled gently and waved her hand, drawing forth a long white sword from the dense fur of the white tiger, the blade glimmering like snow. Without uttering a word, she swung the sword, unleashing a flurry of white light that cascaded like falling snow. Dongli, startled, leaped behind Gu Hongying, exclaiming, Little junior sister, this is not the way. We can talk this out. Gu Hongying furrowed her brow and drew her sword, a surge of crimson light erupting like flames. The two beams of light, one red and one white, converged in the air, their brilliance flickering before vanishing without a trace. Leaving the bamboo fence between them disintegrated into dust, Dongli marveled, incredible. Such a young girl, yet she stands equal to little Hongying. Given time, she may well break through the heavens. Beneath the moonlight, the girl in white, wielding her snow-white sword, stood amidst the wheat field, while Gu Hongying, dressed in fiery red, guarded the courtyard. They stood gazing at one another, an unspoken admiration evident in their eyes. The girl spoke softly, Sister, your swordsmanship is exceptional. But this is a matter of our own. Might you yield? Gu Hongying, impressed, responded, Your achievements are remarkable, and since Mr. Dongli is unwilling to return, why compel him? Despite her words, Gu Hongying sheathed her sword and stepped aside, leaving Dongli exposed before the girl. He chuckled awkwardly, Little Hongying, how unkind of you to hand me over. Gu Hongying remained unfazed, pretending not to hear. The girl regarded Dongli and said, If my senior brother is unwilling to return, he must ensure he no longer pens such nonsensical books. Dongli protested, Writing is my lifelong passion. Forbidding me to write is akin to demanding my life. The girl smiled slightly. If you were merely writing, who would care? Dongli laughed heartily. If my books do not contain extraordinary insights, how can they be called remarkable? Otherwise, they would be no different from ordinary novels. You must understand your senior brother. The girl shook her head with a smile, her white figure appearing almost ethereal, suddenly materializing beside Dongli. He gasped, Shimi, are you not going to intervene? Are you going to watch me be taken away? The girl abruptly turned and a figure in green swiftly appeared, instantly bringing Dongli back to his original position. The stoic scholar in green, who had been standing at the back, took a step forward, blocking Dongli's path, and smiled at the girl. Dear lady, please do not take offense. Since Mr. Dongli is content to live as a free spirit, why trouble him? The girl swung her sword, the atmosphere turning frigid, the blade's light shimmering like snow, swirling towards Shimi. He smiled gently, pressing down with his hand, causing the cascade of white to dissipate. The girl's expression shifted, and as she wielded her sword, a giant, crystalline snowflake erupted in the sky. She moved with the swiftness of the wind, transforming into countless illusions. Launching an assault on Shimi, Dongli cried out, Little junior sister, please refrain. Shimi's expression grew serious as he thrust his right hand forward, summoning a torrent of heat that transformed into a flying vermilion bird. Rushing towards the girl, the clash of ice and fire ignited a spectrum of colors in the sky. The courtyard illuminated half in red and half in white, dazzling against the dimming moonlight. The girl, though at a disadvantage, pressed forward, her sword dancing like a dragon, the wind howling and roaring. Shimi formed a sword with his fingers, unleashing a phantom blade of crimson light aimed at the girl. The two tiny points of light exploded in midair, radiating brilliance. A low rumble followed, rippling waves emanating from the point of explosion, causing the surrounding maple trees to sway violently, scattering red leaves. The golden wheat in the field bowed under the force of the gusts. The girl staggered slightly, appearing beside the white tiger, which let out a low growl, restless. Her complexion paled as she tossed her sword backward into its sheath concealed within the tiger's fur. She cast a glance at Dongli, then turned to Shimi, her voice bright, Please watch over my senior brother. I will return in 5 years. Shimi smiled, Rest assured, young lady. With a smile, she turned to leave. The white tiger, resembling a small mountain, stepped silently beside her. And the two white figures, though seemingly slow, vanished into the wheat field, disappearing into the vast moonlight. Watching the girl depart, Gu Hongying furrowed her brow. She is injured. Dongli sighed. Shimi, you were too forceful, Shimi replied helplessly. If you do not wield your pin with restraint, there will be no end to the disturbances. Both Dongli and Shimi shook their heads in unison. Shimi returned to the present, gazing at the character he had written on paper. His mind calculating intricately, his brow furrowing with worry. Your little junior sister is no simple matter. Dongli took a sip of wine, boasting, Are any of us simple? Shimi remarked. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be uprooted. A pile that rises above the bank will inevitably be swept away. One who walks above others will always be questioned. Dongli scoffed. What is there to fear? Once wielding the sword at the pinnacle. I dare the heavens to test my mettle, Shimi cautioned. Such turmoil is not a beautiful thing. Dongli pondered, then nodded. Indeed, my little junior sister is as beautiful as a celestial being. She should enjoy life rather than bear such heavy burdens. Shimi, do you have a solution? Shimi smiled. Regarding a solution, you must thank me. Her injury has intertwined their fates, forging an unbreakable bond. Dongli inquired, Could it be a chance encounter? Shimi replied with a gentle smile. It is both an opportunity and a connection. The heavens and earth give birth to clarity. Nurturing the boundless spirit makes even the most arduous tasks seem effortless. It is ineffably exquisite. The scholar of Dongli squinted lazily, reluctant to ponder deeply, and chuckled, Shimi, my dear brother, you are being rather ungracious with your playful banter. Shimi, the recluse, tossed a sheet of Xian paper high into the air, allowing the wind to carry it away, and said, Inquiring of the clear breeze about the secrets of heaven is a folly, for such secrets must not be divulged. Dongli scholar tilted his head to the sky and took a hearty swig of wine. Laughing heartily, to ask heaven, if heaven could speak, the simplest act would be to ride the winds and harness the clouds, soaring straight into the celestial realms, boldly seeking wisdom. Shimi regarded the Dongli scholar with a mind as clear as a mirror and offered a faint smile. Chapter 34. The first encounter with Xueqing Yang Yiji, bearing the white-clad maiden, dared not hasten his pace, fearing that the jolts of movement might exacerbate her injuries. What should have been a journey of mere moments stretched into nearly half an hour. As they approached the muddy alley, Yang Yiji concealed himself among the reeds, instructing the young girl to take the key and open the door while scouting for any onlookers. Should anyone catch sight of him carrying a girl home, the news would likely spread throughout Mingxi town in no time. Moments later, the little girl returned, bouncing with glee, handing the key back to Yang Yiji, and proudly proclaimed, There were 2 children playing in the alley. But I scared them off that I've opened your courtyard gate, and your uncle and aunt have yet to return. The little girl continued, Brother Eiji, I must hurry to the initial dawn courtyard to study with Master Shimi. I cannot afford to miss the first day of class, lest I provide the master with a reason to rethink my enrollment, and that would be a great loss for me. Yang Yiji nodded. Contemplating, you should avoid the mountain path alone and take the main street instead. The little girl beamed. That is precisely what I was thinking. Brother Eiji is truly clever. After saying this, she tilted her head to gaze at the beautiful sister Eiji was carrying. Finding her increasingly enchanting, with a wave, the little girl dashed into the muddy alley like a gust of wind, swiftly disappearing from view. Yang Yiji, following closely behind, emerged from the reeds and entered the alley. Casting anxious glances around, finding it indeed deserted, he hurried into his courtyard, quickly securing the door behind him. He gently placed the white-clad maiden onto the wooden bed, carefully ensuring her comfort, before straightening up with a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exhaled deeply, his heart racing like thunder. Standing at the bedside, he gazed at the peacefully sleeping maiden, his cheeks burning and his mind in a whirl, unsure of how to proceed. Yang Yiji was indeed troubled. Firstly, he had no knowledge of medicine. Secondly, he lacked the funds to hire a doctor, and thirdly, it seemed the white-clad maiden had sustained internal injuries. He was utterly at a loss regarding how to assist her in recovering. In his frustration, he resolved to check her for external injuries, as such wounds were far easier to treat. Having practiced archery and climbing, he had encountered his fair share of scrapes and bruises. which he had always managed to tend to himself or with discreet assistance. As he reached out to untie the maiden's garments, he hesitated, pulling back his hand in shock. He thought to himself, what if she awakens and realizes I have undone her clothing, violating her modesty? Would she not kill me? Recalling her effortless destruction of arrows with a mere wave of her hand sent a shiver down his spine. If she wished to harm him, it would take but a gentle lift of her hand. In that moment, Yang Yiji felt a mix of urgency and fear, muttering to himself, had I known, I should have brought Xiao Aki along to assist. He looked upon the slumbering maiden, her exquisite visage and graceful form reminiscent of a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful and utterly captivating. A figure he had never dared to dream of now lay within his abode. And curiosity overwhelmed him. He leaned closer, drinking in her beauty, but as the distance between them diminished, an impulsive urge surged within him, compelling him to lean down and kiss her cheek. The wicked thought, born from the depths of his heart, flickered away in an instant, startling him into a state of paralysis as he shook his head to steady his racing thoughts. Suddenly, the white-clad maiden opened her eyes. Her gaze as radiant as moonlight, locking onto the young man before her. Yang Yiji was momentarily taken aback, and in their shared gaze, his body instinctively straightened as he exclaimed, Miss, you are awake. The white-clad maiden slowly propped herself up, surveying the room, her gaze finally landing on Yang Yiji, her voice soft. What were you just thinking? Yang Yiji's cheeks flushed, and with a hint of panic, he replied, Nothing at all. I was contemplating how to treat you. The maiden smiled gently. So, you saved me? Yang Yiji scratched his head awkwardly. I merely carried you back. I truly do not know how to treat you. The white-clad maiden, seated upon the bed, her eyes clear as crystal, regarded the bewildered Yang Yiji and said with a soft smile, Thank you. Yang Yiji, relieved but feeling a pang of shame, was consumed by unease. The maiden then requested, Please fetch me paper and a pen. Yang Yiji quickly complied, handing her the items. She took them, furrowing her brow slightly, then proceeded to write a prescription, handing it to him with the instruction, You must gather 3 doses of medicine according to this prescription. Delighted, Yang Yiji accepted the prescription, thinking that since she understood medicine, he could simply follow her instructions, running errands and brewing the medicine, which would save him much trouble. He glanced at the prescription and felt a sense of familiarity, then immediately dismissed the thought, reasoning that he had no knowledge of medicine and thus could not possibly recognize it. Upon further inspection, however, he felt a stirring in his heart. It indeed seemed familiar. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes, and he realized that it resembled a prescription he had read the previous night in Shuameng Shirpian. Chongxing Pian, it was something akin to Butian Dan, though it differed slightly, missing 3 medicinal ingredients compared to the text. Noticing Yang Yiji's expression, the white-clad maiden asked, Do you understand medicine? Is there something amiss? Yang Yiji shook his head. I do not understand medicine. I just felt that your prescription seemed somewhat familiar. The maiden smiled knowingly. If you do not understand medicine, how could it seem familiar? Yang Yiji stared at the maiden, his gaze thick with admiration, lost in her beauty. After a moment, he regained his senses, only to find her eyes closed in meditation, seemingly unaware of his earlier indiscretion, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. Yang Yiji pondered over the prescription in his hand and tentatively inquired, Miss, do you think adding Ingsa, Lilijan, and Wang Tianju to your prescription would enhance its efficacy? The maiden suddenly opened her eyes, fixing her gaze upon Yang Yiji, and asked, You truly have never studied medicine? How do you know of these 3 herbs? Yang Yiji chuckled awkwardly. I came across a similar prescription in a novel, which is why it seemed familiar. The maiden responded with an intrigued "Oh," her eyes sparkling as she nodded, Good, if you can procure them. Add these 3 herbs, each 3 qian. Yang Yiji nodded eagerly, hastily writing them down, reasoning that since the white-clad maiden possessed knowledge of medicine, those herbs would surely be beneficial to her prescription. Consequently, he pondered the many dreamlike tales recorded by the Dongli scholar. Were they mere dreams or truths? His curiosity deepened. Suddenly, the maiden asked, Have you read the works of the Dongli scholar? Yang Yiji replied honestly, I just finished reading them. The maiden's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized Yang Yiji's inner essence, noting a faint trace of true qi, evidently the beginnings of energy cultivation. However, there were no other remarkable signs, prompting her to nod slightly before resuming her meditation. Yang Yiji, treading lightly, prepared to leave in search of the herbs. "Wait," the maiden called softly. Yang Yiji looked up, their eyes meeting in mutual recognition. The white-clad maiden gazed into his eyes and gently said, "My surname is Bailey. I was born when the cold plum bloomed and the snow began to clear. Hence my parents named me Bailey Shueching." Yang Yiji introduced himself simply, "I am called Yang," with the given name Yiji, which means easy to understand. They exchanged smiles, the maiden's enchanting smile illuminating the room, while Yang Yiji radiated a wholesome, earnest charm. Chapter 35. The muddy alley. Yang Yiji stepped out of his courtyard, holding the prescription as he ventured into the muddy alley, the sunlight bathing him in warmth. The alley, a humble abode for the impoverished, housed a handful of families, with only Yang Yiji's distinctive blue-tiled white-walled courtyard standing out amongst the lowly mud-brick houses and wooden shanties. The path itself was a yellowed, uneven road, where rain turned the ground to muck and sunny days sent dust swirling. Aside from the alley's residents, it was seldom visited. Today, however, the muddy alley felt different. As Yang Yiji entered, he encountered a young woman clad in a green dress, her fragrant presence enveloping him. She possessed an exquisite beauty. Beneath her youthful features lay a mature allure, and her charming demeanor concealed a vivacious mischief. Just one glance revealed multiple layers to her character, evoking a sense of profound mystery that was hard to decipher. Instinctively, Yang Yiji took a step back. Noticing his reaction, the woman laughed lightly. "Young man, may I inquire about someone? Do you happen to know a person named Yang Sun?" Yang Yiji shook his head. "I do not know him." The woman, with a beguiling gaze, teased, "Is it truly that you do not know him? Or are you simply unwilling to share?" Yang Yiji felt a faint blush creep upon his cheeks as he replied, "I genuinely do not know him." The woman clad in green raised her chin slightly, gazing towards the high walls and expansive courtyard behind Yang Yiji, and remarked, "If you do not recognize him, I shall seek others for information." After saying this, she stood motionless before Yang Yiji's home, her eyes dreamily fixed on an uncertain point, whether the courtyard wall or the sky, her expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. One moment her brows knitted in thought, the next a smile gracing her features, then a flash of sorrowful wrath, followed by a look of sheer panic, and finally a softness that seemed fragile. A chill crept into Yang Yiji's heart as he stepped around the woman, hastily making his way towards the alley's exit. After a few paces, he could not resist turning back, only to find her still lost in thought, and he spoke, "Sister, I grew up in Muddy Alley, and there is no one named Yang Sun there." "Sister?" The woman snapped back to reality, turning to smile at him. "I am searching for Yang Sun, not the Yang Sun of Muddy Alley." Yang Yiji was taken aback. Not comprehending the woman in green's words, in the middle of the alley stood a stall, a rarity in Muddy Alley. His curiosity piqued, he observed a group of 5 or 6 children chattering animatedly in front of the stall. While a man with a bushy beard cheerfully attended to them as he approached, he noticed the stall was filled with toys and candies, all irresistible to children, particularly a few intricately carved wooden figurines resembling heroic figures. About the size of a palm, crafted from red sandalwood, gleaming and lifelike, drawing the children's eager fingers and envious gazes. Yang Yiji, in a hurry, merely glanced at the stall and did not linger. A boy of around 10, hearing footsteps, turned and jumped up, calling out, "Yang Shi-san, wait up!" Upon seeing him, Yang Yiji halted. The boy, named Chen, was a little messenger, the second in rank, known affectionately as Chan or Chin by the villagers. With a beaming smile, he approached Yang Yiji and asked, "Yang Shi-san, have your parents returned yet?" Yang Yiji shook his head. Chen sighed dramatically, expressing regret. "Yang Shi-san, our village has a significant business proposition for your parents, and if they don't return soon, they'll miss out." "What a pity." Yang Yiji, puzzled, replied, "My parents are hunters. What significant business could they possibly engage in?" Chen glanced around, speaking mysteriously, "Strange occurrences have been plaguing our village lately, and there have been reports of tigers causing panic. This morning, the village elders specifically sent me to inquire. If your parents are home, they are to be invited to hunt the tiger." "Isn't that a significant business? A tiger?" Yang Yiji recalled the white tiger he had encountered that morning and the rumors shared by Xiao Aki regarding the village, realizing they must be referring to his brother, the white tiger. This thought troubled him. The white tiger was a cherished beast of the 100-Mile Maiden, and he silently prayed for its safety, hoping it would not be harmed. Yet, He found the situation somewhat amusing. Given the White Tiger's might, ordinary arrows would hardly inflict any injury, and in a confrontation, it was uncertain which side would prevail. However, if the White Tiger were indeed to injure someone, it would undoubtedly be hunted, leading to considerable trouble. Chun Shun continued, since your parents are not home, we must consider alternative methods. Many guards from the Maple Forest have gathered at the racetrack on the outskirts of 7 villages. It seems we may have to pay them handsomely to assist. Yang Yiji inquired, are you certain it's a fierce tiger? Has it attacked livestock or injured anyone? Chin Chin shook his head, not entirely sure. Nothing has happened yet. However, with the recent peculiar events in 9 villages, we need a credible reason to rally support, don't we? Yang Yiji paused, sensing that Chun Chun was withholding information. Chun Chun, with a grin, extended his palm, declaring, messenger fee, 2 coins. Yang Yiji, perplexed, asked, the village elders sent you to inquire, yet you still demand a messenger fee from me. Chin Chun waved his hand dismissively, not for that, on my way here. I encountered Qin Laoda. He asked me to deliver a message to you. You know how Qin Laoda is, always fair-minded. He expects a messenger fee for his messages and told me to collect it from you. Yang Yiji, exasperated, retorted, he delivers a message but expects me to pay. What sense does that make? Chen Chun, with mock seriousness, replied, Qin Laoda anticipated you would ask that. He simply said, the boss likes it. There's no reason behind it. Yang Yiji, speechless, reluctantly produced 2 coins and handed them over to Chen Chun. Receiving the money, Chun Chun cheerfully announced, Qin Laoda said to meet him tonight at Ruei Street, as he has important matters to discuss. Confounded by the vague nature of Chun Chin's message, Yang Yiji pressed, why must I go to the Qin residence? What important matters could he possibly have? Chin Chin shrugged, if I knew what it was. Would it still be deemed important? As Yang Yiji turned to leave, Chun Chin swiftly grabbed his sleeve, pleading, Yang Shi-san, lend me 5 more coins. In a couple of days, I will deliver more messages and repay you. Yang Yiji questioned, what do you need money for? Chin Chin pointed towards the stall. I have my eye on a wooden figurine. The vendor is asking for 7 coins, and I'm short 5. Yang Yiji face-palmed. The vendor was asking 7 coins, and Chin Chun had just earned 2 coins from him as a messenger fee, leaving him with nothing. The bearded man immediately interjected, come, young sir, take a look. The top 10 prodigious wooden figurines from the Jianghu, now only 4 remain, exquisitely made and lifelike. 7 coins is an incredible deal. Yang Yiji, not approaching, merely observed from a distance and remarked, will you sell it for 3 coins? Chen Chun gasped in admiration, thinking that bargaining was truly Yang Shi-san's forte. The bearded vendor chuckled, young sir, you cannot break the price so mercilessly. This wooden figurine comes from the renowned Tiangong workshop in Luojing City. Just look at the material. It's all premium red sandalwood, exquisitely carved, a top-notch collectible or plaything. Yang Yiji furrowed his brow, contemplating, if it were truly made from premium materials, how could it be priced at merely 7 coins? Such claims seemed too far-fetched. After some thought, he pulled out 2 coins and handed them to Chin Chun, saying, I will lend you 2 coins, if he is willing to sell for 3 or 4. Buy it? Any more, and you cannot afford it. Chun Chun beamed with delight, while the vendor wore a frown. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, a stranger, a young man leisurely strolled into the alley. The youth, around 15 years of age, donned elegant attire, a jade belt adorned with a sword, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, resembling a gallant hero. Spotting the hurried Yang Yiji, he clasped his fists and inquired, may I ask, is this Muddy Alley? Yang Yiji nodded in response, indeed it is. The young man in splendid garments smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude, thank you, just in time. With that, he brushed past Yang Yiji and sauntered deeper into the alley. Yang Yiji stood in bewilderment, sensing something peculiar about Muddy Alley today. Though he could not articulate WHYDS, he turned to exit the alley. He instinctively cast a glance back. The young man in fine attire ambled leisurely, gazing about as if admiring the dilapidated streets of Muddy Alley. In the middle of the alley, the stall was alive with chatter, a throng of children surrounding the vendor, while in the distance, the woman in green remained at her doorstep, seemingly lost in thought, her expressions ever-changing. Though the scene appeared ordinary, it struck Yang Yiji as uncanny. Everything felt subtly discordant, yet nothing overtly amiss. Chapter 36. The spectacle of Mingxi upon exiting Muddy Alley. Yang Yiji began to run. Having learned the basics of internal energy circulation and breath control the previous night, he felt significantly lighter today. The climbing techniques taught by his parents had also seen remarkable improvement. The memory of having run across rooftops in the small town last night filled him with exhilaration. With just 2 leaps, he could clear the Mingxi River, akin to the agile feats of flying eaves and wall running described in tales of the Jianghu. He dashed to the main street, suddenly halting, almost stumbling, as the scene before him astonished him greatly. The street was teeming with people, bustling with life, a vibrant tapestry of boys and girls and a diverse array of Jianghu figures. Groups of people gathered, jostling each other, each face alight with excitement and joy. The shops lining the street warmly welcomed passers-by, while the center of the street was lined with stalls stretching from the west to the east of the town. The shouts of vendors melded with the chatter of travelers, creating a lively cacophony. Yang Yizhi, momentarily bewildered, could not recall ever witnessing such a thriving spectacle in Mingxi town. What had transpired? Look, everyone! This deep sword scar on the ground is where last night the esteemed Gu Xianzi unleashed her Feng-Ran sword, cleaving through the heavens. At the moment the sword fell, flames soared into the sky, reaching the heavens, instantly repelling the 6,000 cold guards of the Fan family. Truly, with a single strike, the heavens trembled and spirits were startled, a feat that could be described as breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Gu Xianzi is indeed a divine being. It is said that when Gu Xianzi drew her sword last night, the sword's energy surged forth like a roaring sea of flames, illuminating half the sky, visible even from 100 miles away. The beauty of the Feng-Ran stars is indeed well-deserved. According to reliable sources from Yanbo Pavilion, Gu Xianzi only exerted 3/10 of her strength with that one sword, effortlessly shattering the formation of the 6,000 cold guards. Had she unleashed her full power, she could have effortlessly slain all 6,000 guards with a single stroke. Do you see the 4 swords atop the beams of Gu Yuan? One is the Faith Sword from the Sword Forging Hall. Another is the Jin Sui Sword from the Divine Sword Sect. A third is the Tian Gong Sword from Yinjia City. And the last is the Ji Yuan Sword from the Tian Yuan Alliance, all left behind by Gu Xianzi, rendering the 4 men speechless. What is this? Some people have witnessed it firsthand. Last night, the Fan family summoned 3 masters from the Hidden Realm to assist, but to their astonishment, Fairy Gu merely flicked her sword, and all 3 were terrified and fled. 3? I have heard it was 7. Did the Yunbo Pavilion's martial report not mention that Fairy Gu is also from the Hidden Realm? How can several masters from the same realm be frightened away by one? This is utterly incomprehensible. Thus, it is said that Fairy Gu is indeed a divine being. My sole aim in attending the 9 sects examination is the Fenglin sect. Young brother, are you a local? Did you have the fortune to witness Fairy Gu's elegance last night? A group of 4 or 5 young men and women, noticing Yang Yizhi lost in thought at the intersection, inquired. Yang Yizhi instinctively nodded, then hurriedly shook his head. The young men and women first brightened, then fell into disappointment. One young woman remarked, Lu brother, have you considered that last night, Mingxi town was a battlefield? How could a mere lad like him dare to observe the commotion? One misstep could lead to disaster and cost him his life. Quite right. Let us hurry to the Gu Yuan to queue before the divine arrival of Fairy Gu, and ask the painter from Yunbo Pavilion to create a portrait for us, ensuring we capture a moment alongside Fairy Gu. Do you think Fairy Gu is still in Mingxi town? With the initial turmoil in Mingxi settling, the situation remains unpredictable. Fairy Gu is likely still stationed there. Does that mean we have a great chance of meeting her? Oh heavens, how exhilarating, how eagerly anticipated, how dizzying. Quickly, lend me a hand. I heard that the Book of Fate made an astonishing appearance in Mingxi town yesterday. Shu, lower your voice. Yang Yizhi finally comprehended. The sudden bustle and prosperity in Mingxi town were all due to one individual, Gu Hongying of the Fenglin sect. Just as Zhang Qianqian stated, last night, the solitary Gu Hongying unleashed merely 3 strikes with her sword to shatter countless armors, repelling myriad foes and astonishing 3 divine beings. This extraordinary feat spread overnight through numerous witnesses, as well as secret agents and storytellers from Yunbo Pavilion, echoing throughout the martial world. Ji Hongying herself is a legend within the realm, her renown soaring like the sun, adored and pursued by countless men and women of the Jianghu. Her prowess in a single sword strike surpassing that of an entire nation is simply unfathomable. The moment the news broke, it drew countless young men and women, alongside martial practitioners, rushing to catch a glimpse of the Mingxi battlefield, with many hoping for the chance to behold her stunning visage. Thus, the once ignored sanctuary of Mingxi town, a true refuge, instantly transformed into a coveted haven for the masses. Yang Yizhi gazed longingly towards the Guyu Inn, now besieged by throngs of people, the crowd pressing forward eagerly, obscuring the scene within, leaving no clarity as to their frenzied attempts to enter. The town's storyteller, the elderly Chen, stood on the steps beside the inn, speaking fervently, his words flowing like a river, spittle flying. The intense atmosphere reminded Yang Yizhi of Gu Hongying's divine presence. Having been so close to her last night, his admiration surged, further fueled by the surrounding fervor, igniting a desire to witness the sacred ground where she descended. At that moment, 4 or 5 more young men and women approached Yang Yizhi, led by a youth clad in splendid robes, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old, with delicate features and a charming countenance. Though dressed as a boy, it was evident to all that she was a girl disguised as a lad. Upon noticing Yang Yizhi's enamored expression, the girl brightened, striding boldly to him and querying, "Hey, poor boy, I see the look of infatuation in your eyes. Are you not deeply enamored by Fairy Gu's might? Are you not filled with whimsical fantasies about her?" Yang Yizhi blushed, nodding, then shaking his head. Feeling uncomfortable as his thoughts were laid bare, he was about to turn away when the girl, noticing, swiftly sidled up to him, throwing an arm around his shoulder, and proudly declared, "No need to be shy. We all share the same sentiments. Who could resist the charm of Fairy Gu? Who could escape the allure of her beauty? It is only natural to harbor such infatuation and fantasies. Why should you blush?" Startled, Yang Yizhi hastily shrugged her off, his face aflame as he retorted, "Miss, please speak politely without getting too familiar." The girl, incensed, jumped up, exclaiming fiercely, "Who are you calling a miss? Who? Your whole family are misses." Yang Yizhi found himself at a loss for words. His cheeks flushed. He wished to ignore the girl and distance himself from this absurdity. Yet, as he turned to leave, she blocked his path, inquiring mysteriously, "Since you are equally captivated by Fairy Gu, have you heard of the renowned shadow chasers in the Jianghu?" Yang Yizhi shook his head, confusion etched on his face. The girl, brimming with pride, explained, "The shadow chasers are those who pursue Gu Hongying. We are the backbone of the shadow chasers, and I am the newly appointed leader. Would you care to join us? Together, we shall pursue Fairy Gu for life, traversing to the ends of the earth, becoming her devoted admirers and followers." Not interested. Yang Yizhi hastily shook his head, his thoughts consumed by Bai Li's injuries. He had no desire to linger in this pointless entanglement, and he dashed into the bustling crowd, heading towards the apothecary. Chapter 37. A prescription. Upon arriving at the apothecary, Yang Yizhi presented the prescription to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper glanced at it, a peculiar expression crossing his face, and asked, "Young Master E, whose prescription is this?" Yang Yizhi replied, "It was prescribed by an esteemed elder. Is there a problem?" The shopkeeper returned the prescription. Shaking his head, "The prescription appears sound, but several precious herbs are not available at our humble shop. Not only in Mingxi town, but even many larger cities might not possess them." Yang Yizhi exclaimed. "What should I do then?" The shopkeeper suggested, "If you are in urgent need, you might inquire at the Tian family or Qin family on Rui Street. These wealthy families maintain stock of superior herbs." Yang Yizhi was taken aback. From the shopkeeper's tone, he sensed the herbs would be quite costly. Even if he inquired, he likely could not afford them, especially since the affluent families on Rui Street had little regard for the lives of common folks. Yang Yizhi asked, "Which herbs does the apothecary lack?" The shopkeeper pointed at the prescription. "It is these last 3, Yingqiao, Lilijan, and Wangtianju. All are rare and invaluable herbs." Yang Yizhi, upon hearing this, paused, awkwardly inquiring, "If we forego these 3 herbs, would that be acceptable?" The shopkeeper took the prescription back, examining it closely. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he nodded. It would not be a significant issue to omit the last 3 herbs, but the efficacy would be greatly diminished. Yang Yizhi quickly responded, "Then let us omit these 3 herbs, and you can prepare the medicine according to the rest of the prescription." The shopkeeper agreed enthusiastically, preparing 3 doses of medicine, and while handing it over, asked, "Young Master E, this is a prescription for strengthening true essence. Is someone in your family injured internally?" Yang Yizhi's mind turned. "I'm merely acting as a courier for someone. With the busy crowd today, I took on a commission to fetch medicine for someone. The shopkeeper glanced outside, then suddenly bent down, lowering his voice. Young Master E, since you were running an errand for someone, I imagine the person entrusted you provided you with plenty of silver. Let us make a deal. I want to charge you for the medicine if you leave the prescription with me. How about that? Yang Yiji was startled. The prescription belonged to Bai Li, and he could not simply agree to give it away. He hurriedly replied as a courier, I cannot break the rules. Otherwise, who would seek my help in the future? The shopkeeper nodded regretfully, returning the prescription to Yang Yiji with an air of reluctance. You speak wisely. Young Master, I simply wish to keep this prescription for study. Should its efficacy prove remarkable, it could greatly benefit the townspeople in the future. Yang Yiji pondered for a moment. Once I deliver the medicine, I will inquire with the esteemed elder who prescribed it. Whether I can leave the prescription must be approved by her. The shopkeeper's expression brightened. Thank you, young Master E. You must help me ask. If that esteemed elder agrees, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for Mingxi Town. Young Master E, I shall not charge you for the medicine. Regardless of whether that esteemed elder agrees, consider it a small gesture from my humble apothecary. Yang Yiji quickly protested, absolutely not. I'm merely running an errand for someone else. I cannot accept your kindness on their behalf. How much do I owe you in total? The shopkeeper replied. 1 dose costs 1 tael of silver, totaling 3 taels. Yang Yiji, filled with determination, declared, Rest assured, shopkeeper. I will inquire with that esteemed elder right away and find a way to help you keep the prescription. For now, I shall take these 3 doses to test the waters. All right, thank you, young Master E. The shopkeeper beamed with joy. Yang Yiji hurriedly exited the apothecary, feeling as though he was fleeing, and only after distancing himself did he secretly wipe the sweat from his brow. 3 doses for 3 taels of silver was indeed rather daunting. Yang Yiji's entire fortune scarcely equaled a fraction of that sum. Fortunately, the shopkeeper had proactively offered to trade the prescription for herbs. Otherwise, he would have truly been at a loss. Yang Yiji mused. I certainly cannot give the prescription written by Bai Li to the shopkeeper. Once I return home, I shall transcribe a copy of the prescription from the Dreaming of Immortality, long life chapter for him. 2 identical prescriptions would not be considered deceitful. Yang Yiji was lost in thought when suddenly a dark shadow hurtled towards him from the sky. Before he could discern its nature, it crashed heavily upon him. Leaving him disoriented and staggering, he fell backward alongside the shadow, tumbling to the ground and sending the medicine and prescription he held flying far away. Upon landing, the shadow immediately sprang up, letting out an enraged roar. Damn it! Who dares to strike your Uncle Xiong heir? You must be seeking death. The shadow turned out to be a robust man with a black face, who, with a forceful push of his feet, charged at a nearby young gentleman. The young man was strikingly handsome, with distinct black and white eyes that sparkled with vitality. In his left hand, he held a long sword, its hilt fashioned from white jade. Indistinguishable from its sheathed in the ensuing chaos, the crowd scattered in all directions, creating a clearing for the unfolding drama, while many onlookers from the martial world observed from a distance. Just as the black-faced man's fist was about to collide with the young man's face, the latter extended a hand and traced a circle in the air before him. With a resounding crash, the man's fist struck an invisible barrier, as if hitting a solid wall of bronze and iron, sending shockwaves through the air with an astonishing force that would have surely marred his features had it connected. The young man then extended a slender finger, delicate as a spring bamboo and pure as white jade, and pointed downwards. Another deafening crack echoed, and the black-faced man was sent crashing into the cobblestone ground, dust billowing around him. The black-faced brute suddenly sat up, wiping the blood from his nose, his face bruised and swollen. Looking quite disheveled as if stunned by the blow, he stared blankly at the young man, his expression one of bewilderment, yet he had gained a measure of self-awareness, recognizing the disparity between them and refraining from further reckless actions. The young man's countenance darkened, a flicker of anger evident in his features, and he subtly moved his finger. The black-faced man, startled, immediately cried out, Heavens! My life, Xiong Lair, is truly hard. Look at this bustling street. So crowded and difficult to traverse. I merely brushed against this young gentleman's backside by accident, and he retaliates with such violence. Let everyone judge for themselves. We are all men here. What harm is there in a slight bump? And now, he threatens my life, clearly bullying someone from the countryside. Alas, my 80-year-old mother awaits my return home to fulfill my filial duties. Mother, I am unfilial. The black-faced man, resembling a shrewish woman, sat on the ground, wailing with a mix of tears and snot, a comical contrast to his large and burly frame, causing those around to be astonished yet amused, intrigued by the spectacle. The young gentleman, evidently caught off guard by this turn of events, wore a face of deepening annoyance, alternating between shades of anger and disbelief, struggling to find words. Seeing the young man frozen in place, the black-faced man felt a surge of triumph, realizing that this act of public display would surely yield results. Yang Yiji, having regained his footing, hurried to retrieve the scattered medicine and prescription. He spotted the medicine but could not find the prescription, likely lost amidst the throngs of people or blown away by the wind, leaving him with a deep sense of regret and helplessness. Observing the black-faced man's theatrical antics, Yang Yiji felt a surge of anger. Had it not been for this man's sudden collision, he would not have lost the prescription written by Miss Bailey. Naturally, the young gentleman who had sent the black-faced man flying was equally culpable. Yang Yiji scrutinized the two for a moment before breaking into a smile. You call yourself Xiong Lair. It seems you not only touched the young gentleman's backside, but also pilfered his purse. Did you not? The black-faced man's expression shifted at these words, his voice rising in anger. You little brat, how dare you slander me in front of everyone? In broad daylight, you mustn't speak such unfounded accusations. Yang Yiji chuckled. Look at your chest, it's clearly exposed. You can't claim that the exquisite purse hanging from it belongs to a rough fellow like you. The black-faced man, flustered, glanced down to see indeed a silken purse partially visible. Hastily stuffing it back into his clothing while maintaining his composure, just because I'm a rough man doesn't mean I can't use a delicate purse. This was gifted to me by a lady who took a fancy to me. Initially uncertain if the black-faced man's purse was indeed stolen, Yang Yiji, observing his reaction and words, concluded that he was close to the truth, taunting, could it be that the lady who fancied you is the same one whose backside you touched? Without a moment's hesitation, the black-faced man replied, exactly. Slap, slap, two resounding slaps echoed, leaving the black-faced man dazed and confused as he looked up, realizing the young gentleman had not moved a muscle, yet he had been thoroughly slapped. Knowing he had crossed a line, he quickly exclaimed, I'll return it. I'll return it. Just a moment. He fumbled to retrieve the purse and tossed it back to the young gentleman, seizing the opportunity as the young man reached for it, and hurriedly rolled away, fleeing into the crowd with remarkable speed. The young gentleman snatched the purse, casting a fierce glare at Yang Yiji before swiftly departing with a grim expression. Yang Yiji laughed heartily, pretending not to notice, feeling a great sense of relief. Chapter 38. Hidden intentions. As the commotion subsided, the street quickly returned to its bustling state. Yang Yiji hurried to the southern street corner, casting a glance towards the direction of Guyuan, where the crowd remained dense and lively. He was curious about the source of the throngs. Were it not for his concern for Miss Bailey's injury, he would have eagerly joined the fray to witness the excitement. Little brother, is this prescription what you just dropped? A hand clapped on Yang Yiji's shoulder, prompting him to turn around. Before him stood a scholar in a long robe, his demeanor refined, holding a piece of paper and smiling warmly as he regarded him with inquiry. Yang Yiji focused his gaze and realized it was indeed the prescription he had lost. Feeling a rush of joy as he nodded, Yes, thank you very much. The scholar revealed a sly smile, saying, Since it has found its rightful owner, I shall return it to you. With a gentle flourish, he extended the prescription towards Yang Yiji, who, filled with delight, prepared to accept it when suddenly a loud roar pierced the air. Boldness! A crimson arrow shot through the air like a meteor, hurtling directly towards the scholar's face. The scholar laughed heartily, abruptly leaping to a rooftop, swiftly escaping towards the eastern part of the town. Behind him, a trail of crimson light followed, relentless in its pursuit. Yang Yiji swayed momentarily, as if he had just dozed off. Darkness enveloped his vision for an instant, only to return to clarity, yet the scholar had vanished without a trace. He was left perplexed, scratching his head in confusion, unable to discern the reality of the recent events. At that moment, a flash of red light spiraled toward him from the sky. Yang Yiji's heart raced, and he prepared to dodge. But a young lad landed beside him, waving his hand. The red light seemed to receive an order, altering its course midair and returning to the quiver on the boy's back. The incident transpired so swiftly, akin to a fleeting shadow, that those nearby remained oblivious to what had just occurred. The boy, holding a longbow, looked at Yang Yiji with concern, asking, "Yang Yiji, are you all right? Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Yang Yiji shook his head in confusion. "No, Brother Han. What has happened?" The young Han Ning, clad in a fitted green outfit, had opted to avoid wearing the striking garb of the Maple Forest sect amidst the throngs of people in Mingxi town. Han Ning circled around Yang Yiji, scrutinizing him closely, and expressed his worry. "Are you truly feeling well? Do not take this lightly. That scholar is no good man. When he handed you that paper, he harbored malicious intent. If it weren't for Sister Yin catching a glimpse from afar and sending a warning arrow, you might have fallen into his trap." Yang Yiji, bewildered, replied, "Malicious intent? Why would a mere bumpkin like me be targeted?" Han Ning explained, "Last night, you stood with us from the Maple Forest sect, while many from the Fan family faction in the martial world harbor ill intentions. Those who lack skill but possess malice might turn to harm you, especially since this scholar is a harbinger of danger." Yang Yiji furrowed his brow, having not considered this angle, but after Han Ning's reminder, he realized the weight of his words. He would need to be more vigilant moving forward. Otherwise, a careless mistake could lead him to fall victim to the myriad treacheries of the martial world, meeting an untimely demise for no good reason. Han Ning inquired, "What did you discuss with that scholar earlier? It seemed he intended to give you something. Why did you foolishly reach out to accept it? Remember, the martial world is fraught with danger. You must keep your wits about you." Yang Yiji nodded. "Brother Han speaks wisely, yet he merely happened to retrieve a prescription I had dropped and claimed to return it to me, which is why I reached out." Han Ning was intrigued. "A prescription? What do you need it for? Are you injured or ill?" Yang Yiji replied, "There is someone at home who has been injured and requires medicine for recovery." At that moment, a flash of red descended from the sky. Landing before Yang Yiji. Was Yin Weining of the Maple Forest sect. Her appearance immediately captured numerous gazes, as onlookers recognized her attire and speculated her identity, though they dared not approach, merely observing from a distance. Yin Weining, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, wore a serious expression as she locked her gaze onto Yang Yiji's eyes, meticulously examining him. She then grasped his wrist, checking his pulse while channeling her vital energy through him, ensuring there were no abnormalities before finally exhaling in relief. Yin Weining produced a small vial and handed it to Yang Yiji, instructing, "This is the Phoenix Fire 9 Life pill from the Maple Forest sect. If you experience any sudden discomfort in the coming days, take it immediately and make your way to Guyuan to seek out Jinxian." Han Ning, puzzled, questioned, "Sister Yin, young brother appears to be fine. Why the grave concern? Who exactly is that scholar?" Fenghua Jiuming pill is a rare and precious elixir unique to the Maple Forest sect, with only one available to each disciple of the sect. Specifically those who have been exiled at IT, is primarily used in dire situations where one's life hangs by a thread due to severe injuries. Once consumed, it grants the ability to prolong life, harness the energies of heaven and earth, and elevate one's realm. Both Yin Weining and Han Ning possess one, but now, Yin Weining has given her Fenghua Jiuming pill to Yang Yiji, indicating the gravity of the situation. Yin Weining scoffed, remarking, "That scholar is a bitter practitioner of the demonic path, renowned for his mastery of poison, capable of killing invisibly, a true marvel of the world. However, in truth, he is hardly noteworthy, despite her dismissive words." To an ordinary person like Yang Yiji, the bitter scholar appears as a figure of death, capable of taking life at any moment. The very act of handing him a piece of paper signifies an intent to harm, and one can only assume that the paper is imbued with lethal poison. Yang Yiji felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the moment he had felt disoriented earlier, undoubtedly a result of the bitter scholar's methods. If he were to accept the prescription from the scholar, he feared he might collapse instantly from the poison, a mix of relief and dread washing over him. He carefully stowed the small vial and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, Sister Yin. Such kindness is beyond repayment. Should you ever require my assistance, Yang Yiji will dedicate himself entirely." Yin Weining smiled sweetly, replying, "Such flattering words diminish their sincerity, yet I do enjoy hearing them." Yang Yiji responded earnestly, "Every word is from the heart, as true as the sun and moon." Yin Weining's smile bloomed like a flower. Han Ning, having unslung his quiver from his back, filled with arrows. Handed both the quiver and his longbow to Yang Yiji, saying, "Brother Yang, I noticed you were nearly out of arrows last night, so I requested a bow and quiver from Sister Yin's Maple Forest Guard to give to you." Yang Yiji graciously accepted without hesitation, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Han." Han Ning waited for a moment before inquiring with curiosity, "Brother Yang, why do you not utter any sweet words to bring me joy?" No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sharp pain on his head, having received a solid knock from Sister Yin. Yang Yiji stood tall and silent, exuding a sense of righteousness. Chapter 39. Coexisting in One Room, Part 1. Upon returning to Muddy Alley, Yang Yiji found the bearded man still setting up his stall, where several children squatted in front, their faces weary yet unwilling to leave. Pointing and chattering with great enthusiasm, a fleeting glance revealed that Chen Chen had already departed, and a wooden figurine was missing from the stall, likely sold after a successful negotiation. The young man in fine attire, who had earlier asked Yang Yiji for directions, was now standing straight in front of the stall, eyeing the remaining wooden figurines with keen interest. The beautiful yet oddly behaving woman in a green dress had vanished from the alley, presumably having left when she could not find anyone. Yang Yiji recalled Han Ning's words. The main street was bustling with people, so why did the bearded man choose to set up his stall in the desolate muddy alley? A sense of caution arose within him, and as he passed the stall, he deliberately walked closer to the wall, maintaining a safe distance. The young man turned to glance at him upon hearing his footsteps, nodding slightly, while the bearded man also cast him a look, his eyes brimming with a mischievous glimmer. As Yang Yiji approached the front of the stall, the young man suddenly drew his sword, brandishing it haphazardly before laughing, "Boss, I'll trade you all your wooden figurines for this precious sword of mine. What do you say?" The bearded man's expression shifted slightly, and the children who had been squatting by the stall jumped up as if startled by the young man's actions. Scattering in all directions without a trace, the bearded man's demeanor grew peculiar, and he offered no response. The young man, feeling awkward, remarked, "If you refuse to trade, so be it. It's a pity you lack appreciation." He then raised his sword, aimed at the scabbard, took a long moment to sheath it, shaking his head in apparent regret as he slowly exited the alley. Upon arriving home, Yang Yiji quickly secured the door and tiptoed to the eastern room. Gently pushing the door open, which creaked softly, Bai Li Xueqing sat cross-legged on the bed, her eyes shut tightly, brows slightly furrowed, engaged in calm meditation. A faint halo of golden and white light enveloped her, swirling gracefully as she breathed in and out, her beauty surpassing that of celestial beings. Hearing the door creak, Bai Li Xueqing opened her eyes, revealing a striking contrast of black and white, clear and bright. As the surrounding aura contracted and disappeared into her body, she looked at the young man, noticing his discomfort, and smiled gently. "Are you concerned that the herbs are incomplete?" Yang Yiji awkwardly scratched his head. "Miss Bai Li, I was unable to procure the 3 additional herbs I added, as they were unavailable at the town's apothecary, so I simply followed the original prescription you provided." He added, "I will go prepare the medicine now." "Is there any particular method for brewing it?" Bai Li Xueqing pondered for a moment and explained the intricacies of the brewing process in detail. The method was indeed quite meticulous, detailing the order and timing of each herb's addition. Yang Yiji listened, feeling increasingly confused. If brewed this way, will there be much medicine left? Bai Li Xueqing nodded. "As long as we end up with a small cup of concentrated medicinal liquid, that will suffice." Yang Yiji expressed concern. "I am rather clumsy. With such a delicate procedure, I worry I may not succeed." Bai Li Xueqing considered, "Given my current frailty and limited mobility, it would be best to bring the stove and the medicine pot into the room. I can guide you as you brew the medicine and alert you to any necessary precautions." Yang Yiji exclaimed with joy, "Your foresight is commendable. Miss by Li.it would prevent me from mishandling the medicine and delaying your healing. With you by my side to offer guidance, I am certain it will be a success." He set the herbs down, hung the quiver and bow gifted by Han Ning on the wall, and retrieved 2 persimmons from a basket in the corner, placing them on the bedside. "If you feel hungry, you may have these. They were freshly picked from the tree this morning, sweet and delightful. I will go start a fire in the kitchen and bring the stove and pot here." Yang Yiji went to the kitchen, lit the charcoal, and washed the medicine pot with clean water. Once the stove was glowing red, he carried the pot in one hand and the stove in the other as he entered the room, A quick glance revealed that one of the persimmons was indeed missing from the bedside. After placing the stove and pot down, he carefully began to brew the medicine according to Bai Li Xueqing's instructions. The robust fire filled the room with the fragrant aroma of herbs, and steam rose abundantly. As he focused on brewing, he couldn't help but steal glances at the ethereal beauty before him. Indeed, a celestial being was a sight to behold. The thought of being in the same room as such a goddess filled him with a sense of pride. Initially, Bai Li Xueqing attentively watched him brew the medicine, but soon she realized that despite only having explained the process once, he had memorized it flawlessly, executing each step with remarkable precision and no mistakes. She couldn't help but nod in admiration, pondering how he could have deemed himself clumsy. Stealing another glance at Yang Yizhi, her eyes sparkled with understanding, and she smiled radiantly, no longer watching him brew but instead closing her eyes to continue her meditation. After a while, she opened her eyes and asked, "Yang Yizhi, is there something you wish to inquire about?" Caught in the act of gazing at her, Yang Yizhi quickly turned away, and upon hearing her question, he turned back to her, saying, "I'm merely curious as to how someone as remarkable as yourself came to be injured." Bai Li Xueqing replied, "You saved my life, so I owe you an explanation. Last night, I came here seeking my senior brother and encountered a scholar in combat. He was far too formidable for me, and despite my utmost efforts, I was ultimately defeated and injured." Yang Yizhi asked with concern, "Is your injury severe? Earlier, I noticed you showed no external wounds, and you appeared to be in a deep, sweet slumber with no signs of distress, yet I sensed an ethereal essence escaping from you." Leaving me utterly perplexed, Bai Li Xueqing reassured him, "It is not serious. With the medicine you brew as an aid, I simply need to enter a deep sleep to heal myself. Within 2 or 3 days, I should recover." Yang Yizhi expressed amazement. "Healing in dreams? Was your sudden slumber a means of self-repair?" Such a divine method was truly unheard of, leaving him in awe. Bai Li Xueqing shook her head. "My sudden slumber was not intentional. In the heat of battle, I was eager for victory and forcefully opened all my energy points, unleashing my true energy in a desperate attempt to fight back. Unfortunately, I was still overpowered, resulting in grave injuries and a backlash from my own energy, causing a torrent of true energy to surge uncontrollably from my body. My current condition is quite delicate, making it unwise to use my energy techniques. When I encountered you earlier, for reasons unknown, you shot an arrow at me, and your demand for me to stop only incited greater ferocity. Thus, I had no choice but to forcibly channel my energy, which inadvertently dragged me into a deep slumber." Yang Yizhi felt embarrassed and quickly turned away, nervously adjusting the final herb in the pot. The room was filled with the vibrant glow of the charcoal fire and the fragrant aroma of the herbs, causing a thin sheen of sweat to form on his forehead, leaving him uncertain whether it was due to the heat or his embarrassment. With a playful smile, Bai Li Xueqing asked, "You may understand chasing a fierce tiger with an arrow. But why, upon seeing me, a person and not a tiger, did you still shoot so fiercely?" Yang Yizhi scratched his head, feeling flustered. "It's all due to a rumor I heard yesterday about a white tiger appearing near Jutsuan, said to transform into a maiden in white. I thought I had encountered that tiger spirit today and, naturally, acted with all my might to save Xiao Aki." Bai Li Xueqing was left speechless, asking, "Do I now resemble a tiger spirit to you?" Yang Yizhi remarked, "Miss Bailey, you jest. How could there exist a creature as beautifully enchanting as you in this world? Upon closer inspection, I am utterly convinced that you must be a celestial fairy who has descended from the heavens." Bai Li Xueqing, slightly vexed, replied, "Flattery and sweet words, slick of tongue." Yang Yizhi, with a serious demeanor, countered, "Indeed, Miss Bailey, your observation holds great merit. The sweet nothings we utter are merely the reflections of how the world perceives a lady as lovely as a blooming flower, inspiring exquisite poetry and prose that resonate in hearts even to this day. When confronted with a beautiful woman, men become remarkably eloquent, and I, in your presence, find my speech to flow with clarity. Shedding the clumsiness of my past, he continued, what you term as charming words is indeed a rarity, exemplified by you. Hearing his twisted logic, Bai Li Xueqing furrowed her brow but could not suppress a chuckle. Stifling a laugh. Chapter 40. In the same room, Part 2, inside, the fire blazed brightly, and the laughter of the young woman echoed like a gentle eastern breeze, scattering the warmth of spring throughout the room, instantly filling it with a delightful ambience. Yang Yiji, enveloped in this atmosphere, felt his heart race with excitement. He quickly regained his composure and pondered, "If I follow Miss Bailey's words, have I not been laboring in vain? Perhaps I have only complicated matters?" With a touch of concern, he inquired, "If I carry you back, would that not be counterproductive? With your abilities, you would surely recover on your own after a few days if left undisturbed in the reeds." Bailey Xueqing responded, "Though my heart's method is indeed miraculous, it has its limitations. Once I fall asleep, I become utterly defenseless and require someone to guard me. Had it not been for your timely rescue, the wilds would have proven treacherous and unpredictable, filled with many unknown dangers. Though Xueying may be fierce, she is still young and unruly. She must possess some self-awareness to have barred your path. Had I not encountered you today, a person with ill intent could have easily taken my life." Yang Yiji, grinning foolishly, realized he had not complicated matters after all, and his heart was finally at ease. However, he could not fully trust Bailey Xueqing's words. The notion that she lost her defenses upon slumber was dubious. Otherwise, why was it that every time he attempted to reach out to her, or even harbored a fleeting impure thought, she would awaken instantly? He asked, "Is Xueying the white tiger you mentioned?" Bailey Xueqing smiled gently. "Xueying is a Kunlun mother tiger, not yet a year old." Yang Yiji was taken aback, exclaiming, "So powerful at such a young age? This white tiger. No, it should be white tiger sister. Or perhaps white tiger little sister. Never mind, I shall simply call it white tiger brother for convenience." Bailey Xueqing could not help but laugh, her features resembling a picturesque painting. Suddenly, Yang Yiji asked, "Today, Miss Bailey, you are remarkably candid about your injuries and shortcomings. Have you not considered that if I were a villain with malicious intent, you would be placing yourself in peril?" Bailey Xueqing replied, "Since Xueying has chosen you, she surely has not erred." Yang Yiji, perplexed, queried, "You place such trust in White Tiger brother. Did you not say she is young and unruly?" Bailey Xueqing gazed intently at him and asked, "Are you a bad person?" Yang Yiji recalled the fleeting wicked thought that had crossed his mind earlier, a look of guilt crossing his face as he said, "The distinction between good and evil in a person lies in a mere thought. You should maintain a sense of caution." Bailey Xueqing, her eyes clear as crystal, responded, "To know the evil yet uphold the good. You are already doing well." Yang Yiji felt his cheeks flush, realizing that Bailey Xueqing's keen intellect had discerned his earlier impure thought. Bailey Xueqing continued, "At this very moment, is your heart inclined towards good or evil?" Yang Yiji asserted, "Before you, I dare not harbor any evil thoughts. Not now, nor in the future, nor ever. I genuinely fear that should you raise your hand, I might be reduced to ashes." Bailey Xueqing's laughter danced lightly. "It is good that you understand. Should you entertain any wicked thoughts, I shall pluck out your eyes." Yang Yiji quickly straightened up, avoiding her gaze. While mischief sparkled in Bailey Xueqing's eyes, as the medicinal concoction neared completion, Yang Yiji recalled the request from the apothecary's master, mentally preparing his explanation. He said, "Miss Bailey, the apothecary's master mentioned that the prescription you crafted is of exceptional quality and wishes to retain it for further study, so that it may benefit the townsfolk in healing. His desire is indeed commendable, yet as the prescription is yours, I did not readily agree. I merely promised to inquire on his behalf." Upon hearing this, he was filled with joy and did not charge me a single coin for the medicine, instead requesting that I ask if you would permit him to keep the prescription. Miss Bailey, what say you? Bailey Xueqing, however, responded with a question of her own. "Do you know the age of the apothecary's master? How long has he been practicing medicine in this town?" Yang Yiji, perplexed, replied, "Judging by his appearance, he must be over 50. He has been practicing medicine in the town since I can remember." Bailey Xueqing furrowed her brow thoughtfully and remarked, "Since he is a seasoned physician, he must possess considerable skill. If he can recognize the worth of the prescription at a glance, he has likely memorized it while preparing the medicine." Yang Yiji paused, as if awakening from a dream, sensing the truth in Bailey Xueqing's words and feeling a twinge of unease. He asked, "If that is the case, why would the master still ask me to inquire? He could easily write it down after I leave, so why complicate matters?" Bailey Xueqing explained, "Knowing the prescription is exceptional, he must suspect it did not originate from you. While he may covet the prescription, he is likely timid and fears that the true author might be someone he cannot afford to offend. Thus he hesitates to use it without permission. Yang Yiji replied indignantly, such hypocrisy. The apothecary's master surely has ulterior motives. His claims of healing and benefiting the people are likely mere fabrications to deceive me. When I next encounter him, I shall simply tell him that the master of the prescription has declined to part with it. Bailey Xueqing chuckled lightly. He has likely memorized it already. Whether you agree or not, he will not care. Besides, a single prescription is not of great value. Next time, you may write it for him, stating that after your earnest persuasion, the author has agreed to leave it behind. This way, you not only fulfill his wish but also lull him into thinking the author does not recognize its worth, saving you much trouble. Yang Yiji, confused, asked, what trouble could there be? At worst, I shall pay him for the medicine. He has already memorized the prescription. It's a win-win situation, is it not? Bailey Xueqing firmly said, remember my words. Find an opportunity to write the prescription for him and be more cautious in the future. Yang Yiji nodded in agreement, though his heart remained skeptical. At that moment, the medicine was finally ready. Yang Yiji hurriedly wrapped the medicine pot in a damp cloth and carefully poured it into a bowl. After much effort, he managed to extract a small amount of thick medicinal liquid, blowing gently on it to cool it down before presenting it to Bailey Xueqing. Miss Bailey, do take a look. Is this properly brewed? Bailey Xueqing accepted the bowl without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. I need to sleep and recuperate for 2 hours. You shall guard the door and protect me. Yang Yiji nodded, assuring her, rest easy, miss. I shall stand vigil at the door, ensuring I do not stray even a step. He quickly tidied up the room, hastily moving the stove and medicine pot outside. After a moment of thought, he retrieved the bow and arrows that Han Ning had gifted him, strapping them to his back. After being reminded by the red-clad youth Han Ning, he was now vigilant, aware that danger still lurked in Mingxi town, which had drawn a crowd after the previous night's crisis. The signs were unsettling, hinting at something unusual, especially after his encounter with the earnest scholar at the apothecary. As he stepped outside, Yang Yiji cast one last glance at the room, where Bailey Xueqing lay on the bed, peacefully asleep, her ethereal beauty reminiscent of a slumbering fairy. Upon closer inspection, he perceived faint wisps of ethereal energy flowing toward her from all directions. Cascading into her being. In an instant, a gentle halo emanated from her, enveloping her entire form. At that moment, Yang Yiji recalled the description of the Pill of Heaven Repair in 10 Dream Tales. The Longevity Chapter, gathering the spirit of heaven and earth to mend the cosmos. Indeed, Bailey Xueqing exuded an aura worthy of such a name. Yang Yiji gently closed the door, taking his position outside. Chapter 41. A Windfall from Heaven, Part 1. Yang Yiji stood resolutely at the door. Akin to a guardian deity, maintaining a steadfast gaze, his thoughts focused solely on the protective duty entrusted to him by Bailey Xueqing, remaining upright for over an hour without feeling fatigued. Why this time? The sun had begun its descent, signaling the 6th watch of the day. Suddenly, a thunderous knocking echoed from the courtyard, accompanied by a voice calling out, Yang Shi-san, I know you are inside. Open the door quickly, or I shall scale the walls to enter. Hearing the voice, Yang Yiji felt a wave of exasperation wash over him and reluctantly made his way to open the courtyard door. Before the door had fully swung open, a green figure darted through the gap, seizing Yang Yiji by the neck, and indignantly exclaimed, Yang Shi-san, you lack loyalty. I was injured and unconscious, and you left me alone in the unfamiliar Qin residence to recuperate. You haven't even checked on me all day. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? You have no idea how much pain I am in right now. Yang Yiji struggled momentarily but soon relinquished his resistance, saying, do not act so innocent. Staying at the Qin residence, with Miss Qin tending to you, I wager you have been enjoying yourself all day. Qin Shangtian playfully tapped Yang Yiji's head, loosening his grip and boasting, you guessed correctly. The young maiden Rulin truly lives up to her name, possessing the essence of an orchid and a heart imbued with kindness. She is not only beautiful but also exceptionally caring, attending to my every need with meticulous attention. Such a divine blessing leaves me not merely basking in beauty for a day. Even my walking, eating, heartbeats, and breaths resonate with beauty, making it impossible for me to part with this moment. Yang Yiji straightened up, adjusted the quiver on his back, held his head high, and stood erect, inquiring, why have you left the Qin residence? Given such a fortunate opportunity, should you not remain there a few more days to recuperate? Qin Shangtian observed Yang Yiji's peculiar demeanor and wondered what he was doing in the yard with a bow and arrows. Not delving further into it, he sighed and replied, "Alas, I can only blame the strange occurrences surrounding me. Just last night, I was nearly killed by that scoundrel Fan Liqiu, yet upon awakening, I found my injuries inexplicably healed. With no wounds remaining, what need is there for recovery? As a dashing young gentleman, I cannot feign injury. Besides, having already enjoyed the comforts of the Qin household for half a day, it is wise to take my leave." Yang Yiji remarked, "Last night, Sister Yin explicitly stated that if you do not depart, they would not dare to force you out." Qin Shangtian, filled with concern, replied, "You have said it yourself. The Qin family adheres to Sister Yan's instructions, yet their intentions are not genuinely benevolent. Their current attentiveness stems solely from fear of Fenglin sect. What joy can I derive from such hollow authority?" He then added with a sense of triumph. "However, Miss Ruolin's feelings for me are unequivocally sincere. Last night, she boldly intervened to save my life. I have made a momentous decision to pledge myself to her. As for the Qin family and their residents, I hold no interest in them whatsoever. My sole desire is for Ruolin. Her kindness towards me deserves reciprocity, and thus good fortune shall be doubled." Yang Yiji found himself at a loss for words and asked, "Is there something urgent that requires my attention?" "Indeed, there is," Qin Shangtian replied, his expression shrouded in mystery. "But tell me, could I not come without a purpose? Whether urgent or trivial, I shall come as I please. Speaking of which, what are you so earnestly practicing with that bow and arrows in your own courtyard?" As the two exchanged playful banter, two figures approached from outside. One was a girl clad in a pale yellow silk dress. It was none other than Qin Ruolin, who had recently scaled the wall to visit him. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger, clearly having overheard their conversation. She immediately struck Qin Shangtian in the chest, causing him to tumble to the ground. Lying there, he marveled, "Miss Ruolin, your martial prowess is formidable. Truly, you are the unparalleled heroine who rescued me amidst the chaos of battle last night. Such grace only deepens my admiration." Qin Ruolin, incensed, retorted, "Should you continue with your nonsense, you shall see how I will treat you." Qin Shangtian promptly fell silent, rose to his feet, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and stood tall beside Qin Ruolin, exuding an air of dignity that made them a rare and exquisite pair. The other figure was a frail-looking boy of 12 or 13, dressed in tattered yet clean garments. The boy, surnamed Tai and named Xing, was an orphan and the most diligent and fearless among Qin Shangtian's young messengers. He preferred to be addressed by his messenger number 7. Qin Shangtian said, "Today, Ruolin and I were searching for an elderly man named Ling in town. Although we did not find him, we did encounter messenger number 7, who shared a rather astonishing tale with us." Messenger number 7 promptly drew a heavy silk pouch from his waist and handed it to Yang Yiji. "Yesterday, I received a commission to collect a sum of silver for someone. While I obtained the money from the client, the individual vanished without a trace. After 2 days of searching, I learned from that braggart Lu Zhan at the town entrance that it was you selling persimmons there yesterday morning. Thus, it seems that the money I went to collect for the persimmons is yours. Here you are, 270 taels, not a single one missing." Yang Yiji was taken aback, unable to believe his ears as he glanced between Qin Shangtian and Messenger No. 7, hesitating to take the silver, he said. "The persimmons I picked were snatched away by a boy in white from the Eight Winds Hall. He was intent on thievery. How could he possibly return the silver?" Messenger number 7, undeterred, replied, "That boy asked the same thing. I told him that what he took without payment should naturally be returned. Was it not reasonable for me to chase after him to collect the money?" Yang Yiji remained skeptical. "You think he would simply hand it over when you pursued him for it?" Messenger number 7 beamed with pride. "Oh, it was no easy task. I had to talk him down for quite a while. And when he got agitated, he even tried to get violent. I had to kindly remind him that we were in Mingxi town and challenged him to try his luck." He vividly recounted the events of the previous day. Yang Yiji listened in astonishment, finding it utterly incredible. Even Qin Shangtian and Qin Ruolin, who overheard, were thoroughly entertained. Qin Shangtian chuckled. "Yang Shi-san, what do you think? Is messenger number 7 not quite tenacious? He dared to provoke the ruffian from the Eight Winds Hall, and remarkably, he retrieved the money. Truly, this boosts the reputation of our messenger service." Yang Yiji pondered for a moment, then voiced his concern. "Do you know who the client is? Have they mentioned how they plan to handle the money?" If they are aware of the danger yet still sent you, their intentions cannot be good, messenger number 7 replied. A man who calls himself Xiao He approached me, dressed entirely in black, a fitting description indeed. Beyond that, I know nothing more. He sought me out, stating that a child from the Eight Winds Hall had purchased persimmons but refused to pay the agreed price of 270 taels. He asked me to retrieve the money and promised me a commission of 10%. I was elated at such a lucrative opportunity. Of course, I had to take it for what to do with the money once collected. I figured I would find him again. After all, our role as messengers is simply to deliver items for clients or retrieve them. The child took your persimmons, so once the money is collected, it rightfully belongs to you. Since we cannot find the client, returning it directly to you fulfills my task. Messenger number 7 declared proudly, Yang Shi-san, will you take the money or not? Chapter 42. A Windfall, Part 2. Yang Iji felt a headache coming on. The silver that messenger number 7 had retrieved was undoubtedly a windfall, yet it felt burdensome to accept. He hesitated, torn between two choices. Messenger number 7 urged, Yang Shi-san, this money was meant for buying your persimmons. I heard you name your price, and he countered, all above board. If he wishes to spend money for face, then let him. It would be foolish to turn down an opportunity, now that we cannot find the client. If you do not claim it, I will lose my commission. Wouldn't he that render my trip pointless? Yang Iji countered. If the client cannot be found, who would know if you do not say? Wouldn't all 270 taels then belong to you? Messenger number 7 scoffed. Yang Shi-san, do you take me for someone unprincipled? I, as messenger number 7, would never engage in such dishonorable actions. We, the swift messengers, pride ourselves on our integrity. If I did not know you were the rightful owner, I would travel to the ends of the earth to find Xiao He. Yang Iji felt a pang of shame and quickly apologized to messenger no. 7. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he thought of the injured Miss Bailey at home. Realizing that he would need silver for medicine and care, he promptly made a decision. In that case, I shall accept the silver. I will pay you a commission of 27 taels, taking 10 for myself and giving the remaining 223 taels to Qin Shangtian for the development of our messenger service. What do you think? Messenger number 7 beamed with delight. The money is yours. How you choose to use it is your business. I only care about earning my rightful commission of 27 taels. Yang Iji accepted the silk pouch, extracted 3 ingots of silver, and handed them to messenger number 7, taking one for himself and giving the rest to Qin Shangtian. Messenger number 7 received the silver, beaming with joy, and promised to share the extra 3 taels with Qin days later, carefully tucking the silver into his clothing before departing cheerfully. Yang Iji also carefully secured his ingots, his mind racing. After witnessing Gu Hongying and Yen Weining wield their swords with finesse yesterday, he yearned for a long sword of his own. Now that he had the means, his first thought was to purchase one and dedicate himself to practice. A young man wielding a long sword, testing his mettle against the heavens. Qin Shangtian received the pouch, feeling its weight significantly, and exclaimed with exuberance, Yang Shi-san, who would have thought that one day we would rise to become wealthy individuals? With winter approaching, we can provide our messengers with new outfits. Just look at how ragged messenger number 7's clothes have become. Qin Rulin regarded him with approval, saying, to receive such a windfall, and yet not a single one of you harbors greed, is truly praiseworthy. Qin Shangtian added, a gentleman values wealth acquired through righteous means. It is only natural that we harbor no avarice. Qin Rulin cautioned, you must remember that with such a sudden influx of silver, do not flaunt it. Mingxi town is bustling with people. We must not attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Qin Shangtian nodded repeatedly, tempering his exuberance as he tucked the pouch into his sleeve pocket. Concealing it securely, Qin Rulin suggested, if you find yourselves with surplus silver, why not invest in some assets? For instance, purchasing a couple of lean horses could enable you to transport larger items in town, allowing you to earn more silver. Qin Shangtian clapped his hands. Miss Rulin, you have truly awakened me from my slumber. How did I not think of that? Indeed, you are exceptionally clever and have a broad perspective. Yang Iji shook his head. Buying horses is not expensive, but acquiring the necessary saddles and equipment is quite costly. The daily expenses for feeding and maintaining the horses would also be substantial. We have no place to keep them, and such windfalls are not a regular occurrence. We only earn a few copper coins each day. Over time, we could not sustain the cost. Qin Rulin's cheeks flushed as she admitted, I had not considered those factors. Indeed, maintaining horses entails significant expenses, and we must approach the purchase with caution. Qin Shangtian cast a fierce glare at Yang Yizhi, pondering how he could possibly put the esteemed Miss Ruolan in such an awkward position. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Yang Shi-san, Miss Ruolan speaks with considerable wisdom. We must broaden our horizons. With our significant wealth, we can not only purchase horses but also invest in enterprises to expand our endeavors. I shall confer with Sister Kaling later. She is our capable housekeeper, astute and resourceful." Qin Shangtian exhibited a demeanor of defending Qin Ruolan, which did not go unnoticed by Yang Yizhi, who immediately replied, "You shall take the lead." The three seldom convened and thus took the opportunity to discuss their plans to attend the 9-sex examination at Fenglin Academy. The previous night, they had all admired the ethereal presence of the immortal Gu Hongying and the grace of the Fenglin sect, leaving them enamored and yearning. Qin Shangtian produced his so-called map, gesturing with exuberance and fervor, his spirits soaring as they ultimately settled on a date and route for their journey, agreeing to depart in 5 days. With their plans in place, Qin Shangtian, brimming with enthusiasm, glanced at the sky and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it has grown late. Yang Shi-san, we must take our leave. We need to quickly return the items to Old Ling, lest he mistakenly believe that I, Qin Shangtian, am untrustworthy and covetous of his treasures." As Qin Shangtian and the others prepared to depart, Yang Yizhi called out to him, inquiring, "You previously sent word for me to visit the Qin residence, mentioning there was something important to discuss. What is this matter? We might as well address it now." Qin Shangtian, puzzled, replied, "When did I send such a message? What important matter could there possibly be? Did we not already conclude our discussions?" Yang Yizhi, sensing an ominous undertone, responded, "I encountered Chen Shun in the muddy alley earlier. He specifically sought me out, claiming you had sent him with a message and even charged me 2 coins as a fee for his services." Realization dawned on Qin Shangtian, who smirked with schadenfreude. "You mean Chen Shun conveyed a message? Yang Shi-san, you ought to be more cautious. How could you trust anything that Chen Shun says? That rascal can lie without batting an eye. Just consider how many times you have been deceived by him up to this point. Must you always fall for his tricks?" Yang Yizhi remained perplexed. "He sent word for me to come to the Qin residence. How could he possibly know that you reside there?" Qin Shangtian scoffed. "With so many servants and guards at the Qin residence, it is no wonder that word spreads, especially with the streets bustling today. Countless people have come out to gawk at the spectacle, and it is entirely possible that Chen Qian overheard something. Half-truth that he manipulated to ensnare you." Yang Yizhi nodded, conceding that this could indeed be the case, and felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Suddenly, Qin Shangtian threw an arm around Yang Yizhi's shoulders and lowered his voice. "Yang Shi-san, it seems you have changed. Having grown accustomed to Qin Shangtian's theatrics?" Yang Yizhi asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Shangtian glanced at Qin Ruolan, who stood waiting by the door, and continued in a hushed tone, "In the past, you would not dare to meet Miss Ruolan's gaze. Your cheeks would flush crimson at the mere thought of speaking to her. But today, you are discussing matters with her at close quarters without a hint of embarrassment or stammering. This is indeed a change, is it not?" Yang Yizhi, taken aback, wondered, "How did I not notice this?" Qin Shangtian chuckled, releasing Yang Yizhi and striding towards Qin Ruolan, walking side by side with her. Yang Yizhi scratched his head, reflecting on his earlier conversation with Qin Ruolan. And as Qin Shangtian had pointed out, he seemed to have grown bolder in meeting her gaze and conversing without the usual shyness. He mused, "Could it be that I have truly transformed? If so, what has brought about this change?" Chapter 43. The youth in purple robes Yang Yizhi secured the courtyard door and returned to stand before the east wing, when he suddenly heard a faint sound from within. Peering through the crack in the door, he saw Bai Li Xueqing awake and sitting upright on her bedding. He entered and eagerly inquired, "Miss Bai Li, how effective is the medicine? Is your injury improving?" Bai Li Xueqing smiled, "With your concoction aiding me, the breach in my energy channels has begun to mend, and the outflow of my vital energy has slowed. If all goes well, I should recover swiftly. I am truly grateful for your assistance." Yang Yizhi observed that the previously rampant energy escaping Bai Li Xueqing had diminished significantly, and he felt a profound joy, even greater than if he had improved himself. "It is entirely your own merit, miss. I merely attended to trivial tasks," he replied. "While the medicine is still active, you should continue to rest. I shall prepare some food." Bai Li Xueqing nodded and asked, The young man in the courtyard earlier, was he your friend? Yang Yiji, knowing she had heard the commotion, replied candidly, he is my dearest friend, named Qin Xiangtian. He has come to discuss matters with me. Bai Li Xueqing glanced at the Minghong dagger resting at her bedside, beside a ripe persimmon, and asked, has he wielded this dagger before? Yang Yiji, surprised, responded, Miss Bai Li, how could you know? Or are you simply perceptive? Last night, when trouble arose in the town, I asked Qin Xiangtian to take this dagger for protection, and unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a fortuitous event, saving my life in the process. Bai Li Xueqing seemed contemplative and inquired, since the dagger is yours, have you ever wielded it? Yang Yiji explained, the dagger was gifted to me yesterday. Naturally, I have held it. Otherwise, how would I have brought it home? Is there something wrong, Miss Bai Li? Bai Li Xueqing's pupils widened as she scrutinized Yang Yiji, seeing through him as if he were transparent, with only a faint thread of pure, white vital energy flowing within, outlining the contours of a human figure. She exhaled softly, shaking her head, no harm done. A kind heart leads to great opportunities, while a malicious one leads to entrapment. Yang Yiji, unclear about her meaning, noted her serious demeanor and understood it was not a trivial matter. Leading him to lose his fondness for the Minghong dagger, he thought to himself, Qin Xiangtian claims this dagger is worth a fortune. Perhaps I shall sell it in the big city when we visit Fenglin Academy. Bai Li Xueqing said, I will continue to meditate and rest. My injuries have improved, so I need not sleep completely. There is no need for you to wait by the door. With that, she closed her eyes. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, palms together, fingers touching, a soft glow emanating from her body, enveloping her. Yang Yiji nodded repeatedly and quietly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Night had fallen, and as Yang Yiji entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, he noticed a solitary piece of cured meat hanging from the rafters. Without a second thought, he sliced off a generous portion, cleaned it, and cut it into chunks, placing them in a bowl to steam with the rice. Once finished, he eagerly stepped outside. Remembering that Bai Li Xueqing had no belongings with her, he resolved to buy her a change of clothes, and to also purchase some snacks, while she rested and recuperated. He thought it best to leave some treats at her bedside, so she could eat whenever she awoke and felt hungry. As he made his way to the main street, he was greeted by a throng of people. The streets ablaze with lights and lively as ever, bustling with excited youths discussing the extraordinary Gu Hongying. After a day of wild rumors following his 3 swords from the previous night, Gu Hongying had ascended to legendary status, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Yang Yiji listened to dozens of accounts, each more fantastical than the last, each leaving him spellbound. Having witnessed it himself, he found the exaggerated tales to be surprisingly accurate, as Gu Hongying's presence truly rivaled that of a deity. Arriving at a tailor shop, Yang Yiji described Bai Li Xueqing's height and figure, prompting the shopkeeper to select garments of matching size, ultimately choosing a red and white skirt. He slung the bundle containing the dress over his shoulder and hurried to a pastry shop to purchase 2 bags of snacks, then rushed home. After walking a few paces, Yang Yiji could not shake the feeling of being followed. Since leaving the tailor's, an uneasy sensation had settled in his mind. Was he being overly cautious after Brother Han's warning? He pondered, shaking his head slightly as he quickened his pace towards home. As he reached South Street, the crowd thinned abruptly, and Yang Yiji's expression sharpened. He suddenly broke into a sprint, his feet flying as he accelerated. Approaching the muddy alley, he lightly tapped his toes against the ground, propelling himself forward like a swift swallow, instinctively channeling his vital energy as he turned sharply in midair, gliding into the alley. Maintaining his speed, he took a few more strides before sliding to a halt, standing firmly in the middle of the alley. Just then, a figure darted like lightning from the side, leaping from the rooftop and landing swiftly, blocking Yang Yiji's path, standing a distance of 2 zhang apart, confronting him. The newcomer was a youth of around 16 or 17, clad in a purple robe, with striking features and a tall, slender frame. Exhibiting a weary elegance, Yang Yiji found the boy somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him before. Yang Yiji hung the bag of snacks at his waist, placing his right hand behind his back to discreetly grasp the dagger hidden in his belt, and asked, "Who are you? Why have you been following me?" The purple-robed youth raised his hand in greeting, saying, "I am Tang Ling, from Tangjiabao. I apologize for blocking your path. I wish to request an item from you." Upon hearing the self-introduction of the youth clad in purple robes, Yang Yiji was taken aback. recalling that this very youth had come to rescue Tang Tianqi the previous night, referring to him as his master. It appeared he was indeed a disciple of Tang Tianqi, and he had fought evenly with both Luo Shaoqing and Lu Qianqian, demonstrating remarkable martial prowess. Yang Yizhi, on high alert, inquired, "What do you want?" The purple-robed youth, Tang Ling, responded, "The Minghong blade in your possession belongs to the Tang family fortress. I request that you return it." Yang Yizhi frowned, saying, "The Minghong blade was a gift from Grandpa Shi. How can it suddenly become the property of your Tang family fortress? Do not deceive me with your fabrications." Tang Ling insisted, "What I say is the truth. The Minghong blade is indeed the possession of the Tang family fortress. Yesterday, an elderly man injured my master in the wheat fields, and he seized the blade, which I presume he later gifted to you." Recalling the events of the previous day and the words of Grandpa Shi about the blade being a favor picked up along the way, Yang Yizhi understood that the purple-robed youth was likely speaking the truth. However, considering that the blade was a gift from Grandpa Shi, how could he casually hand it over to a stranger? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "This blade was given to me by Grandpa Shi, and I cannot give it to you. If it truly belongs to your Tang family fortress, you should seek out Grandpa Shi to request it. If he agrees to give it to you, then I shall return it." Tang Ling's eyes brightened with hope as he exclaimed, "Really? It's a deal. I will go find that old man right away." Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly shifted. With a forceful motion, he hurled two throwing knives from his sleeves. Yang Yizhi was startled, thinking, why did he suddenly attack? He immediately attempted to evade, but a chill surged through him, causing his body to freeze momentarily. In that brief pause, the two knives whizzed past his shoulders, followed by two crisp impacts behind him. In an instant, Tang Ling had moved to his side, swiftly spinning his arms to launch several more knives. The sharp sounds of metal clashing echoed around them, continuous and relentless. Suddenly, Tang Ling's right hand spread open, and the airborne knives returned to his palm like swallows returning to their nests. With a flick of his hand, the knives vanished from sight. At that moment, two figures landed before Yang Yizhi, with soft thuds indicating the arrival of two more behind them, effectively cornering the two in the alley. Upon glancing at the two figures in front, Yang Yizhi could surmise the identities of the two behind them, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Standing alongside him, Tang Ling whispered, "Be cautious. They seem intent on taking your life. Each strike is lethal." Chapter 44. Surrounded before them stood two individuals. A middle-aged man in a deep blue robe wielding a long sword, his complexion pallid, and a young man in splendid attire holding a short blade, equally devoid of color. Both were cloaked in black, deliberately concealing their identities, but with their hoods lowered, their faces were now revealed, each appearing as if they had just recovered from a grave illness. They were none other than Lu Yunsong and Fan Liqiu from the Zhiliao villa. The two figures behind them were undoubtedly Luo Shaoqing and Lu Qianqian from the same villa, Lu Yunsong. Upon spotting the purple-robed youth, Tang Ling silently lamented. If the mysterious figure clad in black from the previous night was nearby, their venture today would be akin to sheep walking into a tiger's den. Among the four of them last night, only Fan Liqiu had remained unharmed, while the other three were severely injured by that enigmatic black-clad figure. They had barely escaped thanks to Gu Hongying's intervention. Today, they had risked returning to Mingxi town because Fan Liqiu had awakened to reveal that the boy named Qin Xiangtian wielded the renowned Minghong blade, a treasure of considerable repute in the martial world. This revelation had stirred Lu Yunsong's covetous thoughts, prompting him to sneak back to the town with his three disciples, poised to strike. After searching for half a day with no sign of Qin Xiangtian, they stumbled upon Yang Yizhi and stealthily followed him, intending to capture him and coerce Qin Xiangtian into surrendering the precious blade. Lu Yunsong regarded the purple-robed youth and declared, "The Zhiliao villa and the Tang family fortress have no quarrel. Why must the young man from Tang meddle in our affairs? We merely wish to capture this country bumpkin." Tang Ling scoffed, "You speak lies with your eyes wide open. If your intention is merely to capture him, why resort to lethal techniques?" Lu Yunsong sneered, "In the martial world, it is imperative to strike first. By incapacitating him, it becomes far easier to seize him." Tang Ling was momentarily taken aback by such brazen honesty regarding their ambush tactics, rendering him speechless. Fan Liqiu glared coldly at Yang Yizhi, demanding, "You impoverished wretch, where is that boy named Qin Xiangtian, and where does he reside?" Yang Yizhi's expression shifted slightly as he replied, What exactly are you plotting? Why do you persist in wanting to kill him? Fan Liqiu's face darkened as he replied, No grand scheme can rival the desires of the heart. I have declared that he must die. Thus, he shall die, plain and simple. Yang Yizhi retorted angrily, This is Fenglin sect's Mingxi town. Dare you to cause chaos here? Understanding that he could not deter their reckless intentions, Yang Yizhi felt a surge of anxiety and recalled the words of Messenger No. 7 regarding his efforts to intimidate the Eight Winds Hall, which slipped from his lips. Lu Yunsong chuckled, You foolish boy, do not think to frighten us with the Fenglin sect and this vast Mingxi town. What significance do you hold? Can the Fenglin sect protect you at every turn? Fan Liqiu interrupted, Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly tell us where Qin Shangtian is, or else do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Yang Yizhi realized that the individuals from Zheliao Villa had clearly come prepared. Even in their injured state, they had returned to Mingxi town with unwavering determination. Faced with him, Yang Yizhi felt utterly powerless. Overwhelmed by both fear and urgency, he glanced at the purple-robed youth, Tang Ling, who remained vigilant, recalling how Tang Ling had intervened to save him, filling him with profound gratitude. In this dire situation, if Tang Ling continued to assist him, he might still have a glimmer of hope. However, if Tang Ling chose to remain uninvolved, he would be left with no choice but to surrender. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Yang Yizhi, and he declared, How could a mere Zheliao Villa repeatedly provoke the Fenglin sect? It would be illogical for a country bumpkin like me to be of such concern. You are clearly injured, yet you still dare to venture back to Mingxi town? Which cannot merely be for the purpose of killing a rural youth named Qin Shangtian. If I am not mistaken, it is likely that Master Fan harbors covetous desires for the Minghong blade after witnessing Qin Shangtian wield it yesterday. And you aim to seize it, am I right? Upon hearing this, Tang Ling's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as he focused intently on Lu Yunsong. The dim light of dusk enveloped them, and Lu Yunsong, oblivious to Tang Ling's expression, praised, A country bumpkin possesses quite the cunning mind. Since you have guessed it, we shall not indulge in further trivialities. You need only inform us of Qin Shangtian's whereabouts, and we shall depart, leaving you out of the ensuing matters. Yang Yizhi shook his head, replying, The Minghong blade is not in Qin Shangtian's possession. Fan Liqiu retorted angrily, I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. There can be no mistake. I advise you to stop playing tricks and quickly tell us where Qin Shangtian is. Yang Yizhi chuckled, What do you seek Qin Shangtian for? The Minghong blade is currently in my home. The group was momentarily taken aback, then their faces lit up with delight, as if they had found something they had sought after tirelessly. Fan Liqiu, with the swiftness of lightning, lunged forward to seize Yang Yizhi, while Lu Qianqian, with a flick of her sword, dashed forward, intending to pierce Yang Yizhi's shoulder with a single strike. Tang Ling swiftly sidestepped, extending his hands to launch 3 throwing knives, countering Fan Liqiu's attack, while simultaneously hurling 4 knives to block Lu Qianqian's sword. The sounds of clashing metal rang out, echoing in the air as Tang Ling unleashed 2 more knives from his hands, forcing them to retreat momentarily. With a deft motion, Tang Ling drew back dozens of throwing knives, each returning to his grasp as if controlled by invisible strings. Lu Yunsong stood firm with his sword, his brow slightly furrowed, his internal energy rippling outward, yet he sensed no hidden masters nearby. Lu Yunsong turned to Tang Ling, saying, Young man from the Tang family, do you truly wish to meddle? In this situation, you will gain nothing. Tang Ling asked, Are you here to steal the Minghong blade? Lu Yunsong's expression shifted, retorting, Young man from the Tang family, are you also here for the Minghong blade? Tang Ling affirmed, The Minghong blade is the property of the Tang family fortress, and I have come specifically to reclaim it. Young man from the Tang family, do not be so certain. Today, the Minghong blade shall undoubtedly become the possession of Zheliao Villa. Lu Yunsong, believing Tang Ling to be overly confident due to his arrival, could not help but smirk inwardly, thinking, the insignificant Tang family fortress is unaware of the vastness of the world. With a resolute expression, Tang Ling declared, As long as I am present today, I will not allow you to take what belongs to the Tang family fortress. Lu Yunsong's eyes narrowed, ever watchful of their surroundings, stating, Young man from the Tang family, since you two seek to seize the Minghong blade, why not call forth that black-clad figure behind you? Let us settle this here. To the death, or perhaps he is not nearby? Tang Ling's expression shifted as he swiftly unleashed 2 throwing knives, aiming directly at Lu Yunsong and Fan Liqiu. Lu Yunsong wielded his sword like a willow branch, deflecting the knives with a graceful sweep, laughing, "So eager. It seems your black-clad companion has not arrived today. A young man consumed by greed is not to be underestimated." Tang Ling remained silent, his knives transforming into a flurry of white streaks. The sounds of clashing metal ringing continuously. Suddenly, he unleashed all his strength, sending two short blades flying from his sleeves, like two dragons in flight, combining with the relentless barrage of knives in his hands, engaging in a fierce battle with Lu Yunsong and Fan Liqiu. Upon witnessing the purple-robed youth exerting every ounce of his strength, Lu Yunsong felt an unexpected sense of calm wash over him. He realized that the man in black was undoubtedly not nearby. It was merely this youth who had succumbed to his own avarice, daring to venture forth alone in pursuit of treasure. Lu Yunsong let out a cold chuckle, remarking, "Young man of the Tang clan, you have but recently stepped into the realm of grandmasters. The disparity between us is akin to heaven and earth. Why must you seek your own demise?" Tang Ling, undeterred, unleashed 4 more flying daggers with unwavering determination. Two of the short blades clashed repeatedly with Lu Yunsong's long sword, as he remained vigilant, asserting, "You are gravely injured. Your so-called pinnacle of grandmaster status is significantly diminished. There is no guarantee you shall prevail against me today." Lu Yunsong's expression hardened, and he fell silent. In a flash, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, his sword transforming into countless willow leaves dancing in the wind, sweeping towards the purple-robed youth. Meanwhile, Fan Liqiu exerted all his might to fend off the flying daggers with his dagger, barely managing to protect himself. Seeing this, Yang Yizhi seized the opportunity to channel his inner energy, propelling himself forward with a powerful push against the ground. Darting swiftly into the depths of the alley. 2 figures leaped high into the air, swift as arrows released from a bow, instantly blocking Yang Yizhi in the alleyway. Familiar with the terrain, Yang Yizhi sought refuge in an abandoned courtyard to the left. Would anyone care to purchase wooden figurines? A voice suddenly echoed from the shadows. Chapter 45. All are puppets in the impoverished muddy alley. Only a few houses hung lanterns at their doorsteps during the night. In the shadows of the alley, a burly man with a full beard crouched, a stall of wares laid out before him. He grinned at the trapped Yang Yizhi, who had unwittingly found himself at the man's stall. A chill ran down Yang Yizhi's spine as darkness enveloped the night. Why was this bearded man peddling his goods in such a secluded and dimly lit alley? Instinctively, he felt an ominous presence descend upon him, a sense of danger creeping closer as his mind raced. He attempted to leap away, only to find himself inexplicably immobilized as if bound by an invisible force, unable to move even a finger, save for his eyes. Panic surged within Yang Yizhi. The figures blocking his path were Luo Qingxiao and Lu Qianqian, who, noticing Yang Yizhi's paralysis, seized the moment and swiftly approached him from both sides. Just as they reached out to capture him, they gasped in shock, realizing they too were rendered immobile, helplessly frozen in place. At that moment, Tang Ling and Lu Yunsong soared towards them. Tang Ling had come to rescue Yang Yizhi, while Lu Yunsong pursued Tang Ling. "Be careful, do not come closer." Yang Yizhi's heart raced as he wished to warn them, but his lips refused to part. In desperation, he drew upon his inner energy, projecting his voice from his abdomen. His tone was filled with fear and urgency, and both Tang Ling and Lu Yunsong, sensing something amiss mid-air, hastily adjusted their trajectory, landing on the ground. However, they too found themselves ensnared, unable to move, bound by the same unseen force. The bearded man, concealed in the shadows, chuckled, "It is too late, whether you come or not matters not. The outcome remains unchanged." With that, he stepped back, melding with the darkness, then advanced forward, vanishing and reappearing in an instant. In his place stood a figure clad in a blue cloak, the deep hood resembling a black hole, obscuring the true visage of the person within. This individual was none other than Gong Shiyungsen, who had appeared in Mingxi town the previous night. With a sinister grin, Gong Shiyungsen proclaimed, "All things in this world are but puppets. Indeed, after losing 4 puppets last night, today I shall use you as living puppets, a fair exchange, indeed." Luo Qingxiao and Lu Qianqian's faces paled, their injured shoulders seeping with blood. They were filled with rage and terror, unable to utter a word, only able to glare fiercely at Gong Shiyungsen. "Do not blame me. Blame this rustic youth. Today he has escaped from my grasp twice, and now is the third attempt to capture him. Fortuitously bringing you along as well to fill my losses. Yang Iji wore a puzzled expression, recalling the events of the day, thinking, I have not even approached your stall. How can there be talk of two escapes? Seemingly reading Yang Iji's thoughts, Gong Xiangxin laughed. You do not believe me? The first time you passed by my stall, a child ran in front of you, inadvertently blocking my puppet's thread. The second time, a well-dressed youth severed the thread with his sword. During the day, I was cautious and restrained. But now, under the cover of night, I have spread puppet threads throughout the alley. The moment you step in, there is no escape. Yang Iji's heart raced with alarm, his gaze sharpening as he suddenly perceived the multitude of nearly invisible threads crisscrossing the alley, faint blue energy flowing through them. He noted that Luo Qingxiao was ensnared by dozens of these threads. Likely the same for the others. Gong Xiangxin approached Yang Iji, smiling. You are truly short-sighted. For the sake of a mere Minghong knife, you bicker incessantly, while unaware that this youth conceals a remarkable opportunity. Gong Xiangxin continued, last night, while I was entangled with a young man from the Maple Forest sect, I happened to see this youth drop a book while fighting your gluttonous disciple in the inn. Can you guess what book it was? The alley fell silent. No one responded, for aside from Gong Xiangxin, the others could not speak. Confident that he had the upper hand, Gong Xiangxin mocked. The book he dropped was none other than 10 Essays on Dream Interpretation. Ha ha ha. The title is indeed striking and eye-catching, bringing immense joy, but do you know which essay he possesses? With that, Gong Xiangxin reached into Yang Iji's bosom, only to find nothing. Taken aback, he reached into Yang Iji's sleeve. Again coming up empty. Spotting the bundle on Yang Iji's back, he reached to seize it, but suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening, coldly stating, I truly underestimated you. You possess some skill. A sword struck silently, aiming for Gong Xiangxin's vital point. Had it not been for the multitude of energy threads in the alley vibrating from the disturbance, he would have been caught off guard. Gong Xiangxin lightly gestured, causing Lu Qianqian to become uncontrollable. Her sword swinging down, clashing with the approaching longsword. Lu Qianqian and Luo Qingxiao quickly regained their composure, their swords brandished as they converged on the silently approaching Lu Yunzong. It turned out that Lu Yunzong, leveraging his peak grandmaster prowess, had stealthily freed himself from the entangling puppet threads and was waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Gong Xiangxin became overconfident and distracted by searching Yang Iji. Lu Qianqian and Luo Qingxiao found themselves manipulated by Gong Xiangxin, forced to attack. Filled with panic, their faces pale with fear, they were helpless as they unleashed deadly moves. Lu Yunzong, wary of the situation, found his swordplay lacking steadiness, retreating under the relentless onslaught of Lu Qianqian and Luo Qingxiao. Frustrated, Lu Yunzong resolved to unleash his full energy, striking out with his sword, determined to injure them and drive them back. Intending to recuperate afterward, without uttering a word, Lu Qianqian and Luo Qingxiao responded in kind, their swords rising to meet Lu Yunzong's sword energy head-on, refusing to evade. Lu Yunzong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gong Xiangxin would disregard their lives. Treating them as mere puppets, to face such an onslaught without retreat could lead to grievous injury, perhaps even death. As a father to one and a mentor to another, Lu Yunzong ultimately could not summon the resolve to strike mercilessly. He swung his sword, cleaving through the torrent of sword energy, preparing to push back Lu Qianqian and Luo Qingxiao when, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back as a dagger pierced through him. His spirit shaken, the threads of energy in the alley surged into his being. Gong Xiangxin's hand reached out, and Lu Yunzong stood rigid, falling straight to the ground. Lu Qianqian and Luo Qingxiao, suspended in midair, suddenly halted, landing before Lu Yunzong. Fan Liqiu released his dagger, which remained embedded in Lu Yunzong's waist, standing in a daze behind him. Gong Xiangxin's hand waved in the air, and Lu Yunzong, along with the others, turned to face him, moving like puppets on strings to within a foot of Gong Xiangxin. Their eyes blazed with fury, an inferno of anger igniting within. As if their gazes could kill, Gong Xiangxin would have long been shredded to pieces. Gong Xiangxin gazed upon them with satisfaction, a triumphant smile gracing his lips, a grandmaster, 2 masters, and 1 chi practitioner. Though not perfect, they are all living puppets. Wonderful, truly wonderful. anyone could discern the face hidden beneath the cloak. Yet it was easy to imagine that within the depths of the hood lay a visage brimming with arrogant delight. Gong Xiangxin turned once more to Yang Yizhi, inquiring, "Where is the book?" Yang Yizhi, filled with trepidation, felt his mouth dry and his body drenched in cold sweat. Unable to contain himself, he instinctively licked his lips, suddenly realizing that he could indeed move his mouth. Gong Xiangxin merely wished for Yang Yizhi to speak. That was all. Chapter 46. The studious scholar Yang Yizhi remained silent. The 10 essays on dream interpretation had been placed on the wooden table by the window while he was preparing medicine for Bai Lixweeking. Now, entangled in peril, how could he possibly bring danger back to his home? Although Bailey Xueqing possesses extraordinary skills, she is severely injured in comparison to the enigmatic and unpredictable Gong Xiangxin before him. It is uncertain who is stronger or weaker. Naturally, he is reluctant to take the risk of leading anyone back home. Gong Xiangxin chuckled softly and said, "Not speaking, are we?" with a wave of his hand. A figure soared high into the air, then came crashing down headfirst at Yang Yi's feet. None other than the purple-robed youth Tang Ling. Gong Xiangxin remarked, "He just acted to save you. Thus he has granted you a life-saving grace. Now, your benefactor finds himself in peril. Shouldn't you repay his kindness and rescue him from this dire situation? All you need to do is tell me where the book is, and I shall release you and this young man." "What do you say?" Yang Yi cast a glance at the purple-robed youth at his feet and replied, "The 10 dream essays you speak of is a book I borrowed from someone else. I cannot give it to you. Besides, it is merely a work of martial arts fiction. To go to such lengths, employing cruelty over a mere novel, is utterly unreasonable." Gong Xiangxin raised an eyebrow, surveying Yang Yi with a mix of curiosity and caution. "Is it truly the case that someone would lend you such a book? Whom did you borrow it from?" Yang Yi replied with a wry smile. "What is so surprising about borrowing a martial arts novel? As for whom I borrowed it from, I cannot disclose that, lest the blame be cast upon Dongli Shusheng." Gong Xiangxin fell silent, seemingly contemplating the implications of Yang Yi's words. After a time, he inquired, "Which essay did you borrow? I have yet to peruse it." Yang Yi told a fib, suddenly recalling that the prescription written by Miss Bailey coincided with the contents of the book. The apothecary owner had gone to great lengths to retain the prescription. And now Gong Xiangxin's meticulous efforts regarding the 10 dream essays indicated that the book was far from ordinary. It likely concealed opportunities coveted by those in the martial world yet difficult to perceive. Gong Xiangxin nodded slightly, thinking that since he had not yet read it, it made sense. With a chuckle, he said, "Since it is merely a work of martial arts fiction, trading it for your and the young man's lives seems quite a bargain. I imagine the one who lent you the book would not bear any grievances." Yang Yi contemplated briefly and replied, "If you release me, I shall retrieve it for you. Rest assured, a person without trust cannot stand. I shall indeed bring the book to exchange for his life." Yet inwardly he thought, "If you let me go, I will take a detour to Gu Yuan to bring reinforcements. If I can summon Sister Yin and Brother Han, he shall be no match for them." Gong Xiangxin let out a cold laugh, saying, "You are thinking that I would let you go to fetch the reinforcements from Fenglin sect? You are quite cunning. But should help arrive, I would be the first to use this young man as a puppet to rush into battle. He would emerge either dead or gravely injured." Suddenly, Gong Xiangxin turned his gaze, glancing at Yang Yi's home, which stood out in the muddy alley like a crane among chickens. He laughed ominously. "Did you just say you would let me return? So, the book must be hidden in your home. Then? Since you merely consider it a martial arts novel, you would not treasure it enough to conceal it in a secret place. It is likely just carelessly tossed somewhere in your abode. Is it not? Ha ha ha, look at your mournful expression. It seems I have hit the nail on the head." Yang Yi's face contorted in distress, for Gong Xiangxin's words struck true. He was filled with anxiety, fearing that the book had indeed been taken, leaving him unable to report back to Dongli Shusheng, and even more worried about bringing danger into his home, jeopardizing Bailey Xueqing's safety. With a sudden roar, Yang Yi exclaimed, Gong Xiangxin, swift as lightning, raised a finger, rendering Yang Yi's lips immobile. His furious shout was abruptly cut off, reduced to just 2 fragmented syllables. He had intended to curse vehemently, summoning all his strength in hopes that his voice would reach the alley and alert Bailey Xueqing. Gong Xiangxin chuckled, shouting louder is futile. "This remote alley is secluded enough that no one will hear you." Despite his words, he remained vigilant, standing still, gathering his energy. After a while, seeing no one approach, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, Yang Yi's peripheral vision caught flashes of blue light. Instantly, the myriad invisible threads retracting from the alley coiled back into Gong Xiangxin's body, leaving only dozens of intangible threads connecting the six of them, with the flow of true energy within them surging with greater speed. Gong Xiangxin strode towards Yang Yi's home. Yang Yi, feeling as though he were being controlled by strings, followed suit with footsteps that mirrored Gong Xiangxin's precisely. Lu Yunsong and the others did the same. As for the prostrate Tang Ling, his body dragged along the ground, legs moving as if walking, though he remained face down. After a while, Gong Xiangxin recalled something and without turning his head, made a slight motion with his finger. Tang Ling immediately leaped up, synchronizing his movements with Gong Xiangxin, albeit in a disheveled state, his once purple robe now soiled, face bruised and battered. The autumn breeze blew gently through the dim, muddy alley as a figure cloaked in blue strode confidently ahead, followed by 6 even more peculiar individuals whose movements were stiff, resembling puppets. Arriving at Yang Yi's doorstep, Gong Xiangxin glanced at the large lock on the door with disdain, flicking his fingers to shatter it into pieces that fell to the ground. Just as he was about to push the door open, a sudden alertness washed over him, with a slight motion of his finger. Yang Yi stepped forward, pushing the door open and entering the courtyard, halting in the center. After waiting a moment, seeing no unusual activity from Gong Xiangxin, he strode into the courtyard, followed closely by Lu Yunsong and Tang Ling. Gong Xiangxin surveyed the premises with a cold snort, remarking, "Living in a muddy alley, unable to fill their bellies. Yet you all take pride in constructing such a grand residence. Your family truly embodies the essence of living poor yet extravagantly." With a flick of his finger, he commanded Yang Yi, "Quickly fetch the book for me." To his surprise, Yang Yi stood rooted in place, motionless and unresponsive to his control. Gong Xiangxin's true energy surged, and he attempted to manipulate him. Yet Yang Yi felt as limp as a rag doll, his joints seemingly vanishing, unable to move. Intending to retract the strings of true energy, Gong Xiangxin felt a shift in his thoughts and released the connection to Yang Yi. With a thud, Yang Yi collapsed onto the ground, eyes darting in confusion, unaware of what had transpired. Gong Xiangxin had never encountered such a situation. Warily scanning the courtyard, he suddenly stumbled, his entire body threatening to collapse. Alarmed, he swiftly withdrew the strings of true energy connecting to Lu Yunsong and the others, channeling his energy to stabilize himself. However, the more forceful his true energy became, the weaker his body felt, ultimately causing him to crumple helplessly to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Lu Yunsong and the others were in the same predicament, their bodies limp and collapsed. Furious, Gong Xiangxin muttered weakly, "Who the hell poisoned me? Show yourself." Just then, as if the timing were flawless, a voice emerged from the wall, and a scholar in a long robe gracefully descended beside Yang Yi, standing tall and looking down at him. Their gazes locking, the scholar nodded and smiled, "Greetings, young man, I have returned to retrieve the prescription." After a hearty laugh, the scholar turned with flair, surveying the scene in the courtyard, and frowned slightly, saying, "I only wished to catch a little lamb. Yet I have ensnared so many wolves. How unfortunate." With a deep bow, he introduced himself. "I am the scholar of hard study." Chapter 47. Enigmatic and unpredictable, the courtyard fell silent, with no one responding. Gong Xiangxin's complexion changed dramatically, and Lu Yunsong and the others were utterly terrified. The scholar of hard study, notorious for his lethal reputation, was known for his myriad methods of killing, instilling fear in all who heard his name. It was said that he never killed directly but preferred to torment his victims slowly with poison, causing them to wish for death. Straightening up, the scholar of hard study surveyed the motionless figures on the ground and shook his head in disappointment, remarking, "Since I have extended such a grand courtesy and none of you have replied, it reflects a lack of manners and upbringing. A small punishment is in order to serve as a warning." With that, he flicked his fingers lightly at Gong Xiangxin. The once limp Gong Xiangxin suddenly curled into a tight ball, his bones cracking audibly, and he emitted muted cries from his throat, yet no sound escaped his lips. The left sleeve of his robe began to emit faint wisps of smoke in the blink of an eye. The left sleeve of Gong Xiangxin's robe turned to ash, and the arm within was reduced to a pool of blood and flesh. Spilling onto the ground, witnessing such a grisly scene, Yang Yi's face turned pale, realizing that escape was no longer an option. He was surely facing death. Yet, he still hoped that Bailey Xueqing would hear the commotion and find a place to hide. Lu Yunsong and the others were equally terrified, their faces pale as sheets. The dagger at Lu Yunsong's waist remained sheathed, blood flowing freely, yet he remained oblivious, each of them appearing as if they had lost all hope. Only Tang Ling, with eyes tightly shut and ears closed to the outside world, breathed softly, as if he had fainted. The scholar of hard study waved his hand with satisfaction, causing Gong Shiyungsan's constricted body to spring open like a tightly wound spring. Bending backward at an extreme angle, resembling a longbow, finally, his throat, once gripped tightly, released a sound. A harrowing scream that pierced the heavens. Gong Shu Yunshin, with a heart full of fury, bellowed. The scholarly fool, today's enmity shall be paid back 100-fold. Our Yinjia City and your Tianqing Duzong are destined to be irreconcilable foes. The scholarly fool, seemingly unconcerned, retorted. What does the destruction of Yinjia City have to do with me? If you were to annihilate Tianqing Duzong, I am merely a humble scholar, he then added with a triumphant air. You think that by ensnaring this young man with countless invisible threads of true energy, you have laid an inescapable trap. Akin to a mantis attempting to catch a cicada, little do you know that I am the yellow bird lying in wait. Your intricate web of true energy threads provides me with the perfect opportunity to unleash my poison, which will drift upon the wind and flow back into your own body through those very threads. How truly marvelous indeed, a sight to behold. Lu Yunsong, witnessing Gongshu Yunshin's dire predicament, knew that if he remained silent and did not reveal his identity and stance, the outcome could be even more tragic. Gathering his courage, he spoke. Esteemed scholar, I am Lu Yunsong from the Zhuliu Villa in the state of Wei. The scholarly fool cast a glance at Lu Yunsong and chuckled. Does the villa master have something to say? Ah, but I am merely a scholar, not worthy of being called esteemed scholar. You must retract that title. He waved his hand dismissively towards Lu Yunsong, as if to fan away his words. Lu Yunsong was taken aback, unsure of the scholarly fool's intentions. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Lu Qianqian and Luo Qingxiao, lying on either side of him, staring intently at his face, their eyes filled with terror. Lu Yunsong felt immobile and did not perceive any unusual symptoms on his face, yet he understood the scholarly fool's methods, his heart racing with unease. The scholarly fool gazed at Lu Yunsong with satisfaction. The characters for esteemed scholar appeared on Lu Yunsong's cheeks, esteemed on the left, scholar on the right, with the strokes of the characters revealing the whiteness of his bones and the outline of his tongue and teeth. Lu Yunsong himself was completely oblivious to this. The scholarly fool laughed. Villa master, please continue. Lu Yunsong, ignoring the terrified gazes of Lu Qianqian and Luo Qingxiao, steeled himself and said, Today, our party of 4 has neither the intention nor the strength to vie for any opportunity. If you would allow us to leave, the Lu family of Wei would surely be grateful and bestow generous rewards upon you. From this day forth, Zhuliu Villa shall follow your lead and obey your commands. As he spoke, Lu Yunsong felt the situation was quite peculiar. His words were slurred, as if his mouth were leaking air, and his cheeks felt as if the wind were rushing into them. The scholarly fool replied, Generous rewards? What kind of reward could possibly exchange for your lives? Pray, enlighten me. Lu Yunsong gritted his teeth and said, The Lu family is willing to allocate 100 miles of land from our territory to you. With tens of thousands of common folk from the nearby cities, and how you govern them would be entirely at your discretion. The scholarly fool's eyes brightened, clearly intrigued, and he chuckled. 100 miles. You say? Upon hearing this, Lu Yunsong sensed an opportunity and quickly declared, 200 miles, an entire prefecture. The scholarly fool clapped his hands and laughed. A deal then. I am not worried about you reneging. I shall visit Fan City in a few days to claim my land. Should you default, I shall ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. The scholarly fool flicked his fingers at Lu Yunsong and the others, stating, After a cup of tea, the effects of the poison upon you will be lifted, and you may depart at your leisure. Lu Yunsong joyfully responded, Thank you, esteemed scholar. Fan Liqiu inquired, Will you not tamper with us? The scholarly fool chuckled. What do you think? Lu Yunsong and the others' expressions changed drastically, knowing full well that with the scholarly fool's disposition, it was impossible for him to allow them to leave unscathed. He must have retained a backup plan, yet they were powerless to resist. However, as long as the final promise was fulfilled, everything would eventually resolve itself. The scholarly fool no longer regarded Lu Yunsong and the others. Instead, moving beside Yang Yiji, crouching down and pulling out a prescription from his bosom, grinning. "Young lad, is this prescription yours?" "It is indeed my prescription." Yang Yiji felt utterly weak and unable to move. Staring at the prescription before him, pondering. "You already inquired about this during the day. Why ask again now?" the scholarly fool queried. "Where did this prescription originate?" Yang Yiji, having witnessed the grim fates of the two before him, dared not speak carelessly and honestly replied. "I copied it from a novel about the rivers and lakes." The scholarly fool could hardly contain his excitement. "What novel? Where is the book?" Gongshu Yunshin coldly laughed. "This lad possesses a copy of 10 essays on dreams. Have we not toiled tirelessly for this? Why ask further?" The scholarly fool's face lit up with joy, filled with fervor. "Quickly tell me which essay you acquired." "Ah, I need not ask, since you were able to transcribe this prescription. You must have obtained the longevity essay. Haha, heaven has aided me, indeed. After years of searching, I have finally found it today." The scholarly fool seized Yang Yiji, grinning. "Young lad, having displayed various methods before you, you have seen it all. If you do not wish to repeat the same mistakes, you better obediently tell me where the book is. Would anyone care to purchase wooden carved dolls?" A voice rang from the entrance of the courtyard. The scholarly fool's heart jolted. He turned to look and saw a bearded man at the door, balancing a pair of baskets on his shoulders, grinning widely at the scholarly fool. The scholarly fool casually tossed Yang Yiji aside, letting him fall beneath a persimmon tree, then glanced back at Gongshu Yunshin, who lay helpless on the floor. His blue cloak suddenly wilted and swiftly glided towards the entrance. The bearded man set the baskets down on the ground. In an instant, the bearded man vanished, replaced by a figure clad in a blue cloak, the brim of his hat deep and dark like a black hole. Simultaneously, both baskets split open, and two similarly dressed figures emerged. The once helpless Gongshu Yunshin glided to the entrance, rising slowly. The courtyard entrance stood four identical Gongshu Yunxins, an enigma of unpredictability. How fascinating, truly fascinating. The scholarly fool clapped his hands in delight. Chapter 48. To save or not to save. On the fourth floor of Guyu Inn, Yin Weining and Han Ning stood fiercely before a withered old man. The withered old man reclined in a grand chair, seemingly indifferent, leisurely puffing on his pipe. Upon noticing the two young ones drawing near, he exhaled a smoke ring, which encircled the head of the red-clad youth, Han Ning. The withered old man chuckled smugly, casting a glance at the furious red-clad woman, yet managed to stifle his amusement. Han Ning, brimming with anger, declared, "These people brazenly commit acts of violence in Mingxi town, showing utter disregard for our Fenglin sect. Shall we allow them to run rampant, killing at will?" The withered old man replied, "Of course not. If anyone dares to cause trouble in Mingxi town, we of Fenglin sect must intervene." Han Ning pressed, "Then why are we unable to save him now?" The withered old man chuckled. "I have already stated, this is the master's will. The master specifically instructed that this youth has his own destiny. Life and death are matters of great chance, and you need not intervene." Yin Weining's face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "His life hangs by a thread. In the hands of the scholarly fool and Gongshu Yunshin, he has no chance of survival." "What great chance are you speaking of? In this perilous situation, even if he survives, he will lose half his life. To neglect such a grave matter is to go against the natural order. The master has dedicated his life to divination, but he should not be overly engrossed in such arts," Han Ning added. The withered old man chuckled. "You speak boldly, young lady. Do not yell at me. Go shout at the master instead." Han Ning, exasperated, retorted, "Mingxi town is under our Fenglin sect's jurisdiction. Just yesterday, when we were outnumbered, Brother Yang stood with us, united against our enemies. How can we not repay such kindness? Now that we know Brother Yang is in peril, facing the threat of death, we can stand idly by. I cannot bear it. I cannot do it." As he spoke, he was about to leap away when the withered old man extended his pipe to block Han Ning's path. Han Ning swiftly changed direction, sliding to the window. Just as he was about to push it open, He felt a pipe pressing down on his shoulder. Before he could react, the scene before him abruptly shifted, returning him to the grand chair, where the withered old man smiled at him. The withered old man retracted his pipe, took a puff, and said, "Even if you cannot bear it, you must endure. Even if you cannot do it, you must find a way. Today, the life and death of young Yang depend solely on him. None of you may intervene." After a pause, the withered old man advised, "Why not pretend you are unaware? Would that not bring you peace of mind?" Han Ning opened his mouth but could not find the words. Suddenly, in a fit of anger, he flung his hand and strode away from the grand chair. Standing at the window facing the bustling street outside, illuminated brightly, while the direction of the muddy alley in the south lay in shadow, with only a few scattered lights, Han Ning's heart was filled with guilt. He thought, "Today, Yang Yiji is in danger, and although I am fully aware, I must pretend not to see. How will I face him in the future? If he learns that we stood by and did nothing, can he still call me brother?" The more he pondered, the more he felt suffocated. Just as his emotions boiled over, a red figure approached, patting his shoulder. "The master has his considerations, Sister Yin." Han Ning was about to vent his frustrations when suddenly, the red figure tightened her grip and lifted him, forcefully throwing him out the window, saying, "But we have our choices." The withered old man gasped, and his figure abruptly vanished, while Yin Weining drew her sword and swiftly turned to strike. On the fourth floor of Gu Yuan, a sudden burst of crimson light illuminated the surroundings, coalescing into a singular point of pure energy. In an instant, a fierce flame erupted, and the withered old man found himself back in his armchair. Extending his smoking pipe to take a drag, the blazing fire vanished in a flash, all drawn into his pipe. The old man exclaimed, "Miss Yan's swordsmanship has made remarkable progress. Truly, it is enough to swallow mountains and rivers. In another 2 years, I shall be left with no choice but to surrender." Yin Weining sheathed her long sword, casting a glance out the window towards Han Ning, who transformed into a streak of crimson light racing towards the muddy alleys of South Street. Turning back, she clasped her fists in a gesture of apology to the withered old man, saying, "Uncle Master, please forgive my transgressions." The old man waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Young people should possess the thoughts and choices of their youth. Ultimately, the world of Jianghu will belong to you, the younger generation." Curious, Yin Weining asked, "Aren't you going to stop Han Ning?" The old man chuckled. "What is there to stop? He has already gone. What purpose would it serve?" Yin Weining pressed, "We have disrupted the master's plans. How will you explain this upon your return?" The old man laughed. "The master possesses foresight. Everything is already accounted for within the chessboard." Furrowing her brow, Yin Weining inquired, "So, Han Ning?" The old man took a puff from his pipe, chuckling, "If he is gone, then he is gone. It is futile to fret over it." With a sigh, Yin Weining asked, "Why is the master so certain that Yang Yi can escape calamity and turn misfortune into fortune?" The old man replied with a smile, "The master never claimed such certainty. He merely stated that life and death are part of his grand path, with possibilities of life and outcomes of death, all intertwined by fate." Glancing at Zhen Zhuanqian, who had remained silent and still, the old man expressed his surprise. "Zhen, how is it that you have kept quiet today?" Zhen Zhuanqian grinned. "You are mistaken. How could I remain silent? I have spoken many words. It is merely that you were engrossed in conversation and did not hear me, for instance. I just mentioned that the master's divine abilities reach the heavens, and his benevolence is unparalleled. Yet, a person of such kindness orchestrates a plan that seemingly abandons the dying. It undoubtedly carries profound meaning and intricate mystery. In my contemplations, I recalled the master's words, "In the great path of life and death, to save is to not save, and to not save is to save." The master's words resonate profoundly. It seems he has long perceived the mysteries of life and death, treating them as steps towards the pinnacle. Thus, transcending life and death, the master, with unmatched strategy, has become the foremost figure in history. Today's small chess game of life and death is but a speck of dust in the vast universe and unworthy of excessive concern. Everything is surely under control. The old man nodded in agreement, smiling. "Zhen, your words are quite agreeable today and resonate with me. Therefore, I shall refrain from informing her about your significant sales of Miss Gu's portrait. But you must give me a share of 30%. Zhen Zhuanqian, overjoyed, quickly replied, 50%. I will give you 50%. The old man chuckled. The wealth of the Tian family and the other 7 clans must be considerable. No? Jin Zhuanqian responded earnestly. Last night, I borrowed the might of Master Gu to give them a time limit of 1 incense stick to leave Mingxi town, or else they should not blame me for being unmerciful. With my kind-hearted nature, how could they dare to dissent? I kept my eyes wide open for that time, and now I am counting the spoils, which will be delivered to you for your review once finalized. The old man chuckled dryly. I shall require 30% of your ill-gotten gains as well. 70%. I will definitely count it as 70% in the grand path of life and death. To save is to not save, and to not save is to save. Yin Weiniang murmured to herself, gazing distantly towards South Street, filled with confusion, pondering aloud, then should we save or not save? Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, how can one not save a life? No sooner had the words left her lips than she transformed into a red shadow, darting down the brightly lit streets of Mingxi town towards the muddy alleys of South Street. Jin Zhuanqian widened his eyes, questioning, Old man, will you not intervene? The old man took a drag on his pipe, exhaling clouds of white smoke. One has already gone. What harm is there in another? Jin Zhuanqian retorted. If you won't stop them, why put on such a pretense for so long? The old man chuckled. To establish rules. Jin Zhuanqian exclaimed in realization. Ah, now I understand. Do not feign ignorance, the old man admonished. Tapping Jin Zhuanqian's hand with his pipe, the master sets the rules, and when they break them, it becomes a new rule. Their choices now are precisely what the master wishes to see in this world. Rules cannot be established without first being broken. Chapter 49. The game of life and death. 4 figures of Gong Shiyangsen stood at the gate. The boundary between reality and illusion blurred. The poison effects on Lu Yunsong and the others gradually dissipated. And they sensed their strength returning, yet they remained lying motionless on the ground, wary of the 2 enigmatic and eccentric individuals before them, observing the unfolding situation with caution. The studious youth surveyed the 4 Gong Shiyangsen with keen interest. Suddenly turning to one on his left, bowing deeply, I am but a humble scholar. Gong Shiyangsen chuckled, and the 4 stepped forward in unison. The prostrate Luo Qingxiao, unable to control himself, leaped up, positioning himself between the scholar and Gong Shiyangsen. The piercing scream echoed through the air as Luo Qingxiao fell to the ground, frantically clawing at his face until it was bloodied and mangled, revealing bone beneath, yet he continued his desperate assault. Shrieking in agony, Gong Shiyangsen remarked coldly, What a ruthless scholar you are. Just as the Lu family has recently capitulated, pledging to follow your lead. You show no mercy and strike without hesitation. How uncouth. The scholar, impressed, responded, to us Gong Shuyun, with a gleeful smile, remarked, You ought to express your heartfelt gratitude to the diligent scholar for alleviating the poison that plagued you. Otherwise, you would all be as limp as a rag. Unable to serve as my puppets, ha ha ha. Upon concluding his words, he deliberately manipulated Lu Yunsong to strike fiercely with his sword, cleaving it down upon the skull of Luo Qingxiao, whereupon a crisp sound resounded as Lu Yunsong's sword was unexpectedly jolted from his grip, arcing gracefully before landing beside a persimmon tree at the corner of the courtyard, lying flat alongside Yang Yizhi. Lu Yunsong's countenance turned as pale as a sheet, his heart extinguished, and his eyes devoid of any luster, rendering him scarcely distinguishable from a corpse. The diligent scholar, filled with curiosity toward Tang Ling, mused that this young man, having fallen victim to his poison, was capable of self-antidote, making him a nearly singular entity across the realm, an intriguing subject for study. As Tang Ling maneuvered through the courtyard, his flying daggers shot forth incessantly, several landing beside Yang Yizhi, one of which he used to assist Yang Yizhi to his feet, exclaiming, We must leave. Leave? Do you think you can? A scholarly figure in flowing robes descended from the sky, charging directly at Tang Ling and Yang Yizhi. Gong Shuyun, having abandoned the diligent scholar, directed the 4 puppets to encircle the youth. Sensing the peril, Tang Ling swiftly flipped his hands, grasping a dagger in each, and ferociously aimed at Yang Yizhi's temples. The diligent scholar and Gong Shuyun gasped in horror, both shouting in unison, Stop! Should Yang Yizhi perish at this moment, all their scheming would be in vain, and the coveted Tin Dream essays might vanish from their grasp, with the chance for greatness slipping through their fingers. How could they not be anxious? Tang Ling, wielding two daggers, halted abruptly as their tips barely grazed Yang Yiji's skin. Had it not been for his exceptional skill, it would have been nearly impossible to withdraw such force. The diligent scholar and Gong Shuyun, watching from a distance, anxiously focused on Tang Ling, fearing he might strike. With a chuckle, Tang Ling declared, "This makes things quite manageable. Shall we have a conversation?" A soft, crisp sound of a door creaking open echoed. Everyone's hearts jolted, turning to see the wooden door of the eastern chamber swing open, revealing a young maiden clad in white. She surveyed the courtyard's chaotic scene, finally resting her gaze upon the prostrate Yang Yiji, and inquired, "Yang Yiji, who has harmed you?" Yang Yiji glanced at the diligent scholar and Gong Shuyun, anxiety gnawing at his insides. Bai Li Xueqing lay gravely injured, and these two were cunning and ruthless. He was uncertain of her true cultivation level. If she were only equal to them, would it not be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den? From afar, Bai Li Xueqing noticed Yang Yiji's expression and nodded, stating, "It is sufficient. I understand now." Chapter 50. A sword piercing the heavens. Both the diligent scholar and Gong Shuyun turned towards the maiden in white, their wariness palpable. Upon entering the courtyard, they had both sent out ripples of true energy to probe for hidden threats and had detected no one else within. The emergence of the maiden from the room suggested she had been concealed inside the entire time. How had they failed to notice her? The diligent scholar bowed respectfully, introducing himself, "I am the diligent scholar." Yang Yiji quickly warned, "Be careful." The maiden in white scoffed coldly, and Yang Yiji was momentarily blinded as a faint golden and white radiance surged forth, then abruptly contracted, vanishing entirely. The diligent scholar sprang into action, channeling his true energy as his outer gray robe disintegrated into fragments, revealing yet another gray robe beneath. A faint black smoke began to rise from the tip of his right index finger. Quick as lightning, the diligent scholar formed a true energy blade with his left hand and severed his right index finger, which fell to the ground, bone and flesh disintegrating into a puddle of blood almost instantaneously. Yang Yiji and Tang Ling exchanged bewildered glances, unaware of the unfolding events. Yet their hearts were tumultuous, pondering if the diligent scholar's poison was so potent that he could not even antidote it himself, resorting instead to self-mutilation for survival. The diligent scholar wandered with a sense of triumph in the courtyard, laughing heartily. "Little girl, if you continue to strike, your realm shall revert to nothingness. If you do not feel the pain, I shall feel it for you." Tang Ling, who had been waiting for an opportune moment in the courtyard, noticed that Yang Yiji's poison had been dispelled. With a leap, she landed beside him and shook her head, saying, "I cannot be of assistance." The girl in white halted, standing in the center of the courtyard. She glanced at Yang Yiji, her expression slightly improving, and calmly remarked, "What is a realm? Does the art of killing require a realm?" The moon hung like a hook, and the autumn breeze blew gently. The girl in white formed a sword gesture with her fingers and raised her hand to strike down. Seeing her feigned bravado, the diligent scholar laughed heartily. In the current situation, this courtyard was indeed his dominion. The poison he had unleashed permeated the entire yard, leaving no one with a chance of escape. Hearing Bai Li Xueqing's words, Yang Yiji was struck with insight. What is a realm? What does it matter if I possess no weight or realm? With a sword in hand, I dare to cleave the heavens and earth. With this thought, the long sword in his hand was swung from below upward, silently and without a ripple. The diligent scholar's gaze sharpened, disbelief etched on his face. Suddenly, the fine poison dust that had enveloped the courtyard fell to the ground. Quickly gathering beneath his feet, a gentle breeze stirred, and a pure sword energy erupted from the earth beneath him, soaring into the sky. One sword against the heavens, the fate of life and death was sealed. The last thought of the diligent scholar was, why does she strike downward, yet the sword energy rises upward? The diligent scholar was not dismembered. He was merely bisected, perfectly symmetrical. Chapter 51. Manifestations of Heaven and Earth. Yang Yiji. The girl in white trembled slightly, her eyes uncontrollably fluttering closed. As she was about to succumb to a deep slumber, she softly called out, gently succumbing. Yang Yiji relinquished his sword, leaping forward to catch the girl in white. Upon closer inspection, he found her already fast asleep, her complexion rosy and her demeanor tranquil. However, the ethereal breath within her surged more violently than when he first encountered her that morning, akin to a dam bursting. flooding forth. Realizing she had forcibly used her vital energy, exacerbating her injuries, Yang Yiji quickly carried the girl in white back to the house, carefully laying her on the bed. Tang Ling, the youth in purple robes, stood at the door, peering inside. His gaze fell upon the Ming Hong knife resting on the bedside, alongside a vibrant red persimmon. Tang Ling exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Yang, we have indeed braved life and death together today. What we spoke of earlier must be honored. I shall seek out that old man at once." Hearing this, Yang Yiji grasped the knife from the bedside to return it to Tang Ling. However, upon turning, he found the doorway empty. The exuberant youth in purple had already dashed off towards the water mill in search of the old man Sure. Yang Yiji stood in a daze for a moment, then casually placed the Ming Hong knife on the wooden table by the window, alongside the book 10 Essays on Dreams, and did not glance at it again. He removed the bundle from his back, which, despite the dangers he had faced, remained steadfast in its place. He retrieved the new clothes he had purchased and set them on the bedside, but the snacks that had hung at his waist were long gone. Lost in some corner of the alley, Yang Yiji exited the house, only to find the courtyard in utter disarray, a scene of devastation. Having witnessed the tragic aftermath with his own eyes, he dared not recklessly clean up, fearing that even a trace of residual poison dust might cost him his life. He resolved to visit the Guyu in the following day to seek out Zhen to help with the cleanup. Entering the kitchen, he glanced at the pot on the stove, which still emitted a faint warmth, indicating that the cured meat within was likely thoroughly cooked and tempting. He carried the stove and medicine pot from the kitchen, ignited charcoal in the stove, and prepared to concoct a potion as per Bai Li's instructions, intending to brew a dose of medicine for when Bai Li woke. He placed the stove inside. He stepped outside with the fire tongs, when suddenly, the world brightened. The courtyard was basked in radiant sunlight, an exceptionally dazzling sight, prompting him to shield his eyes with his hand and gaze up at the sky in bewilderment. Muttering, "Is it morning? How has it become bright so suddenly?" Yang Yiji, a youth clad in red, descended from the sky. As he landed, he staggered slightly, the scenery before him shifting instantaneously from night to day. Unable to help himself, he exclaimed in surprise, gazing up at the sky in confusion, "How has it suddenly become bright?" Shortly after, a red-clad girl also flew down, her eyes widening in astonishment as she transitioned from darkness to daylight. A frown creased her brow as she surveyed the courtyard's condition, her concern deepening. The red-clad youth approached Yang Yiji and inquired, "Brother Yang, are you unharmed? Are you injured? We sensed your danger and rushed over immediately. Logically, we should have reached your home in the blink of an eye. How is it that upon arrival, the day has already dawned?" Yang Yiji, equally perplexed, recalled that he had been tending to the fire to prepare medicine just moments ago. How could it be bright outside after merely placing the stove in the house and stepping out? Had the previous night's peril caused him to lose his sense of time? His mind began to race, realizing, "No, Brother Han said he detected my peril and rushed over immediately. With his skills, he could arrive in an instant. How could he take an entire night to reach me?" Yang Yiji asked, "Brother Han, do you not find the sudden brightness of the day rather peculiar?" Han Ning looked up at the sky, nodding vigorously. "Indeed, it is exceedingly strange. I had just left the Guyu Inn and arrived here in mere moments. How could it suddenly be bright? Quite strange, very strange." Yin Weining approached Yang Yiji and asked, "Yang Yiji, are you all right?" Yang Yiji replied, "Thank you, Sister Yin, for your concern. Last night was indeed perilous, but fortunately, I emerged unscathed." Yin Weining remarked, "The diligent scholar's use of poison was exquisite. I fear he may have left behind hidden traps within you. You must remain vigilant." Yang Yiji nodded repeatedly, contemplating that the scholar's mastery of poison was so profound that even he could not dispel it, leaving him no choice but to sever a finger to save his life. It was certain that any ordinary person who came into contact would face certain death. Noticing the concern etched on their faces, he recounted the events of the previous night, deliberately omitting any mention of Bai Li Xueqing. Yin Weining smiled as she glanced at the bodies scattered on the ground, asking, "Who were they killed by?" Yang Yiji, unable to evade the question, was about to respond honestly when an emaciated old man stepped into the courtyard from the alley, chuckling, all right, young Master Yi, since you are unharmed, we can rest easy. You have not slept a wink all night. Go back inside and rest. I shall take care of the cleaning here." As he spoke, he stepped forward, placing his smoking pipe on Yang Yiji's shoulder and gently nudging him toward the house with an invisible force. Yang Yiji felt a moment of disorientation as the scene before him abruptly shifted. He found himself back in the room, as if waking from a dream, vigilantly watching over by Li Xueqing. The girl in white lay peacefully asleep, her serene and captivating face visible. Yang Yiji's gaze lingered, realizing that her internal world had come to a standstill. The flow of vital energy diminished, progressing slowly, yet gradually improving. Yang Yiji scratched his head, bewildered by the events, unable to discern reality from dream. Could it be that everything that just transpired was merely a figment of his imagination? Rising once more, he stepped outside, gazing up to find the sun directly overhead, indicating it was now midday. The courtyard was spotless, with only a few puddles remaining, the remnants of last night's chaos having been thoroughly cleaned. A thought struck him. If that was the case, then what had just occurred must have been real. Yang Yiji, come in, a voice called from within the house. Yang Yiji's heart leapt with joy as he quickly turned and returned inside. Bai Li Xueqing had awakened, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Yang Yiji clasped his fists in greeting, his face filled with remorse as he said, Miss Bai Li, I am to blame for what transpired yesterday, which has burdened you. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. Bai Li Xueqing replied, You saved me, thus I could save you. It is all a matter of cause and effect. Yang Yiji expressed his concern. I see that your internal energy has diminished even more than yesterday. By saving me, you must have worsened your injuries. Is everything all right? Bai Li Xueqing shook her head, saying, It merely requires a few more days of recuperation. It is nothing serious. Now that I am awake, please help me brew another dose of medicine. Yang Yiji nodded repeatedly, eager to prepare the medicine, when suddenly a thought struck him. Miss Bai Li, if I were to add the 3 herbs I have to your prescription, would it enhance the efficacy? Bai Li Xueqing nodded. If those 3 herbs are present and properly refined, it would yield an exceptional elixir, sufficient for a single dose. Yang Yiji was filled with joy. Please wait, miss. I will go to a place and inquire if they have those 3 herbs. I shall return in half an hour. Is that acceptable? Bai Li Xueqing nodded. I will wait for you. Be careful on your journey. Chapter 52. The white-clad guardian in the wilderness of the 7 villages. There stands a solitary mountain, one side elevated, the other sloping downward, a natural giant stone known as Jiguanshan, Rooster Comb Mountain, surrounded by sheer cliffs, below which flows a winding stream, thick with underbrush, and above, a dense maple forest. When the maple leaves turn red, they resemble the comb atop a rooster's head, hence the name. The terrain of Jiguanshan is perilous. To ascend, one must navigate a winding path of 5 to 6 li from the foot of the mountain, beginning the climb from the lower slopes of the Rooster Comb Ridge. Upon reaching 1/3 of the way up, a deep ravine appears, as if cleaved by a massive sword, leaving only a natural stone bridge wide enough for a single person to cross. Continuing past the natural bridge and walking for 3 to 4 li towards the crown peak, one encounters a vast clearing nestled within the dense forest as one approaches the summit. Here lies a small lake, perpetually untouched by drought, bordered by 3 thatched cottages, facing the tranquil waters and backed by a rugged cliff. A young man clad in white sits serenely upon a bamboo couch in front of the central cottage. A low table set before him as he immerses himself in quiet contemplation through reading. A single red leaf drifts downwards, swirling gently as it descends to the lake's surface. The moment it touches the water, a soft breeze stirs, lifting the leaf as it schemes across the lake, rising gracefully into the air and creating ripples that expand outward in circles upon the placid surface. The red leaf resembles a tiny sprite, playfully spinning and dancing in midair, piercing through the sunlight to cast fleeting shadows, before fluttering towards the young man in white, landing delicately upon the pages of his book like a jade swallow. The young man opens his palm, and the leaf lightly springs up, settling into his hand. He gazes at the leaf in a trance, when suddenly his heart stirs, prompting him to look up. Before him stands a woman in red, who descends gracefully upon the bamboo couch, silent and serene, her gentle gaze fixed upon him, a soft smile gracing her lips. The young man in white is momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly, as he gently waves his hand, causing the red leaf to take flight, tracing a circle in the air before landing atop the woman's hair. Suddenly, an uncanny phenomenon occurs. The woman's features begin to distort, her entire form twisting and bending, flickering in and out of visibility, transforming into a bizarre tableau. With a soft hiss, she abruptly vanishes, dissolving into a wisp of white smoke that drifts away with the wind. How is it? The beloved one, as exquisite as a flower, has appeared before you. Does it not incite a flicker of anticipation within your heart? A voice echoes in the air, utterly juvenile. The young man in white snorts softly. Ha ha ha, she has gone. I merely came to showcase my mesmerizing illusions, and now you've poisoned your beloved's heart. It seems retreating is the wisest course. The voice fades away, contented. The young man in white shakes his head, his gaze fixed upon the lake and the surrounding scenery, his expression one of profound silence. Just as he is lost in thought, a flicker in his vision reveals a figure racing through the maple grove in the distance, a youth clad in simple clothes. Moving with the speed of the wind in the blink of an eye, he reaches the opposite shore of the lake, suddenly leaping high into the air, as light as a swallow, crossing the lake effortlessly and landing heavily at the entrance of the courtyard. Scattering a flurry of red leaves, the youth does not pause, rushing to the bamboo couch before the young man in white, abruptly halting to catch his breath, his cheeks flushed and forehead glistening with sweat. He retrieves a woven basket from his back and places it beside the couch, grinning broadly as he exclaims, "Lee Dage, the persimmons are ripe this year. I specially brought some for you to taste." "Yang Yiji, I fear this year's persimmons may not be so easily enjoyed," the young man in white replies with a smile, observing the eager youth. Yang Yiji beams widely, saying, "Lee Dage, yesterday I saved someone on the road who was injured internally. I didn't know how to help her, but thankfully she understood medicine and wrote a prescription. I went to the apothecary yesterday to gather the herbs, but 3 of them were unavailable. I thought of you, knowing you often study medical texts and have many rare herbs at home, so I wanted to ask if you had them here? Internal injuries? How did you sustain such injuries?" The young man in white inquires, puzzled. She said she was injured while sparring with a scholar from the town, unable to overcome him in the contest. "Lee Dage, could you take a look at this prescription? Do you have the last 3 herbs listed?" As he speaks, Yang Yiji pulls out a newly written prescription from his pocket, laying it on the low table before the young man. The young man in white glances at it with a smile. Then his expression turns serious as he looks up at Yang Yiji and asks, "Is this prescription from the person you saved? Has anyone else seen it?" Yang Yiji nods, saying, "I only showed it to the apothecary's owner when I went to gather the herbs. He remarked that the prescription was quite well crafted and asked me to inquire if the writer would be willing to leave it behind." The young man in white contemplates for a moment, then solemnly advises, "You must be cautious of that apothecary owner from now on." Yang Yiji is taken aback, realizing that the young man's words align with what Bai Li Shueqing had warned him about. If that is the case, the apothecary owner might be akin to a scholarly student, having deduced the origins of the prescription merely by seeing it. His inquiry about retaining the prescription likely serves as a test. Hinting at ulterior motives, as this thought crosses Yang Yiji's mind, a cold sweat breaks out on his back. Previously, he had intentionally concealed the matter of the scholarly student from last night. Now, he dares not mention it, fearing it might alarm the young man in white. Remembering his promise to Bai Li Shueqing to return within a quarter of an hour, Yang Yiji anxiously asks, "Lee Dage, do you have those last 3 herbs?" The young man in white replies, "I do, but not in abundance." Yang Yiji's face lights up with joy as he exclaims, "Could you lend me 3 qian of each herb? That would suffice. I understand the herbs are precious, and I will certainly find a way to repay you later." The young man in white examines the prescription and states, "I will prepare a set of herbs from my stock according to this prescription. The quality of my herbs surpasses those at the apothecary, and naturally, their efficacy will be superior as well. Once I have gathered the herbs, I will accompany you home to see if I can be of assistance." Yang Yiji nods vigorously, his face brimming with delight. If the young man in white is willing to descend the mountain to lend a hand, it is an opportunity he could not wish for more. The young man in white lives in seclusion atop Jiguang Ridge, seldom venturing out and rarely interacting with others. The townsfolk know of a reclusive master residing on the ridge, yet none know his name. One winter's day, amidst a flurry of snow, Yang Yiji accompanied his father to Jiguang Ridge, where his father brought a bounty of mountain goods, claiming he was seeking the young man in white for a drink. It was then Yang Yiji realized the world above held such wonders. His father had specifically instructed him to address the young man in white as Dage, which Yang Yiji dutifully followed. However, when he first called the young man Lee Dage, The latter's expression darkened slightly, while his father beamed with joy. The young man in white, namely Shoujua, is skilled in medicine, yet beyond that, Yang Yiji knows little. He harbors many secrets, and though the young man remains silent, Yang Yiji does not pry, even regarding his name, which feels half genuine and half fabricated. Nevertheless, having grown accustomed to calling him Dage, Yang Yiji genuinely regards Li Shoujua as an older brother, frequently visiting to play. Their bond has grown exceedingly close, sharing everything without reservation. Once Li Shoujua has prepared the herbs, he dons a sword at his waist, his white garments billowing, handsomely elegant, before stepping out with Yang Yiji. On their way back, Yang Yiji is in a hurry, while the young man in white moves leisurely. Whenever they fall behind, Yang Yiji anxiously rushes back to urge him on. Suddenly, Li Shoujua asks, "Yang Yiji, was the person you saved a woman?" Yang Yiji pauses momentarily, his face flushing as he bashfully nods. Li Shoujua chuckles knowingly. "She must be a stunning and graceful young lady." Yang Yiji, blushing, retorts, "Saving a life comes from the heart. I genuinely saved her. It has nothing to do with her looks. Just say whether she is beautiful or not." Yang Yiji, his face crimson, stammers, "As beautiful as a fairy." Li Shoujua bursts into laughter. "A graceful lady. A gentleman's ideal match. It is human nature, no need to be coy." Yang Yiji grins. "Thus, one must save lives, especially those of beautiful maidens." His face flushes even more vibrantly than the sea of red leaves surrounding them. Chapter 53, The Money-Making Plan, Part 1. In the warm autumn sun, I feel it embrace my heart. Qin Shangtian, with a blade of grass between his teeth, leans against a century-old ginkgo tree. Gazing up at the sky, the sunlight filters through the golden foliage, casting a radiant glow on his face, reminiscent of a peach blossom, as he waits for his beloved Qin girl. The main street is bustling with throngs of people, with an even greater influx of young men and women drawn by the legend of Gu Hongying compared to yesterday, all animatedly discussing the tale. Qin Shangtian watches enviously as the Zhuan family rakes and profits, having made considerable money over the past 2 days selling portraits of Gu Hongying. Just yesterday, when he received over 200 taels of silver from Yang Yiji, he felt a surge of pride. But soon the realization struck him that something was amiss. This money was earned by Yang Yiji, since he had made more than Qin Shangtian, and the initial funds for the swift courier service came from Yang Yiji. How could he tolerate this? He could not endure it, absolutely not. The town of Mingxi is teeming with people. Such a fortuitous opportunity must not be squandered. Qin Shangtian's thoughts raced as he devised a money-making strategy. Just then, a small boy came dashing from the direction of the school, glancing back over his shoulder in a panic. Upon spotting Qin Shangtian beneath the ginkgo tree, his eyes lit up, and he quickly adopted a fawning expression. Rushing up to Qin Shangtian and exclaiming, "Qin Dage, are you waiting for Qin girl?" Qin Shangtian praises, "Eljan, your insight is exceptional. Have I been too obvious in my demeanor?" Eljan replies, "Yesterday, you and Qin girl walked hand in hand through the streets of Mingxi. Who wouldn't he know? Who wouldn't he see? Even I, from a distance, couldn't he help but exclaim, 'What a pair of heavenly match!'" Qin Shangtian, with an air of certainty, responds, "Indeed, indeed. The truth of my destined pairing with Qin girl seems to be beyond the perception of the masses. I wonder if everyone has noticed my intention to dedicate myself to her?" Eljan blinks, mentally noting this, and quietly inquires, "Have you proposed?" Qin Shangtian feigns mystery. Soon. He then asks, "Eljan, why aren't you attending class at school?" Eljan explains, "Today, Master Zhuang is absent. And we have that old man Qian, who loves to doze off, supervising. He is too engrossed in his own slumber to care about classroom discipline. With the recent excitement in Mingxi, the students have all run off." Qin Shangtian, puzzled, replies, "Master Zhuang is absent? That is unprecedented. No wonder even you dare to skip class. By the way, have you seen Yang Shisan in school today?" Lu Zhan shook his head, saying, "I didn't see him." The young master did not attend school today. Qin Shangtian asked in astonishment, "Even Yang Shisan has skipped class? How curious. Tsk, could it be that this lad earned a fortune yesterday and has neglected his studies?" Lu Zhan replied, "Brother Qin, are you not also absent from school?" Qin Shangtian declared with righteous fervor, "I am waiting for my beloved girl, Ruolin. To skip class for the sake of a cherished maiden is only natural and utterly justifiable. In this world, What academic pursuit could possibly hold greater importance than spending time with the one you love? A golden match is far superior to words of gold. As they conversed, a group of young children crossed the seven-hole corridor bridge, chattering and laughing, making their way towards the ginkgo tree. The children, both boys and girls, were mostly small in stature, with faces marked by hunger, dressed in tattered and thin clothing, yet their spirits were vibrant and full of life. Upon seeing them, Lu Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. Chunshun rushed ahead to Qin Xiangtian, announcing, "Boss Qin, aside from Yang Shi-san, I've managed to gather all the other messengers. You were indeed right." Today, they all ran out to the streets to seek business. With hope etched on his face, Lu Zhan asked, "Brother Qin, I have saved up 21. I am quite close to the 51 membership fee. Would you allow me to join the Messenger QuickBook now? I could earn money while making up the fee, helping you and earning for myself, a true win-win." Qin Xiangtian pondered for a moment, finding the proposal quite reasonable and generously declared, "No problem. From today, I formally approve your membership in the Messenger QuickBook, numbered 14. Lu Zhan's face immediately lit up with joy. He thought to himself that having joined the Messenger QuickBook, he would now have the excuse to run errands all over the mountains and fields, which was far more entertaining than sitting idly by his father's tea stall. He quickly pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket, filled with his accumulated 21, and joyfully handed it to Qin Xiangtian. Without hesitation, Qin Xiangtian accepted it, swiftly pocketing it. Chunshun leaned close to Qin Xiangtian and whispered, "Boss Qin, since when did we have a membership fee for the Messenger QuickBook?" Qin Xiangtian replied earnestly, "This is tailored specifically for Lu Zhan. High-end customs naturally come with a charge." Chunshun secretly gave a thumbs up, repeatedly agreeing, convinced that Boss Qin's words were indeed wise. And he felt a great admiration in his heart. Seeing all the messengers gathering around, Qin Xiangtian pulled out a stack of papers from his own pocket and handed them to Chunshun, instructing him to distribute them to all the messengers. With great enthusiasm, he proclaimed, "Listen up, everyone. Today brings two pieces of good news. The first is that yesterday our Messenger QuickBook received a substantial sum, and I have decided to provide each messenger with 2 winter garments. I have already discussed it with the tailor at the cloth shop, and Sister Kaling has selected the style and color. After you finish your tasks, just go and have your measurements taken." The young messengers erupted in excitement, each one filled with joy, especially Lu Zhan, whose happiness was overwhelming. He thought that joining the Messenger QuickBook and receiving 2 winter outfits made skipping school today truly fate's design, and the 51 membership fee was undoubtedly worth it. Chunshun eagerly led the cheer, shouting, "Boss Qin is magnificent! Boss Qin is magnificent!" The crowd echoed loudly. Qin Xiangtian, feeling buoyant and proud, said, "As for the second piece of news, take a good look at the old man depicted on this paper. His name is Ling Wei. Today, you all must turn Mingxi Town upside down to find him, and once you locate him, notify me immediately. I assure you, I won't let you work for nothing. Each of you will receive 21 as a messenger fee, and whoever finds him will be rewarded an additional 51. The young messengers were visibly excited, the 2 pieces of good news sending them into a frenzy of joy, and without Chunshun needing to lead, they all shouted in unison, "Boss Qin is magnificent! Boss Qin is magnificent!" Qin Xiangtian kindly reminded them, "Keep it down, keep it down. You haven't had breakfast yet. Keep your voices low. If you exhaust yourselves with all this shouting, you might not have the energy to search later. So don't blame me." The young messengers understood and immediately intensified their shouts, their voices ringing out, drawing the attention of passers-by. Qin Xiangtian nodded in satisfaction, his face beaming with a sunny smile. "What are you all doing?" came the voice of Qin Ruolin from behind. Qin Xiangtian turned around to see a young woman in a yellow dress standing gracefully, her beauty captivating him. He momentarily became entranced, exclaiming, "Ruolin, the saying that a day apart feels like 3 autumns must be a lie. After just one night without seeing you, it feels as though I've been drinking all night. The moment I saw you, I became utterly dazed and could hardly stand. Isn't that peculiar?" Qin Ruolin's face flushed crimson as she shot him a glare and asked, "Are we continuing the search for Elder Ling today?" Qin Xiangtian nodded, "Of course. We cannot be greedy for his treasures. However, we are ultimately outnumbered, so I have gathered all the young messengers today to assist in the search." As Qin Xiangtian spoke, he was about to introduce all the messengers to Qin Ruolin when Chan Chan interjected, rushing in front of her and bowing, "Greetings, sister-in-law." The young messengers, receiving the signal, bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, sister-in-law." Qin Rulan's face turned a deep shade of red, akin to a ripe apple, leaving her flustered. Qin Shangtian was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing, as he struggled to suppress the smile threatening to escape his lips. He looked at Qin Shen with great approval. Qin Shen, noticing Qin Shangtian's expression, understood and asked Qin Rulan, "Sister-in-law, do you have any instructions? We shall surely follow your commands." Qin Rulan anxiously stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Do not shout randomly, do not shout randomly." Qin Shangtian replied sternly, "Did you hear that? No more shouting. Don't provoke my dear Rulan. Be careful, or I shall hold each of you accountable." Qin Rulan gave Qin Shangtian a sharp kick, causing him to grimace in pain, yet he stood tall and unwavering, feeling immensely pleased, thinking to himself, "Chen Shun, this lad truly understands my heart." Seeing Qin Rulan's face, more radiant than the autumn leaves, Qin Shangtian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A plan to earn money began to form in his mind. Chapter 54, The Money-Making Plan, Part 2. Suddenly, Qin Shangtian grasped Qin Rulan's hand joyfully, declaring, "Rulan, leave the search to us messengers. I thought of something that requires your assistance." Qin Rulan's cheeks flushed even more, and she pulled her hand away forcefully, exclaiming, "Let go of me." Awakened from his reverie, Qin Shangtian reluctantly released her, saying, "It was unintentional. It's only natural. Rulan, please remember this. In the future, do not hesitate to seek your revenge on me. Be it a blow or a touch, as you please." Qin Rulan cast a furtive glance at the young messengers, only to find them all gazing skyward, in perfect unison. Growing increasingly flustered, she punched Qin Shangtian in the chest, causing him to stumble slightly as he rubbed his hands together and remarked, "Your retribution is indeed swift and precise, as if we share a telepathic bond. It truly pleases me." Qin Rulan stomped her foot, declaring, "I am leaving." Qin Shangtian, in haste, replied, "Rulan, I shall no longer speak nonsense. Today's matter truly cannot be accomplished without you. I need your help." Qin Rulan replied, "Speak quickly. I will listen first and then decide whether to help you." Qin Shangtian promptly turned to the young messengers, his spirit soaring as he announced, "Plans have changed. Today, the boss will lead you all in a significant business venture to earn a fortune. Messenger number 7. You take messengers 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 and head out to find Elder Ling right away." Messenger number 7 asked no further questions and swiftly took his team to leave. Qin Shangtian turned to a slender young girl and said, "Number 4, Xiaohuan, you are crafty. Take the others to purchase some rice paper. Have number 14 lead you to the school and cut it all into pages. The more, the better. Also, prepare some glue for later." Qin Shangtian beckoned the young girl closer and whispered his instructions in her ear. She listened, her face filled with confusion, yet nodded vigorously, agreeing to follow the boss's orders. After giving her a silver ingot, the girl, named Xiaohuan, took the money and hurried off with her companions. In an instant, the young messengers were busy with their tasks, leaving only Qin Shangtian and Qin Rulan beneath the ginkgo tree. Seeing Qin Shangtian issue commands without explaining the purpose, Qin Rulan questioned, "What next? Am I not to do anything? What do you need my help with?" Qin Shangtian replied, "Rulan, you are the most crucial key. Without you, all our plans would be for naught. As for now, I must first visit the Guyu Inn to express my gratitude to Brother Hongyi from the Fenglin sect for saving my life." Qin Shangtian and Qin Rulan made their way to the Guyu Inn, avoiding the eager and hospitable smile of Zhen Zuanqian as if evading him, and after inquiring with the inn staff, they found the red-clad youth, Han Ning, sitting alone by the window on the second floor. Qin Shangtian bowed deeply, introducing himself, "I am Qin Shangtian." Qin Rulan followed suit, saying, "I am Qin Rulan." Han Ning returned the greeting, saying, "Han Ning." Qin Shangtian, with a casual demeanor, sat across from Han Ning, grinning broadly, "Thank you, Brother Han, for saving me the other day. I am here today to express my gratitude. My sincerity is beyond measure, but as a mere country boy, I am quite impoverished and unable to offer a proper gift. I hope you will forgive me. I know you are a hero, and your act of saving me was driven by a chivalrous heart, expecting nothing in return. However, a drop of water deserves a fountain in return. How can I not repay the life-saving grace? I often think of this, tossing and turning at night, and I came here today to ask if Brother Han could assist me once more." The young man in red, Han Ning, was initially beaming with delight, waving his hands in a display of pride. Suddenly, Upon hearing the final words, he froze in place, thinking to himself, "What have I just heard? Could it be that I misheard?" As Qin Ruolin took her seat and heard the last exchange, she was struck dumb, her cheeks flushed, feeling as though she were sitting on pins and needles. Utterly uncomfortable, unaware of what Qin Shangtian was scheming and how he could speak so indiscreetly, Qin Shangtian, maintaining his composure, said, "Brother Han, a life-saving grace must be repaid. However, I find myself in a tight spot financially at present. Today, I have devised a lucrative scheme that requires your assistance with a mere flick of your sword in return. Not only will the reward be substantial, but you will also receive a 10% share of the profits. What say you?" Han Ning, with the exuberance of youth, felt his curiosity piqued and asked, "How can I assist you?" Qin Shangtian inquired. "Are you proficient in your Master swordsmanship?" Han Ning nodded affirmatively. "Of course. Though my realm and power pale in comparison to my Master S," Qin Shangtian then asked, "can you strike forth a single sword and cleave a tree full of red leaves in two?" Han Ning laughed. "That is a simple task." Qin Shangtian clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Brother Han, time waits for no one. We must seize the opportunity to earn quickly. Let us find a grove of maples where you can swing your sword twice, causing the leaves to fall in halves. That would be a tremendous help." Han Ning, even more curious, inquired, "And that will yield great profit?" Qin Shangtian replied triumphantly, "Far more than the profits from selling portraits of your esteemed master." With youthful exuberance and a growing curiosity, Han Ning's eyes sparkled as he extended 3 fingers. "I demand a 30% share of the profits. Deal." In the maple grove behind the academy, a fiery sword aura soared skyward, causing a tree full of red leaves to cascade down, creating a spectacular scene. Qin Shangtian picked up 2 fragments of the fallen leaves, one with a stem and the other with a tip, examining the cut made by the sword aura, nodding in approval and praising. "Brother Han, you are truly a peerless swordsman. Although your sword energy may not rival your Master your sword intent is certainly formidable." Han Ning tossed his long sword into the air, allowing it to twirl before it flew into the scabbard on his back, nestled among numerous arrows. He smiled and asked, "Now can we discuss how to make a fortune?" Qin Ruolin, equally curious, looked at Qin Shangtian, her eyes filled with inquiry, as Qin Shangtian, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "We will sell the maple leaves." Han Ning was taken aback. "But those leaves are everywhere. Who would buy them?" Qin Shangtian feigned mystery. "Ordinary maple leaves, of course, would not attract a glance, but those cut by your Master's sword are different. If we tell the right story, they will surely become the coveted treasures that many men and women in the streets desire." Han Ning, puzzled, responded, "But when Master strikes, the leaves turn to ashes. Not even a fragment remains." Qin Shangtian presented the 2 damaged leaves in his hand, grinning. "Is this not evidence? The leaves cut by the Fairy Gu's sword rarely leave behind a whole piece, making them naturally valuable due to their rarity." Han Ning suddenly understood, chuckling. "You are just as unscrupulous as Zhang Qian, a true merchant at heart. If that is the case, why ask me to strike? You could simply pick up the leaves and cut them in half yourself." Qin Shangtian shook his head. "It is not the same. Not at all. The youths in the streets who idolize your master are people of the martial world. If we were to cut them ourselves, the flaws in the cut would be glaringly obvious, easily recognized. How could it compare to the neat and smooth slices made by your sword energy? Moreover, I observe that your sect's swordplay contains a fiery essence, and a careful examination revealed faint burn marks on the cuts. If we sell these leaves now, no one would suspect a thing." Han Ning's eyes gleamed, eagerly asking, "What is your plan for selling them?" Qin Shangtian declared grandly, "We will turn them into pages, 1 tael each." Han Ning, in awe, felt genuine admiration, pondering that a 30% share seemed rather meager. Chapter 55, The Profit Scheme, Part 2. 2 hours later, at the entrance of the Guyu Inn, Qin Shangtian disregarded the peculiar looks from Zhang Qian, positioning Han Ning beside her to steady her, while he himself set up a stall next to the painting booth. Xiao Huan, accompanied by several messengers, carefully arranged the exquisite pages they had produced, filling the stall to the brim and draping a light veil over it to create an air of mystery, drawing the attention of numerous young men and women, all filled with curiosity. Qin Shangtian picked up a page, unable to contain his fascination, exclaiming in wonderment, realizing that it was indeed Xiao Huan's meticulous handiwork that made the pages so impressive. Xiao Huan, having taken Qin Shangtian's instructions to heart, found his rudimentary method of merely gluing the leaves to paper too simplistic and difficult to sell, so she took it upon herself to improve it. The clever girl, thinking creatively, not only purchased rice paper but also red paper. She carefully cut the red paper into pieces, folding it to match the size of a page, then cut out a hollow shape resembling a maple leaf, adhering a similarly sized piece of rice paper inside, and finally affixed two fragments of leaves, a stem and a tip, regardless of whether they were originally from the same leaf, expertly attaching them to the rice paper. As a result, when the red paper page was closed, one could see the remnants of the leaves through the hollow, resembling a delicate little book, exquisitely crafted and truly delightful. When Qin Shangtian sensed the timing was right, he stood on a chair and loudly proclaimed, "Esteemed heroes, esteemed heroines, you all have traveled from afar to our Mingxi town, eager to witness the elegance of Fairy Gu and to behold her astonishing swordsmanship that moves heaven and earth. I, by chance, was 100 times more fortunate than you. On that fateful night, I stood less than 10 steps away from her at the entrance of the Guyu and, don't believe me? You may inquire with the esteemed Zhen, and she will confirm the truth of my words. Just look at her silent smile. You know I speak no falsehood. When Fairy Gu struck with her sword, it was as if a divine being had descended. I was present, gazing at her figure with admiration that soared to the heavens, and my heart resonating with respect and admiration. She unleashed 3 strikes, shattering all in her path, leaving nothing unscathed. Everything turned to S. To witness Fairy Gu's divine presence in my lifetime has left me in a state of excitement, standing unsteady, as I looked up to see the sky filled with falling red leaves. Not a single one intact, all split in two, the result of the rippling sword energy from Fairy Gu that severed the leaves along the streets. Every single fallen leaf was a product of her sword. The Fengran long sword akin to Fairy Gu's delicate hand, slicing through the leaves as though she were caressing them. With such thoughts, I took the opportunity amidst the chaos to collect numerous discarded leaves. Treasures no one cared for. While others laughed at me, they could not fathom the warmth I felt from the lingering presence of Fairy Gu's sword on the leaves. In the past few days, esteemed heroes have come in droves, and whenever I think of Fairy Gu's grace, my heart races and sleep evades me. Daily, I take out the leaves she severed, admiring them and whispering to them as if I were conversing face to face with Fairy Gu. Truly a heartwarming experience. As the saying goes, solitary joy is not as delightful as shared joy. Considering that Fairy Gu is the goddess in the hearts of us all, the leaves severed by her sword belong to all who admire her. How can I alone monopolize them? Absolutely not. I refuse. To alleviate everyone's yearning for Fairy Gu, I am willing to part with my cherished collection, transforming the red leaves into exquisite pages, allowing everyone to possess a piece that Fairy Gu herself has touched. Easing the sorrow in their hearts, ladies and gentlemen, behold our meticulously crafted Fairy Gu's Fengran star page, exquisite and splendid. Qin Shangtian produced a page for display, while several young messengers also held up pages. Presenting them in front of the stall, his heartfelt appeal immediately resonated with the throng of young men and women, igniting excitement and eagerness among them, all clamoring to snatch them up. How do we know these leaves weren't just picked up from the roadside? One voice challenged loudly. Qin Shangtian, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Excellent question. You are welcome to examine them closely. The cuts on each leaf are beyond the capability of ordinary swordsmanship, and the residual traces of the Fengran sword's fiery energy are still faintly present in the cuts. A signature of the Fenglin sect's unique techniques, which cannot be faked." A few eager young men and women crowded closer, focusing intently, using their inner energy to probe, and indeed felt the residual energy at the cuts where the leaves were attached. Confirming the distinct aura of the Fenglin sect's swordplay, they immediately felt reassured, hastily asking, "How much for the pages?" Qin Shangtian feigned a troubled expression. "Fairy Gu is the goddess in our hearts. The leaves severed by her sword are truly hard to price. A low price would dishonor her reputation, while a high price may seem like exploitation. Esteemed heroes, what do you deem appropriate?" A young gentleman tentatively suggested. "How about 500 per page?" Qin Shangtian nodded repeatedly, yet thought to himself, 500? You dare to utter such a sum? Can you even afford it? My beloved Ruolin, It's time to see your performance. Preposterous. 501? You think that's reasonable? A young man in fine attire, flanked by several companions, pushed his way to the front, his appearance clearly that of a girl disguised as a boy. Qin Shangtian frowned, thinking, why is this pretender here? I hope she is not here to disrupt my business, for I would not hesitate to show my ruthless side. 10 taels of silver per page. I'll take them all. After speaking, he waved his hand, and two young boys immediately stepped forward, each slamming a satin pouch onto the table with a resounding thud. Qin Shangtian winked, feeling a sense of déjà vu in the unfolding scene. With a chuckle, he climbed the metaphorical ladder, exclaiming, indeed, young master possesses a discerning eye, instantly recognizing the intrinsic value of these pages. He continued, your generosity and magnanimity compel me not to tarnish the esteemed reputation of the immortal Gu. Thus I shall oblige you at 10 taels per page. However, should you wish to purchase the entirety, there are 500 pages on my table, amounting to 5,000 taels. Alas, these two pouches of yours contain but 500 taels, and even that is insufficient. The pretentious young man scoffed, saying, who says the pouches contain silver? With a flick of his wrist, his two lackeys promptly opened the pouches, spilling forth 2 bags of gleaming gold ingots. Qin Shangtian's eyes sparkled with delight, thinking he had encountered a windfall today. All his plans had yet to be put into action, and here he was, selling out immediately, a 10-fold return beyond his expectations. It was astonishing how easily money flowed from the pockets of the young gentlemen and ladies outside. Deal! Qin Shangtian exclaimed, lifting the 2 bags of gold, his smile stretching ear to ear. This extraordinary scene left Zhen Zhuanqian and Han Ning, who stood nearby, utterly speechless, as if caught in a dream. They exchanged glances, quickly realizing it was no dream. After all, who dreams of a man? The pretentious young man, filled with pride, inquired, so, do all these pages now belong to me? Qin Shangtian replied cheerfully, the stall is yours as well. You are the grand proprietor now. The young man's eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned to survey the throngs of eager youths pressing forward, who just moments ago had questioned the authenticity of the maple leaves and hesitated. Now, each one was fervently rushing forward. With a grin, he declared, the immortal Gu is the supreme goddess in the hearts of us shadow chasers. The maple leaves imbued with her sword aura are treasures that are hard to come by. Take them back and contemplate might yield profound insights. Who could resist such worldly treasures? Who wouldn't desire them? As the saying goes, sharing joy is better than solitary pleasure. Given my consideration for everyone's admiration of the immortal Gu, I have decided to sell 400 pages on the spot. Since Gu Jianzi produced 3 swords in Mingxi town, I shall set the price at 30 taels per page. First come, first served. Hesitate, and you may miss out. I want 2 pages. I want 3 pages. No shoving. Line up. Everyone line up. Don't make me unleash my secret techniques. In an instant, the crowd surged forward, frenzied to reach the stall. The pretentious young man reveled in his triumph, while his companions busied themselves amidst the chaos. Qin Shangtian, dumbfounded, stood frozen, suddenly feeling the weight of the gold ingots in his arms lose their allure. He realized that this pretentious young man had seized an opportunity upon hearing his words, immediately buying out the stock and transforming into a second-hand dealer with astonishing audacity. Had he known the fervor surrounding Gu Hongying was so intense, he should have charged 100 taels per page. Anything less would be an affront to heaven and earth. With a sigh of lament, Qin Shangtian mused, ah, I've truly suffered from my own kindness. What a colossal loss. Chapter 56. The messenger's courtyard suddenly raking in a fortune. The young messengers were all aflutter with excitement. Qin Shangtian instructed Xiao Huan to gather people to find Old Ling, planning to divide the spoils that evening. The young messengers immediately set off with renewed vigor. Eagerly seeking out their task, Qin Shangtian swaggered over to Zhen Zhuanqian, boasting, Zhen, my esteemed shopkeeper, I inadvertently earned a substantial sum today. It feels utterly exhilarating. Zhen Zhuanqian glanced at the bustling stall nearby and inquired, your ingenious ideas are truly commendable, Shangtian. This young master bought out the pages and is now reselling them at a high price before you. Are you not incensed? Qin Shangtian chuckled, angry? Why would I be? I have earned 10 times what I had envisioned, and I am quite content. This young master possesses remarkable insight, perceiving a greater business opportunity, That is his talent. What is rightfully his? I do not envy, nor do I feel anger. Zhen Zhuanqian gave a thumbs up, grinning broadly. Xiangtian, having made such a fortune, you must treat me to a few jars of Fenglin Zue. I have been yearning for the aged wine in my cellar for years. Yet no one has offered to buy it, and I am loath to drink it. Qin Xiangtian, brimming with confidence, replied, absolutely. Once my dear Ruolin arrives, everything will be settled. Han Ning admired, Brother Qin, your creativity truly astounds. With a single idea, you have transformed it into gold, which is most impressive. Qin Xiangtian humbly responded, you flatter me. It is all thanks to my dear Ruolin. She is graceful and beautiful, and upon seeing her, one cannot help but be captivated. Her beauty eclipses the most vibrant autumn leaves. In an instant, she captured my heart, causing my pulse to race with inspiration. Han, do you not find this remarkable? Thus, all credit belongs to my Ruolin. Han Ning glanced at Qin Xiangtian, pondering that if he believed such words, it would indeed be remarkable. Just as Qin Xiangtian was animatedly speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot as someone stomped down hard beside him. Qin Ruolin, her face flushed with embarrassment, said, what do you mean by my family? Qin Xiangtian, if you continue with your nonsense, see if I pay you any mind. Qin Xiangtian quickly turned his head, feigning surprise at the sudden presence of Qin Ruolin, and with a smile said, oh, Ruolin, when did you slip in? It was your subtle encouragement that led to today's success. Truly impressive. Qin Ruolin, blushing, replied with a hint of disappointment, I didn't even have the chance to convey your instructions. Qin Xiangtian immediately adopted a posture of deep admiration, exclaiming, Ruolin, you said not a word yet managed to sell all the pages for me. Truly remarkable. How could I not be captivated and fond of you? Originally, Qin Xiangtian intended for Qin Ruolin to play the role of a spirited heroine, feigning indignation at the low pricing, which would besmirch Gu Hongying's reputation, then lavishly spend a fortune on 10 or 20 pages, stirring the youths to compete for them. Little did he expect the tides to turn so dramatically with the emergence of this pretentious young man, outshining their plans entirely. Qin Ruolin, embarrassed, bit her lip and turned to leave. Noticing her genuine annoyance, Qin Xiangtian hastily said, Zhen, my esteemed shopkeeper, Ruolin and I have important matters to discuss with you. Let us converse inside. Seeing that Qin Xiangtian had serious business to discuss, Qin Ruolin had no choice but to stay. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Xiangtian turned to Han Ning, saying, come, Brother Han, let us proceed to divide the spoils. The group ascended to the third floor of the Guyu Inn and entered a private room. Qin Xiangtian thumped the 2 bags of gold onto the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and, raising it to the sky, declared with exuberance, Brother Han, today, we earned 500 taels of gold, equivalent to 5,000 taels of silver. Normally, we would deduct planning fees, costs, labor, and so forth, leaving only the profits to be distributed. However, since you and I have hit it off so well, let us not fuss over the small change. I shall directly give you 30%, totaling 150 taels of gold. Qin Xiangtian counted out 15 ingots of gold and pushed them toward Han Ning. Han Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he was a direct disciple of the Fenglin sect and received a decent monthly allowance, it was merely enough to get by, with little left over. Today, having swung a sword, he unexpectedly earned 150 taels of gold, truly a windfall. His joy was palpable, and he could hardly contain his exuberance, feeling a newfound confidence and spirit. Han Ning readily accepted the gold, chuckling, Brother Qin, should such fortune arise again, you must remember me. Qin Xiangtian shook his head. If your Master Gu finds out, he may very well strike us down with the sword. We must be cautious next time. Han Ning, upon reflection, felt a wave of apprehension and nodded vigorously in agreement. Qin Xiangtian then turned to Zhen Zhuanqian, smilingly saying, Zhen, my esteemed shopkeeper, please bring a jar of 10-year-old Fenglin Zue. I wish for you to taste it. Zhen Zhuanqian, beaming, was about to acquiesce when he suddenly jolted. Laughing, Xiangtian, weren't you about to discuss something? Let us address that before indulging in drink. Qin Xiangtian replied mysteriously, I wish to negotiate a rather valuable transaction with you. Esteemed shopkeeper, I wonder if you would be inclined? Zhen Zhuanqian responded, any profitable endeavor is one I am eager to consider. Qin Xiangtian inquired, I have heard you are currently assessing the properties of the Tian family and 6 other prominent clans? Zhen Zhuanqian immediately understood, replying, are you looking to acquire some property, my young friend? that is certainly feasible. I have the final say in Mingxi Town. Qin Shangtian said earnestly, you misunderstand, esteemed shopkeeper. I am not looking to acquire property for myself. I aim to secure a place for our messenger service. Look at the young messengers following me. Most lack a stable home. Each one is underfed and pale. You, esteemed shopkeeper, see them daily yet have never offered assistance. So I must earn money to help them. Zhen Zhuanqian chuckled. I am merely an innkeeper with a small establishment. I cannot provide much help. Qin Shangtian reassured him. Do not worry, esteemed shopkeeper. We do not blame anyone. As the saying goes, when heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, they must first endure hardship, labor, and hunger. Enduring some hardship in youth and working with one's hands will lead to success in adulthood. Qin Ruolin looked at Qin Shangtian with admiration shining in her eyes, nodding in approval. Qin Shangtian noticed this and straightened up, exuding an impressive demeanor. He turned to Qin Ruolin, asking, Ruolin, if I wish to purchase a residence for the messengers to settle in? As a headquarters for our service, which estate do you think would be suitable? Qin Ruolin pondered for a moment and remarked, if we speak of land area, it surely belongs to the Tian family. Qin Shangtian clapped his hands and said, Miss Ruolin, you truly resonate with my thoughts. Indeed, our minds are in perfect harmony. Master Zhen, is the Tian family's residence for sale? Zhen Ziqian's eyes sparkled with interest as he replied. What a bold proposition! The Tian family's estate is the most luxurious and grand in Mingxi Town. I fear that the sum you possess may not suffice. Qin Shangtian confidently asserted, it is more than enough. The other night, a great fire ravaged the main hall of the Tian residence, leaving it in utter disarray. It is said that remnants of severed limbs and broken bodies lie scattered within. It is a place of misfortune, and I estimate that no one would dare to claim it. I am willing to pay for it, and you should be grateful for my offer. Zhen Ziqian chuckled. Since you have thoroughly assessed the situation, let's not waste time. I offer a flat price of 3,500 taels. Qin Shangtian blinked and inquired, is this price tailored specifically for me? Have you set your sights on the gold I've just earned? Zhen Ziqian replied matter-of-factly, you happen to have 3,500 taels, and if I were to ask for more, you wouldn't be able to afford it. Qin Shangtian conceded, that makes sense. How about this? I will counter your offer. Let us see if it suits you. Zhen Ziqian said, go ahead. Qin Shangtian proposed, a flat price of 350 taels, if you agree. We can immediately exchange cash for the deed. Han Ning and Qin Ruolin were taken aback by Qin Shangtian's counteroffer. Zhen Ziqian grimaced and said, Brother Shangtian, that is not haggling. That is robbery. Qin Shangtian earnestly argued. Who would dare claim a residence that your Fenglin sect has reduced to ruins? No one would purchase it. Rather than let it rot, why not do a good deed and sell it to us, the express couriers, so that the orphans in town have a place to shelter? Think about it. They are helpless. If you do not sell it to us, they will inevitably break in and occupy it. And can you manage that? Thus, it would be better to sell it to us, allowing you to earn money while performing a charitable act. What could be better? If you sell me the Tian residence today, I shall transform it into the courier's courtyard tomorrow, and our 14 couriers will come to your Guyu Inn in grand attire, beating drums and gongs in thanks. Zhen Ziqian waved his hand and replied, thanks are unnecessary. I will offer you a preferential price of 3,000 taels, leaving you with 500 taels for other investments. 300 taels, 2,500 taels, 250 taels. Brother Shangtian, this is becoming rather uninteresting. If you truly wish to buy, you must show your sincerity. Oh, you expect to haggle down to 100 taels and acquire such an expansive estate? 100 taels? Qin Shangtian suddenly slapped the table, exclaiming with joy, Master Zhen, you are indeed magnanimous. A gentleman's word is his bond. If 100 taels is the price, then 100 taels it shall be. It is a deal, Zhen Ziqian bewildered replied. I did not say 100 taels. Qin Shangtian asserted, Master Zhen, as the person in charge of the Fenglin sect in Mingxi Town, you ought to be a man of your word. You clearly stated 100 taels just now. Everyone heard it. Brother Han, did you hear it? Miss Ruolin, did you hear it? Look, they are all silent, tacitly acknowledging they heard it. Qin Ruolin was rendered speechless. Han Ning was deeply impressed. His expression unfaltering, Zhen Ziqian's face turned pale as he attempted to recall whether he had indeed mentioned 100 taels. Qin Shangtian felt secretly triumphant, thinking that the courier's courtyard was assured. Chapter 57. Chief Guest Elder Qin Shangtian and Zhen Ziqian signed a contract on the spot. And Qin Shangtian promptly handed over a gold ingot to Zhen Ziqian. Zhen Ziqian chuckled, "Brother Shangtian, can I now expect you to treat me to a drink?" Qin Shangtian, brimming with generosity, declared, "No problem. Have the attendants bring up 4 jars. I shall treat everyone to a jar of 10-year-aged Fenglin Zue, all charged to my account." Zhen Ziqian smiled wryly. "You've made a fortune, purchased a residence, and now you wish to put the drinks on credit? That seems rather ungracious." Qin Shangtian laughed. "It is only reasonable to put drinks on credit. Who would return if not? This simple truth, Master Zhen, I am sure you understand, correct? Besides, my debts to you are hardly trivial. I am not concerned about this little matter." Zhen Ziqian chuckled. "Are you not worried about holding so much gold? A crowd outside has already seen it. There are all sorts of people in the world, and who knows how many unsavory characters are lurking around." Qin Rulan nodded and said, "Qin Shangtian, what Zhen Ziqian says makes sense. Holding such a considerable amount of gold in your possession indeed raises suspicions, and it could attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. We should devise a plan for its safekeeping." Qin Shangtian, in high spirits, replied, "My dear Rulan, you truly care for my safety, and it warms my heart like a pile of coals, bringing me immense comfort. Rulan, no matter the gold or silver, it shall all belong to you in due time. Why not take it back to the Qin residence for safekeeping? It would be far more secure there." Qin Rulan, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by in due time it will all be mine? You mustn't." Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly realized, her face turning crimson, and she huffed, falling silent. Han Ning chuckled, "Brother Qin, having a residence is not the same as having a meal. It is better to convert the cash into assets. You should purchase some fertile fields and mountains for Master Zhen. The legacy left by the 7 surnames is quite substantial." Qin Shangtian nodded vigorously, taking 2 gold ingots and tucking them into his pocket, while pushing the remaining gold ingots towards Zhen Ziqian, stating, "Master Zhen, here are 320 taels of gold in total, all for you today, to be used for purchasing fertile fields and mountains in Mingxi town. As for the price and location, I will not pry. Simply act according to your conscience and provide me with the corresponding deeds." Zhen Ziqian's eyes lit up with delight as he eagerly accepted the gold, squinting with glee. "Absolutely, Brother Shangtian, rest assured, we are like family. Once I tally up the fertile fields and mountains left by the 7 surnames, I will certainly select the finest and most reasonably priced parcels for you, ensuring you do not lose a single tael." Qin Shangtian beamed as he turned to Han Ning, saying, "Brother Han, with our newly acquired estate, our courier business has expanded tremendously, and we need a top-notch expert at the helm. I have been quite troubled, and lo and behold, a peerless master from Fenglin's sect has appeared before me. It is none other than you, Brother Han. Truly a stroke of divine fortune. In gratitude for your life-saving grace, I extend a formal invitation to you today to become the chief guest elder of our express couriers. Do not be fooled by our humble beginnings. We shall surely become a renowned sect in the martial world, spreading our influence far and wide. With wealth pouring in, we shall all prosper together. Yes? What do you think, Brother Han?" Han Ning's eyes gleamed with excitement as he thought of the opportunity before him. Being invited to serve as chief guest elder of a newly established sect in Mingxi town was no small matter. Regardless of its size, it sounded impressive, and he could boast about it upon returning to the sect. Smiling, he nodded, "Brother Qin, since you have extended such a warm invitation, I cannot refuse. I gladly accept the position of chief guest elder of the express couriers." Qin Shangtian rose and clasped his fists toward Han Ning, saying, "Brother Han, Chief Elder Han, I entrust you with the responsibility of purchasing the fertile fields and mountains from Master Zhen today. Farewell." Without waiting for Han Ning to respond, Qin Shangtian quickly took Qin Rulan's hand and departed. Han Ning, filled with joy and excitement, thought to himself that having just become the chief guest elder, he was now tasked with a significant responsibility. He must procure the best fertile fields and mountains at the most favorable prices for the express couriers to meet the expectations entrusted to him. After all, he would also share in the future profits as chief guest elder. So he must ensure everything goes smoothly. Zhen Ziqian, regaining his composure, wore a troubled expression as he glanced at the young man in red. Seeing Han Ning looking at him with eager eyes, he thought to himself, "This is bad. Another unprofitable deal awaits. I can only wonder how much quality property they will take from me. What a tremendous loss." Qin Shangtian and Qin Rulan hastily arrived downstairs, where Qin Rulan called out, "Qin Shangtian, Qin Shangtian turned to her with a beaming smile and asked, "What can I do for you, Miss Ruolin? Please feel free to ask. I shall do my utmost." Qin Ruolin, her cheeks flushed, replied, "Please let go of my hand." Qin Shangtian looked at the delicate hand he held tightly, soft and smooth, and suddenly realized, "Ah, I see. I was so anxious to pull you away. Fearing that Chief Han might suddenly awaken and see through my scheme after finally securing a chief guest elder, that I inadvertently held your hand. It was merely the urgency of the situation." Qin Ruolin couldn't help but chuckle, her face blooming like a peach blossom, utterly enchanting. Qin Shangtian was mesmerized, having spoken so much yet failing to release her hand. He tightened his grip instead, secretly thinking that such a rare opportunity should be savored a little longer. Qin Ruolin, neither angry nor resistant, simply stomped her foot shyly and murmured, "Please, let go of my hand." Qin Shangtian laughed. "Miss Ruolin, do remember this. You must repay me double in the future. My hands are yours to grasp as you wish." Only then did Qin Shangtian slowly release her hand, and Qin Ruolin immediately withdrew hers. With her face ablaze and her eyes sparkling, she gazed at Qin Shangtian and said, "Qin Shangtian, you are truly a good person. With every bit of fortune you gain, you think of your friends beside you, selflessly caring for others, embodying the spirit of a young hero." Qin Shangtian, basking in the praise of Qin Ruolin, wore a beaming smile, his eyes nearly closing in delight. With a proud chuckle, he remarked, "Miss Ruolin possesses remarkable foresight, discerning at a glance that I am a young hero. Surely, in the future, I shall traverse the martial world side by side with Miss Ruolin. A pair of admired adventurers. Just the thought of it truly stirs the heart and is simply enchanting." Qin Ruolin replied, "Qin Shangtian, could you not speak more seriously? You are a good person with exceptional talents, destined for great success. However, one must learn the art of discretion in speech, rather than relying solely on flattery." Instantly, Qin Shangtian composed himself, his expression turning earnest. "What you say is entirely correct, Miss Ruolin. From this day forth, I, Qin Shangtian, shall regard your words as sacred law, keeping them close to my heart, constantly reflecting and exercising self-discipline, and I shall never dare to forget your sincere teachings." Qin Ruolin sighed, considering it best to pretend she had never spoken. At that moment, Chun Xin dashed in from outside the inn, glancing around before spotting Qin Shangtian. He rushed over, brimming with excitement. "Boss Qin, the messenger number 7 has come up with an idea to find someone. But it requires a bit of silver. I'm here to ask if we can do it." Qin Shangtian replied with grand enthusiasm. "What plan do you have? As long as we can locate the person, feel free to pursue any means necessary." Qin Xin exclaimed, "Shall we issue a bounty then?" The first bounty from the messenger service is for the capture of Ling Wei, offering a generous reward of 5 taels of silver for anyone who finds him. "What do you think, Boss Qin?" Qin Shangtian responded, Chun, while we have indeed earned a substantial sum, I have just invested it in purchasing a property in the future. Our messenger service will be a prominent household in Mingxi town. Even though we have become affluent, we must still be prudent with our spending. Though our wealth may have come easily, offering 5 taels of silver for an old man is quite extravagant. Let us reduce it to 21 for anyone who finds him." Upon hearing that the messenger service had acquired property and assets, Chun Chin's eyes lit up with joy, and he turned to rush off. Eager to share the good news with all the messengers, as he ran, he shouted, "Boss Qin, rest assured, we will surely find Ling Wei. If he owes you money, we'll send messenger number 7 to collect it, ensuring you receive every last coin." The bounty for Ling Wei and the search for a missing person were tasks that messenger number 7 would undoubtedly accomplish. Chapter 58. Undercurrents on the 4th floor of Guyu Inn. Zhen Xuanqian and Han Ning entered a room where Yin Weining and El Budi sat across from each other, their expressions tinged with worry. Zhen Xuanqian placed 2 bags of gold on the table, lamenting, "Despite my painstaking efforts to have the painter from Yanba Pavilion work through the night to produce numerous portraits of Gu Taifu, it seems I still do not earn as much as that young rascal Qin Shangtian does from casually selling a few maple leaves. Truly, business is becoming exceedingly difficult. It seems that hard work in commerce pales in comparison to a well-told tale." El Budi inquired, "Is it true that Master Zhang's whereabouts are genuinely unknown?" Zhen Xuanqian's expression darkened as he replied, "I have already dispatched 3 teams to Jiuzhuan to investigate, yet thus far, we have yielded nothing. Master Zhang's sudden disappearance must surely be linked to significant events. If he cannot manage the situation, Then I am certainly less capable, which is why I have summoned you all today to devise a strategy. Yin Weining stated, what strategy is there to consider? I shall lead a team of Maple Forest guards to Jutsuin and turn it upside down. I refuse to believe we cannot locate Master Zhang. Jin Zhuanqin rejoiced. If Miss Yin and the Maple Forest guards are willing to lend their assistance, I would be most grateful. However, since Master Zhang has gone missing, Jutsuin must harbor some strange happenings, and the situation is likely quite precarious. Miss Yin must exercise utmost caution. Yin Weining nodded and asked, by the way, do you know why Master Gu departed so suddenly that night? Has there been any news from the sect? Jin Zhuanqin shook his head, saying, I inquired with the sect's council and Maple Forest Academy, but they were vague. All I know is that Master Gu quietly left a few days ago. And it was only after news of his arrival in Mingxi Town reached us that they became aware of his whereabouts, which remain unknown. Han Ning chuckled, rest assured, we need not worry about Master Gu. She is like a dragon that is rarely seen, accustomed to freedom. Yin Weining countered, though Master Gu possesses exceptional martial skills, she is still a young woman. The martial world is fraught with peril, and many schemes and intrigues cannot be resolved by martial prowess alone. The sect has already dispatched individuals to seek protection, and I too have sent people to search in Mingxi Town. El Budi sighed, saying, it is highly irregular for Master Gu to leave the sect without a word. I fear it may be connected to the events of 5 years ago. The others felt a chill run down their spines, their expressions turning somber as they fell silent. Yin Weining finally spoke, let us postpone all discussions until we find Master Gu. For now, we must swiftly address the matters in Mingxi Town. The crowds that have recently surged in are not merely the frenzied shadow chasers. Many possess extraordinary skills from the 7th and 8th realms. What could they be after? We must be prepared, El Budi remarked. Have you all received news of the events that transpired last night? The four exchanged glances and nodded in affirmation. It turned out that Fan Lichuan, leading 6,000 cold guards, had withdrawn from Mingxi Town towards the capital city of Daliang in the state of Wei. Throughout their journey, the Maple Forest sect had sent spies to monitor their movements, relaying real-time updates back to Mingxi Town. Yesterday, when the 6,000 cold guards entered Fan's own territory, Yufeng Pass, they set up camp within. As night fell, the camp erupted with bonfires, laughter, and revelry. The sounds of drinking, shouting, singing, and fighting mingling in a cacophony that only quieted in the early hours of the morning in the dead of night. The Zhao, Chan, and Liang clans from the state of Wei led a coalition of 30,000 troops, launching a surprise assault on Yufeng Pass. Expecting a fierce battle, they were taken aback to find the fortifications eerily unguarded, allowing their 30,000 troops to easily breach the gates. Once inside, the atmosphere was hauntingly quiet. When the 30,000 reached the cold guards' encampment, they were met with the sight of 6,000 soldiers sprawled lifelessly outside their tents. Their appearance is peculiar, lacking any visible wounds, yet the ground was soaked in blood. All 6,000 cold guards, along with over 1,000 officers stationed at the pass, had been gruesomely slaughtered through some mysterious means. Furthermore, Fan Lichuan and 2 silver-armored generals had been hung from the flagpole outside the command tent, their 7 orifices streaming blood. El Budi remarked, the deaths of Fan Lichuan and the 6,000 cold guards were utterly unexpected and bizarre. What do you believe to be the source of this malevolent force? Let us share any information we have, and we can analyze it together. Yin Weining replied, the Maple Forest Guard spies reported that after the Zhao, Qian, and Liang coalition entered Yufeng Pass, they left in a hurry less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, without a single sound of battle. Their anxious expressions clearly indicate that whatever happened was not of their doing. The 6,000 cold guards must have been slaughtered before their arrival. Subsequently, the coalition rushed to launch a surprise attack on Fan City, and this morning, the Fan clan remaining there was completely captured and slaughtered. Zhang Zhuanqian interjected, the news from the sect of the 8 Winds indicates that the deputy leader of the Gale Hall, Jing Kai, led over 2,000 men to ambush around Yufeng Pass last night, seemingly intending to conduct a night raid. However, before they could act, the coalition had already stormed the pass, indicating that this was not the work of the Gale Hall. El Budi pondered. Given that the Fan clan was attacking Mingxi Town, and the Gale Hall is allied with them, why would the Gale Hall organize an ambush against the Fan clan mid-journey? Jin Zhuanqin chuckled. It is said that the Gale Hall has been in contact with the Forging Sword Hall. Their sudden betrayal likely stems from a larger scheme, though we lack concrete information at present. Yin Weining scoffed. If the Forging Sword Hall is indeed involved, This transcends mere rivalry among the six noble clans. The emperor of the great Zhou and Luojing must have grander ambitions, aiming for nothing less than the dominion of the entire realm. Han Ning questioned, in today's world, the political order is in disarray. Propriety has crumbled, and the vassal lords have declared themselves kings. The chaos has reigned since 300 years ago, with no one venturing to Luojing to pay tribute to the emperor. The court of the great Zhou has become a mere facade. The emperor's domain now limited to a mere 200 or 300 miles around the capital, far inferior in power to the six noble clans. How then can he aspire to rule the entire realm? El Budi chuckled, "Ah, young Han Ning, do not be deceived by appearances. The emperor may only control a mere 300 miles of land. Yet despite the vassal lord's disregard for him, he has stood resiliently at the center for centuries. Countless warlords have risen and fallen, yet none could shake the emperor's position. What accounts for this?" Han Ning shook his head. "What do I, a mere youth from a martial sect, care for such matters? I prefer to roam the world with my sword, living freely and without concern for titles or power." Yen Weining mused, "It appears that L's conjecture may indeed hold true. The tides of change are upon us. And neither the court nor the martial world will be spared." El Budi nodded, adding, "The sudden alliance of the Zhao, Chun, and Liang clans to jointly strike against the Fan clan likely aims to reduce the 6 families of Wei to just 3. Yet, who will ultimately benefit from this turmoil?" Han Ning felt overwhelmed, thinking they had been dissecting the cause of the 6,000 Cold Guards' demise and identifying the responsible force, only to veer into discussions of the larger political landscape. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly exclaimed, "The reports state that the 6,000 Cold Guards were singing and dancing boisterously at Yufeng Pass last night. Military camps have strict controls over drinking. They had not just won a victory, so why were they celebrating so exuberantly? This truly seems strange and suspicious." Jin Zhuanqian remarked, "Judging by the state in which Fan Lichuan and his men were found, it seems they must have simultaneously succumbed to a potent poison, leading to their sudden demise." El Budi queried, "What kind of poison could cause nearly 10,000 individuals to perish simultaneously and without a sound? Such a feat may well be beyond even the most gifted of poison masters." Yen Weining suddenly furrowed her brow and remarked, "Aside from the lethal poison, there exists another possibility: illusionary spells and realms. If someone were to set up an illusionary array that envelopes the entire Yufeng Pass, it could silently ensnare nearly 10,000 individuals in a trance, coupled with deadly toxins, leading to their instantaneous demise." El Budi's expression darkened as he replied, "To establish an illusionary array that covers the entirety of Yufeng Pass, ensuring that not a single person escapes, the consumption of true essence and energy required is beyond the capabilities of anyone below the 10th layer of the Asking Heaven realm. Those in the martial world who have reached such heights are exceedingly rare. What high-ranking masters would willingly expend such immense true essence to target the Fan clan? If the goal is to eliminate the Fan clan and Cold Guard, there are the Zhao, Chun, and Liang clans of the Wei nation ahead, and the 8 Winds Hall and Swordforge behind. This person could easily sit back and reap the benefits without lifting a finger." Jin Zhuanqian interjected, "Thus, if our deductions are correct, why would this individual take matters into their own hands? What grudge could such a high-ranking figure possibly have against a mere Fan clan? It is indeed puzzling." Han Ning pondered for a moment before suddenly expressing delight. "Do you think it could be Uncle Gu?" Jin Zhuanqian's expression shifted slightly as he cautioned, "Ning, if even you suspect this, then others are bound to think the same. With the Fan clan and Feng Lin sect recently embroiled in conflict, the world is bound to speculate, and we would be the first to bear the brunt of their accusations. This is quite perilous." "Indeed." Han Ning scoffed, ready to deliver a grandiose retort, when suddenly his expression changed, and he realized, "You mean to say someone is deliberately fostering this association to frame our Feng Lin sect and Uncle Gu?" Yen Weining stated, "The current situation appears calm on the surface, yet there are undercurrents stirring. The machinations behind it are undoubtedly extensive." A child's voice suddenly rang out from below, calling, "Bounty for Ling Wei. A reward of 20 coins for anyone who finds him." Upon hearing this, the faces of the gathered individuals changed dramatically. Chapter 59. A spirit of chivalry. Yang Yizhi and Li Shouzhua strolled along the path leading to Muddy Alley. With Yang Yizhi in a state of acute anxiety, while Li Shouzhua ambled leisurely, taking in the scenery, leaving Yang to fume in his impatience. Suddenly, a figure darted past like the wind, racing over the reeds. Swiftly outpacing both Yang and Li, clad in a purple robe, the individual halted abruptly atop the reeds ahead, then leaped back towards Yang, landing not far from him. It was none other than the purple-robed youth, Tang Ling, who had rescued Yang Yiji from peril the previous night. Tang Ling glanced at Yang Yiji, his expression grim, and huffed, "Brother Yang, I spoke with that old man. He said the knife was his by right since he found it. And though he gifted it to you, it still belongs to him and should not be returned to Tang family fortress. He also said that if I want the knife, I must defeat him fair and square." Tang Ling's spirit sank as he continued. "I fought him 3 times, but I couldn't win. Having been used as a puppet by Gong Shu Yunshin the day before, Tang Ling bore bruises and looked even worse today. His face swollen and his clothes tattered and filthy. He grimaced as he spoke, clearly in pain. Yang Yiji began, "Brother Tang, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance yesterday, regarding the Ming Hong knife." Tang Ling waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Saving others in times of danger is the duty of those in the martial world. Brother Yang, you keep the Ming Hong knife for now. Once I return and hone my skills, I will come back and reclaim it from that scrawny old man." Yang Yiji attempted to interject, but Tang Ling continued, "Brother Yang, your alley is quite peculiar. I ran all night and only escaped that small alley at dawn. It makes no sense. Could it be that we were muddled by the poison of that bookish student last night?" Yang Yiji tried again, "Brother Tang." Tang Ling clasped his fists and said, "All right, Brother Yang. The green mountains remain, and the clear waters flow forever. When I return and refine my skills, I will come back. In the meantime, you must take good care of the Ming Hong knife from the Tang family fortress. I will surely retrieve it. Farewell." With that, the purple-robed youth departed as swiftly as he had come, vanishing into the vast expanse of reeds in the blink of an eye. Yang Yiji stared in astonishment, utterly speechless at how impatient Tang Ling was, never allowing him to finish a sentence. Li Shouzhua, observing the youth's fiery demeanor, remarked, "What a spirited young man. Yang Yiji, you've made a fine friend." Yang Yiji, in resignation, replied, "I wanted to express my gratitude for his chivalrous rescue and return the Ming Hong knife as a token of thanks." Li Shouzhua chuckled. "In that case, has this youth, due to his forthright nature, inadvertently turned down something so easily attainable?" Yang Yiji concluded, "Next time I encounter him, I shall simply return it." Li Shouzhua then inquired, "Yang Yiji, who taught you the luck cultivation technique?" Yang Yiji truthfully responded, "It was Sister Yin from the Fenglin sect who imparted it to me the other day. She mentioned that this technique is merely a foundational method of luck known to all in the martial world." Li Shouzhua nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is the most rudimentary form of luck cultivation." He added, "I possess some knowledge of lightness skills. Since you are eager to return, let us quicken our pace." With that, he lightly leaped, his toes barely touching the reeds, propelling himself several yards ahead in a graceful display that was a delight to behold. Yang Yiji, astonished yet overjoyed, channeled his meager true energy through the luck technique, leaning forward and pushing off the ground with force, speeding ahead. After several bounds, Yang Yiji finally caught up with Li Shouzhua. Li Shouzhua glanced at Yang Yiji, who was now running alongside him, and smiled. "No need to rush. It will come easily." Yang Yiji was taken aback, uncertain of Li Shouzhua's intent. These 8 words were often spoken by Yang Yiji's father, and his name was derived from them, serving as a reminder that there was no need for excessive haste. Things would unfold naturally. However, the current urgency to save Miss Bai Li was dire and fraught with peril. How could one afford to be so cavalier? Upon reaching Muddy Alley, Li Shouzhua stepped inside, and a fleeting ripple passed through his gaze, momentary yet profound, causing him to pause and gaze up at the high walls of Yang Yiji's courtyard. His expression graved as the pair approached the entrance to Yang Yiji's home. A small, lean boy dashed in from the alley, his tattered clothes clean and tidy. Spotting Yang Yiji from a distance, he called out, Yang 13, Yang 13, wait up." The messenger, known as Number 7, rushed to Yang Yiji, his face alight with joy as he presented a bounty notice, declaring, "Yang 13, today, Old Qin has assigned a task to find an old man named Ling Wei. All the messengers are aiding in the search. You cannot be idle." Yang Yiji accepted the notice, which depicted a finely dressed old man, with the bold proclamation beneath it, "Bounty for Ling Wei. A reward of 20 coins for anyone who finds him." Yang Yiji queried, "What does Qin Shangtian want with him?" Messenger number 7 shook his head. I don't know. We suspect that perhaps Ling Wei owes old Qin money, which is why he's searching the town high in LOW. Li Shouzhua, intrigued, glanced at the bounty and exclaimed, Ling Wei has arrived in Mingxi town? Who issued this bounty? Messenger number 7, unfamiliar with Li Shouzhua but assuming he was a friend of Yang Yizhi, politely replied, yes, old Qin and Miss Qin have been looking for him for 2 days without success, hence they enlisted all messengers to help. This bounty is indeed the first one issued by our messengers. Holding significant meaning, Li Shouzhua chuckled. Indeed, the first bounty for the first major villain is quite fitting. However, I believe 20 coins is excessive. 2 would suffice for finding an old coot. Messenger number 7 pondered. That makes sense, but the 20 coins were set by old Qin, and we cannot change that. Li Shouzhua retorted. No need for alteration. 20 coins are well deserved for a hefty reward, and Ling Wei surely must have some standing. Messenger number 7 grinned widely, saying to Yang Yizhi, Yang 13, yesterday you gave old Qin over 200 taels of silver. Today, he spent some of it to have Miss Kai Ling order us each 2 winter outfits from the Cloth Merchants Guild. Be sure to go and get measured when you have time. Speaking of money, Messenger number 7's smile was nearly bursting with joy as he continued, Yang 13, I have more good news. You wouldn't believe it today. Old Qin, along with Chan Er and Xiao Huan, sold 500 pieces of maple leaves, netting 500 taels of gold. 500 taels of gold. Chen Er mentioned that old Qin has purchased the Tian family's residence to serve as our messenger's headquarters, and he's even planning to buy some land and hills for us in Mingxi town. How splendid is that? Yang Yizhi exclaimed in astonishment. They made 500 taels of gold from selling maple leaves? Since when did maple leaves become so valuable? Tell me more. Messenger number 7 proceeded to briefly recount Qin Xiangtian's dealings in crafting and selling Gu Xinzi's Feng Ran star pages, leaving Yang Yizhi agape with admiration and Li Shouzhua nodding in approval. Utterly impressed. Without pausing, Messenger number 7 dashed off like the wind to continue his search. Li Shouzhua remarked, Yang Yizhi, your friend Qin Xiangtian is extraordinarily clever and exceptional, possessing both intellect and audacity, truly a spirited young man. Yang Yizhi chuckled. That's why he is our old Qin. We all admire him. Li Shouzhua let out a hearty laugh and said, I hold him in high regard as well. To dare place a bounty on the head of the old man Ling Wei. Truly commendable. In Chapter 60, The Exhaustion of True Essence, Yang Yizhi led Li Shouzhua into the room. Bai Li Xueqing was seated in meditation and, upon hearing the door creak open, she opened her eyes and gazed at the 2 newcomers. Yang Yizhi hurriedly explained, Miss Bai Li, this is Brother Li. I sought him out for the 3 herbs we were missing, and Brother Li has generously selected top-quality materials from his own stock, according to the prescription. Upon seeing the young girl clad in white, Li Shouzhua was taken aback. Despite her youth, her cultivation level was profoundly enigmatic, and he found himself unable to discern her true strength. Yet, there was something about her aura that felt remarkably familiar, reminiscent of a revered mentor from his past. If that were the case, her elevated cultivation was entirely understandable. Li Shouzhua had come with Yang Yizhi out of concern that the person he had rescued might not be of good character. Fearing that the young Yang could be deceived or harmed, potentially endangering his life. Now, seeing the girl in white, his worries were assuaged. He clasped his fists and smiled, saying, I am Li Shouzhua. Yang Yizhi came to me seeking herbs. And upon hearing of your injury, I took the liberty of coming here. I hope you can forgive my abruptness. Bai Li Xueqing regarded Li Shouzhua with clear eyes and discerned his true intentions. Nodding, thank you, Brother Li. Yang Yizhi, initially anxious about bringing Li Shouzhua without consulting her, felt relieved to see her unperturbed. He quickly added, Brother Li, you have considerable knowledge of medicine. Please take a good look at Miss Bai Li. Li Shouzhua's gaze sharpened as he assessed Bai Li Xueqing's condition, frowning, severe injuries, with meridians completely blocked. Yang Yizhi, feeling guilt, replied, yesterday, Miss Bai Li used her true energy recklessly to save my life, causing her already improving condition to worsen dramatically. Li Shouzhua turned to Yang Yizhi and inquired, Yang Yizhi, it seems that many were involved in saving your life yesterday. What sort of peril did you encounter? Yang Yizhi offered an awkward smile and recounted the critical points of the previous day's events. Li Shouzhua nodded with a smile, glancing at the Minghong blade and the 10 dream essays resting on the table, saying, it was a close call, but nothing to worry about. Yang Yizhi asked, Brother Li, do you have a method to treat Miss Bai Li's injuries? Li Shouzhua replied, if it were ordinary internal injuries, I would have numerous remedies, primarily utilizing premium herbs to fortify true essence, supplementing with external energy to invigorate the meridians, thus facilitating rapid recovery. However, the current situation concerning Miss Bai Li's injuries is quite delicate. It appears she recklessly opened her meridians once more to save you, leading to a surge of true energy that has exacerbated her condition, fundamentally damaging her essence. Given the circumstances, external energy is of little use. Recovery must rely on medicinal aid and Miss Bai Li's own cultivation. Yang Yiji asked anxiously, "Brotherly, is Miss Bai Li's condition truly that grave? What should we do?" Li Shouzhua reassured him, "There is no need for concern. Miss Bai Li's realm is already extraordinary. The prescription I have is the finest elixir. Once the medicine is prepared, I believe her cultivation will ensure she faces no peril. As long as there are no further disturbances, the healing may simply take a bit longer. With time, she will recover fully. Come, let us prepare the medicine together." Yang Yiji nodded and turned to Bai Li Xueqing, asking, "Miss Bai Li, with the addition of 3 herbs, is there anything we need to be cautious about?" Bai Li Xueqing meticulously repeated the steps and processes, emphasizing that the nuances of timing were indeed significantly different from the method used yesterday. After detailing the intricacies, she turned to Li Shouzhua and asked, "May I inquire, Brother Li, have you ever encountered a similar injury?" Li Shouzhua smiled and replied, "In the past, I have faced dire situations, teetering on the brink of death." Bai Li Xueqing inquired, "How did you escape and save yourself?" Li Shouzhua glanced at the 10 dream essays carelessly left on the wooden table and asked, "Are you aware that the wind that enters my heart serves my purpose?" Bai Li Xueqing nodded silently. Li Shouzhua continued, "As those of our world, we are born from the wind, grow against it, and chase after the highest peaks. It is only natural. Yet, one day, I fortuitously read a remarkable book that stated, 'With or without wind, one is at ease.'" Yang Yiji, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if he had encountered this phrase before. Li Shouzhua elaborated, "Miss Bai Li's injuries are being fiercely protected by her unparalleled cultivation. If I am not mistaken, your extraordinary technique often takes the reins, forcibly guiding you to mitigate the loss of true energy and prevent your cultivation from declining. It seems to be self-protection and self-repair, yet it is fraught with peril. A moment of carelessness could plunge one into an irreversible abyss." Bai Li Xueqing's eyes shone brightly, her heart increasingly convinced that Li Shouzhua understood her inner workings, perhaps even having practiced them himself. She nodded and asked, "Brother Li, do you have a solution?" Li Shouzhua smiled. "As this pertains to your cultivation and the essence of the great Tao, I dare not speak carelessly, lest I be accused of harboring ill intentions." Bai Li Xueqing responded, "What cultivation level is unworthy of mention? Moreover, my decisions will ultimately be my own. Please, Brother Li, share your thoughts." Li Shouzhua began. "A mentor once told me that for those of us who cultivate martial arts, every ounce of true energy originates from the spirit of heaven and earth. This energy gathers within our bodies, aiding us in ascending to heights unattainable by ordinary individuals." The mentor also remarked that while our cultivation is a great boon to us, it becomes a prison for the spirit energy. Why do we not return this energy to the universe when not in use, allowing it to roam freely? When we need it, we can summon it back with a mere thought. Letting the spirit energy of the world serve us. Bai Li Xueqing furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Li Shouzhua continued, "Given your current state, why forcefully cling to your supreme true essence? As the saying goes, spilt water cannot be retrieved. Why not release your true essence? Allow the waters to flow freely, and then rebuild your reservoir when it has drained, thus making it all the more effortless." Bai Li Xueqing's eyes brightened. She could faintly perceive Li Shouzhua's exceptionally weak true energy suddenly dissipating. Leaving her puzzled, Li Shouzhua smiled and said, "Look again." Bai Li Xueqing focused her gaze, her pupils widening in shock as she witnessed Li Shouzhua's previously empty meridians suddenly surging with true energy, its vigor akin to the vast seas of the martial world, only to disperse once more in the blink of an eye. Li Shouzhua chuckled. "The wind is true energy. With or without wind, one is at ease." Bai Li Xueqing felt a moment of enlightenment. Her heart stirred as a gentle golden aura erupted from within her, only to shatter suddenly, allowing the true energy within her to surge forth unimpeded. Yang Yiji, sensing this, exclaimed in alarm, "Brother Li, has Miss Bai Li's condition worsened? Why is her internal energy flowing away so rapidly? Can you see it?" Li Shouzhua asked in surprise, turning to Yang Yiji. Suddenly, He pulled young Iji close and said, "No need to worry, just don't disturb the young lady as she recuperates. Let us proceed with preparing the medicine." In Chapter 61, I have a fist. Beneath the persimmon tree, young Iji arranged a square table and 4 long benches, brewed a pot of hot tea, and set a plate of fresh persimmons. Sitting alongside Li Shoujua, he placed a wooden table beside him, setting the stove and medicine pot upon it, and they began brewing the medicine together while sipping tea. With the addition of 3 herbs today, the process was not as smooth as yesterday. Each step required meticulous attention. Despite reaching the designated times, the medicine remained unready, necessitating further boiling and waiting, resulting in almost double the time spent compared to the previous day. After more than an hour, it was still not fully prepared. Yang Iji, while tending to the concoction, discreetly glanced toward the room, his expression filled with concern. Yesterday, after Bai Li Shueqing had consumed the medicine, he had clearly perceived waves of ethereal energy flowing toward her from all directions. Today, however, the situation was the complete opposite. Countless ethereal energies flowed out of the room, grand and powerful, ascending toward the heavens. Yang Iji worriedly remarked, "Brotherly, is Miss Bai Li truly all right? It has been over an hour. Yet why does her energy continue to dissipate without any sign of improvement?" Li Shoujua sat upright, deeply engrossed in reading a medical text, and upon hearing this, he looked back at the room in astonishment, saying, "For over an hour, she has yet to disperse the energy within her that connects to the universe. Given Miss Bai Li's original realm, her true essence should have long surpassed levels that ordinary individuals could only aspire to throughout their lives." Yang Iji was taken aback by this revelation, questioning what exactly constitutes a realm. In response, Li Shoujua elaborated on the division of martial arts cultivation into 15 levels and realms within the martial world, detailing it thoroughly. Yang Iji, intrigued, asked, "Is there truly such complexity to martial arts cultivation? Brotherly, is it exceedingly difficult to ascend through each level and realm? Is there a shortcut to the pinnacle?" Li Shoujua nodded. Each level and realm requires diligent practice and overcoming countless hardships, heavily reliant on personal talent and opportunities. Many in the martial world begin their training from a young age, yet remain trapped at the first or second levels for their entire lives. Regardless of their efforts, such ordinary aptitude is the norm. As for shortcuts to the pinnacle, they do exist, but they are rare and elusive, with perhaps only one emerging in a century. Yang Yi listened, his tongue clicking in disbelief, suddenly feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. All his lofty ambitions evaporated, and he lamented, "If that is the case, is it too late for Qin Xiangtian and me to seek a master to learn the art and cultivate martial prowess?" Yesterday, I heard that Gu Hongying of Fenglin sect had already entered the 8th level of the extraordinary realm at the tender age of 15. Qin Xiangtian is already 15, and I too will soon be 15. Yet we remain mere novices. Starting from scratch feels daunting. Upon hearing Yang Yi mention Gu Hongying, Li Shoujua's gaze flickered momentarily before vanishing. Yang Yi suddenly recalled a pressing matter and asked urgently, "Yesterday, Miss Bailey mentioned that she entered a dream state to mend her chi points and slow her breath's dissipation. Why, then, is she dispersing her chi now? If she depletes it entirely, will her years of martial cultivation not regress to nothing?" Li Shoujua replied, "Is the realm of cultivation less significant than a person's life?" Yang Yi responded, "Naturally, life is of utmost importance. Brotherly, surely it cannot be that severe." Miss Bailey herself said her injuries were not grave. She merely needs to take the medicine she concocted, and she should recover in 2 or 3 days at most. Li Shoujua smiled. Perhaps it was not serious initially, but yesterday, in saving you, she forcibly used her true energy. I observed that her internal chi points and meridians are on the brink of collapse. To act recklessly at such a critical juncture, attempting to reinforce them and gather true energy, could inadvertently cause a greater disaster. If that happens, she may find herself in a dire situation regarding her meridians, and her life could be at stake. Yang Yi felt a chill of fear and self-reproach. "It is all my fault for being so careless yesterday, bringing danger to my home and dragging Miss Bailey into it." Li Shoujua reassured him, "No need for such worry. Now, with her newfound understanding, she has chosen to disperse all her true energy, which paradoxically allows her to step into a different realm. She can now harness the essence of the heavens and the earth. For her, it is indeed a higher state and a better opportunity." Yang Yi felt somewhat relieved but remained puzzled. "Brotherly, what did you mean earlier by whether there is wind or not? All is free." Li Shouzhua chuckled without a reply. Glancing at the medicine jar, he inquired, Yang Yi, as you begin to practice the art of qi manipulation, what insights have you gained? Yang Yi's eyes brightened, filled with enthusiasm. In these past 2 or 3 days of practicing the qi manipulation techniques, I have felt a continuous influx of the world's qi pouring into my dantian. Things I could not see, hear, or touch before now resonate with me, even from afar or in obscurity. The archery and nimbleness taught by my parents have become even more formidable, brotherly. I am not boasting. My skills in archery and agility have significantly improved, Li Shouzhua asked. Did you find the practice of qi manipulation difficult or easy? Yang Yi replied. Sister Yin said she taught me the most basic form of qi manipulation, so it must have been an easier entry point. Otherwise, how could I have learned it so quickly? Li Shouzhua set down his medical book, removed the sword from his waist, and placed it on the table, saying, I have been residing atop Chicken Comb Mountain, spending my days in leisure, and have grasped the unique style of boxing. Would you care to see? Yang Yi nodded eagerly, aware that Li Shouzhua's reclusive nature concealed many secrets. Not only did he possess a unique boxing style, but he might also hold extraordinary abilities. Filled with anticipation, Yang Yi awaited the demonstration. Li Shouzhua moved to the center of the courtyard, striking a pose, his form gliding gracefully as he spoke. On Chicken Comb Mountain, the flying clouds and mist rise and fall. The gentle breeze caresses the forest, and leaves fall into the dust. The phenomena of heaven and earth are ever-changing. With a myriad of energies, there is both the force that can shake mountains and rivers, and the gentleness that nourishes all things. Li Shouzhua's boxing style varied in speed. His footwork was nimble, sometimes swift as a hare, his fists like thunder and lightning, roaring with power, while at other times, it flowed like water, gentle and continuous. Yang Yi watched, entranced, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He felt an ethereal shadow of consciousness emerge within him, synchronizing with Li Shouzhua's movements, quietly engraving them into his heart. Gradually, Yang Yi sensed something extraordinary as Li Shouzhua's boxing reached its zenith. The flow of qi that surged from within the house began to alter its course, converging around Li Shouzhua, swirling gracefully. Though formless, the qi now resembled a mighty river, ebbing and flowing spectacularly, captivating Yang Yi's senses. Li Shouzhua remarked, every day, during the serene hours of twilight, the vast void fills with darkness. Stars shine brilliantly, and all is silent, save for the gentle breeze at my side, tapping at my window and dancing with my fists, entering the depths of my heart. The breeze enters my embrace, full of tender emotions. Upon finishing his words, he gently summoned the surging qi that orbited around him, transforming it into a slender stream that instantly flowed into the medicine jar beside Yang Yi. Erupting in radiant colors before vanishing completely, the sheer force and speed dazzling to behold, Li Shouzhua paused, his once tempestuous boxing style suddenly coming to a halt, his movements flowing effortlessly and naturally. He declared, I have a punch that is free and unrestrained. Chapter 62. The realm of no boundaries. Yang Yi gazed, dumbfounded. Li Shouzhua's boxing was exquisite, blending strength and softness, each move imbued with infinite power and transformation. Although he had ceased his punches, to Yang Yi's eyes, it seemed as if a phantom continued to leap and bound, the force of the punches still palpable. Yang Yi marveled inwardly. Brother Li's martial arts are truly unfathomable. It appears he harbors many secrets. Next time, I must find a way to probe him further. At that moment, the medicine jar emitted a soft whirring sound, startling Yang Yi into action as he hurried to inspect it. Carefully lifting the lid, a rich aroma wafted forth. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the concoction inside was thick and exuded a faint golden hue. Yang Yi exclaimed joyfully, it worked. I've finally brewed it. He quickly grasped the jar, retrieved a small bowl, and gently poured the golden liquid into it, ensuring not a single drop was wasted. Yielding a small mouthful, Li Shouzhua returned to the wooden table, glanced at the medicinal broth and said, let it cool for a bit. Once Miss Bailey has fully dispersed her qi, we shall give it to her. Then he asked, Yang Yi, did you observe the boxing technique I just demonstrated? Yang Yi nodded affirmatively. I saw it clearly, Li Shouzhua inquired. How much of it do you remember? Yang Yi placed the bowl on the table and covered it with another bowl to keep out dust. Pondering for a moment before replying, I believe I have grasped about 80 to 90% of it. Li Shouzhua took a sip of tea, chuckling, Do be careful not to boast too much. If that is the case, demonstrate it once for me to see. Yang Yi's face flushed with excitement, eager to try. Rising to his feet, he said, brotherly, if I do poorly and only manage to grasp 70 or 80%. You must not laugh at me. Li Shouzhua laughed heartily. If you have only seen it once and can perform it to that extent, who would dare mock you? They would only sing your praises. Yang Yi stepped to the center of the courtyard, positioned himself, took a deep breath, and prepared to practice. Li Shouzhua advised. First, utilize the qi manipulation technique to circulate your inner true energy, then throw your punches. Yang Yi hesitated, puzzled. When I watched you punch, there seemed to be no true energy flowing within you. Li Shouzhua chuckled. I have no true energy to use. Since you have already learned the qi manipulation technique and have generated a faint breath, why not make use of it? Yang Yi exclaimed in realization, readjusting his stance to practice the qi manipulation method. As he focused his intent, true energy surged from his dantian, flowing through his meridians. The true energy felt like a gentle stream washing through him, bringing clarity to his senses, lightness to his limbs, and a flicker of joy to his heart as he threw his first punch. As he initiated the punch, a memory shadow emerged deep within Yang Yi's consciousness, guiding him to mimic Li Shouzhua's movements. At first, Yang Yi's actions were hesitant and awkward, his footwork slightly lagging. However, after a dozen punches, he gradually found his focus, entering a state of selflessness, fully immersed in the boxing technique and its essence. As he continued, Yang Yi's movements began to synchronize with the phantom in his mind. And after 20 punches, there remained no discernible difference. Filled with enthusiasm, he completed a set of punches but felt unsatisfied, seamlessly transitioning back to the first move to practice anew, in the center of the courtyard. The young man in simple attire moved gracefully, akin to a startled swan or a gliding dragon. His punches roared like dragons, his palms flowed like clouds, and his strikes were as thunderous as lightning. Blending strength with grace, his movements fluid and powerful. At that moment, the surge of qi from within the house, drawn by an unseen force, converged around Yang Yi as if rivers were flowing into the sea, rushing into his entire network of meridians and dantian. Lost in his practice, Yang Yi remained unaware of the changes, feeling only a sudden swell of true energy, the once faint streams transforming into a roaring river of energy. Ceaseless and boundless in that instant, his punches bridged heaven and earth, cutting through the clouds. Li Shouzhua watched with delight, nodding repeatedly, unable to hold back his genuine admiration. There's no rush. No rush. Indeed, it is as easy as it gets. Yang Yi's joy was evident on his face as he eagerly returned to Li Shouzhua's side, his expression brimming with anticipation. Brotherly, he inquired, is it true that your martial art changes as if by magic? Filled with boundless mysteries? Does this set of techniques have a name? Li Shouzhua chuckled and replied, it is called following one's heart. Yang Yi paused, taken aback, and skeptically asked, the name of the martial art is following one's heart? Li Shouzhua nodded, explaining, my techniques are born from leisure. I practice them casually. Today a move, tomorrow another. The techniques are not rigidly fixed. One can strike as one pleases, free and unrestrained, following one's heart. Still somewhat skeptical, Yang Yi suddenly asked, if I were to develop a move or two of my own, could I incorporate them into this? Of course, Li Shouzhua replied. That is the essence of following one's heart. Yang Yi laughed, nodding repeatedly. Then how could it not be infinite and boundless? Precisely, Li Shouzhua affirmed. May it be so, as it should be. Rising to his feet, Yang Yi respectfully performed a deep bow to Li Shouzhua, saying, thank you, brotherly, for imparting your martial art. Li Shouzhua hurriedly waved his hand, saying, no, I did not teach you any martial art. I was merely passing the time, practicing a bit. You observed it all yourself? And it has nothing to do with me. Believing that Li Shouzhua feared he would cause trouble after learning the techniques, Yang Yi gave him a knowing look and smiled. Rest assured, I understand. Li Shouzhua playfully scolded, what do you understand? I forgot to mention, the following one's heart technique has not been tested in battle. I cannot guarantee its efficacy. You will have to see for yourself, Yang Yi repeatedly agreed. Thinking, today, I have learned the following one's heart technique. Whether it is useful or not can wait. At least I possess a move or two, which is 100-fold better than being entirely unskilled. Filled with excitement, he leaped up, eager to practice the following one's heart technique freely once more. Turning to Li Shouzhua, he asked, "Brother Li, now that I have learned your martial art, how many levels or realms can I be considered to have reached?" Li Shouzhua smiled. "Neither levels nor realms." Yang Yizhi was momentarily taken aback, recalling what Bai Li Xueqing had said yesterday. What is a realm? Does the art of killing require a realm? At that moment, he felt enlightened. What of levels and realms? With a sword in hand, one dares to cleave through heaven and earth. Recalling this, Yang Yizhi felt a surge of confidence and joyfully declared, "What is a realm? The realm of no realm is the supreme realm." Upon hearing this, Li Shouzhua was taken aback, his spirit shaken. Chapter 63. Instant pinnacle. Yang Yizhi assumed his stance and truly began to practice the following one's heart technique once more. Unrestrained. This time, not only did he replicate the moves Li Shouzhua had demonstrated, but he also incorporated several techniques he had seen Bai Li Xueqing use in the Tian family courtyard. The movements flowed seamlessly, without any sense of discord. Yang Yizhi was immediately filled with enthusiasm, blending in a few cunning tricks he had used in playful sparring with Qin Shangtian. Remarkably, these two were executed with ease, harmoniously connecting with Li Shouzhua's original techniques, prompting him to feel an even greater admiration for Li Shouzhua's skill. His fists flew like the wind, increasingly reckless and wild, as he unleashed a flurry of strikes and kicks. Li Shouzhua, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation and sighed. "You resemble a mad dog, devoid of any grace." However, it indeed aligns with the phrase following one's heart. You grasped it after just 3 repetitions, demonstrating remarkable understanding. Suddenly, both men sensed an unusual stillness. The once surging energy from within the house had dissipated, leaving the courtyard in a profound silence, a gentle coolness flowing through. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and a girl in white gracefully emerged, resembling a living painting. Bai Li Xueqing stood tall, akin to a figure from a picture, her complexion radiant, skin as smooth as cream, her eyes sparkling with vitality, smiling sweetly at Yang Yizhi. Yang Yizhi immediately ceased his practice, his gaze towards Bai Li Xueqing momentarily glazed with a hint of daze, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. He felt an odd sense of joy and asked, "Miss Bai Li, has your injury healed?" Bai Li Xueqing nodded, saying, "Yang Yizhi, I am hungry." Yang Yizhi promptly replied, "Please have some tea first. I will go prepare a meal right away." He led Bai Li Xueqing to the table under the persimmon tree, poured her a cup of tea, and then hurried into the kitchen to get busy. Tea was only then that Yang Yizhi realized the peculiarity of the previous night as sudden events, followed by mysterious phenomena that had swiftly transitioned from night to day, leaving him utterly bewildered. They had not only skipped dinner the night before, but had also gone the entire day without a morsel. Despite this, he felt neither hunger nor fatigue, which he found exceedingly strange. Bai Li Xueqing and Li Shouzhua sat across from each other. She delicately lifted the tea Yang Yizhi had prepared and took a gentle sip. Li Shouzhua glanced at Bai Li Xueqing, noticing that her energy channels were devoid of any lingering true energy, no different from an ordinary person. He remarked with a smile, "Your courage is admirable, young lady. Such a lofty level of cultivation can dissipate so easily. It is indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary folks." Bai Li Xueqing replied nonchalantly, "What is known as supreme cultivation is merely a shackle that confines oneself. One often suffers under its weight. Having broken free from it, I find myself far more at ease." Li Shouzhua pushed a bowl of medicine towards Bai Li Xueqing, saying, "This is a heavenly restoration pill. Although it has not yet formed into a true pill, it has absorbed your pure true energy. After consuming it, with your transcendent cultivation method, your strength should recover to about 20 or 30% in a day or 2. That young man, Yang Yizhi, inadvertently borrowed a bit of your true energy while practicing. Do not hold it against him." Bai Li Xueqing smiled. As brotherly mentioned, spiritual energy comes from and returns to the heavens and all things. Since it has returned to the heavens, if he can take from it, it is his fortune. With that, she raised the bowl and drank it all in one go. As soon as Bai Li Xueqing set the bowl down, a faint golden aura erupted from her body. The surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth seemed to converge into her, instantly filling her energy channels to the brim, surging and flowing boundlessly. She quickly returned to her peak level of cultivation. Li Shouzhua was left speechless, nearly dropping his teacup, exclaiming, "Your innate talent in cultivation is truly astounding. Ordinary people, after consuming medicine, must utilize supreme techniques to stabilize their energy, gradually absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, which requires time. Yet, for her, it was as if her will summoned it directly to her, instantly making it her own. Reaching her pinnacle, Bailey Xueqing replied. But brotherly, isn't your inner energy also quite similar? Li Shouzhua shook his head. Not at all. Although I have gained insights, I can only use it for myself. I cannot claim it as my own. Bailey Xueqing smiled softly and savored her tail. Li Shouzhua gazed at her with admiration, thinking, "It is often said that I possess exceptional talent and insight, but when compared to this young lady before me, the difference is like that between clouds and mud. In truth, Li Shouzhua withheld some of his thoughts. While he had comprehended the essence of being at ease in both wind and calm, he bore a heavy heart. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was something he could not claim as his own. His ability to use it was extremely limited. Even if he could gather energy in an instant through his internal techniques, it would be less than 30% of his peak cultivation, and the duration he could maintain it was merely the length of a stick of incense. Li Shouzhua advised, "You have just healed, and your true essence is newly born. Your energy channels remain quite fragile. It is not advisable to exert your true energy too freely at this stage. If you suddenly draw in too much spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, filling your channels to the brim and reaching your peak, it would be unsustainable and detrimental to your body." Bailey Xueqing nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, brotherly." With a thought, she dissipated her true energy, returning it to the heavens and earth. Li Shouzhua calmly sipped his tea, yet curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Your understanding is truly impressive. May I ask, what was your original level of cultivation?" Bailey Xueqing smiled. "In my homeland, martial cultivation knows no realms. It is merely a matter of strength, and strength is but a single sword." Li Shouzhua nodded, filled with admiration, his curiosity about Bailey Xueqing's homeland deepening. At that moment, Yang Yiji returned, bringing a bowl of pickled vegetables and a bowl of cured meat to the table, followed by 3 bowls of rice. Handing over the chopsticks, he said apologetically, "Brotherly, Miss Bailey, I didn't manage to prepare any proper dishes in my haste." Li Shouzhua took the chopsticks with a chuckle, interrupting, "What do you mean, didn't prepare any proper dishes? In your humble abode, such a generous serving of cured meat must have cleared out your provisions for the new year. Miss Bailey, it seems we are fortunate today, thanks to you." Bailey Xueqing smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at Yang Yiji, her gaze filled with inquiry and gratitude. Yang Yiji immediately felt a rush of heat to his face, awkwardly scratching his head and grinning. After the 3 of them finished their meal, Yang Yiji tidied the bowls and chopsticks and went into the kitchen to wash them. By this time, night had fallen, and the crescent moon hung low among the treetops. Yang Yiji's courtyard, nestled at the foot of the mountain, was enveloped in a gentle white mist cascading from the hills behind, drifting softly through the space, with the persimmon tree particularly shrouded in mist. Li Shouzhua looked up at the bountiful persimmons, his gaze drifting to the adjacent white wall, where faint ripples of light occasionally shimmered. Elusive and hard to perceive without careful observation from someone with profound martial skills, Li Shouzhua raised his eyes to the moon and sighed. "So it is. So it has been. It has been over 10 years. Yet why do I still linger on it, unable to let go?" He sighed again, lost in thought. A melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, resonated throughout the courtyard. Chapter 64. Jian Shirzhen. Li Shouzhua rose from his seat and strode directly towards the white wall. The moment he made contact, a ripple of green shimmered, and his figure suddenly vanished without a trace. Yang Yiji leaped out from the kitchen, glancing around, and turned his gaze towards Bailey Xueqing, who was calmly sipping tea. He inquired, "Miss Bailey, have you perhaps heard the laughter of a woman?" "Oh, where is brotherly gone?" Bailey Xueqing replied. "Yang Yiji, please take a seat. Let us converse." Yang Yiji felt a surge of joy. Promptly sitting upright opposite Bailey Xueqing, his eyes fixed intently on the white-clad maiden, and cheerfully stated, "What would you like to discuss, Miss Bailey? I am all ears for any questions you may have." Bailey Xueqing observed, "Your archery and agility are commendable, yet your martial prowess is rather ordinary. Your inner energy seems painfully feeble. Have you encountered a bottleneck in your martial path? If you wish, you may share your struggles with me. Perhaps I could offer assistance." Yang Yiji scratched his head and confessed, "To be honest, Miss Bailey, I possess no martial skills. My archery and nimbleness are merely techniques honed from years of hunting alongside my parents. I have simply practiced diligently and developed some proficiency. However, just now, Brother Li demonstrated the free-flowing fist, which was quite remarkable. I must admit, it is my first encounter with martial arts. Bai Li Xueqing's eyes widened in surprise. And upon sensing Yang Yiji's sincerity, she regained her composure and nodded, saying, "Your archery and agility are indeed intricate, filled with boundless variations. If you continue to practice diligently, you may reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Do not underestimate yourself. One of the 9 sects of the world, the Yinyun sect, possesses an exquisite archery technique known as setting sun archery, which is peerless and transcendent. A master of it can become a tempest on the battlefield." Yang Yiji's eyes sparkled with interest, and he nodded vigorously. "Just the other day, during the Wei Kingdom's surprise attack on Mingxi Town, I witnessed Brother Han Ning from the Fenglin sect in action. He faced several opponents alone, leaving them utterly flustered, while he remained relaxed and jovial. It was mesmerizing and truly astonishing." Bai Li Xueqing remarked, "Martial prowess is not defined by time, realm, technique, or weapon. A single strike can determine victory or defeat." "Thank you for your enlightening words, miss," Yang Yiji replied, his heart swelling with warmth as he thought that Bai Li Xueqing must have overheard his conversation with Li Shouzhua, thus offering him comfort. Bai Li Xueqing inquired, "If you were to formally pursue martial arts, what weapon do you wish to wield?" "A sword," Yang Yiji declared without hesitation. As the saying goes, wielding a 3-foot green blade to sever the injustices of the world. To traverse the rivers and lakes with a sword is indeed a beautiful aspiration. His heart was filled with fervor and ambition, having been inspired by Mr. Dongli's 10 essays on dreams and Gu Hongying's stunning swordplay. Bai Li Xueqing smiled. Swords are easy to learn, yet difficult to master. The sword is regarded as the foremost of all weapons. As the saying goes, a 3-foot green blade ascends to the 9th heaven. If you wish to learn the sword, you must commit to rigorous training to see any results. You must be mentally prepared. Yang Yiji nodded earnestly. "I may be naturally dull-witted, but if I do not succeed in a year, I shall practice for 10. If I do not succeed in 10, I will devote 20. I shall practice 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. Surely, I will master it one day." Bai Li Xueqing pursed her lips, skeptical, and stated, "Exceptional swordsmanship requires not only diligent practice but also innate talent and comprehension. If one merely imitates without understanding, practicing the same moves without variation, what use is there in practicing 10,000 or even 1,000,000 sword strikes?" Yang Yiji replied earnestly, "Miss Bai Li, you say my archery and agility are commendable, and I owe it all to relentless diligence. I have gleaned insights while practicing archery and agility. If I truly manage to practice ordinary sword techniques 1,000,000 times, the proficiency I could achieve is evident. With a single strike, I may not reach the heights of supreme swordsmanship, but I could at least prolong my life, fend off enemies, and command respect in my realm." Bai Li Xueqing paused, nodding in agreement. "You make a valid point." Gifted and astute, Bai Li Xueqing learned martial arts and mind techniques effortlessly, naturally assuming others would be similarly capable. She had little experience with the arduous practice that ordinary individuals must endure. And thus, she did not fully appreciate the value of relentless training. Bai Li Xueqing stated, "To practice swordsmanship, one must possess a sword. I have brought 2 swords down the mountain. Today, I shall gift one to you as a token of gratitude for saving me. Once you have practiced your swordsmanship 1,000,000 times and achieved mastery, you may visit me at Qinmu Mountain to spar and discuss swordplay." Yang Yiji's face lit up with joy. How could he refuse such a generous gift? Without the slightest hesitation, he nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Miss Bai Li. I am aware that in a duel with you, I may never measure up, so I do not dare to hope for that. However, should I merely wish to seek you out, rest assured, regardless of the mountains or rivers, the trials I must face, I shall certainly keep my promise." Bai Li Xueqing smiled warmly, raising her hand with a flourish. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the forest behind Yang Yiji's courtyard, and a white figure soared down from the mountainside, leaping gracefully before returning to the woods. In that moment, a streak of black light detached from the white figure and flew into Bai Li Xueqing's hand. Yang Yiji was taken aback, realizing that Brother Bai, who had been hidden nearby, guarding Miss Bai Li Xueqing now held a long sword in her hand, its sheath and hilt both a deep ink color. She effortlessly adjusted her grip, holding the sheath with her left hand and the hilt with her right. With a resounding clang, the sword was drawn, a chilling light spilling forth, its edge sharp and imposing. Bai Li Xueqing placed the sheath on the table and gracefully descended to the center of the courtyard, her form as ethereal as a dragon soaring through the sea, the sword like a rainbow piercing the sun. The sword's energy cleaved the heavens and rent the air, its ferocity unmatched, entirely uncharacteristic of a woman, leaving onlookers astonished. As Yang Yizhi observed Bai Li Xueqing's swordplay, he sensed that the light from her blade carved fissures in the night sky and courtyard, as if the scene before him were a mere illusion. This ethereal space, now marred by Bai Li Xueqing's sword energy, soon revealed distinct cracks that steadily expanded, becoming increasingly visible, as the sound of Bai Li Xueqing's swordplay echoed like a dragon's song. The entire illusory realm shattered abruptly, countless fragments falling away into oblivion. The scene before him returned to the familiar muddy lane courtyard, grounding him in reality. Yang Yizhi marveled at the exquisite intricacy of Bai Li Xueqing's swordsmanship. Bai Li Xueqing executed 13 sword forms, casting her long sword with a thunderous cry towards the sheath on the table. The sword flew smoothly into its sheath, and the fierce energy dissipated instantly, leaving the sheath on the table utterly undisturbed, a testament to her terrifying precision. With the sword returned to its sheath, Bai Li Xueqing quietly resumed her seat at the table, pushing the long sword towards Yang Yizhi and saying, "This sword is now yours." Yang Yizhi took up the long sword, unable to contain his delight. "Thank you, Miss Bai Li. Does this sword have a name?" Bai Li Xueqing raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Does a sword need a name?" Yang Yizhi replied. "Upon witnessing your swordplay, a line of poetry came to mind. Ink green writes the evening breeze, silver light paints the bright moon. If this sword lacks a name, let us call it Qingyamo sword from this day forth, shall we?" Bai Li Xueqing smiled. "Very well." Yang Yizhi pondered for a moment and asked, "Does the 13 sword forms you just practiced have a name?" Bai Li Xueqing looked at Yang Yizhi, wondering if he had discerned her talent despite his self-deprecating remarks. Confused yet accepting, she nodded. "Indeed, it is called Jian Shi-san." Chapter 65. The 5-Year Agreement. Yang Yizhi slung the Qingyamo sword across his back and stood up, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Bai Li." Bai Li Xueqing smiled. "You may simply call me by my name." Yang Yizhi grinned broadly, momentarily unsure whether to address her by surname or given name, and once more clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you." Bai Li Xueqing smiled sweetly. Yang Yizhi then recalled something, grinning as he said, "Once I have learned the sword, should you return to Mingxi Town to challenge that scholar who injured you, I shall stand by your side in support. In 5 years' time, during the frost descent season, I shall return." Yang Yizhi felt a surge of joy, brimming with confidence as he declared, "Fear not. 5 years is ample time. Though I may seem unremarkable now, I will dedicate myself to relentless practice over the next 5 years. Even if I do not achieve 1,000,000 sword strikes, I will at least reach several 100,000. By the time I have perfected my swordsmanship, I shall be ready to join you in confronting that scholar. I am confident we will triumph over a mere bookish opponent." Bai Li Xueqing blinked at Yang Yizhi, smiling. "It is a promise." Yang Yizhi beamed. "A promise indeed." In the depths of his heart, a light ignited, illuminating the path to the future 5 years hence, glowing brightly and radiating an enchanting aura, filling him with boundless energy. "Yang Shi-san, may I borrow your knife once more?" A young man in a blue robe rushed into the courtyard, carrying a bundle. Spotting Yang Yizhi beneath the persimmon tree, he sprinted over, placing the bundle on the table and pouring himself a bowl of tea, which he downed in one gulp. "Yang Shi-san, lend me that knife." Yang Yizhi, puzzled, asked, "What has happened?" Qin Shangtian erupted with fury. "Is it not the old fools of the Qin family?" "Huh? Who is this lady?" Turning inadvertently, Qin Shangtian was struck by the sight of the white-clad maiden seated calmly, his heart quaking as he thought, "Why is this woman so exquisitely beautiful, unlike any mortal? Could she be a celestial being from the heavens?" As I pondered, I glanced at the bewildered Yang Yizhi, then took in the ethereal beauty of the maiden clad in white, before finally turning my gaze back to Yang, deliberately lowered voice. I inquired with an air of mystery, "Yang Shi-san, are you able to see the white-clad maiden seated across from you? She appears transcendent, as if she has stepped straight from a painting or descended from the heavens." Yang Yizhi rubbed his forehead and replied, "Qin Shangtian, this is Bai Li Xueqing. Bai Li, allow me to introduce you to Qin Shangtian." Qin Shangtian, as if awakening from a dream, exclaimed in astonishment. So, Yang Shisan, you can indeed see the celestial maiden? I thought I was the only one who could perceive her, given your dazed expression. With that, he rose and clasped his fists in greeting, saying, I am Qin Shangtian, a close brother and elder to Yang Yiji. Bai Li Xueqing nodded and introduced herself. I am Bai Li Xueqing. Qin Shangtian, with a carefree demeanor, settled back down and, facing Bai Li Xueqing, grinned, Sister-in-law, you possess truly discerning eyes. Although Yang Yiji may not match my handsomeness, intelligence, or capability, he is nonetheless a remarkable man, worthy of lifelong devotion. Bai Li Xueqing was momentarily taken aback, a smile playing at her lips as her eyes sparkled. Yang Yiji swiftly grasped Qin Shangtian's neck, exclaiming, Qin Shangtian, cease your nonsensical chatter. Qin Shangtian extricated himself from Yang Yiji's grip and, observing Yang Yiji's flustered expression, maintained his composure. Oh, have I perhaps made an error? My apologies, fair maiden. Please do not take offense. It was simply your breathtaking beauty that led me to mistakenly identify you as Yang Yiji's destined partner. A woman of your exquisite grace is truly a celestial being, a vision of ethereal beauty. And to find such a divine presence in the humble abode of one as destitute as Yang Yiji is indeed a marvel. Surely, only a celestial being would overlook worldly circumstances to grace him with her company. Bai Li Xueqing turned to Yang Yiji and inquired, Did he learn such flattery from you? Yang Yiji, caught in an awkward smile, was at a loss for words, prompting Qin Shangtian to interject, The maiden has misjudged him. He harbors a deep-seated shyness around women, often stumbling over his words. The flowery rhetoric you hear now is entirely my influence. Yang Yiji, feeling a headache coming on, hastily stated, I shall fetch your sword. A gust of wind rushed into the room, and moments later, it returned to the courtyard, delivering the Minghong sword into Qin Shangtian's hands. I need to return this to Tang Ling. You must keep it safe. Qin Shangtian, momentarily taken aback, pondered, Who is Tang Ling? He then hung the sword at his waist and pushed a bundle on the table toward Yang Yiji, saying, Today, I made 2 sets of garments for all the messengers. This is for you. The remaining silver I entrusted to Sister Kaelin for safekeeping, so she can help us strategize for our ventures. Today, I made quite the profit, selling 500 pages of books for 500 taels of gold, purchasing the Tian family's residence, securing numerous fertile lands, and even inviting Brother Han Ning from Fenglin sect to serve as our chief guest for the messenger's swift letters. Truly, it is a time of great fortune. Qin Shangtian concluded with a self-satisfied air, then turned to Bai Li Xueqing and said, Bai Li, I must borrow Yang Yiji for a moment. Allow him to escort me. Bai Li Xueqing smiled silently. Qin Shangtian seized Yang Yiji and led him outside into the alley. Once in the street, he glanced back at the courtyard and, lowering his voice, asked, Yang Shisan, do you have feelings for Bai Li? Yang Yiji's cheeks flushed and he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, reflecting, Who doesn't admire a beautiful maiden? Qin Shangtian chuckled. What young man does not admire a beautiful maiden? Yang Shisan, when you have feelings, you must act upon them. Do not allow such a wonderful girl to slip away. Yang Yiji's thoughts were in disarray, rendering him speechless. Qin Shangtian, draping his arm around Yang Yiji's shoulder, continued, How splendid it is! I have Qin girl. And you have Bai Li. Together we shall traverse the world, sharing in the joys of life. Vivid images of picturesque landscapes flooded Yang Yiji's mind, and he quickly shook his head, refusing to entertain such thoughts. Replying, Bai Li will leave once she has recovered from her injuries. Qin Shangtian exclaimed, How can we allow her to leave? If you truly harbor feelings for her, you must find a way to keep her here. Yang Yiji explained, We agreed to meet again in Mingxi Town in 5 years. If I have learned martial arts by then, I shall assist her in overcoming a scholar. She also mentioned that if I achieve success in swordsmanship, I may visit her at Chimu Mountain. Qin Shangtian commended, Not bad. You have a plan, first establishing a 5-year promise, then enticing her to invite you for a reunion. It seems Bai Li shall not be escaping anytime soon. Noticing Qin Shangtian's continued nonsensical ramblings, Yang Yiji quickly shifted the topic, asking, What do you need the sword for today? Be cautious not to provoke trouble. Qin Shangtian retorted, Am I the one causing trouble? It is the Qin family of Rui Street that is stirring the pot. We just drove away the Fan family from Wei, and now the Xuanhao sect has come knocking, seeking a marriage proposal. The Qin family must be blinded by greed, as they are once again pressuring Miss Rulin to accept a union. Yang Yiji was taken aback and questioned, "Is it the Xuanhao sect, one of the 9 sects of the realm?" What was Miss Qin's reaction? Qin Shangtian expressed his concern. "Indeed. Miss Rulin is understandably reluctant and is currently sulking at home." Yang Yiji inquired, "What do you plan to do?" Qin Shangtian declared, "What else can I do? I must sneak into the Qin residence tonight and elope with Miss Rulin." Yang Yiji chuckled in disbelief. "You must not act rashly. You might find yourselves unable to escape even Mingxi town, ultimately endangering both of you." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yiji posited, "Qin Shangtian, have you ever considered why a declining Qin family in Mingxi town suddenly attracts the attention of nobles and top-tier sects? One after another, seeking marriage?" Qin Shangtian's expression turned serious. "The Fan family from Wei seeks to plot against Mingxi town, and their marriage proposal to the Qin family is but a facade. I have heard it with my own ears." Yang Yiji continued, "And what of the Xuanhao sect? They are one of the 9 sects. What do they desire? Surely they have never even seen Miss Qin before, so why the sudden proposal? This situation reeks of mystery, defying both logic and sentiment." Qin Shangtian, hands clasped behind his back, gazed up at the moonlit sky, contemplating, indeed, why would a fallen Qin family suddenly become a coveted entity? As the saying goes, there must be an ulterior motive behind unusual occurrences. I must seek out Miss Rulin and inquire further, uncovering the truth before devising a plan. Suddenly, Qin Shangtian's expression shifted, and he asked, "Why has the moon become full? Yang Yiji, am I seeing things? Was it not just a crescent moon?" Yang Yiji looked up to find the night sky adorned with a brilliant full moon, radiant and enormous, seemingly within arm's reach. Chapter 66. The illusory alley. Yang Yiji and Qin Shangtian exchanged puzzled glances, sensing the strangeness of their surroundings. United by an unspoken understanding, they decided to retreat back into the courtyard. As they both took a step back, they suddenly stumbled, their bodies teetering forward, and the world around them blurred momentarily. They quickly steadied themselves. In an instant, the scene before them transformed dramatically. They found themselves in a narrow alley, its ground paved with bluestone slabs, stretching into the distance. Lanterns hung from the doorways of the houses lining both sides, swaying gently in the breeze, illuminating the alley with a warm glow. At the far end stood a grand courtyard with azure tiles and white walls, its entrance adorned with 2 large white lanterns, standing in stark contrast to the low earthen houses, like a crane amidst a flock of chickens. Above the alley, a resplendent full moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery light. This is not the muddy alley, yet it resembles it. Qin Shangtian surveyed his surroundings, placing his right hand on the hilt of his sword, and asked, "Yang Shi-san, what is happening? Where are we?" Yang Yiji, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar alley, recalled a scene and cautioned, "Be vigilant. We may have fallen into an illusion." Qin Shangtian queried in disbelief, "We were just conversing at your courtyard's entrance. How could we have inexplicably fallen into an illusion?" Yang Yiji shook his head, recognizing the scene before him as reminiscent of the 10 Dream Tales, the reincarnation chapter, where a scholar versed in the arcane arts could create a new world through intricate formations. In such a realm, reality and illusion intertwine, and without discovering the exit, one could be trapped forever. It appears that a remarkable figure has arranged a formation in this alley, and as we stepped out of the courtyard, we were ensnared within its confines. Our only course of action now is to identify the formation's core and break it, thus allowing us to escape this illusion. Qin Shangtian asked, "How do you know about such formations?" Yang Yiji replied, "I have been reading a novel about the martial world. I gleaned this knowledge from there. According to the text, these formations are often filled with peril and unpredictability, so we must proceed with utmost caution." Qin Shangtian glanced at the muddy alley and then back at the dimly lit South Street behind them, dismissively stating, "What is there to fear from an illusory formation? Let us simply approach its edge and strike a few blows. I doubt it can withstand our might." Yang Yiji looked toward his own courtyard in the distance and suggested, "Let us first proceed to my home and investigate." Qin Shangtian firmly grasped Yang Yiji and said, "The one who set this formation has deliberately crafted a familiar muddy alley, intending to lure us into following his design. We must not fall into the trap and be led by the nose. Instead, let us break the mold and deliberately avoid the muddy alley, turning back instead. What do you think?" Yang Yiji considered Qin Shangtian's words to be sound and nodded, saying, "This approach is feasible. Let us give it a try." The two immediately turned and sprinted towards the darkened South Street behind them. After a few steps, a faint green ripple appeared before them, causing the entire space to feel unstable. A surge of joy filled their hearts, and they quickened their pace. Just as they were about to exit the muddy alley, the scenery before them flickered between light and dark, and they unexpectedly found themselves in another muddy alley. The distant courtyard with its blue tiles and white walls was particularly striking, and the round moon hanging in the sky shone brightly. The two halted, glancing back only to find that the South Street had transformed into a hazy darkness, the front and back having switched in an instant. Yang Yizhi remarked, "It seems this method is ineffective. If we recklessly charge forward, we will only fall into an endless cycle." Qin Shangtian nodded in agreement and said helplessly, "Let us first head towards your home and take a look, side by side." They proceeded cautiously, wary of their surroundings, keenly observing the conditions on either side of the alley. Qin Shangtian stamped his foot and jumped in place, exclaiming, "This is indeed a cobblestone path. If this is an illusion, it is too realistic." Yang Yizhi approached an abandoned house from the real world, scrutinizing the lantern hanging from the door frame. He removed the lantern and held it in his hand for a moment before returning it to its place, stating, "The lantern and door frame are also real." Qin Shangtian remarked, "The one who set this formation must have put in considerable effort and thought. This realm of illusion is a blend of reality and deception, making it difficult to discern the truth." Yang Yizhi contemplated for a moment and replied, "Not necessarily. Perhaps everything is merely an illusion, and we are ensnared within the formation's deception, mistaking it for reality. Otherwise, how do we explain the bright moon above? Can the one who set this formation truly conjure a full moon to hang in the sky?" Nodding in agreement, the two continued onward, at each house. Yang Yizhi would reach out to take down the lantern, only to hang it back up again, realizing that all of them were indeed real. When they arrived at another abandoned house, Yang Yizhi was about to reach for the lantern when suddenly, several beams of cold light shot toward them with a whistling sound. Qin Shangtian reacted swiftly, drawing his long knife and slicing through the air, the blade cutting through the cold light as if it were mere air, creating no ripple whatsoever. At that moment, countless beams of cold light surged from the front of the alley. The two, not daring to be careless, swiftly retreated into the abandoned courtyard for cover. As they entered, four figures wielding long swords surrounded them. Qin Shangtian, holding the Minghong knife, was enveloped in a green aura and naturally engaged them using the Shoutian knife technique, sweeping aside the four long swords with ease. The clash of blades producing no tangible impact. Cursing under his breath, Qin Shangtian swung his knife again, only to realize that the attackers were none other than Fan Liqiu, Lu Yunsong, and two others. Infuriated, he shouted, "So it's you, you pretty boy. I'll see to it that I don't chop you to pieces." As he spoke, the green aura around Qin Shangtian surged dramatically, realizing that the four were mere illusions. He showed no fear and continued to wield his long knife with the Shoutian knife technique, his blade glowing with a brilliance that could shatter the very earth. The four illusions lacked the essence of real beings, and Qin Shangtian found himself evenly matched against them. His knife technique grew increasingly adept, and in a moment of pride, he laughed, "Yang Shi-san, don't mind me. Let me practice my knife techniques properly." Intentionally showing off, Qin Shangtian executed the Shoutian knife technique from beginning to end. Just as he was about to boast, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his face as a beam of cold light grazed his cheek, leaving a thin cut that bled. Alarmed, Qin Shangtian realized that the clash of blades produced a distinct ringing sound, and the long swords in the hands of the four were exceptionally sharp. He became aware that, at some point, they had ceased to be mere illusions. Yang Yizhi, noticing this, reached out only to find nothing, suddenly remembering that he hadn't brought his bow and arrows. "Little brother, would you care to buy a wooden carving?" A man's voice suddenly rang in Yang Yizhi's ear. Startled, he leaped up, landing atop a roof. Just as he touched down, a man followed closely behind him. Grinning sinisterly, "Little brother, it's no trouble if you don't wish to buy. Merely looking is a feast for the eyes." Yang Yizhi swiftly shot forward, spinning in midair to confront the man chasing him with a punch. Following that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike fierce and rapid, catching the man off guard and forcing him to retreat, eventually landing lightly on the roof, facing Yang Yizhi from a distance. The man, sporting a full beard, observed Yang Yizhi with an unusual gleam in his eyes and chuckled, Interesting, interesting. A day apart warrants a fresh perspective. Little brother, it seems you have truly encountered great fortune. Your progress is remarkable, akin to a rapid ascent. I must witness your capabilities. With that, the bearded man stepped forward and in an instant transformed into a figure clad in a blue cloak, his hat's brim deep and shadowy. Resembling a black hole, standing before Yang Yiji was none other than Gongsu Yunshin, who had perished the previous night. Yang Yiji had witnessed Gongsu Yunshin being tightly embraced by Lu Yunsong, deliberately entering the colorful poison formation set by the scholar, succumbing to a deadly toxin and transforming into a pool of blood, leaving no bones behind. During their confrontation, every punch and kick exchange between Yang Yiji and Gongsu Yunshin had been undeniably real. Not mere illusions. Yang Yiji's gaze sharpened. Yang Yiji's heart trembled as he cast his gaze toward the center of the courtyard, where he beheld two shadowy figures quietly rising behind Qin Shangtian. In an instant, dozens of strands of true energy invaded his body, rendering Qin Shangtian utterly immobile. The four assailants, along with the youth in the purple robe, struck simultaneously, targeting Qin Shangtian's vital points with attacks indistinguishable between reality and illusion. Gong Shuyun's fingers twitched slightly, prompting Qin Shangtian to sweep his blade horizontally, repelling the 5 phantoms before him. He then leaped into the air, charging directly at Yang Yiji. 2 Gong Shuyun figures sprang up simultaneously, one to the left and one to the right, coordinating with Qin Shangtian's assault on Yang Yiji. "Welcome to the Shadow Moon Array," a woman's voice echoed from above. Suddenly, a woman clad in green appeared midair. Descending gracefully, she lightly stepped onto Qin Shangtian's right shoulder, then spun elegantly, creating a resounding crash as Qin Shangtian plummeted straight down, crashing heavily onto the ground, motionless, his life in the balance. The green-clad woman descended slowly, standing upon Qin Shangtian's back, and giggled, "In my Shadow Moon Array, you all seem to be having quite the fun. It's truly vexing to watch." Silver light cascaded across the courtyard, the expression on the green-clad woman's face shifting with extraordinary eeriness. As 5 phantoms floated silently around her, the 3 Gong Shuyun figures had vanished, revealing the strange woman Yang Yiji encountered at his doorstep the previous day. Yang Yiji leaped into the courtyard. Observing the unconscious Qin Shangtian on the ground, his heart filled with anger and urgency. With a flick of his long sword, he executed the 13th sword thrust towards the green-clad woman. "Oh my! Such fiery temper, dear brother. You frighten me a bit," she replied, her demeanor softening. With a gentle tap of her toes forward, the prostrate Qin Shangtian suddenly slid forward, rising upright and positioning himself between Yang Yiji and the green-clad woman. Yang Yiji hastily retracted his sword and leaped backward, landing a short distance away. Qin Shangtian's eyes remained shut, suspended in a state of helplessness as the green-clad woman held him by the back, his feet dangling in midair. Yang Yiji's eyes blazed with urgency as he called out, "Qin Shangtian, wake up." Noticing Yang Yiji's inaction, the green-clad woman gave a gentle shove, causing Qin Shangtian to tumble back to the ground. Once more beneath her feet, Yang Yiji, filled with fury, demanded, "Who are you? Why do you seek to harm us?" The green-clad woman chuckled, "Oh dear brother, you ought to speak to your sister with a bit more gentleness. If you frighten me, who knows, I might just stomp him to death. How amusing that would be. Would you like to see?" Yang Yiji, desperate, implored. "You have meticulously set up this array in the muddy alley for the Minghong Blade and the 10 Dreams? If you release Qin Shangtian, I shall give you anything." The green-clad woman wore a melancholic expression. "What blade? What book? Such trifles. I came to find someone, a certain Yang Sun." She gazed eagerly at Yang Yiji, asking, "Dear brother, do you happen to know someone named Yang Sun?" Yang Yiji shook his head. "I have already told you, I do not know anyone by that name. There is no Yang Sun in the muddy alley." The green-clad woman retorted angrily, "You simply refuse to tell me. You are truly a heartless person, as cruel as that Yang Sun." Saying this, she pressed down harder, and Qin Shangtian let out a low groan. As if he might awaken, Yang Yiji furrowed his brow. The green-clad woman seemed erratic, her behavior inscrutable, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. "Release him, and I will tell you where Yang Sun is," Yang Yiji declared. The green-clad woman beamed. "Really? Wonderful. I'll let him go right now." With that, she leaped off Qin Shangtian, giving him a couple of kicks, urging, Get up, get up. Suddenly, she turned to Yang Yiji with a sly smile. Dear brother, you are deceiving me, aren't you? Indeed, men are all deceitful creatures, yet there's something endearing about a man who lies. Yang Yiji was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. The green-clad woman narrowed her brows, glancing up at the full moon. Exclaiming in frustration, this stubborn man in white is truly difficult to deal with. He doesn't know how to cherish beauty. I do not like him. She then turned to Yang Yiji, her expression softening. But you, my dear charming brother, you are quite to my liking. Yang Yiji replied, You seek Yang Sun. We have no grievances with one another. Why must you torment us? The green-clad woman retorted. Who told you to be so handsome? I can't help but like you more and more. Yang Yiji was momentarily stunned, unable to respond. The green-clad woman smiled mischievously. To like someone means to make things difficult for them. It's quite amusing to trouble someone you care for. Suddenly, the green-clad woman's brow furrowed, and with a cold snort, she declared, Cunning little brother, you have deceived me, and I like you even more. I shall give you a chance. If you can find him within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, I will let you both go. The green-clad woman reached out, and instantly Qin Shangtian was lifted into her grasp. She flung him forward, and ripples surged through the air as he vanished from Yang Yiji's sight. The green-clad woman giggled, Dear brother, you must hurry, for after the incense burns out, I cannot guarantee his survival. With that, she fell backward, disappearing into the ground upon contact. Chapter 68. Sword strikes the bright moon. Yang Yiji leapt to the spot where the green-clad woman had vanished. Reaching down to touch the ground, his fingers coated in dirt, he thought to himself, This array is exceedingly strange. I cannot linger here any longer. I must find Qin Shangtian swiftly. Grasping his long sword, Yang Yiji leapt onto the rooftop once more. The dilapidated earthen houses were too low, obscuring his view of the entire muddy alley. He glanced at the high walls of his own courtyard and immediately sped off. Under the moonlight, his figure resembled a streak of gray lightning, swiftly landing atop the high wall of his home. Standing atop the wall, he surveyed the scene, noticing lanterns hanging high at the doors of every household in the muddy alley. The entire lane illuminated. Yet within the courtyards, there was not a flicker of candlelight, only the moonlight pouring down like daylight. Yang Yiji jumped into his own courtyard, which remained unchanged, beneath the persimmon tree. There were no tables or chairs. After observing for a moment, he sensed only boundless darkness, unable to discern any difference. Just as he was about to leave, the door of the east wing creaked open, and a young man in fine garments emerged, his countenance as refined as jade. Upon spotting Yang Yiji, he gasped, Oh, so there is someone here. I must take my leave. The young man in fine garments quickly retreated into the east wing. Shutting the door behind him, Yang Yiji felt a momentary shock but swiftly leapt forward, flinging the door open and charging inside. The scene before him abruptly changed, and he found himself in yet another alley, another muddy alley. As Yang Yiji stood in confusion, the door of a neighboring courtyard swung open, and another young man in fine garments appeared. Upon seeing Yang Yiji, he looked momentarily astonished, clasped his fists, and smiled, Brother, your skills are truly impressive. You arrived before me, I am in awe. Yang Yiji regarded the young man, his sword held horizontally before him, and inquired, We met yesterday. You asked me for directions at the alley's entrance. Who are you? And why are you here? The young man was indeed the one who had inquired about the way the previous day. According to Gong Shuyun, he had once attempted to exchange a sword for a wooden carved doll, inadvertently severing Gong Shuyun's strands of true energy with a careless swing, thus saving Yang Yiji in a roundabout way. The young man replied, Ah, it's you, brother. No offense intended, I accidentally wandered into this alley and cannot find my way out. I am quite anxious. It feels like the moon has been hanging above for ages. Has a day and night truly passed? Despite his words, there was no trace of panic on his face. Yang Yiji scrutinized him closely and asked, Are you real or merely an illusion? The young man responded, You'll know the truth if you strike me with your sword. Yang Yiji swept his sword across, and the young man jumped in surprise, exclaiming, You really intend to strike? In haste, the young man drew his sword and raised it defensively, but as their blades clashed, Yang Yiji's Q sword glided effortlessly through the center of the young man's sword. As if cleaving through an illusion, The young man's sword was instantly severed in two, a segment of the blade clattering onto the stone ground, the sound crisp and clear. The young man exclaimed in admiration. What a fine sword! Yang Yiji did not pause, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The young man, flustered, wielded his sword wildly, appearing disheveled. Yet each time he skillfully blocked Yang Yiji's attacks. After several exchanges, the young man's sword had been reduced to mere fragments, leaving him with only the hilt and a short remnant of the blade. In desperation, the young man pleaded, Stop, stop. If you keep this up, you'll break my hand. Yang Yiji sheathed his sword, narrowing his gaze as he observed the young man, who clutched the broken sword, breathing heavily, his true energy coursing through his meridians, confirming that he was indeed real, not an illusion. Yang Yiji said, I apologize for the offense. The young man replied, In this cursed place, one must be exceedingly cautious. Truth and illusion intertwine, and none can discern them at a glance. As he spoke, he returned the broken sword to its sheath, his eyes gleaming with interest as he fixed his gaze upon Yang Yiji's Q sword. Licking his lips, he asked, Brother, are you selling that sword? Yang Yiji's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, Not for sale. The young man sighed, Alas, a fine sword before me, how it entices. Yang Yiji felt a surge of caution and warned, We are trapped in this array. I advise you not to entertain ill intentions. If you cannot escape the illusion, all you gain will merely serve others. The young man in the embroidered robe nodded repeatedly and said, Indeed, that is the reasoning behind it. Therefore, it would be prudent for us to join forces and uncover a method to break the formation. Yang Yiji responded, Good. He then recalled something and inquired, Having been trapped here for quite some time, have you made any discoveries? The young man in the embroidered robe nodded and replied, I have indeed uncovered some clues. There are actually 3 layers of formations here, intertwined with 3 alleys. These alleys overlap and shift positions every incense stick's duration, suggesting that the focal point of the formation is also in constant flux, making it quite challenging to break the formation. Yang Yiji remarked, Is it easy to locate someone within the span of an incense stick? The young man replied, Difficult. The 3-layered formation is intricate and convoluted. If you search one alley at a time, by the time you've thoroughly searched one, the alleys would have already changed places. Dio, you have a friend ensnared within the formation? Yang Yiji exclaimed urgently, My friend was just knocked unconscious by a woman in a green robe and left somewhere within the formation. She insisted that I find him within an incense stick's time, or else she would not hesitate to kill. The young man, astonished, exclaimed, Oh, the notorious Long Qingyue has personally taken action, and she merely knocked your friend unconscious? How strange. Yang Yiji queried, Do you know the background of the woman in the green robe? The young man, with a proud expression, replied, Naturally, I am well aware. Do not underestimate my lowly realm. I possess remarkable insight and am well versed in worldly matters. The woman in green is none other than Long Qingyue, the elder of discipline from the ghostly palace, one of the 7 demons of the demonic path, and one of the top 10 talents of the Jianghu as judged by the Misty Pavilion years ago. Proficient in the art of Qi Min Dunjia. Yang Yiji's expression slightly changed as he asked, One of the top 10 talents? Is she not on par with Gu Hongying of the Maple Forest sect? The young man affirmed, Precisely. The shadow moon formation here must have been hastily set up by her. Otherwise, it would surely be even more treacherous and unpredictable. Yang Yiji urged, Is there truly no way to counteract it? The young man glanced at the Qingma sword in Yang Yiji's hand, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes, and said, There is, in fact, a rather simple method. If you were to wield your sword as proficiently as Gu Hongying, a single strike could shatter the entire illusory formation, causing this realm to collapse in an instant. Yang Yiji stared at the young man in the embroidered robe, his expression blank, contemplating. If I possessed Gu Hongying's swordsmanship, it would be far simpler to simply slay Long Qingyue. With this thought, he felt a surge of inspiration and said, Since locating someone is so challenging, I might as well not waste my time and effort in searching. Let us directly confront Long Qingyue. The young man's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, My brother, what a brilliant idea. I admire it greatly. But the question remains. Whether we can find her is one thing, and even if we do, what can we do? Can you defeat her? Yang Yiji said, How can I know if I have never fought her? Even if I cannot defeat her, I must still fight. We cannot allow our lives to be at the mercy of others, the young man replied. You make a valid point, indeed. My brother is impressive. Let us seek out that demoness Lung Qingyue. He looked around and then asked, Where shall we search? Yang Yizhi gazed up at the enormous full moon in the sky and said, In this illusory formation, the most conspicuous object is undoubtedly this full moon above. I suspect that the moon serves as the focal point of the formation. Let us go find her at the moon. The young man clapped his hands in admiration, saying, My brother is indeed exceptionally clever. In fact, I had already thought of that, but after searching for quite some time, I could not find a way to enter the moon. Yang Yizhi gripped his long sword, his true energy suddenly surging forth, the surrounding aura rushing towards him instantaneously. The true energy, which had been hidden within his meridians, awakened in an instant, a grand and overwhelming force enveloping him, and the cold aura of the long sword pierced through the ground. The young man in the embroidered robe was startled, and upon closer inspection, he was filled with astonishment, thinking, This young man clearly has weak true energy and has yet to enter the ranks. Why has he suddenly manifested a force of no, it should be 5. Perhaps even 6 layers? No, that doesn't seem right. At least it has reached the level of 7 layers of true energy. No, it does not resemble 7 or 8 layers. Could it be the 9th layer of the divine concealment realm? That cannot be possible. Yang Yizhi chuckled, saying, What method do we need? Just cut the moon and go directly inside. With that, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring towards the moon. Upon reaching a height above his own courtyard, he leaped high into the air, grasped his sword with both hands, and struck down, unleashing a sword aura that morphed into a massive true energy sword, cleaving towards the full moon in the night sky. What a magnificent sight! Truly a passionate youth, to declare a sword strike against the bright moon, and indeed to do so. The young man in the embroidered robe marveled in awe. Chapter 69. Entering the bright moon in the moonlit sky. A dazzling light flashed, yet the full moon remained unchanged. The figure plummeted straight down, crashing heavily into the center of the courtyard with a thud, lying on his back, holding the sword in his right hand, unconscious on the ground. The young man in the embroidered robe rushed over, landing softly in the courtyard, glancing up at the full moon above and then at Yang Yizhi on the ground, exclaiming, To strike an egg against a stone, your courage is commendable. The young man's gaze fell on the Qingma sword in Yang Yizhi's hand. He hesitated, thinking, What a heaven-sent opportunity. I must quickly seize the sword and leave. If I do not take this precious sword, my conscience will be uneasy, he then pondered. I have promised to cooperate with him, yet I would turn around and take advantage of him, which would weigh heavily on my conscience. Another thought crossed his mind. I am but a passerby to him. He does not even know who I am. I in such a vast world. Where could he possibly search for me? Such a precious sword. How could I not take it? He shook his head, contemplating. How could a noble young man take advantage of another's misfortune? Forget it. I will first see if he is dead before deciding whether to take it or not. The young man approached Yang Yizhi's side, crouching down to check his breath. Yang Yizhi suddenly opened his eyes and sprang up. The young man awkwardly clapped his hands, laughing, My brother, your sword strike against the moon was indeed spectacular. Did you gain any insights? Yang Yizhi shook his head, then nodded, sheathing his sword and turning towards the eastern wing. The young man hurriedly followed, asking, Did you discover anything? Yang Yizhi pushed open the door and entered. This time, he did not appear in another place out of thin air, but rather truly stepped into the room. Yang Yizhi carefully examined the room's arrangement, which bore no difference from reality. A wooden bed, a wooden table, the only differences being that the wall did not display the bow and arrows gifted to him by Han Ning yesterday, the table lacked the 10 pieces of dream, and the bedside was devoid of a persimmon. Yang Yizhi asked, When did you inadvertently enter the formation? The young man replied, Yesterday, that man refused to exchange puppets with me, so I left. Just as I reached the alley's mouth, I was pushed from behind, and in a moment of disorientation, I found myself here, suddenly transitioning from day to night, watching the sun in the sky abruptly change into the moon. It was indeed a startling experience. Yang Yizhi nodded, saying, The night before last, when I returned home, I heard the laughter of a woman. At that time, I thought I had misheard. Now it seems that the woman was Lung Qingyue. She must have set up the formation that night, and the arrangements in this courtyard are all from that night. The young man's eyes brightened as he asked, Was it the night when Gu Hongying repelled the Wei Gua fan clan with a single sword? Yang Yiji replied, indeed. The young man, filled with excitement and anticipation, asked, you were present at the scene, right? You witnessed Gu Hongying's 3 sword strikes with your own eyes, right? Quickly, tell me about Gu Hongying's demeanor at that time. Yang Yiji, rendered speechless, replied, is this really the time for storytelling? The young man rubbed his hands together, his impatience palpable, saying, the matter at hand is urgent. Let us discuss it outside. It is indeed curious. Why would that demoness Lung Qingyue set up such a grand formation in your dilapidated alley? What could she be scheming? Yang Yiji pondered for a moment and said, she mentioned she came to the mud to find someone. The young man asked, who is she looking for? Yang Yiji replied, she said she was looking for Yang Sun. However, there is no such person in Mud Alley. The young man suddenly understood, exclaiming, so that it. Yang Sun is one of the top 10 talents of the Jianghu. Originating from the Yinyun sect. It is said that over a decade ago, he had a romantic entanglement with Lung Qingyue, and love turned to hatred, making them enemies. This explains everything. Lung Qingyue must have tracked Yang Sun and his wife here, convinced they were hiding in Mud Alley, thus setting up a grand formation to wait for them. Yang Yiji lamented, then are we not all innocent victims caught in the crossfire? The young man replied. Where is the concept of innocence in this? In Lung Qingyue's eyes, there are no innocent parties, only those who deserve to die. After saying this, the young man's thoughts raced, exclaiming, wait. The realm of Yang Sun and his wife is above that of Lung Qingyue. This hastily arranged formation cannot possibly trap them. She must have other motives. Yang Yiji stated, we need not delve into her motives. Our priority is to find a way out. The young man nodded in agreement. Yang Yiji turned back to the courtyard, gazing at the persimmon tree in the corner. Under the moonlight, the bright red persimmons glimmered enticingly. Yang Yiji remarked, just now, when I leaped high into the air, I caught a glimpse of the entire Mud Alley. Although the moonlight is bright, akin to daylight, I noticed that there were no shadows of any objects within the alley. The young man exclaimed. Oh! He looked down at his feet and then behind him, and indeed, there were no shadows at all. Repeatedly expressing his amazement, there truly are no shadows at all. How odd. It is called the Shadow Moon Formation. Yet there is not a single shadow. It is a misnomer, Yang Yiji added, within the entire formation. Only this persimmon tree before us casts a shadow, clearly visible. Upon hearing this, the young man looked towards the persimmon tree. Its shadow swaying gracefully in the breeze, he laughed heartily, saying, my brother, you are indeed remarkably perceptive. I remained trapped for an entire day and night without noticing the peculiarities of this place, yet you discerned them at a glance. I am truly in awe. Clearly, this persimmon tree must serve as a pivotal element of the formation. Yang Yiji remained silent, recalling the moment when Bai Li Xueqing danced with her sword, carving countless fissures in the courtyard and the night sky, which ultimately transformed into myriad fragments of space that collapsed and fell, that time. It was assumed that the brilliance of Bai Li Xueqing's swordplay was merely an illusion created by the sword's aura. However, upon reflection, it must have been the overwhelming sword energy that damaged the illusory formation, exposing the flaws in the persimmon tree. The young man in splendid attire drew his sword and leaped towards the persimmon tree. But to his surprise, he struck nothing but air. With a gasp, he remarked, how can it be an illusion? Why does it cast a shadow? Yang Yiji approached the persimmon tree, glanced up at the full moon, and suggested to the young man, why don't you try to strike the moon? The young man looked at the broken sword in his hand and replied, I lack the skill to leap high enough to reach it. Yang Yiji responded, this is an illusion. The moon in the sky is but a mirage. What we see before us may merely be an illusion, perhaps even a figment of our own imaginations. It is because we believe that what is above us is the moon that we perceive it as such. We assume the moon ought to hang high in the sky, and thus we see it suspended there. Perhaps the bright moon is actually within our reach. The young man suddenly understood, his excitement evident as he exclaimed, do you mean that what we perceive is a reflection of our own thoughts? Yang Yiji nodded, saying, truth and falsehood intertwine, reality and illusion overlap. When you believe it to be real, it is, in fact, false. When you consider it false, it turns out to be real. The young man, now thoroughly intrigued, asked, how shall we verify this? Yang Yiji replied, let us close our eyes and envision the persimmon tree before us as a ladder leading directly to the moon. When I count to 3, we shall open our eyes together. The young man, brimming with excitement, nodded vigorously. They both closed their eyes, imagining the persimmon tree as a ladder stretching towards the moon. Yang Yiji counted 1, 2, 3 as they opened their eyes simultaneously. The sight before them was breathtaking. The persimmon tree had vanished, replaced by a ladder that shot up from the ground, piercing the clouds and connecting to the bright moon above. The young man, exhilarated, reached out to touch it, only to find it was indeed tangible. The art of the formation is truly beyond comprehension, extraordinarily profound. It is truly a marvel to behold. This journey has been worthwhile. Oh? Yang Yiji observed the young man, sensing an underlying meaning in his words, and his fervor raised his suspicions. He thought, could he truly have stumbled into this array by accident? Why does he appear as if he intentionally ventured into this illusion for the sake of amusement? The young man grasped the ladder and began to ascend, declaring, "Let us climb to the moon and seek her, the serene moon." Yang Yiji shook his head, saying, "Do you believe that a direct path laid out before us will lead to our destination?" The young man glanced up at the endless ladder, a chill running down his spine, prompting him to jump back down and pale as he said, "That was a close call. If we were to climb it, we might find ourselves trapped in an endless predicament, unable to ascend or descend, perhaps forever ensnared upon the ladder." The young man patted his chest to calm his nerves and inquired, "What should we do then? If we sever the old path, does it not create a new one?" Upon finishing his words, he drew his sword and struck at the ladder. Suddenly, the ladder vanished, leaving them in a blinding white expanse, illuminated by a radiant silver light, and they found themselves in a realm of pure white. Chapter 70. The Moon Palace Illusion. Qin Shangtian slowly awakened, realizing he was lying in a remarkably soft place. Immensely comfortable, he stretched lazily and gradually opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful visage. A woman in a green dress, her eyes sparkling brightly, and a playful smile gracing her lips as she leaned over him, her breath teasingly tickling his cheek. Qin Shangtian gazed at the stunning woman, blinked, and feigned a dreamy exclamation. Such a beautiful dream, such a picturesque beauty. As a simple country lad, to have a sister as enchanting as you grace my dreams. I have no regrets in life. I wish to continue sleeping, to dwell eternally in this dream and never awaken. Having said this, Qin Shangtian closed his eyes, pretending to fall asleep. The woman in green giggled like a silver bell, curiously asking, "In your dreams, what do you wish to do with me?" Qin Shangtian replied, still in a dreamy tone, "In my own dream, I shall do as I please, indulging in whatever I desire. Dear sister, please do not be upset, do not be afraid." The woman in green laughed mischievously. "How wonderfully naive. I shall not grant you your wish. It is amusing to disturb a lovely dream." With that, she playfully stomped on the lying Qin Shangtian, saying, "Get up, or I shall crush your head underfoot, and see if you can still dream sweetly." A sharp pain shot through Qin Shangtian's chest, causing him to roll away swiftly, getting to his feet and brushing off his clothes, laughing cheerfully. "So it turns out I am not dreaming. How is it possible that a sister as beautiful as you exists in this world? I must have accumulated a vast amount of virtue in my past life to encounter you in this life. Truly, I am fortunate beyond measure." The woman in green chuckled. "You are quite the charmer, young sir. I do enjoy hearing such words." Qin Shangtian's gaze wandered, and he realized he was in a realm of pure white, with a towering persimmon tree above him, laden with luscious, enticing red persimmons. Beneath the tree, a table and chairs were set out, and the woman in green had returned to her seat, with a teapot on the table and a dark green Ming Hung knife beside it. Qin Shangtian recalled that he had been engaged in a spirited battle with several elusive phantoms when suddenly his body had moved uncontrollably towards Yang Yiji, raising his knife in a panic. Just then, the woman in green had descended from the sky and stepped on him, causing him to faint. Upon awakening, he found himself in the current situation, aware that the woman in green possessed extraordinary martial prowess, and he could not afford to offend her. Qin Shangtian asked, "Sister, where are we now?" The woman in green smiled. "In my celestial moon palace. What do you think? Is it dazzling? Is it beautiful?" Qin Shangtian suddenly understood. "Oh, so that full moon in the sky is your boudoir. How fortunate are all those who gaze upon it." The woman in green, irritated, retorted, "Who dares to gaze upon my boudoir? If anyone looks, I shall gouge out their eyes. Qin Shangtian thought to himself, I have truly stepped on a horse's leg. He looked up at the persimmon tree overhead and quickly changed the subject. Your moon palace is truly remarkable, since there is a towering persimmon tree. Do you enjoy eating persimmons? The woman in green giggled. You have guessed incorrectly. I despise persimmons, which is precisely why I planted this tree. When the persimmons ripen, I shall stomp on them one by one, splattering juice everywhere, just as enjoyable as crushing someone's head. Oh dear, young sir, why do you stand so far away? Why do you keep retreating? Are you afraid I might eat you? Come closer. As soon as the woman in green finished speaking, the distance between her and Qin Shangtian suddenly closed, and he found himself standing before her. Despite his fear, he maintained his composure and smiled. Sister, your skills are extraordinary. When you say come closer, I shall indeed come closer. He, in my illusion. I can truly do as I wish, young sir. I shall ask you a question now, and you must answer me well. If you provoke my displeasure, I might accidentally step on your head like a persimmon. Blood splattering everywhere, so do not hold a grudge against me. Qin Shangtian inwardly cursed, crazy woman, but replied with a bright smile, Please, sister, ask away. I shall answer truthfully and thoroughly. What is your name? Qin-yi. He, you must be lying. The sparkle in your eyes is more cunning than a fox. I can see through your ruse, sister, you misunderstand. My name is truly Qin-yi. We country folk do not have fancy names. I was born on the first day of the lunar year, hence the name Qin-yi. The young man who came with me was born on the 13th of July, so he is called Young Shursan. Is that so? Sister, you may not know, but in Mingxi town, everyone knows me, Qin-yi, as the most honest and straightforward person, never telling lies, a truth universally acknowledged. Moreover, in speaking with you, how could I dare harbor any ill intentions? Your gaze is penetrating. You can see straight through my heart, and my thoughts cannot deceive you. Then let me ask you, is there a man named Yang Sun in Mingxi town? I have not heard of him. There are not many with the surname Yang in the town, and no one by the name of Yang Sun. You are lying again. You are not honest. I have followed Yang Sun here. Have I perhaps pursued him incorrectly? Are you questioning my ability? Sister, how could that be? I suspect that the cunning Yang Sun has changed his name to Li Sun or something similar here in Mingxi town, which is why no one knows him. Your reasoning is quite sound. How did I not think of that? It is not that you did not think of it, but rather that the man named Yang Sun is exceedingly crafty and treacherous. A man ought to stand tall, yet he does not even dare to use his true name. How could one expect you to think of it? He, how do you know that Yang Sun is a man? You must know where he is, do you not? As Qin Shangtian beheld a fleeting shadow of green before him, an ominous premonition seized him. A sharp pain pierced his chest, and he fell backward. Gazing skyward, the woman clad in green descended upon him, brutally planting one foot upon his chest, her voice laced with fury as she demanded, Young lord, speak swiftly. Where is Yang Sun hiding? Qin Shangtian, seething with indignation, retorted, Yang my foot. The moment I heard that name, I knew it was a man. How could I possibly know where that despicable, shameless, lecherous, blind fool of a man is hiding? You madwoman, consumed by your obsession for men. Do not take your frustrations out on me. The woman in green, her eyes sparkling with delight, responded, Well said. Indeed, he is despicable, shameless, lecherous, and blind. Such an utterly unworthy man is a perfect match for my madness. Wouldn't you agree? Qin Shangtian chuckled, truly a case of beauty and talent being perfectly matched, a match made in heaven. With a melancholic tone, the woman in green lamented, Even you, a mere country bumpkin, can see this clearly. Why can't he? I have pursued him to his doorstep, yet he still evades me. Heartless wretch, deserving of death. With a swift motion, she conjured a rope that ensnared Qin Shangtian's chest. And with immense force, he was yanked skyward, dangling vertically from a persimmon tree. Qin Shangtian shouted in protest, Madwoman, if you mean to kill Yang Sun, why bind me? The woman in green, reveling in her triumph, replied with glee, Call me madwoman again, and I shall be delighted. Your cries only bring me joy. Suddenly, the persimmon tree quivered slightly, and she giggled, Ah, clever lad. You've quickly found your way to your sister's lunar palace. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, an invisible force struck Qin Shangtian's face. plunging him into darkness once more. At the far end of a pure white space, two youthful figures appeared in an instant. In Chapter 71, The Scholar of Dongli, beneath the crescent moon by the persimmon tree, Bai Li Xueqing leisurely sipped her tea. A small girl, as swift as the wind, dashed into the courtyard from the alley, shouting, Yi Gij, can I read today? Am I impressive? The little girl pranced about, having run 2 circles in the courtyard. Upon focusing her gaze, she noticed only a young woman in white seated beneath the persimmon tree. She hopped over to the wooden table, and upon recognizing Bai Li Xueqing's visage, her eyes widened in joy and affection, exclaiming, Sister Fairy, you are indeed well. I suspected as much yesterday, since you are a fairy. Naturally, you would recover swiftly, otherwise, with Yi Gij's clumsy hands, he could never heal you. Bai Li Xueqing smiled and replied, Thank you. It was Yang Yi who saved me alongside you yesterday. The little girl raised her hand proudly, stating, No problem. We made a promise to Little Tiger. We must keep our word and do everything possible to aid Sister Fairy. Bai Li Xueqing inquired, Are you here to find Yang Yi? The girl nodded, her pride evident. I came to tell Yi Gij that reading and writing cannot be mastered in just one day. It took me 2 days to learn everything. But the teacher praised me as quite remarkable. He said he has already taught me all the characters he knows. Sister Fairy, do you think Xiaoqi is impressive? Bai Li Xueqing, astonished, commended. Indeed remarkable. I cannot compare to you. The little girl beamed even more, asking, Sister Fairy, where is Yi Gij? I must share this good news with him at once. Bai Li Xueqing looked up at the persimmon tree, saying, He went to escort Qin Shangtian and will return shortly. The girl dashed to the courtyard entrance, tiptoeing to peer down the alley, saying, How could I not have encountered Yi Gij on my way here? It's just as well. I'll tell him I learned to read and write in just 2 days. That will surely astonish him and earn me praise. The little girl stood bouncing on her feet, imagining how Yang Yi would be utterly shocked. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. She waved her hand toward the alley, calling out, Grandpa, this way. Hurry up. I thought you had gotten lost since it's been ages since I saw you. Xiaoqi must call me Big Brother. You can't just take the benefits and then revert. That's quite ungrateful. A little girl must never break her word. Besides, am I really that old? Remember, from now on, call me Big Brother. A young scholar with flowing white hair approached gracefully, standing at the entrance and patiently engaging with the little girl. She nodded eagerly. I will remember, Grandpa. Absolutely no problem, Grandpa. The scholar of Dongli, feeling awkward and reluctant, asked, Xiaoqi, will you truly remember? The little girl giggled. Don't worry, Grandpa. I have it all memorized, even more firmly than the characters I learned these past 2 days. She continued to stand at the entrance, craning her neck to gaze down the alley, thinking Yi Gij should be returning soon. The scholar of Dongli shook his head, sighing helplessly, and entered the courtyard with 2 jars of wine. Upon seeing Bai Li Xueqing, his eyes sparkled. Oh, isn't this my little junior sister? The scholar of Dongli boldly sat opposite Bai Li Xueqing, opened a jar of wine, and offered it to her, asking, Little junior sister, would you care for a drink? Bai Li Xueqing accepted and inquired, Did you come today for a particular reason, senior brother? The scholar of Dongli took a sip and replied, No particular reason. These past few days, Mingxi Town has been bustling with excitement, and I thought I'd join in the festivities. He grinned and asked, Little junior sister, what is your surname? And what is your given name? How old are you? Bai Li Xueqing answered, Bai Li Xueqing, 15 this year. The scholar of Dongli clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Bai Li Liusu, snow against the moon. The cold plum blossoms after the snow has cleared. What a splendid name. And what a fine age. He then asked, How fares Qinmu Mountain these days? Bai Li Xueqing replied, You will know once you return to see for yourself. The scholar of Dongli asserted firmly, I will not return. He took another long sip of wine and leisurely remarked, Qinmu Mountain has remained unchanged for centuries. I imagine it still appears as it always has, cold and unfeeling. Bai Li Xueqing took a sip of her wine. Remaining silent, the scholar of Dongli continued, The day you clashed with my younger brother Shi Wei, you sustained grave injuries. Now, having dissipated your dense true essence, you seem to have recovered. However, your meridians and acupoints remain fragile and unstable. While you can gather spiritual energy from the heavens and earth in an instant, it is merely an illusion of strength, only achieving the realm of a grandmaster. Should you force a breakthrough to the peak, you would find yourself in a perilous situation. The world has sought to exploit Qinmu Mountain, greedy and cunning. Since you have recuperated, you must return soon to avoid unforeseen calamity. Bai Li Xueqing questioned. Why must you still consider sharing our Qinmu Mountain's techniques and treasures with such unworthy people? The scholar of Dongli replied. The cliffs of the Four Corners are on the brink of collapse. Qinmu Mountain has borne the burden alone for too long. We must find some exceptionally talented individuals to share this responsibility. Bai Li Xueqing countered, how many among the world's populace are even aware of these matters? The scholar of Dongli sighed, the ignorant should not be blamed. Yet those who do know, choose to feign ignorance. It is truly infuriating. Bai Li Xueqing then asked, why do you refuse to return to the mountain? With a deep sigh, the scholar of Dongli recounted, a century ago, I descended the mountain with great ambition, seeking to reclaim everything borrowed, yet not a single item was returned to me. I cannot face returning in such disgrace. Bai Li Xueqing declared, the century mark has come again. I shall retrieve what you lost. The scholar's eyes brightened, and he beamed, thank you, little junior sister. If you succeed, I will accompany you back to the mountain. Bai Li Xueqing glanced back at the little girl waiting eagerly at the entrance and asked, is this little girl one you have taken a liking to? The scholar of Dongli responded proudly. What do you think? Is my eye for talent not commendable? A discerning eye indeed. Curious, Bai Li Xueqing inquired, did she truly learn all the characters in just 2 days? How did she accomplish that? The scholar of Dongli, brimming with pride, took a hearty sip, asserting, when Shi Wei began teaching her the first character, she had already written the second and even the third. Bai Li Xueqing's expression shifted slightly as she asked, can she foresee the future? The scholar of Dongli replied confidently, absolutely. She is precisely the person we have sought for centuries at Qinmu Mountain. Would you not agree that I have stumbled upon a treasure? Bai Li Xueqing queried, why do you not take her back to Qinmu Mountain? Shaking his head, the scholar of Dongli explained, perhaps she might never find her place. Why burden the little girl with such weight? You must not breathe a word of this upon your return, lest those old fools show me no kindness. Bai Li Xueqing nodded, raising her wine jar, senior brother, I toast to you. They exchanged smiles, each taking a sip of the clear, refreshing wine. The scholar of Dongli glanced around and asked, where is Yi? I came to his home, yet he remains absent. Bai Li Xueqing cast a glance at the persimmon tree above her. Smiling, he is at home. You simply cannot see him. The scholar of Dongli frowned. A trivial shadowy moon formation requires this much time. Has this lad not read my 10 dream narratives? I must inquire, with a swift motion. The scholar of Dongli traced a line in the air and instantly entered a realm of pure white. Chapter 72. The giant puppet Yang Yiji and the brocade-clad youth stood upon a pristine expanse of white. Their feet enveloped in swirling mists. Through the ethereal haze, a narrow alley could be discerned beneath them, aglow with lights and shimmering silver, distant yet diminutive. All around was an expanse of pure white. Save for a colossal persimmon tree in the distance, its branches laden with vibrant red fruit. Hanging from the tree was Qin Xiangtian, still in a deep slumber, while seated beneath it was Long Qingyue, leisurely sipping tea. The persimmon tree appeared unattainable, as if it were far beyond reach, yet for some inexplicable reason, they could see the scene above and below with crystal clarity. The brocade-clad youth exclaimed in wonder, Brother, have we truly entered the full moon itself? Is this what the moon looks like? Radiant, pure white, and vast beyond measure. Accompanying you to boldly traverse the shadow moon array today has truly opened my eyes. It has not been in vain, Yang Yiji replied. It is merely an illusion. The emptier it seems, the more cautious we must be. We cannot afford the slightest lapse in vigilance. Upon hearing this, the brocade-clad youth drew a broken sword from his waist, declaring, You speak wisely. But, shouldn't there be a osmanthus tree on the moon? Why then do we see a persimmon tree in the distance? And though it seems far away, why can we observe it so distinctly? He, of course, it is because I want you to see it clearly, giggled the green-clad woman, Long Qingyue. Suddenly, the distant persimmon tree was right before them, towering into the sky. Yang Yiji and the youth found themselves standing in the shade of the tree, with Long Qingyue seated before them, and Qin Xiangtian still hanging from the tree above. With a thick gaze, Long Qingyue remarked to Yang Yiji, Young man, you have finally found me. How impressive, however. It took far too long, and I grew weary of waiting. I couldn't help but give him another kick. I wonder if he is still alive? Yang Yiji retorted angrily. You told me to find Qin Shangtian, but you never said to find you. You promised me just one incense stick's time, and it hasn't even been that long. How can I be so untrustworthy? Lung Qingyue feigned innocence. Did I say that? Young man, please do not speak so loudly to me. Your fierceness saddens me. When I feel sorrow, I lose control, and I cannot guarantee what I might do next. Yang Yiji glanced at Qin Shangtian hanging from the tree, suppressing his anger, and said, I hope you keep your promise and let us go. With an innocent expression, Lung Qingyue replied, Young man, you are not at all considerate of a lady. Forcing a weak woman to uphold her promise is quite unfair. A woman's promises are made to be broken. It's the charming ones who misbehave that are truly delightful. Yang Yiji brandished his sword, ready to act. Whether he could defeat her was uncertain. He could not stand idly by while Qin Shangtian was harmed. The brocade-clad youth, startled, thought to himself that fighting would be tantamount to courting death, and he swiftly positioned himself in front of Yang Yiji,